Welcome back, Legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter became the master of his own destiny? Here's a quick glimpse. What if everything Harry Potter believed about his past was carefully crafted to control his future? After uncovering hidden memories and long-buried secrets, Harry realizes that fate was never on his side. It was a prison built from deception. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. Dumbledore waved his friend forward and Nicholas drew his wand as he approached. He cast several diagnostic charms on the boy and then turned his attention to lighting bolt cut before carrying out the same spells. He scratched his chin thoughtfully before raising his eyebrows and placing his wand at the edge of the wound, muttering furiously under his breath in words that neither the healer nor headmaster could hear. He began to shake and sweat profusely as he struggled to complete his spell, his wand having grown exceedingly hot in his hand. He managed to finish the spell and removed his wand as he breathed heavily, leaning heavily on the barred head of the bed for support. "I've never known anything like it," he whispered. "In all my centuries I never expected something like this." "What is it, Nicholas?" Dumbledore all but demanded. The man swallowed deeply and shook his head. "There's only one way I can be sure," he muttered more to himself. He pointed his wand at the boy and braced himself. Enervate. The sleeping boy awoke with a gasp and shot upright in the bed, his eyes wide and taking in his surroundings. Eventually they settled on the adults who recoiled in horror at what they were seeing. Dumbledore found himself slack-jawed at what he was facing. The usual emerald eyes the boy had inherited from his mother were no longer there. He instead found himself staring into two blood-red slits that were not the boy's own. The boy simply tilted his head and gazed at the trio curiously before smirking in what seemed to be triumph. Nicholas was the first to gather the use of his facilities and he sprung into action. He pointed his wand at the boy, his hand shaking slightly at what he was about to do. "Avada Kedavra," he roared. Albus was shaken from his stupor at the first word of the incantation and moved swiftly to knock his mentor's wand enough that the curse missed the boy, barely. The headmaster drew his own wand and fired off a stunner, leaving him slumped back into his pillows at the contact of the spell. "You fool," Nicholas hissed in fury. "You cannot just murder a child," Dumbledore retorted heatedly. Nicholas shook his head and pointed his still shaking hand towards the bed. "That is no longer a child," he returned angrily. "He is a damned Horcrux." Dumbledore balked as the word registered on his conscience and he was assaulted by a knowledge he had tried to forget, a knowledge from many decades ago that he had acquired during his youth in his pursuit of the Hallows. He momentarily slumped in defeat at the revelation but quickly regained his composure. "Then we now know what it is we are dealing with," he replied defiantly. Flamel shook his head in exasperation. "I have studied this magic in as much depth as possible. The vessel must be destroyed," he bit back irritably. Dumbledore shook his head in denial. "There has to be a way," he mumbled. "You are too righteous for your own good, Dumbledore," Nicholas growled. "The kindest thing you could do for that boy would be to end him." The headmaster again shook his head furiously. "It is our place as educators, as role models to do what we can," he tried desperately. "I will not kill him." "Then on your head be it, Albus, you are only delaying the inevitable." He then removed and restored a large tome from his pocket to its natural size before handing it to the other man. "See for yourself, there is nothing you can do for the lad, he is gone," Nicholas growled before he turned heel and exited the room. Dumbledore sighed at the departure of his friend and turned to face the school healer. "Keep him subdued, Poppy," he whispered. "I will see what can be done," and not a word to anyone. The near catatonic nurse simply nodded, not believing what had just taken place on her ward. She would never forget the red serpent eyes of the boy nor the revered man attempting to murder him right in front of her. After a moment she mechanically ran a few diagnostics on the boy to ensure that he would not wake soon before retreating to her own quarters. Once inside she pulled a bottle of Ogden's finest from the shelf and took a deep pull straight from the bottle. No glass could hold enough liquor for her in the sat she was in. It was a week later that Albus was once again sat at his desk, this time nursing a glass of mead, gently swirling the contents as he contemplated the previous days that had passed. He was not usually one to indulge in alcohol, but his drops were no longer taking the edge off of his frustration or the worry that had settled deep within him. He sighed as he placed the tumbler on his desk with a deep clunk and pulled at his beard with a labored breath. He had looked into every possibility available to himself as things were, and his conclusions were bleak at best. With the help of Poppy they had unbound the boy's core whilst keeping him unconscious, only for his magic to once again attempt to absorb what he now knew was the Horcrux. He had then found a way using Legilimency to confine the soul fragment within Harry's head with a rudimentary shield. Upon doing so, however, once they had unbound his magic, it attacked the shield and began the process of attempting to consume it again. He sighed as he again focused on the options he had. He couldn't be certain what would happen if he allowed the magic to consume the soul fragment entirely, and that was something he did not wish to risk, as he knew that it would be irreversible if the results were not positive. As things were, the boy remained in the hospital wing with both the fragment and his magic bound to keep them separate, but the hold on both was tenuous at best. The duo had discovered that with both being bound, the boy reacted badly to ambient and direct magic, causing him considerable discomfort, and the fragment and his magic in tandem would struggle heavily against the bonds. Adding to this was the realization that Flamel had in fact been correct. There was not a documented way in which the piece of soul could be removed without killing the boy, nor could it be destroyed within his body. The book had explicitly warned against using a live vessel, as the soul piece could not be used or retrieved again after it had been placed there. The truth of the matter was that Albus Dumbledore was stumped on what his next course of action would be, but he knew he had to make a decision soon. His first option was to simply carry out the suggestion of Nicholas and simply kill the boy, ending the issue at hand. Albus felt his heart sink at the very thought. He knew in his heart that he could not do such a thing. The next thing he had to consider was the prophecy itself. In the circumstances, it no longer made sense. Clearly the Dark Lord was alive somewhere in some form, so it had yet to be fulfilled. He couldn't be sure which of the two boys had been marked as Tom's equal, but that was the least of his concerns when taking it into account. It was a few days prior that he stumbled upon a realization that left him feeling sickened, but it was not something that he could not readily dismiss, although he wished he could and prayed to every deity that it would not be so. What if Harry was now the Dark Lord in which the prophecy referred to? If that were the case, then it would be Charlie as the marked equal, and Harry would be whom he had to vanquish to live his own life. The old man had shuddered at the thought, and it was this very moment that he had turned to the bottle to seek some solace. Coward, he muttered to himself as he emptied the glass in front of him. He knew that he had the power and the opportunity to put the prophecy to rest, and yet he could not bring himself to intervene in the work of fate itself. He simply could not be sure of the repercussions of such actions. The fact was that Albus Dumbledore needed more time, and it was the one precious thing that he had now run out of. The parents of the boys had been patient enough, and he was out of fresh ideas on immediate resolutions. He knew he had to make a decision and act now. He decided his course of action even though it went against everything he stood for. He was aware that it would be, as Nicholas pointed out, much kinder to just end the boy's suffering, but he just could not bring himself to allow that to pass at his own hand. He decided that he could in good conscience only leave it to fate to decide the outcome of the two boys' respective destinies. He would of course continue researching a way to remove the soul fragment from the older boy, but it was something he wasn't even sure was possible, despite the wonderful yet harrowing nature of magic. If his efforts did not come to fruition, however, and what he feared could come to pass in regards to the prophecy, then his now decided course of action would leave Harry to the mercy of his younger brother. Albus felt disgusted with himself for such thoughts and sincerely hoped that this would not be the case, but he just could not be sure as things were. For the greater good, he muttered as he made his way to his fireplace. He threw a handful of flow powder into the flames. "Potter Cottage," he called, not relishing the impending difficult conversation. "Albus, is everything okay?" a flustered James asked as he appeared in the living room of the small dwelling. "I think it is best that you come through," he replied before pulling his head from the fire and making his way back to sit behind his desk. It was less than a minute later that he was joined by the Potter parents and Sirius Black. "Remus is watching Charlie," James explained. Dumbledore nodded and gestured for the three to take the seats opposite his own on the other side of the desk. "How is Charlie?" he asked. Poppy had been making daily trips to check on the boy herself, and the healers at St. Mungo's had also been drafted in to consult on the boy's treatment. "He's doing well, but his magic is not improving. The healers won't know much more until he gets older," Lily explained. "We are still keeping magic to a minimum around him as best we can." Dumbledore nodded his understanding. I of course have my fingers crossed for the boy and hope that when his magic stabilizes we will see a vast improvement in him, he offered genuinely. Lily offered him a weak smile. Do you have any news on Harry? James broke in. Dumbledore sighed and nodded sadly. I'm afraid it is not good news, but I do not want you to lose hope. He began, hoping to head off any emotional breakdown this soon into the discussion. Well, what is it? Sirius asked impatiently. The headmaster glanced between the three and nodded. What I am about to reveal cannot leave this room. The safety of yourselves and Wizarding Britain could very well depend on it, he began gravely. The trio silently agreed with the man and James gestured for him to continue. We all witnessed the wraith that exited the boys' room on Samhain, he stated knowingly. It is my belief that the Dark Lord is not dead but has only temporarily lost his body. Temporarily? Lily questioned worriedly. That is why this must stay between us. It would be very harmful if this information was to reach the wrong ears, particularly those of his followers and sympathizers, he warned. In his current state he is no longer a threat, but the situation has become rather complicated. How so? Sirius interjected. It appears that he has created things that will ensure his immortality. When it was clear that none of the trio would speak, he continued. Horcruxes, he revealed in little more than a whisper. What are Horcruxes? The headmaster turned his attention to James, who had asked the question, and he released a deep breath. They are vessels in which an individual can store a part of their soul, thus creating a backup if they somehow succumb to death, he explained. If an individual were to lose their body, then a Horcrux can be used to create a new life for themselves. The three visible paled at the implications. I see you understand the delicacy of the situation. How many did he make? Lily asked. I do not know, the old man admitted. But it is something I plan on investigating and eliminating as soon as possible. What has this got to do with Harry? Sirius piped up. Dumbledore again sighed. It appears that Voldemort was attempting to make another one the night he attacked your home. The ritual magic traces, Lily deduced. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. He was partially successful, but in an unexpected way. You think Harry is a Horcrux, don't you? Sirius growled. Dumbledore held up a placating hand. I'm deeply sorry to say, but yes, Harry is housing a fragment of Voldemort's soul in his head wound. James and Lily sat in complete shock, not knowing how to react to the news. Sirius shot to his feet angrily and slammed his hands on the desk. Then get your wrinkled ass in there and get it out of him, he roared. The headmaster shook his head tiredly. There is not a known way of removing it without killing Harry. Every way of destroying a Horcrux will also eradicate the vessel, he explained patiently. Sirius began pacing frantically back and forth, not wanting to believe what it was he was hearing. What can we do? A clearly distraught Lily asked. I do have an idea, but I fear the other things to explain first, Dumbledore responded. The three listened with rapt attention as he explained the complications that had arisen with Harry's magic, the soul fragment, and how they were reacting to each other at that moment. He also explained the reaction each thing had to other magic whilst they were both bound, as they were now. But shouldn't we wait until his own magic settles before we make any other decision? Is it not possible that it could fix itself like Charlie's might? Lily asked with a hint of desperation. Dumbledore stroked his beard in thought. It is a possibility that when he is older his magic may sufficiently suppress the influence of the fragment, but I am afraid I cannot be certain, he conceded. So what do you suggest? Sirius questioned with a hint of venom lacing his tone. I need time to look into this and explore every possibility, but whilst I do so, it is in Harry's best interests that he remains bound. But that could severely hamper his own magical development, Sirius pointed out. And if we don't leave him the way he is, then the soul fragment could assert full control of him and he would no longer be Harry, just a body that Voldemort has taken for his own, Dumbledore returned hotly. He took a deep breath to calm himself. I'm sorry, Sirius, but our options are very limited right now. So what do you think we should do? James broke in. In his current state it is not a good idea for him to be around a lot of magic. It could cause untold complications if the bonds were to break and either his magic consumes the fragment or the fragment seizes control. James and Lily both nodded their understanding. I don't know how young Charlie will react to having such dark magic in such a close vicinity of himself either. If the bond is compromised in any way, then it could affect him adversely, or the fragment may sense an easier target to seize and attempt to move over to him. Not enough is known about them to be certain what could happen. But you said it was impossible to remove without killing Harry, Sirius reminded him. And I believe that to still be true if we attempt to force a move. If however the fragment decided to move on its own accord then, again I just can't be sure. He sighed again as he was met by questioning looks. Alas, very little is known about the soul in regards to magic. If it is a reflection of the person and their traits then it is safe to assume that this piece of soul will be both stubborn and an opportunist just like Voldemort. If this is the case then that soul fragment will not leave willingly but will continue in its attempts to take control. However, I believe we should assume the worst in this scenario. If the soul fragment chances upon a weakened yet viable vessel then it just may attempt the change and as Charlie was present during the ritual he would be the perfect candidate in his current state. This is just so much to take in, James mumbled. I understand, Dumbledore replied sympathetically. We will have to make a decision soon though, we cannot leave Harry here in such close proximity to this level of magic. But where will he go? Lily asked. This was the part that the headmaster was not looking forward to. I would suggest your Muggle sister, he began. He held up a hand to prevent any interruptions. We will need somewhere in which we can monitor him continuously and have complete access to him when necessary. But Petunia hates magic, she will never allow it, James pointed out. And yet young Harry will not exhibit any magic, Dumbledore reminded them. You won't be able to convince her, James assured him. I will make it believable by any means necessary, Dumbledore replied. This is for the safety of your sons after all. James and Lily shared a meaningful look, neither liking the idea nor convinced that it could work. Both wanted nothing more than to just take their son home but both understood the gravity of the situation they were facing. I can't believe you are even considering this insanity, Sirius spat. I will take Harry, he declared. Harry cannot be around magic, Sirius, Dumbledore reminded him. And your magic is quite potent. Then I will wear suppressors, I'll do whatever it takes. He is my sworn godson and I will not have him raised by that cow when I am here and breathing, he shouted. He is our son, James fired back angrily. Do you think we want to be in this position, Padfoot? All I want is my family back together, I just want both of my boys to be okay, he finished emotionally. Even if that means sending one away on the words of one man. He questioned furiously. We need time to think about this, Lily whispered before her husband could respond. Sirius shook his head. I will not allow this to happen. I took a magical vow the day he was born that I would be there for him no matter what and I plan on sticking to my word. With the final words of the man ringing in their ears, Sirius left the office and slammed the door in his apparent rage, leaving behind an upset husband and wife and a thoughtful headmaster. I'm sure he will understand once he calms down, the latter spoke reassuringly, although he was already devising a way to deal with the man. He knew that Sirius would be the most difficult one to convince and he was hoping that he would not have to resort to certain measures for his compliance, but for the greater good, he would do what was necessary in this case. James dragged a hand through his hair and nodded his agreement. Could we please see him? Dumbledore nodded and gestured for them to follow him to the hospital wing where their eldest son awaited them. What does this mean for the prophecy? Lily asked quietly as they exited the office and made their way down the spiral staircase. I truly don't know, Dumbledore admitted. However, I believe our focus should be on your two boys for now, the prophecy is a problem for another day. Lily nodded her agreement. The last thing she even wanted to consider was the thing that had caused all of this in the first place. Not only had her own sons fallen victim to the prophecy, but less than a week later both Frank and Alice had been attacked in their home. Thankfully, even though they had lifted the Fidelius, they had kept the more protective wards active, giving them plenty of time to call for assistance. Because of this, the Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr. had all been taken into custody. The three of them reached the hospital wing and Lily immediately headed straight for the head of the bed where she began stroking her son's hair, whispering to him whilst she did so. I shall give you some time alone with him, Dumbledore offered as he left the room once more and headed back to his office. Something needed to be done about Sirius Black. The man, although his intentions were noble, would only cause further issues that Albus needed to avoid. He knew that he could convince the Potters to go along with his plan so long as Black did not interfere. He shook his head as he pulled out the Phoenix pendant from within his robes and gave it a tap with his wand. All members of the Order wore a matching one and he could find where any of them were so long as they wore the necklace. At home, he muttered. He gestured for his familiar to assist him and the pair disappeared in a burst of fire. Sirius arrived home, his temper already past its breaking point. He could not comprehend what it was the headmaster was suggesting be done in regards to his godson, and he couldn't allow himself to stand aside and allow it to happen. He sunk into his favorite armchair and summoned himself a butterbeer to sip whilst he formulated a plan of his own. He had been lost in his thoughts for only a few minutes when he was interrupted by a sudden flash of fire. He flicked his wand from its holster and leveled it towards the already known intruder. Only one man he knew could travel this way after all. "Do you not know how to knock?" he gritted out. "I merely want to clear the air," the man replied, ignoring the hostility of the other. "Clear the air?" Sirius roared. "You want to send my godson to live with a magic-hating bitch and you expect me to be okay with that?" Dumbledore shook his head in disappointment. "When have I ever steered you wrong, Sirius?" "You haven't," Sirius begrudgingly conceded. "But you are wrong about this Albus and I won't let you take him from me." The headmaster sighed before drawing his own wand. "Then I can only apologize that it has come to this, my boy," he intoned sincerely. Sirius was shocked that the man he admired would actually draw his wand on him. He froze momentarily but managed to block the stunner Dumbledore sent towards him with a hastily erected shield. "What the hell are you doing, you old coot?" Dumbledore did not reply. He instead fired a shield breaker followed by a body-bind curse. The confined space did not allow Sirius to avoid these and he found himself rendered unable to move. He could only look on as the man approached him, his wand still aimed in his direction. "I truly wished that you would be able to see it my way, Sirius, but I know now that will not be the case," he sighed. "Forgive me, my friend." He then aimed the wand between the younger monk's eyes before casting his chosen spell. "Obliviate," he whispered. The telltale sign of the blanking of the eyes told of the success of the spell. All that was left to do was fill in the blanks he had created with a few false memories and send the man on his way with a compulsion charm or two. He would not change the man himself in any way, but with a few memories here and there, a compulsion to pursue his childhood dreams and the desire to leave immediately was all that needed to be done. The headmaster completed his task and obliviated the young man once more for good measure. He would not remember anything in relation to the fall of the Dark Lord but would believe the war ended and his friends were happy and beginning life as a proper family without having to be in hiding. With his friends happy, he would now be free to live his own life, to build a legacy of his own. Before releasing the man from his spell, he compelled him to write a letter to the Potters, one that would convince them that he had left at the behest of his own ambitions. He then disillusioned himself before ending the charm. He watched the man send off an owl with his letter and begin packing before he apparated away without a sound. A couple of 100 miles north, Arcturus Orion Black was sat at his desk as he reviewed the family holdings for what he believed would be the last time. He had heard through the grapevine that the Dark Lord had fallen whilst attacking the Potters, a bit of news that had left a bitter taste in his mouth. By no means did he follow the man, nor did he particularly care for him and his ideology. He did, however, have a vested interest tied up in his cause for some time: his family. The entirety of them minus the blood traitor Andromeda and his grandson Sirius had decided to throw in their lot with him, and nothing Arcturus could say or do would have prevented it. Worlberga had been the first to declare her allegiance to the man, swiftly followed by her husband and Regulus. Bellatrix soon followed, and Narcissa had little choice, as her husband was in it further than any other he knew. His sister Cassiopeia had opted to remain abroad and abstain from taking part, one of the small saving graces of the conflict for the Black Patriarch. He couldn't help but shake his head at the frustration he felt. He wished beyond anything that at least one of the younger generation would have chosen to remain neutral. It had not come to pass, however, and now he had lost the majority of them to the recently ended war. Regulus, Orion and Worlberga had all been killed somewhere along the line. Bellatrix now faced a lifetime in prison, and Narcissa was about to embark on a life of destitution and shame once her husband's crimes came to light. The girl did have a son, however, but the thought of handing the lordship of his house to a Malfoy sickened him. The only one left as far as he knew and was eligible was Sirius, a boy he had not spoken to in many years and one who had been cast out of the family by his mother. How the boy could be stupid enough to allow himself to be sorted into Gryffindor eluded the old man, especially when he knew what the consequences would be. A foolish Gryffindor move, he muttered to himself. He was pulled from his thoughts by a gentle rattle in the uppermost drawer of his desk. He frowned as he pulled it open to be faced with the head of House ring, a ring he had removed quite some time ago. He had only worn this ring as a sign of his failure, a shame that he carried because of the fate that had befallen his once great family. He removed the trinket and glared in its direction as he took in the details. It was a large platinum band with a more than adequate black diamond resting atop, of course complete with the black family coat of arms. The stone in question was flashing an ominous blue and he growled at the meaning. Had his name not been besmirched enough already? Was his namesake destined to be mocked further by the actions of lesser men? He snarled as he placed the ringer on his finger and closed his eyes to ascertain what was occurring. He frowned and snorted at what he learnt. Someone was trying to subvert his only remaining grandson to their will. His first instinct was to simply place the ring back in the drawer and forget what he had learnt, but a voice in the back of his mind called out for him to act, to bring his swift justice on those that would dare usurp the name Black. Instead of removing the ring, he once more closed his eyes and focused on the remaining connections he could feel. The one to Sirius was faint but still easily identifiable. It was not this one he sought out, however. The one he wanted was for his younger sister, and he found it quickly, as strong as ever. With a push of his magic he requested her company so he could instruct her to look into the matter. He himself was too old to be traipsing around after his idiot grandson, but it was his duty as his head of house to act, regardless of whether or not he had been cast out. It would be the final favor the old man would grant the wayward boy. He sat back in his chair and waited for the arrival of his sister, contemplating and cursing his decision to have the blood magic imbued into the ring. The charms themselves would alert the head of house of attempts of line theft or attempts to control them against their will for any other nefarious reason. What did confuse him, however, is why anyone would have a reason to do this to Sirius. The boy was essentially unimportant in their world and had nothing significant to offer. He had no political or monetary influence. Unless the boy had learned something he shouldn't have, of course, there was no reason he could fathom that would give any reason for such action against the boy. Arcturus shook his head. Either way he would get to the bottom of this. Well, he would have his sister act in his stead just to satisfy his curiosity more than anything else. But then again, it had been a while since he had had the opportunity to ruffle a few feathers. James and Lily Potter were sat at their kitchen table eating a rather subdued breakfast. They had been awake most of the night discussing their eldest son, both desperately trying to find a way to make the best decision for him. Neither wanted to face the reality of their situation, but they had no reason to doubt Dumbledore and his findings. He had even been kind enough to allow them to browse through the literature he had on the subject to ensure he himself had not missed anything. From what they gathered from the tomes, the man was indeed correct. There was no known way to remove a Horcrux from a live vessel or destroy it without said vessel meeting the same fate. They had both attempted to come up with any other alternative to Dumbledore's own suggestion, but with what they faced, there was nothing doing. "What do we do, James?" Lily asked for what seemed to be the 100th time. She was currently feeding Charlie, who sat in his high chair, oblivious to the plight of his parents. James dragged a hand through his hair and sighed. "I don't know," he whispered sadly, his composure sagging in defeat. "The only thing we can do is see what it is Dumbledore thinks best exactly." "But I don't want Harry away," Lily whispered. James put a comforting arm around his wife's shoulder and squeezed gently. "Neither do I, Lils," he assured her. "But I'd much rather he lived, and Albus has promised that he will keep looking for a way so that we can have him back." Lily nodded. "I'm going to look too," she vowed. "Between us we can find a way." James offered her a warm smile and keyed the top of her head. "That's my girl," he praised. "We will make sure he is not away from us any longer than he needs to be." Lily nodded resolutely. She wanted more than anything to have her family all together, the way it should be. She would do everything she could to make sure that happened. "Are you ready to see Albus?" James asked. Lily swallowed her emotions but nodded. "Remember, we are doing this for both of our boys," James reaffirmed. "I know, I just don't like it." In response, James gave her hand a gentle squeeze as he led her from the room. They were heading towards the flow when there was a tapping on the window. "Isn't that Pad's owl?" Lily questioned. James nodded as he opened the window and retrieved the letter with a frown. It was unlike Sirius to write to them. Even when he was home he would just use the flow. He read the letter and couldn't help the tears that escaped his eyes. "What's wrong?" Lily asked worriedly. James shook his head sadly. He's really upset with us. He says he needs to get away and that he would appreciate it if we would give him some space. He's taking his bike and is going to visit the places he always spoke about when we were at school. Lily smiled weakly. He always said he would see the world. He did, James agreed. I just hope he forgives us. I'm sure he will when he calms down, Lily replied as she rubbed his back soothingly. You know he's hot-headed and stubborn. He takes a little longer to take things in. James nodded. I hope you're right, Lils. Albus Dumbledore stood at the foot of the bed that Harry Potter had been occupying for the best part of 2 weeks now, feeling shame at the actions he had taken the previous night. He hated that such a thing was necessary, and even the necessity of the situation could not remove the dirty feeling it had left him with. His musings were brought to an end as James and Lily entered the ward. How is he, Albus? Lily questioned. He offered her a genuine smile. Very much the same, my dear, he answered benignly. And you are certain there is no other way? James tried. The old man shook his head apologetically. He was in too deep to even consider other options, and this would be for the best no matter what would happen in the future. If he could find a way to relieve the boy of the burden of the fragment, then there would hopefully be no long-term harm done. But if he did fail in his quest, then it would be fate that would decide the outcome. The prophecy had to be fulfilled after all. I don't like it, but I can't see any other way to keep them both safe, Lily allowed, tears beginning to cascade down her cheeks as the reality of what they were about to do set in. I can promise that I will do whatever is necessary to ensure he is safe, the headmaster assured the pair. I do believe, however, that we must take additional precautions for his own and our security. What precautions? James asked with a frown. Dumbledore met the uncertain gaze of the younger before speaking. It would be for the best that we repress his memories somewhat. We cannot be sure how much he will remember, and it could become a liability. James flared his nostrils in anger and shook his head. I will not have my son's brains addled. I have no intention of addling them, I only wish to protect the memories. It would be for the best that he did not remember certain things for a while. He's not a stupid boy, Albus, he will be aware of the blanks. Then I can fill them, temporarily of course, he assured them. With whatever images you want him to see, he added. The parents shared a look of uncertainty before Lily spoke once more. I'd rather that than him not knowing anything, she whispered. James swallowed deeply but nodded his agreement. We trust you, Albus, please just let him remember us and how much we love him, the redhead choked. The headmaster bowed his head in compliance. It seems that I have much work to do, he declared. Both James and Lily took the hint of dismissal and approached their still sleeping son. James took his tiny hand in his own and stroked the back of it with his thumb whilst his wife placed a key on the boy's forehead next to his slowly closing wound. I love you very much, Harry, more than I could ever put into words. Please don't ever forget that, she whispered in his ear. At the sound of her voice and feeling of her breath, the toddler's eyes opened and Lily could see her own emerald pools reflected back at her. Mom? The boy asked tiredly. Despite the freely flowing tears and ache in her heart, she managed to give him a genuine smile that the boy returned. Go back to sleep, Harry. James, she cooed gently. We will see you again very soon. The boy nodded happily and snuggled himself deeper into his blanket, briefly aware of his father placing a key on the top of his head before Morpheus claimed him once more. Take care of our boy Albus, James almost pleaded as he led his broken wife from the room, both pausing to catch one final glimpse of their son. Albus felt his already heavy heart sink even further into the depths of his stomach as he fought against the emotions he felt. After composing himself, he drew his wand and began the process of repressing young Harry's memories and filling in the gaps as he'd promised he would. Upon finishing, he placed a light sleeping charm on the boy so not to disturb his slumber and carried him from the room to put the final part of his plan into practice. Petunia Dursley was woken, as usual, in the early hours by her crying infant son. Dudley was a hungry little 1-year-old, but she didn't mind. She loved the bonding moments they shared as she soothed him and satiated his appetite. She pulled her sheets off her and climbed out of bed, putting on a pair of fluffy pink slippers as she did so. As quietly as she could so not to disturb her husband, she donned a matching gown as she left the room to tend to her baby. She paused and smiled to herself as she reached the smallest bedroom of the house and opened the door just enough to spot the familiar messy black hair of her nephew as he slept soundly. The boy had been no problem since herself and Vernon had taken him in not long after Dudley had been born. It was unfortunate that her sister had passed away, but they had never really been close as children. Harry had been a blessing on her and the rest of the Dursleys, however, and she loved the boy as though he was her own. She couldn't fight the urge to enter the room and look upon the boy a little closer. She did so, and he stirred, opening his eyes in confusion as he took in the woman before him. He seemed to struggle for a moment but became still eventually and gave her his usual cheeky grin. Petunia, however, felt as though she had hit a wall. The eyes that looked back at her were those of her sister, and she knew the boy in front of her, but she felt empty. The fondness and love she felt for the toddler had evaporated, being quickly replaced with an irrepressible desire to throttle him. She reached out to do just that, but was halted by a whisper in the back of her mind that reminded her he was family. She shook her and quickly left the room. He may be family, but she couldn't shake the unadulterated rage she felt at seeing him in her house. She wanted him gone. She did not want her nephew there. As she fed her now silent son, she decided she would tolerate his presence, but she would make use of him. He would earn his keep. And if he didn't toe the line sufficiently, then he would be punished. That would teach her sister for burdening her with her offspring. Albus Dumbledore watched in anticipation as Petunia entered the room to check on Harry. The man had had a very busy evening indeed, and the fruits of his labor were being exhibited in front of him. It had taken a lot of gentle manipulation and memory charms on the Dursleys, but he was certain he had covered all bases. They now believed that Harry had been with them for some time, and they loved him as a second son. He nodded in satisfaction before apparating away. He was pleased with what he had achieved and now had the time he needed to look into the issue of the Horcruxes. He had obliviated the boy to the point that he would remember very little in regards to his own parents, but had provided him with a myriad of happy memories with his new relatives. The boy was safe, knew nothing of magic, and would either fall as part of the prophecy or triumphantly return to the wizarding world when he had been alleviated of the soul fragment. What Albus Dumbledore had overlooked, however, was that love cannot be replicated even with the aid of the wondrous thing that was magic. All he had truly done was sentence an innocent boy to many dark days. As the witches and wizards of Britain rejoiced in the fall of the Dark Lord, Harry Potter slept soundly, not knowing that his lot in life had shifted, and with such a shift, the consequences would be felt by those around him in the years to come. Sirius Black ticked off the final activity on his to-do list with a flourish and grinned happily as he thought back on the last 8 months of traveling. He had been to China, he had seen the countries of South America, and he had spent much time on the Caribbean islands shaking off the final vestiges of the war. He could now add India to the list of places visited and decide on where he was to go next. He shook his head as a familiar feeling of longing overcame him. Ever since he had left Britain and found himself ready to explore somewhere new, he would get the urge to return home. Something in the back of his mind would momentarily scream at him to return. It would still him for some time until he considered the logic behind such a move. There truly was nothing for him to return to that was pressing. Both James and Lily were getting some much-needed time with the boys after being holed up for so long, and he had no family of his own that he wanted to be with. It had been his dream to travel, and now that he had the opportunity, he was going to take full advantage of it. He shook his head as he drew out a second list, a list of places he had yet been. All thoughts of heading back to Britain left as he scanned the countries he himself had written down many years ago. Perhaps Japan this time, he muttered under his breath. Let's just hope Aunt Cassie isn't there this time. That had been a very unwelcome surprise for the young man indeed. On his very first venture out of his homeland, he had somehow managed to run into his wayward aunt, not once, but twice. The first time had been in China, where he had been visiting the Great Wall that he had heard so much about. He had merely been minding his own business when the woman suddenly appeared, demanding to speak with him. He had no desire to do so whatsoever and had fled as quickly as possible. He had apparated directly into the room he was renting and left as quickly as possible after packing his things and retrieving his motorcycle. A very similar incident had occurred in Peru, much to his chagrin. This time he was sat in a restaurant enjoying his breakfast when the woman had interrupted him, almost pleading him to hear her out. Again, he had managed to escape her clutches. He had nothing to say to the woman, and certainly she had nothing to say that he would want to hear. He did not have fond memories of her from when he was growing up in the home of his mother. She had always been too close to his mother or grandfather, and the rumors he had heard surrounding the woman did not endear her to him in any way. He smiled as he decided firmly on visiting Japan. Tokyo was a large city in itself and it would be almost impossible for him to be found there. He used his wand to pack his belongings and shrink his trunk before making sure his bike primed and ready for the journey ahead. He reveled in the sound of the engine firing into life and set off down the Mumbai road, heading into a more rural area so that he could take to the sky. Japan, here I come, he thought gleefully. Cassiopeia Black had been tracking her errant great-nephew for months now, and the task she had been set had long ago been trying on her patience. It had now gotten to the point that she wished she had ignored the summons from her brother back in October, but the man was insistent that Sirius be found. He had explained that something had been done to the boy, someone had attempted and likely succeeded in altering his mind in some way, and that was unacceptable to the Lord Black, regardless of his feelings towards Sirius. She had found him twice, once in China and again in Peru. She had tried to adopt a diplomatic approach to ascertain what it was had happened, but the boy had refused to comply. She had been hesitant to use magic to keep from escaping, but her efforts were to no avail. The second he had become aware of her presence, he had fled before she had barely managed to utter a sentence. This time, however, would be different. She would locate the boy, follow him and wait until she could strike. She had her own life to get back to, and her plans did not involve stalking a member of her own family around the globe just because he had been foolish enough to allow his mind to be played with. She steadied herself as the portkey deposited her in the arrival room of the Japanese ministry. After having her wand registered, she exited the building and withdrew the family head of house ring from her pocket, smirking in triumph as it vibrated strongly. The boy was here, now all she had to do was locate him. This time, however, she would ensure that he would not get away. She just needed to be patient and wait for the opportune moment. Sirius entered his hotel room and threw himself onto his bed, sighing in a mixture of contentment and exhaustion. The day had been a very busy one and his feet were feeling the effects. He had taken his breakfast at a local cafe located a few dozen steps away from the very hotel he was staying in. He had never enjoyed pancakes so much but found the Japanese version much more palatable. From there he had visited the Samurai Museum and taken lunch before simply wandering around and basking in the culture of the Eastern people. Lying on his bed in the Japanese capital was bliss. This is what he would have been doing years ago had his life not been sidetracked by the war. He stretched and groaned as a smile tugged at his lips, putting his memories of the war to the back of his mind. It was done now and Sirius Black could enjoy the freedom he now had guilt-free. He was pulled from his musings and sat up sharply, the gentle sound of apparition putting him immediately on alert. He briefly managed to glimpse his aunt, and all he could manage to do was stare dumbly as the familiar sight of a stunning spell turned his vision black. Finally, Cassiopeia huffed irritably. She had managed to track the man at a local museum and had had a difficult day following him. Though the crowd of people was useful for concealing her, they were equally a hindrance and she had lost sight of him more than a few times. Once he'd reached the hotel, she had thanked the gods that her task was coming to an end. Or so she believed. She levitated her unconscious nephew into the single chair that occupied the room before binding him to it. She then flicked her wand several times, placing various wards to ensure that they would not be disturbed. Enervate, she incanted, rousing the stunned man. Sirius groaned as his vision swam before him, his head pounding. He attempted to assuage his throbbing temples but found that he could not raise his arms to do so. He managed to focus on the woman sat on his bed, staring intently at him. It was a woman he knew only too well. Her thick ebony hair only beginning to be flecked with her first grays and those oddly matching near black eyes along with the typical aristocratic, pointy features of the black line had him groaning once more. He remembered her as a short and lithe woman, but he was not deceived by the delicate appearance. His aunt was not a woman to cross, as many had found out over her decades on this plane much to their own detriment. She was known to be amongst the most cunning and ruthless when there was something for her to gain, and much more dangerous if her ire was provoked. It had been a blessing to the people of Britain when she had chosen to leave the island. He could remember the conversations well as they rejoiced in the departure of Cassiopeia Black. "What do you want, you mad cow?" he questioned irritably. Cassiopeia raised a delicate eyebrow in response before hitting the boy with a stinging hex on the thigh, causing him to hiss in discomfort. My Sirius, whatever happened to your manners?" The man barked out a short laughter of amusement. "I left those behind the day that sow of a woman cast me out," he spat. Cassiopeia shook her head and sighed. Manners are something that should never be forgotten, she chastised. Says the woman who stalks and stuns one of their own blood, he grumbled. Perhaps you're right, she conceded with a smirk. But I did attempt to approach you twice and you scarpered away like a coward. This is clearly the only way you would listen to me. Well, what is it you want? The man demanded again irritably. Me. There is nothing you have that I would ever want, she returned with a grin. Your grandfather is concerned however that someone has been playing with your mind, she simpered as she tapped his head with her wand. Sirius began struggling at his bonds, desperate to escape at the mention of his grandfather. So he sent you to kill me. Cassiopeia giggled in amusement. My boy, if a black wants you dead then you'd be dead and be none the wiser, she tittered. But no, he doesn't want you dead. He only wishes to grant you one last favor before he passes on. That old bastard will outlive us all, Sirius muttered. More than likely, his aunt agreed, the teasing smile never leaving her face. Now are you going to be a good little boy and let me take a peep in your noggin, or are we going to have to play nasty? This time she leered in excitement at the prospect of a battle of the minds, but her nephew merely shook his head in confusion. What the bloody hell are you talking about, woman? She sighed overdramatically before tapping his head with her wand once more. Someone has been playing little tricks in your head, Sirius, and your grandfather wants me to take a look and see why someone would want to mess with your tiny brain, she explained as though she was talking to a petulant child. No one has been messing with my head, Sirius denied vehemently. Then there's no harm in me taking a look, Cassiopeia countered. Will you leave and never come back once you're done? He grumbled. I have better things to be doing than following you around the world, boy, she assured him. On my honor as a black I will leave you be, she added. Fine, he finally conceded. But no funny business, he warned. The woman shrugged as she pointed her wand and entered his mind with little more than a whisper. Sirius felt her presence, but as was nothing like any other legilimency he had ever experienced before. When he was younger and trained by his father, it felt as though a battering ram was repeatedly pounding into his skull. His aunt, however, simply glided through his mind like a gentle breeze. He knew she was there, he could feel her, and he very much doubted he could have forced her out if he wanted to. The woman emerged only after a few minutes, a frown marring her features. Well, how very interesting, she mused. Sirius sighed in annoyance. What is so very interesting? Well, your mind has been tampered with. A few memory blanks here and there and a few compulsions to go with it, she informed him. The man shook his head. Blanks? Why would I have blanks? You have been obliviated, I imagine, and the compulsions only add to that suspicion, she shrugged. The man fell silent and tried to think of when it could have happened, but he only drew a blank. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary to himself in any way. Well, I can unblock them for you, or you can live your life in ignorance, Cassiopeia broke in. Whatever you choose, make it quick, I have things to do, she added, flicking her wand and freeing the man from his restraints. Unblock them, he demanded, a feeling of concern settling in. Cassiopeia shrugged and entered his mind once more. She was not particularly fond of the man, but she worked accurately and delicately to restore his memories. She left the compulsion intact, knowing that his head would already be pounding and that they would likely be broken when the memories became settled once more. She vacated his mind and watched him clinging tightly to his head whilst on his knees gasping for air. Shit, that hurt, he growled as he shakily made his way to his feet. It was then that his mind was assaulted with the memories that had been wiped from him and pushed somewhere deep into his subconscious. His eyes widened in horror as he was flooded with what had happened in the days following the previous Halloween. He hissed in pain as the compulsion charms broke and his mind was dominated by only one thought. Harry, he screamed. Said little boy was currently cowering, quivering and curled up on the floor of his cupboard that had become his bedroom. He ached all over and he was cold and hungry, his ears ringing from the most recent treatment at the hands of his uncle. Silent tears streamed down his cheeks as he fought the urge to sob aloud, that would only bring further punishment, as he had learnt before when he had dared to voice his suffering. Why was this happening to him? He remembered the good times with his aunt and uncle. They had been forthcoming with affection, always making sure he was well fed and clean. He had his own room where he was allowed to play with his toys or even watch the little portable TV they had brought him. And now, here he lied. He was beaten, unwashed and covered in his own excrement. All he wanted was for someone to love him, for someone to take him away from here. He smiled slightly at the thought of a red-headed woman. She had always had a smile for him. Had held him if he cried and always keyed him good night before tucking him in. He remembered the man with the glasses too. He would read him a story and ruffle his hair playfully. He spent lots of time with this man and another. The other man always smiled. He had long black hair that the little boy could pull, and though it hurt, the man never complained. He would simply laugh and comment on his strong grip before pulling him into a hug, eliciting giggles from the boy. He wished that these people didn't have to go away. He wished that one day they would come for him and give him back his smile. The past months had been very trying on one Albus Dumbledore. Too many things had happened that had left him with a constant headache. He pulled at his beard in thought as he leaned back in his chair trying to piece together how everything had become such a mess. The first issue had been with Harry Potter himself and what he had discovered during his time inside the mind of the young boy. As clear as day he had seen what had transpired that fateful night, and all that was achieved was the man being left at even more of a loss. As he had already suspected, the younger sibling had been the initial target of Tom, yet things certainly had not gone to plan. The man had not taken into the account that little Harry would be there, or he would have the audacity to interfere in the ritual, resulting in the unexpected ramifications. The shock of the man had only increased when Harry had selflessly dived in front of the killing curse, not only interrupting the ritual itself but also somehow surviving the encounter in some way. This is what had the man worried himself. The curse should have stripped the life from him immediately, but this had not happened. Instead, the elder Potter boy had clung on to his life and at the very least a part of his own soul, as his own tests had determined. It had saddened the older man that he had repressed this particular memory among many others to prevent the boy from mourning a life he was unlikely to ever experience again. From what Albus Dumbledore could now confidently deduce, the boy would have to die for the Dark Lord to truly fall. All that was left now was to determine how many of these soul anchors Tom had managed to create before destroying them and inevitably causing the one in the boy to become much more active and dangerous. He shook his head, wishing that this were the least of his worries. Alas, no. On 2 occasions thus far he had had to visit the relatives of the boy to re-establish the charms he had put in place on the very night he had delivered him to their home. Somehow they had managed to repel against them, much to his displeasure. The boy had started to receive some unhealthy treatment because of this, but the headmaster had put it right. He had vowed to keep a much closer eye on the situation and take further measures if necessary. Again he found himself wishing that his problems had ended here, but he once more found himself shaking his head in displeasure. The biggest problem of them all had been the Potter parents themselves. They had been utterly inconsolable at the decision they had initially made to trust the headmaster with their infant son, a decision they had wanted to change almost immediately. The very moment he had returned from dropping off the boy, he had found both James and Lily waiting for him in his office, demanding the return of their boy. It had taken many hours and a few well-timed compulsion charms for to return home, once more content that everything was in hand and that he was doing everything possible to remedy the situation. This had of course all taken place before the true reality of the situation had been understood by the old man, and now, too much had happened for him to simply return the boy. The Horcrux of course was a major factor and something that Dumbledore believed could only be dealt with one way, and even his own brilliant mind could not be certain of the outcome. Not only that, it was very unlikely that the Potters would allow such a thing to transpire, and the headmaster could not blame them. Who on earth would allow their son to be hit by another killing curse? And one that would have to be taken selflessly at that. They had been insistent on being allowed to at least visit their son in his new home, and usually the headmaster would of course allow this, if the steps he had taken initially had not been so drastic. He found the only way that he would get the boy to settle into his new home is if he believed that his parents were dead. He still felt great shame for making such a move, but he'd have to live with that. He had managed to plant a very vague false memory that would leave Harry believing that both James and Lily had perished during the war. The love and fondness the boy felt for them would have been too strong if left unchecked, and would likely have been a catalyst for his other charms to come undone. Adding to this, the likelihood of the memories he had purposely repressed resurfacing would increase exponentially if access to such powerful, emotionally charged memories were to be allowed. Regardless of any assurances he had made to the parents, their insistence only grew, and Albus once more found himself having to take measures that left him feeling even more shameful. They had one day burst into his office, threatening to involve the ministry if he did not have their child returned immediately. Albus had once again managed to appease them with promises that they would be able to visit the boy. He instead paid a late-night trip to the small home and placed a few charms on their order pendants. The charms would merely amplify the feelings of trust they felt towards the man. Not the most ethical of move in any sense, but Albus felt it was necessary. It was the next step that made him feel sick with guilt, and one that he carried out as what he saw to be a last resort. Whilst they were sleeping, he managed to implant a fake memory into each of their minds, a memory of them visiting little Harry at his aunt and uncle's home. The act itself had left the headmaster completely disgusted with himself, and sleep had not come easily to him since, and he knew he deserved such restlessness. The feelings left with him because of said act could barely touch the surface, however, of the self-loathing he felt when the pair had entered the office the next morning with smiles he hadn't seen since their school days. They even thanked him profusely for allowing the visit. A few tears escaped him at this memory and he hung his head in shame. Albus knew that he was in way over his head. For the first time in his life he felt as though he was at a loss with what to do next. Even the death of his sister, an occurrence that still plagued him, had never left him feeling so lost. Nicholas flat out refused to speak to him on the matter, and there was no one else he could trust with such information without it possibly being leaked. He had cried almost daily at what he had done, but he was in too deep to go back without the family rightfully hating him for what he had done. He still believed that his intentions were good and honorable, and that is the one thought he found solace in. He had never intended for such a thing to become such a mess, but here he was. He would of course strive to end the presence of Tom Riddle, and he would of course come clean when the time was right. But for now, it was Albus against the world, just as it always seemed to be ever since Gellert had left his side and ever since he had killed the same man all those years ago. It had taken what seemed to be an eternity for Cassiopeia Black to even begin to calm down her frantic great-nephew. Even then the man rambled about memory charms, the Dark Lord dying and his godson being taken away from him. She had had to resort to giving him several calming drafts, and only then had she managed to make sense at what it was he had been trying to tell her. She had no love for the Potters to begin with, but now she found herself furious at the naivety. How could anyone allow their child to be taken away under any circumstances? Let alone on the words of a man of Albus Dumbledore's caliber. She knew things about the man that would make any who would believe such things recoil in disgust, and yet, she had never voiced her knowledge to any. It was information that she would only use if the man attempted to wrong her in any way. Fortunately for him, he was wary enough of the name Black to not try his luck in that regard. It would end badly for him after all. Her great-nephew, however, was now a different matter. He was frantic, unpredictable, and likely to do something foolish in his current state. "Sirius, you need to calm down and think about this logically," she explained as calmly as she could, though she could understand his rage. "Calm down," the man roared. "That wrinkled old bastard did this, and James and Lily allowed it to happen." Cassiopeia shook her head. She did not want to involve herself in this, but her upbringing took precedence. "Family first," she grumbled. Sirius frowned at her but said nothing. Instead he began pacing back and forth, muttering his plans to himself. "You are certain that you re his sworn godfather?" she questioned the man. He nodded. "I took an oath by blood and magic. If James and Lily could no longer care for him, or for some reason did not want to, then he would be mine to raise." "Then you have the legal right to take him, but that would mean going against Dumbledore," she pointed out. Sirius growled in fury at the mention of the man. Cassiopeia sighed. "Do you know where the boy is?" "Dumbledore said something about placing her with Lily's Muggle sister," he informed her. The woman nodded her understanding. "Do you know where she lives?" Sirius shook his head in the negative. "I only know that she is in Surrey." "Well, that narrows it down," she mumbled. She took a moment to consider her options. She could of course simply leave and allow Sirius to do as he pleases. She could then just continue with her own life and travel, though admittedly this had become rather tedious in the previous years. Much of the reason that she was humoring Arcturus with her help in locating the man had stemmed from her own boredom. She could have told the man to do it himself, he couldn't exactly force her to do anything. The next option brought a cruel smile to her face. The thought of getting the better of the leader of the light held a certain appeal to her. She wasn't particularly fond of Sirius beyond the fact that he was blood, but the boy would not doubt act foolish and land himself in severe trouble. No, what needed to be done would require a mind of cunning and guile, and herself along with her brother were perfect for this. Just seeing the look on old Albus's face would make the effort worthwhile. Stay here, Sirius, she commanded as she stood and fastened her cloak about her shoulders. Stay here, the man questioned furiously. She held up a hand to halt his protests. I will return shortly, I just need to know the name of the Muggle sister. Sirius frowned in confusion. It's Dursley, I think, Petunia Dursley. Cassiopeia nodded. Wait for me here, I will return once I have found where we are going. Sirius merely raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't know why his aunt was helping him, but he was grateful for her aid. He himself had no idea how to navigate the Muggle world or track someone down. Clearly his Aunt Cassie did, and he was not going to bite off his nose to spite his face. The wait was full of apprehension for the man, but thankfully the woman returned only 36 hours later looking utterly exhausted. Well, he asked impatiently. I found them, but I did not go to the property yet. We don't know if Dumbledore would have put any other wards or protections up, so we have to tread carefully, she warned. The man nodded his understanding. Why are you helping me? Cassiopeia grinned evilly. Because it is about time someone got one over on that self-righteous old fool, she replied, but did not elaborate. Sirius could only shake his head. He would make a deal with the devil himself if it ensured the safety of his godson, not that working with his aunt was truly any better. When do we leave? It is only now morning there, we will leave at nightfall, just to be on the safe side. Sirius sighed and grumbled to himself. He did not want to wait at all, but would take the advice of the woman. She was much more experienced in this underhand stuff after all. So we just go in and take him, he stated rather than questioned. Cassiopeia shook her head firmly. No, we will check on him only, it would do us no good to provoke the ire of Albus. He is a very powerful man and could make life infinitely difficult for us. What he has done to you is wrong, but you will find it impossible to prove, and even before you could utter any accusation against him, you will find yourself silenced very quickly, she warned. Sirius growled a dog-like growl before slumping into his chair. He did not like the idea of waiting, nor did he like the idea of leaving Harry where he was, but he could see the benefit of what the woman was suggesting. He needed time to plan, to make sure that himself and Harry could live in peace and have no worries about any long-term repercussions. The hours seemed to drag, and Sirius barely managed to fitfully doze whilst he waited to take action. He had packed his trunk, shrunk his bike, and checked everything thoroughly at least a half-dozen times in his nervous state. Cassiopeia had fallen into a sound sleep not long after her arrival and had been out for most of the day. She had only recently woken and was now sat sipping on a cup of tea whilst Sirius fidgeted in his chair. I believe it would be a good time to leave, she finally announced. It will do us no good by arriving at the ministry, but I have a way in which we can avoid that. She removed the head of house ring and offered Sirius her hand. I'm not cursed, you know, she sighed as he hesitated to take the offered appendage. The man took her hand in his own and felt the familiar sensation of the hook in the navel as he was pulled into the abyss, his feet finally slamming down on a hard wooden floor. Sirius shuddered as he recognized the room he found himself in. He had only been here a few times as a young child with his mother and younger brother. The memories here were not pleasant ones. He remembered knocking a vase off of the mantelpiece and his mother punishing him in her own loving way. He shuddered again and grimaced in distaste. Come, Sirius, Cassiopeia demanded. We have things to do, she reminded him unnecessarily. She again offered her hand that her great-nephew took this time without pausing. Once the unpleasant feeling of the sight-along apparition had passed, Sirius once again took in his surroundings. Who would want to live here? He muttered in disdain. All of the houses on both sides of the street looked almost identical. They were all pristinely kept, the grass cut short and all lined with flower beds. The only real differences that could be seen were the various preferred door colors and vehicles that sat upon the driveway. It's number 4, Cassiopeia informed him as she began to lead the way. Sirius followed, his wand gripped in his hand ready. He wouldn't put it past Dumbledore to have placed illegal wards in the area to detect the arrival of anyone magic. He now wouldn't put it past Dumbledore to do anything he deemed necessary in any case. The duo arrived at the aforementioned address and Sirius paused at the edge of the driveway. The house blended in perfectly with all the others. There was nothing in place to suggest that a young wizard dwelled here at all. Are you sure this is it? He asked with a frown. I am no fool, Sirius, the woman hissed irritably. Let us check on the boy and then leave. I can't sense any wards, but Dumbledore is a crafty old goat. Sirius snorted as he made his way towards the front door, the number 4 flawlessly polished. He flicked his wand towards the door and opened it with a gentle creak before stepping inside, his great-aunt in tow. He grimaced once more as the overpowering smell of bleach filled his nostrils and he took in the layout of the house. It was as immaculate on the inside as it was out. The beige carpet was thick under his feet and the light brown walls were littered with photos of the family that called this place home. He stopped to inspect one of these. In the photo was a very thin and drawn, blonde woman. She was as pale as an Azkaban inmate, but her eyes were not dull. They shined a bright blue, a look full of pride at the bundle she carried in her arms. Very little could be seen of the baby except from a tuft of dirty blonde hair that protruded from the blanket it was swathed in. He found himself almost laughing at the final occupant of the photograph and probably would have had the situation not been so severe. The man was enormous, it was a wonder he could have fit into the picture along with the woman. He had very beady eyes, slicked back hair and an overly large mustache. It was the eyes that had Sirius's attention, however. In this form they looked rather kind and unassuming, but there was something in them that screamed of distrust. It was as though the picture itself was too perfect and the large man shown did not quite fit with such a notion. Sirius stepped back and found himself faced with dozens of such images. Many were clearly recent additions to the house as demonstrated by the young infant in them, but there were some that predated his birth. The concern was that Harry had been here for many months now and not one photo demonstrated this. Are you certain this is right? He questioned once more in a whisper that was a little strained. Cassiopeia only nodded firmly. After a quick glance into the kitchen and living room, Sirius began making his way up the stairs, silencing his feet with a quick wave of his wand. He opened the first room he came to only to be met by the most horrendous snoring imaginable. How anyone could sleep through that, he didn't know. He pulled the door shut once more and continued on his way. The second room he came to was merely filled with toys for a very young child. They were strewn all over said room, enough of them to keep a whole orphanage of children happy. His frown deepened as he left this one be and noted that there was only one room left. This one was clearly a nursery, occupied by the same little blonde boy he had seen in the photos about the house, but no other. He turned to exit, now convinced that his aunt had gotten it wrong. Harry was not here at all. He quickly made his way back down the stairs and found his aunt waiting close to the front door. Well? She asked. He's not here, Sirius hissed in reply. Cassiopeia held up a handful of envelopes as she pointed to the address on the front. Petunia Dursley, she pointed out. Are you certain this is the place Dumbledore said he would bring the boy? Sirius nodded confidently as a look of worry overcame him. If Harry wasn't here, then where was he taken? I don't like it, he whispered mechanically. Something doesn't feel right. Cassiopeia sighed as she drew her wand. Hominum revelio, she muttered. She huffed as the results were fed back to her. There are 4 people in this house other than us, she assured him. One of them is down here, she added with a frown. I checked, Sirius returned, frustration mounting in his tone. What about in here? Cassiopeia hissed irritably. She was pointing at a door that could only be a cupboard. It was situated under the stairs, a small door with a tiny vent in the top center. That is a cupboard, Sirius deadpanned as he turned back towards the front door. If Harry wasn't here, then he needed to find him. Clearly Dumbledore had second thoughts about placing his godson here. There was nowhere else he could have been taken, however, and Sirius knew that. It just added to his frustration as pulled the front door open. Cassiopeia shook her head at the form of her retreating nephew. Out of curiosity she pulled the cupboard door open and found her hand instinctively placed over her mouth and nose as the smell of feces bombarded her. She retched twice. Once was at the smell that was permeating from the cupboard, the second however was because of the sight that met her. Her eyes widened in shock at the state of the unconscious boy within. Lying upon only a small and filthy mattress was a very thin and pale boy. He was unmoving and Cassiopeia could not even be certain if he was alive. The smell only made the suspicion stronger. From what she could see in the limited light, he was covered in welts and bruises, was underfed and not at all in good condition. Sweet Merlin, she gasped. She herself had never been a maternal woman, but the sight of this boy left her equally as upset as she was furious. No child deserved such treatment, and she would make them pay for what they had done to the boy, all of them. Sirius, upon hearing the uncharacteristic exclamation of his aunt, immediately hurried to her side and sunk to his knees at the sight. "Harry," he whimpered as he shuffled forwards, completely ignorant of the smell. He pulled the boy into his arms and sobbed at the sight of him. His tiny body felt much lighter than it used to, his ribs and other bones prominently stood out of his skin, and he was covered from head to toe in grime. He stood with the boy cradled in his arms and dried his tears with one hand. "I'll kill them," he whispered weakly. Cassiopeia placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Take him," she urged. "Take him to Arcturus. He needs a healer," Sirius bit back hotly. "We don't know how long it will take before Dumbledore notices he is missing," she growled. "Arcturus will help," she insisted. Sirius looked as though he wanted to protest as a look of fury formed. Before he could speak, however, Cassiopeia interrupted the inevitable outburst. "The boy is your priority," she chastised him firmly. "Tap it and say home," she instructed as she handed him the ring. "I will deal with these monsters." Her expression was grim, but the smirk assured Sirius that she would indeed handle this adequately. He exited the house as quickly as possible and activated the portkey. Harry needed help as soon as possible. After Sirius had left, Cassiopeia steadied herself on the wall and allowed a few tears to fall. This was something that would remain with her for the rest of her days. The sight of the boy had affected more than she would care to admit, and the thought of what had been done to him filled her with a rage that she had not felt in almost 40 years. She growled as she made her way up the stairs. She knew she could not outright murder the Muggles, it would bring too much attention upon the situation, and that needed to be avoided as much as possible until a plan was formulated in regards to the boy. But she would be damned if they would ever get another peaceful night's sleep in their lives again. She smirked in pure bliss as she invaded the minds of the two adults in the house. She tinkered around with the most unpleasant memories she could find and ensured they would be repeatedly played over and over again whenever they slept. She then manipulated the minds so that when these were done, they would have only thoughts of being on the receiving end of some of the worst abuse and torture imaginable. She nodded happily and began humming as she exited the home, pleased that the Muggles were now enjoying one of many fitful nights' rest. Sirius staggered but managed to somehow keep his balance as he was deposited into an opulent foyer, despite the presence of the boy still clutched firmly in his arms. Without even having to take in the house, he knew this was not a place he had visited. Before he could even gather his bearings, he was caught short by a high-pitched yet authoritative voice. "Whose be you?" it demanded. Sirius spun only to find himself facing a house elf, reasonably young but with a severe expression on its face. "I'm Sirius Black," he introduced himself. "Take me to my grandfather," he requested firmly. Immediately, he added when the elf seemed as though it would protest. The elf stared at him speculatively for a moment before nodding and leading the way. Sirius mutely followed as the impending meeting with the man made itself known consciously. He had not spoken to Arcturus in around 7 years, not since he was a schoolboy, and the thought of him still made him tremble through nervousness. The man he remembered had a vicious temper if provoked, or even if he simply disliked you. He couldn't help the shudder that passed through him, but he fought the urge to leave, knowing that, in this moment, he needed the man. The boy in his arms spurred him on, and he found that he couldn't care less if Arcturus cursed him, so long as he helped Harry in any way he could. The elf paused as it reached a large mahogany door, but did not push it open. It seemed to sense that this was going to be an uncomfortable moment. "Master be in theirs," he spoke quietly before disappearing with a soft pop. Sirius knocked gently on the door, knowing that if the man behind deemed it too loud or disrespectful, it would provoke his ire. "Enter," a cold voice allowed. Sirius swallowed deeply before steadying himself and opening the door. Stepping in, he found himself in what seemed to be an office more than anything else, and sat behind the large desk that matched the door was his grandfather. The man looked surprised to see him, but only briefly. The look of bewilderment gave way to a stoic mask, and Sirius found himself scanned through narrowed eyes. "Sirius," the older man hissed. "What have you done, you idiot boy?" he questioned as he noticed the small child in his arms. The sound of his grandfather's voice had the younger Black freezing momentarily before he found himself stuttering out an explanation of everything that had happened since the Halloween night. He couldn't fight the tears as they spilled from him, and the boy in arms was only pulled tighter. He somehow managed to explain the salient points and came to an abrupt stop, breathless and completely exhausted, the feeling of uselessness weighing heavy upon him. Arcturus allowed the man to vent. It was clear that he was in shock and was about a hairbreadth away from having a complete meltdown. He was furious that the boy had come. He certainly had not intended for it to be this way. But said fury had found other targets. The more and more his grandson spoke and the more he did speak, the more the fury grew. "And why did you come here?" he asked irritably. Despite everything, the boy had been cast out and Arcturus no longer had any responsibility for him. Yes, he had his sister locate him, but that was only to ensure he was not being used against his will. He was a black after all. He is a black after all, he sighed internally. "I told him to come here," the voice of Cassiopeia sounded as she entered the room, looking more grim than Arcturus had seen her in decades. "Do be a good brother and send for a discreet healer," she requested sweetly, though her tone was dangerous. Arcturus rubbed his temples as the inevitable headache started to form, but he summoned his elf to carry out the instructions. By the time he had turned to face his sister, she had placed Sirius in a chair with a glass of fire whiskey as she now cradled the boy. Arcturus shook his head at what he deemed a ridiculous scene playing out in front of him. Cassie had never at all been fond of children. "You explain to me what has ended with the two of you and a toddler being here tonight," he demanded of his younger sister. He had managed to catch only snippets of what Sirius had said, although most of it had been rambling. He knew Dumbledore and the Potters were to blame for this and the state of the infant, but he needed to know everything. He had reluctantly already accepted that he was going to be dragged into this mess. That was made clear by the fact that his sister deemed him necessary to be involved, but he wanted every minute detail so he would know how best to act. Cassiopeia acquiesced and explained everything from the moment she had found Sirius to what they had found that very evening. Sirius even managed to fill in all the blanks, though he did so in an almost robotic way and only if prompted. Arcturus found himself pacing and snarling at the situation, though he could not help but be amused that his sister and grandson had defied Dumbledore in such a way. He wasn't sure on how he would deal with that part of the issue, but it was obvious what needed to be done about Sirius and the boy. "So what you have essentially done is kidnap the heir Potter?" he asked with a frown. Sirius gaped but did not have time to respond as Arcturus continued. "This is one hell of a mess," he grumbled, more to himself than anybody present. A knocking on the door then interrupted him and he bid the new arrival entrance. "Arcturus," the elderly man acknowledged as he entered. "Are you all right?" he inquired in concern. He seemed to be older than the Black Patriarch, but his eyes were sharp. His awareness had already taken in the three other occupants of the room. "Tullius," Arcturus responded in kind. "I am fine," he insisted. "It is the child that requires your services." The Hailer looked upon the boy in the arms of Cassiopeia and nodded, a deep frown forming on his aged face. "Same as usual," Arcturus stated firmly, as the man gestured for the boy to be placed on the floor. His response consisted only in a nod of understanding as he began to wave his wand over the child, the rest of the occupants silent as he carried out his work. "Who is responsible for this?" the man gritted out after a few moments of working. "It is of no consequence, they have been dealt with," Cassiopeia informed him. The man nodded in satisfaction and sighed deeply. "Physically he will recover," he placated them. "He has a few broken bones, but it is mostly bruising and malnutrition." Sirius let out a deep breath of relief. "Mentally, however, this will scar him," the healer warned. "He is old enough to remember this." He reached into his robes and resized a trunk before pulling out several vials of potions and placing them on the desk. "He will need 2 of each daily for the next week," he explained as he gestured to them. "The green ones he will need for 2. They are strong doses of nutrient potion," he explained. Sirius muttered his gratitude as the healer shrunk the trunk and placed it back within his robes. "Is there a particular reason his magic has been bound?" Arcturus frowned at the question, but it was Sirius that spoke. "There is," he confirmed nervously. "But the less you know about that, the better." The man nodded his understanding and cast a few healing charms upon the boy to deal with any of the immediate concerns. "He will need a mind healer," he said firmly. "Maybe not now, but one day he will need it," he reiterated. "Thank you, Tullius," Arcturus broke in dismissively. The man took the hint and offered them a bow before exiting the room. "The reason for the bound magic?" Arcturus insisted. This was something that Sirius had neglected to explain to either his aunt or grandfather, but he readied himself to do so. Both were experts on the darkest of magic, and if anything could be done for his godson, these two between them would have the knowledge. His scar contains a Horcrux, he said in just above a whisper. Arcturus exploded to his feet, shaking in rage. He's a what? He roared. Cassiopeia's eyes widened in what would usually be a comic manner if the situation had not been so dire. A Horcrux, she whispered in horror. Sirius could only nod as fresh tears broke free. From their tone he could already tell they were out of their depth. And you brought him in my house? Arcturus hissed. Cassiopeia held up a hand to calm her apoplectic brother. Explain everything that has been done for him, she demanded. Arcturus looked upon the woman in disbelief but allowed Sirius to explain what he knew. So it is best he is left as is, the woman surmised. Sirius simply shrugged dumbly. He had no idea what they were dealing with. Is he safe? Arcturus asked frantically. Cassiopeia nodded. I believe so, as long as his magic and the soul piece stay bound, she said with a little confidence. If we allow his magic to absorb it, I can't be certain what would happen, she admitted. What's the worst case scenario? Her older brother demanded, causing her to sigh. Worst case is that his magic absorbs the soul and he becomes irreparably possessed. So he is little more than a squib, Arcturus grumbled. Not necessarily, Cassiopeia mused. When he is older there is a possibility that his own magic will fight against its bindings and absorb the soul piece no matter what we try. It could be that he is mentally strong enough to fight the possession. Arcturus snorted. That is nothing more than hopeful conjecture, he stated in annoyance. Cassiopeia sighed. It may well be, but he at least deserves a chance to live. Are you getting sentimental in your advanced years, Cassie? Arcturus questioned, his voice laced with slight amusement. The woman frowned in response and ignored the mocking of her brother. I think I should take a look, she decided. We can see what exactly it is we are dealing with and also just check on the condition of the boy. It was not something she was particularly keen on doing but felt that it was necessary. She was more than aware that it was likely she would bear witness to the abuse that the boy had been subjected to, but she also wouldn't put it past Dumbledore to have influenced his mind in some way. Is that wise? The question came from Arcturus, who did not appear at all in favor of such a thing. Probably not, the woman conceded. But it is needed. Arcturus grudgingly nodded. Wait, Sirius demanded, a look of deep concern etched into his features. I am not going to hurt him, Sirius, Cassiopeia assured the man. But we need to know, and I doubt there is anyone more qualified than myself to do it. Sirius seemed to think it over for a moment before nodding reluctantly. Please be careful with him, he almost pleaded. Cassiopeia nodded as she drew her wand, a determined yet sober look on her face. Legilimens, she whispered before her mind was pulled into the void. She was in there for around 15 minutes and had started to sweat almost immediately. The two men could only wait nervously for her return, knowing that interfering in such a practice could be fatal for both parties. She eventually emerged, gasping for air, and attempted to wipe the perspiration from her brow. What did you see? Arcturus demanded once it seemed she had composed herself. Her eyes were alight with fury as she heaved a little more, holding up a hand that requested patience. Someone has obliviated him several times and filled his mind with false memories. He now believes that his parents are dead and that he has been raised by those monsters for almost his whole life. The more she spoke, the more evident the fury became. She seemed to become aware of this and took a deep breath to calm herself. That can be dealt with easily enough, but a lot of his memories have been repressed. Arcturus growled in anger and Sirius wore a look of confusion. It means that they will have to be left. If I allow them to surface artificially, then it could overwhelm his mind and cause a lot of damage, she explained. So we have to leave them. Sirius stated more than questioned. Cassiopeia nodded. If I undo the obliviations, then the memories will come back eventually, but it will have to happen in their own time. And what about the Horcrux? Arcturus asked. That's the only thing the old fool has done right, she grumbled. It is bound tight and I added another layer of protection just to be sure. Sirius sighed in relief and Arcturus nodded, his own plan formulating. There is a problem, however, Cassiopeia continued. His magic is strong and the binding on that will not hold indefinitely. At some point it will break free, she warned. So it would be kinder to just kill the boy, Arcturus surmised. Cassiopeia shook her head firmly before Sirius could object. If he is trained in the mind arts, it is possible that he himself could seize control of the Horcrux and prevent it from taking control of him. Only a possibility, Arcturus pointed out. He will need a competent teacher. Arcturus snorted. You mean yourself, he responded knowingly. The woman nodded. I think it would work. Arcturus looked between his sister and great-nephew, lost for words at the conclusions he was drawing, and shook his head. Why are you so willing to help the mudblood boy? Because he deserves at least a chance, Arcturus, Cassiopeia bit back. And he is family, as distant as that may be. Arcturus visibly flinched at the word and sighed deeply. I don't like it, he huffed. But what you both do is your choice, he conceded. He already knew that fighting the pair on this would be a lost cause. His sister was the most stubborn person he had ever met, more so than he. He took a few moments to finalize his plan and nodded to himself. This was a very messy and equally delicate situation, but this was for the last person he considered his true family. Cassiopeia smirked in victory as she could see her brother had already given in. All right, he growled in defeat. This is what is going to happen, no arguments, he insisted. The two younger blacks nodded and waited for him to continue. Dumbledore is going to come after you, that is a given, he pointed out. I want everything you have on him. What we have learnt here is a good start, but I want to make sure I can hang the bastard out to dry. Done, Cassiopeia agreed. You are to leave Britain. There are a few places you can choose from, all protected and warded sufficiently by various generations of the family. Sirius nodded his compliance. If that Horcrux takes control of that boy, you kill him, no questions asked, he stated firmly. I will do it, Cassiopeia replied. Sirius knew that she would too. She may have shown some kind of compassion this evening, but this was still his great aunt, not a woman that would go back on her word once given. Finally, and most importantly, Arcturus began once more. You are certain that you are his sworn godfather? He asked Sirius. Sirius nodded confidently. Blood, magic and oath, he confirmed. Arcturus sneered. Usually I would curse you for such foolishness, but it turns out your stupidity may well be a saving grace for the family. Sirius frowned whilst Cassiopeia wore a look of surprise. What do you mean? Sirius inquired. Arcturus ignored the question and seemed to debate with himself for a moment before he rubbed at his right eye furiously with the palm of his hand. You will raise him black, he commanded. As a true black, he added sternly. If the boy proves his worth, if he can overcome what he has to face, then he will one day be the Lord Black. Sirius was stunned momentarily into silence. Why? He asked dumbly. You have been cast out and are no longer eligible, and the only other option is the spawn of Lucius Malfoy, Arcturus spat. But there are things that will have to be done first. What things? Sirius questioned worriedly. You will have to fully adopt him. He held up a hand to prevent the boy from interrupting. He has a small amount of black blood, but not enough for the ring to accept him, Arcturus explained. But that is something we can discuss later. I just want your word that you will adhere to my stipulations for now. Sirius hesitated. He knew that this man would not offer such a thing without gaining from it. His aunt was of the same nature, and something did not sit right with him. What's in it for you? Both of you. Arcturus narrowed his eyes but nodded appreciatively at the question. It seemed that his grandson was learning to not be so trusting, which would only serve him well. Two things, he responded. I finally get to take Dumbledore down a few pegs, and I potentially will have a worthy heir if all goes to plan. Sirius nodded his understanding and turned his attention to his great-aunt. It will be an interesting project, she admitted without shame. It's something never seen before, and I get to be the first to study it. Sirius was not at all keen on her motivations, but he appreciated the honesty, even if it was more blunt than he deemed necessary. So what happens now? You choose a place to go and you don't come back until the boy is of age, if he makes it that far, Arcturus offered with a casual shrug. And you will deal with Dumbledore. The older man smirked and nodded. And she will be coming too? Sirius asked, already knowing the answer. She will be. It is her responsibility to ensure that he stays safe, Arcturus reminded him. Sirius shook his head at the ridiculousness of the situation. Okay, he finally conceded. Where should we go? It was 3 weeks later that the Black Patriarch received a formal missive from the Hogwarts headmaster, requesting an audience with the man himself. Arcturus snorted at the letter in distaste. The time it took for the man to notice the boy was missing stood testament to how negligent he had been in his protection of the Potter boy. He had prepared everything necessary and Cassiopeia had provided him with even more dirt on the man with whom he would be meeting. The fool could be hung 3 times over with what he now had, and he would indeed ensure such a thing would occur if the man did not comply with his will. He had heard that the trio had settled in well and that under the circumstances, the boy was doing much better than expected. Cassiopeia had restored the obliviated memories but had left the repressed ones as they were. By all accounts, young Potter was slowly but surely on the mend and had a lot of memories of Sirius, although he was rather shy and wary. This was of course completely understandable due to what he had already endured in his short life. He was quiet for the most part but wanting and willing to please, so had been happy to take any and all lessons that he was currently being offered. Of course, with the binding on his magic it was not now nor may ever be possible for him to use his magic practically, but Sirius and Cassiopeia were insistent on teaching him as many as the non-wand subjects as possible, beginning with the mind arts. They were the priority after all. Whatever they chose for the boy was just that, their decision. The only thing Arcturus had promised was to handle Dumbledore, and a large part of him was excited at the prospect of having the once thought untouchable man at his mercy. He smirked evilly at the upcoming meeting. He had replied to the invitation with an invitation of his own and a portkey. It was after all in his own interest to hold the meeting in his own home where he could control the wards. He did have quite the unpleasant surprise for the man upon his arrival. The Black Wards were famous all over Britain, and Albus Dumbledore was going to experience one of their functions firsthand. He had taken an immense amount of pleasure in making the chief warlock sweat, however. He had waited for a few days before even humoring the man with a reply, and even then he had made him wait a further 3 before making himself available. To some it would seem petty, but to Arcturus, it was all about controlling the situation. He was not going to cater to the whims of an enemy that he knew was extremely dangerous. The portkey he had provided the older man would deposit him directly into his study and not even give him the chance to ascertain where exactly he was. The land was unplottable, but Arcturus was taking no risks. The moment the portkey had deposited the man in front of him, he activated a part of the ward protections, a part that would allow him complete authority within the room. "What have you done to me?" Dumbledore sputtered. He felt as though he was being pressed tightly on all sides. His magic was no longer accessible to him and he was being painfully compressed as it fought back. "It will only hurt more the more you fight it," Arcturus replied, his eyes alight with amusement. "You are merely experiencing one function of my wards. It serves to ensure that no attempt can be made on my life or my mind," he finished with a glare. Dumbledore was visibly sweating now, but the pain had receded a little the moment he reined his own magic in. This was not how he had foreseen this meeting taking place, but he should have suspected some kind of measures. He had foolishly gotten lost in the relief that the Lord Black would see him. He had not prepared to be on the defensive as he found himself now. "Now let us get to the reason you are here," Arcturus continued. "In all my days I never once considered I would be sought out by the great Albus Dumbledore. I'm certain that this is not a social visit." Dumbledore shook his head. "The Potter boy," he gritted out. "The Potter boy?" Arcturus questioned dumbly, enjoying seeing the leader of the light in such discomfort. "Sirius took him, I know it," Dumbledore spoke firmly, but winced again. Arcturus feigned ignorance with a scratch of his chin. "He may have been here," he added. "It is imperative that the boy is returned," Dumbledore demanded desperately. Arcturus shook his head and smirked. "I think not," he returned angrily, all pretense of amusement now gone. "Sirius had no right to take him," Dumbledore bit back just as furiously. Arcturus slammed his hand on his desk and glared at the man opposite him. "No, Dumbledore, you had no right to do what you did," he spat. "Oh, I know everything," he continued. "What you did to my grandson and what you allowed to happen to the boy," he hissed. "You don't understand," Dumbledore tried feebly. "No, I understand everything, I know everything," Arcturus fired back. "I know what the boy is and I know exactly what you did. How did you manage to convince the Potters to give up their son?" "I only did what was necessary." "No, you did what was best for yourself." Dumbledore glared at the man. "And in what capacity was it that you acted?" Arcturus questioned. "Was it as the supreme mugwump or as the chief warlock? Because if it was either of those, then you will have the necessary paperwork." "Yes." Dumbledore had the decency to at least look abashed. "You overstepped," Arcturus spat. And the moment the boy's parents gave him up, he became the responsibility of one Sirius Orion Black, he explained gleefully. "And I assure you, Dumbledore, I have the documentation to prove that." Dumbledore could only gape in response, but inside he was fuming. All of his plans had been completely undone by Sirius, and it was because of the boy the world was potentially in danger of a Lord Voldemort resurrected into a much younger body, one that would outlive him with no doubt. "Now," Arcturus continued as he pulled out a thick folder from the desk of his drawer. "This contains every last misdeed and discrepancy that you have ever been a part of," he explained as he placed the file back. "If I even get a whisper of an interference from you or any other, I can promise it will be handed over to every last member of the public. Then they will see what kind of man you really are." Dumbledore snorted in skepticism. "Do you doubt my word?" Arcturus hissed. "It has everything, I can assure you. Every last detail of your relationship with Grindelwald, every single account of those involved in the investigation of your daughter, and even a few letters between yourself and the Dark Lord that you supposedly defeated in 1945. A very interesting read, I assure you." The headmaster was completely staggered by the level of information Arcturus held on him, and he knew deep down that the man would use it if he felt the need. He could only hang his head in defeat at the list of revelations. "What is it you want?" he whispered. Arcturus shook his head dispassionately. "You will forget about the Potter boy and you will leave Sirius be," he demanded. "To you, Harry Potter died last October, and to you he is nothing." Dumbledore sighed and nodded reluctantly. "What do I tell his parents?" Arcturus shrugged. "I don't care," he growled. "The day they gave him up the way they did is the day they deemed themselves unfit as parents." "They didn't want to," the headmaster pointed out. "And yet they did, on the words of a foolish man such as yourself." Dumbledore again nodded. "So Albus Dumbledore, have we reached an accord?" The older man mulled things over for a moment but finally nodded, knowing that he had been beaten this time. "Excellent," Arcturus exclaimed. "But one final word of warning," he added with a growl. "Do not test me on this, I can promise you it will end badly should you attempt anything." Dumbledore snorted. "Why go to so much trouble for the boy?" "Because he is family, no matter how distant, he is family, and one of the very few I have left," Arcturus returned. It was clear that Dumbledore did not believe him, but voicing his thoughts on the matter would not solve a thing. He had been beaten this time, and in truth, the Blacks were not a family he wanted to make an enemy of, regardless of how much they had diminished recently. "Now that we have established how things are going to be, I shall return you to your school, and you and I will have no further contact, just as it has always been," Arcturus informed him. "Do not attempt to find your way back here, the wards will be most unforgiving," he warned. With the warning being their parting words, he placed a pre-prepared portkey in the hands of the headmaster and watched him disappear. He then poured himself a generous measure of whiskey before slumping into his chair, sighing with relief. "Effing goat," he growled. He finished his drink and penned a note to Sirius and Cassie to let them know that the issue of Dumbledore had now been dealt with, but the original stipulation stood. Sirius was not to bring the boy back to magical Britain before he came of age. Albus Dumbledore took a deep ragged breath as he was deposited outside the gates of Hogwarts. It took a few moments for his magic settle, and he reveled in the relief he felt to feel it flowing normally once more. The trip had been an unpleasant one on all fronts. Not only had he failed to locate, let alone retrieve Harry Potter, he had well and truly been blackmailed into submission and could no longer attempt anything in regards to the boy. He now found his position more precarious than ever and had to decide what it was he would do. He had no doubt that the Lord Black would carry out his threats should he try, but that only left him with very limited options. The biggest issue now was with how he would deal with the Potters, and he knew he only had two possibilities. The first would be to come clean about everything, and that did not sit well with the man at all. Not only would he tarnish his own reputation, but also the parents would demand the return of the boy, causing Arcturus to act. No, that would not do at all. The only other option was little more appealing to the man, but it still presented much work for himself. He would simply have to continue the charade that the boy was well and living with his Muggle relatives. He would of course have to make the occasional late-night trip to ensure James and Lily would remain compliant with his plans. He did not like the idea of tampering with their memories. He however knew it would have to be this way, and just pray that old Arcturus would die and he could somehow remedy the situation further down the line. He sighed as he made his way back up to the near-empty castle, already feeling that something would go wrong with his plan. But nonetheless he stuck to it. Over more than a period of a decade later, Albus Dumbledore was continuing his rows, and the Potter family remained ignorant of what had developed and transpired in the intervening time. They believed that Albus Dumbledore was doing everything he could to help Harry, and that the boy was both safe and happy without them. As Albus Dumbledore suspected the first night his attempts had been quelled, things did fall apart, and something of this magnitude could only fall apart badly for the headmaster and the unwitting family he had manipulated for so long. 4 years later, July 1986. Life with Harry had been even more than a challenge than Sirius Black could ever have expected. The boy was pleasant enough and demonstrated a high level of intelligence, but the abuse he had suffered had left a mark. He was distrustful of most and stubborn to fault, but Sirius could not love the boy any more than he did. The first year had been the worst. Progress with him was a struggle, and the repressed memories had failed to surface in any way. This was still the case, but it was now the norm for the man. Harry had recognized him when he woke, and that was as good as he could hope for. He had clung to Sirius for the first month as though he was a lifeline, but eventually became comfortable in their new home and trusted the man enough to believe that he would not be left again. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not get the boy to even acknowledge the 8 months he spent with the Muggles. He would simply become silent, almost lost in his own mind. Cassiopeia had of course been training him in the mind arts almost from the moment the boy had regained consciousness. However, he either did not want to or could not confront the horror he had been exposed to. It was frustrating, but Sirius could understand. He too had felt the neglect and abuse at the hands of his mother and father, and it was not something he had been able to comprehend until he had been 16 years old. He could only wait for the boy to face these things when he felt ready to do so. At 6 years old, Harry had become curious and began asking questions about his parents. The conversation that followed had been a most uncomfortable one, and the little boy had shut himself away for several days, only emerging from his room to take part in meals. Sirius had refused to lie to the boy in any way. He had always been honest with who he was, who his parents were, and why it was Sirius now taking care of him. He had felt guilty at being so honest, but he could not bring himself to lie about any of it. He knew that Harry probably felt unwanted, but ever since that day he had made all the extra effort to prove his godson wrong, and he felt as though he was achieving just that on a regular basis. As planned, both himself and Aunt Cassie had been teaching him the basics in all of the non-wand subjects, and they were astounded at how naturally he took to most of them. They quickly established that he struggled with ancient runes but grasped the concepts of potions, arithmancy and herbology with surprising ease. But it was the former they wanted to focus on now. They wanted him to have a solid grounding in the basics of the four before they would progress him any further. That is why Sirius had decided to take him on a trip to ancient Egypt. The hieroglyphs were among the easiest to learn, and the magical culture here was fascinating for both children and adults alike. It was his own trip here that had piqued his interest in the subject of runes, and he was hopeful that it would do the same for his godson. "Harry," he called up the stairs of the home. "We will be late if you don't hurry." The boy huffed as he entered the kitchen, dragging a large trunk in his wake. His black locks were as messy as ever and his eyes just as green and bright. Physically, he took more after Lily. He was lithely built and would always be rather wiry, but he was tall for his age. His features, however, screamed James Potter, though his nose was not as bulbous. It had always served as a painful reminder for the former marauder, but over the years he had managed to no longer see James when he looked at his son. He was just Harry, his godson. "I don't want to go to Egypt," the boy stated as he dropped into his seat and began helping himself to some porridge. "Harry, we've spoken about this," the man gently chastised. "We are not just going for the runes," he sighed. "We will learn the culture of another country, and it will do us both good to get out of Switzerland for a while." The house that himself and Cassiopeia had selected was in Sion in the southwest of the country. It was small enough to ensure their privacy, but not too small that they would be completely isolated. "Fine," the young boy allowed. "But you have to promise to hold my pads." Sirius chuckled. Cassiopeia had insisted that Harry be taught to defend himself and had signed him up for boxing classes along with jiu-jitsu and taekwondo. This had served to be a very good move, as the boy had quite the temper at times, and this served as an outlet. It did not hurt that he enjoyed such things and became a dedicated student of the arts. He just wished he would show the same enthusiasm for runes. Deal, the man quickly agreed with a smile. Is Aunt Cassie coming? I'm afraid not, kiddo. She has a lot of things she needs to do, but we will have a good time, he promised. Harry had grown very close to the woman, which had surprised Sirius to no end. It had taken quite some time for him to initially warm up to her, but the time spent on their lessons in mind magic had forged a bond between the pair, and now Harry was almost as close to her as he was Sirius. The man would never have believed his aunt was capable of such a relationship if he hadn't seen it for himself. It seemed that she too had grown very fond of the boy and had stuck to her word with Arcturus. Harry was being raised as a Black, the pureblood customs, family history and the ruthlessness all included. We will make sure we bring her back something nice, the boy insisted. I don't think we will be allowed to bring back the corpse of a pure, Sirius mumbled. Sirius and Cassiopeia may have spent most of the passing years together, but that did not mean they had become particularly close. They clashed fairly regularly, but both were there in the interest of the boy now glaring at him. There was far too much history between the pair for much of a bond, but they had come to some form of silent agreement. They would both do what was best for Harry and they would tolerate each other as much as possible. Sirius was just grateful that she left fairly regularly. Sirius, Harry sighed. I was only joking, the man replied, holding his hands up in placating gesture. The boy frowned but returned to his breakfast without another word. The duo arrived at the Swiss ministry to catch their portkey, a place that Sirius was very familiar with. Although Arcturus had set up a stipend for the trio, Sirius occasionally took work as a hit wizard. It not only kept him sharp with his wand but also gave him his independence. He would take contracts from the ministry and hunt down wanted fugitives. Not only did it pay quite well, it was not that much different from being an Auror. Mr. Black and Godson, a large, blond Swiss man greeted them as they approached the desk to collect their portkey. Morning, David, Sirius replied. How's life? Quiet, just the way I like it, the man replied with a grin. Egypt is it? Sirius nodded. 2 weeks in the sun, he confirmed. Just keep this one away from the cursed tombs, he warned in humor. Sirius chuckled. Best keep the tombs away from him, he returned. Harry frowned at the two men. He wasn't that bad, though he did have a tendency to end up in mischievous situations. Not that he ever did it on purpose, it just seemed to be his luck to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Just like when he turned his Aunt Cassie's hair blue, even though it was Sirius's fault really. He had attempted to spike Harry's porridge with the potion, but the boy had inadvertently sat in a different seat that day. Before Sirius could notice, it had been too late and Aunt Cassie had threatened them both quite heavily and refused to speak to either of them until it had worn off. We shall see you in a couple of weeks, David. Have fun, Sirius bade the man as he made sure Harry was holding the portkey before he activated. After the violent spinning had ended and Harry had pulled himself back to his feet, the first thing he noted was the stifling heat, apart from the horrific sickness he had always felt. Sirius had explained that it was because of the problems with his magic, he just wished he knew what those problems were. It was the only thing that both Aunt Cassie and Sirius would not discuss with him. Feeling okay, Harry? Sirius questioned worriedly. Harry nodded and offered the man a lukewarm smile. Fine, he murmured. Sirius nodded and led the boy from the ministry. He knew why Harry was not happy right now, but he would always perk up after a few hours. This was the one thing Sirius kept from him. He simply could not tell him why his magic was bound or explain the headaches he often fell victim to. No matter how much he wanted to, he just couldn't put him through such horrific news, not yet anyway. The boy was only just nearing his 8th birthday after all. Harry's mood did indeed improve and the pair managed to enjoy their first couple of days in Cairo, just taking in the sights and soaking up some much-needed sun. Sirius wanted to allow his godson at least a little time for relaxation before they approached the main purpose of the trip. He would be less likely to comply if it was forced upon him immediately. Their respite did come to an end, however, and on the 3rd day the two were making their way to visit some of the pyramids, the perfect place to study hieroglyphs. Harry had initially not been pleased but had himself become excited at the prospect of visiting the final resting places of the most prominent figures in Egyptian history. He may not have much interest in their languages, but his morbid curiosity won out when he realized he would see mummies. They had spent the day touring the smaller surrounding pyramids before entering the mammoth structure that was Khufu. Harry learnt very little about the ruler himself but found the building to be fascinating, even if Sirius had been intent on him focusing on the hieroglyphs within. It was as they were finishing the guided tour that the duo came upon a man in wizard's robes that the Muggles had completely bypassed, seemingly having not even seen the man. "What's behind there?" Sirius inquired, noting that the man was stood in front of a crude carving in one of the walls. The man was clearly startled out of a stupor at being addressed but smiled as he took note of the young man and boy. "Ah, it has been a while since a wizard has visited this place," he said in somewhat broken English. "I am Fidel, the tour guide of the wizarding portion in Khufu." Sirius shook his hand and returned the smile. "As for what is behind here, come," he beckoned. Sirius shrugged as he led Harry into the deep crevice and down a narrow flight of worn stone steps. They emerged in a large cavern that was mostly empty aside a large table of the same material that was surrounded by runes, a type of rune that Sirius was not familiar with. "What is this place?" Sirius questioned. The man shrugged uncertainly. "We became aware of it some 50 years ago," he explained. "Though we have never figured out its exact purpose. We have had the best historians take a look but even they are completely stumped. The only agreed upon use was that of a ritual room." Sirius was more than a little intrigued by the mystery of the place but felt a shudder of fear at the word ritual. Rituals were very dangerous things to play around with. "What about cursebreakers?" he asked with a frown. "They too have been here but only picked up residual magic," the man replied. "But there was one interesting thing found when the place was first discovered," he whispered conspiratorially. Sirius breathed a sigh of relief that there was no active magic present. "What was found?" he questioned wearily. "Only some text that we have managed to translate," Fidel assured him with a chuckle. "We did find a few golden ornaments on the table also, but nothing of note." "What did the text say?" "See for yourself," Fidel invited as he waved his wand towards a large wall, revealing a series of hieroglyphs of the same unreadable variety strewn around the room. He waved his wand a few more times and letters formed on the floor in front, these in English and made up of flames. Sirius frowned as he read the translation. "Here we lay to rest the abominations of the foul Greek. No longer will his creations plague our land and no longer shall he be free to taint our treasures. We pledge our souls for the collection of his own and pray that none fall upon his works. Our souls and magic for his and for the cleansing of our precious lot." "It makes no sense," Sirius muttered. "Indeed," Fidel agreed. "Although many Greeks have spent time here. Some of their most famous scholars amongst them, even before the Muggle Messiah made himself known." Sirius scratched his chin in thought. Despite not being able to make head or tail of what he had just learned, it was interesting nonetheless. Unfortunately for the two conversing adults, they had failed to notice the 7-year-old boy approaching the large stone table and their attention only turned to his direction when a scream of agony escaped him. The boy was horizontal and hovering a few feet above the table, completely surrounded by a large golden domed shield. Aside from the scream he seemed to be completely unresponsive and had now fallen unconscious. "Harry!" Sirius screamed as he charged towards the shield. Fidel simply stood in complete shock, his mouth agape. Sirius reached said shield only to be thrown a dozen or so feet back as he attempted to pass it. He immediately shot to his feet in desperation and began firing every spell he knew to bring it down, but it did not waver even remotely. He persisted however, despite how futile the situation had become. If anything, the shield became stronger with every spell he cast. "Harry!" he whimpered in defeat as he fell to his knees in exhaustion. He hung his head, feeling more guilt than he ever had, tears spilling over. His attention was once again brought to the golden dome however as another scream sounded, an inhuman one at that. He balked as he witnessed an inky black mass seemingly emerging from the scar of his godson. The mass took the form of a face with red slit eyes that darted around desperately as it seemed to become aware that it was no longer inside its human host. It pushed frantically against the shield but it could not escape. It instead found itself being enclosed by the golden creation that was now shrinking rapidly, eventually disappearing with its prey with what sounded like a rumble of thunder. As both vanished, the body of Harry James Potter was dropped onto the stone table with a thump and his godfather was by his side only a few seconds later. "I need a healer," he roared. He had found a pulse and with that a sense of relief he never knew could have existed. But it was weak. Harry needed immediate medical attention if he had any chance of surviving whatever had just happened. My cousin is a healer, Fidel stuttered, still in shock. Then take me to him now, Sirius demanded. The man nodded dumbly and took hold Sirius's arm, apparating them away immediately. They appeared in a small reception room, painted white with a few chairs lining the walls. The moment they landed, Fidel rushed into an adjoining room calling to get the attention of his cousin. Sirius found that he was now alone and cradling the still unconscious Harry, too scared to even move. Fidel returned after only a minute or so with another man in tow. They were conversing frantically in Arabic, but it was clear to Sirius that Fidel was making no sense. His cousin grew tired of the rambling and held up a hand to silence. The boy is sick, he questioned in an accent similar to his relative. Sirius could only nod and the man gestured towards the room he had just entered from. In there and on the bed, he requested in a commanding tone. Sirius complied and found himself in a room fairly similar to the last, though this one contained a single bed with an array of medical supplies. He placed Harry on the bed as instructed and found himself pushed aside by the healer as he set about his work. He drew his wand and frowned at the results of the spells he was casting. The frown only deepened the more and more he cast. What happened? He asked gently. Sirius explained as best he could without going into any details about Harry's medical history. The man clearly knew that not everything had been disclosed, but he nodded. Whatever it was that has happened has left him in a strange state, he began. His magic is the only thing really sustaining him, but it won't be able to for more than a few hours. He needs blood and a lot of it. It has to be of a relations and magical, or I am afraid he will die, the healer warned. I am his sworn godfather and we are related by blood, will that suffice? He asked desperately. The man nodded. It will, he confirmed. But your blood will not be enough, you would die trying to give as much as he needs, he sighed. My aunt, Sirius whispered. She will help. The healer again nodded. As you are his sworn godfather, it will work so long as you give it first. Any blood given from your relative after would also be acceptable. Okay, Sirius choked. I just need to send for her. Where are we? We are at Marcus on Muiz Street in Cairo, the man explained. Ensure that she makes haste, time is of the essence. Sirius nodded and fired off a Patronus, praying that his aunt would come. Whilst we wait, we shall get you hooked up. This will not be pleasant, he warned. And this will change him. Change him how? Sirius questioned worriedly. He will become more of you and whoever else gives him blood. Cassiopeia was currently sat with her brother in his office as she filled him in on the progress of Harry. The pride in her eyes was obvious, and Arcturus had been teasing her since she had arrived. This had been the first time since the night she had left with Sirius and Harry that she had been back here, and she had certainly enjoyed seeing Dumbledore put back in his place in Arcturus's pensieve. I never thought I'd see the day, she sighed happily. I never thought I'd see the day that you would willingly care for a child, Arcturus replied with a smirk. Cassiopeia huffed indignantly. I will admit that he has grown on me, she conceded. Both of them, she added with a frown. Sirius too? Arcturus questioned with raised eyebrows. He's changed, the woman shrugged. He seems to have found something to make him grow up. It's a shame he didn't do it much sooner, Arcturus grumbled. Before either of them could continue their conversation, they were startled by the arrival of a Patronus in the form of a large shaggy dog. Harry needs you, Marcus on Muiz Street in Cairo, hurry, the panicked voice of Sirius sounded throughout the room. Cassiopeia immediately sprung to her feet, followed by her brother. What the hell is going on? He demanded. I don't know, but he knows not to send for me unless it is an emergency, she responded hurriedly. All right, I'm coming, Arcturus announced as he summoned his elf. The house is on lockdown, he informed the creature. We will use the ring, it will take us close, he explained. Cassiopeia nodded her understanding and took her brother's hand, though she could not fathom as to why he was accompanying her. She was rather familiar with the functions of the ring, however, and knew it would take them nearby to the man. Sirius found himself sat in a chair next to the bed that Harry was occupying, with a long needle in his arm that was drawing his blood into a tube. The same tube was attached to Harry in an equal manner. He flexed his aching arm as the apparatus continued its work, both Fidel and his cousin watching with a mixture of fascination and worry. He was becoming tired and dizzy, the blood-replenishing potions not being able to keep up with the amount he was losing to his godson. It was with a breath of relief that the door opened and admitted his aunt and, much to his surprise, his grandfather. What is going on, Sirius? Cassiopeia demanded as she took in the room she now found herself. Sirius rubbed his eyes tiredly as he explained what had happened. Cassiopeia frowned as he spoke and shook her head in confusion at the translation of the words he had been shown in the chamber. The foul Greek, Arcturus questioned in just as much confusion as his sister was demonstrating. Perhaps, the woman mused. How is Harry now? The boy is in magical shock, Fidel's cousin answered. My apologies, I am Marku, he added as an introduction. Magical shock? Arcturus asked. The man nodded gravely. It is rare but happens when someone experiences a severe overload of magic. His own is very unstable at the moment and seems to be fighting a conflict of sorts. It is drawing on his very life force to help, but I am afraid it is also killing him, he explained sadly. The reason for the blood is to give him time. We can only hope it is enough for his magic to stabilize itself, he added with a labored sigh. How long will that take? Cassiopeia broke in. The man shrugged uncertainly. It is hard to say, he admitted. But it has calmed since he arrived and is continuing to do so. So his magic is no longer bound. She continued with her inquiries. The man frowned and shook his head. There was no binding, he assured her. Then it may have come loose, she whispered worriedly. Check him, Arcturus commanded. Is it safe to use mind magic? The healer nodded. It will be no problem, the concern we face is not in his mind. Cassiopeia drew her wand and approached the boy as she pointed it at him. Legilimens, she whispered as she prepared herself for the worst. Sirius and Arcturus waited nervously for her to emerge. If the Horcrux was still present, then it was likely that it would not be Harry who was waking up. This was something they had ascertained long ago. She returned to them a while later with a look of both shock and surprise on her face. It's gone, she whispered. There's no sign of it. That must be what you saw pulled from his scar, she theorized. We won't know for sure until he wakes, Arcturus interjected. Do not celebrate yet. A somber silence fell amongst the group for a while until the healer noticed Sirius was turning a dangerous pale. You must allow someone else to take over, you have almost nothing left to give, he warned the man. Sirius nodded reluctantly. Is it safe for me to do this? Cassiopeia asked without hesitating to take her great-nephew's place. It is, the healer confirmed once more. He is a blood relative of you now. Cassiopeia frowned as she took her seat. Does this mean we have blood adopted him? In a way I suppose that is correct, Marku mused aloud. But we cannot be sure what will happen. A blood adoption usually uses only a few drops of blood, he explained. You mentioned earlier that it would change him, Sirius reminded the man. Could you be more specific? Marku shrugged. I doubt physically he will change much, perhaps he will take on some of your family traits, but I cannot be certain, he offered. It is more likely that the stronger parts of his own magic will remain and he will take in only the parts that will increase his strength, but again I am only giving an educated guess. Sirius nodded his understanding or lack thereof. We can only wait and see and keep praying that he does indeed wake. The group continued their silent vigil by the bedside of the young boy, waiting for his magic to stabilize. Much to the surprise of both Cassiopeia and Sirius, Arcturus opted to give his blood next once it became clear the former needed a rest. If he's going to have our blood, he'd be better served with the strongest we have to offer, he explained with a chuckle of amusement. Cassiopeia rolled her eyes at her brother whilst he equally rolled up his sleeves to take her place. Sirius would have found the entire situation bizarre had he not been so worried for Harry, but he did not have time for such frivolity. Marku had insisted on checking Harry every 30 minutes for progress and his smile widened more each time he did so. It is almost at a stable level, he finally announced after almost 7 hours of switching between the 3 elder blacks being hooked up to the machine to give blood. The next several hours were spent in trepidation. Harry's magic had stabilized not so long after Marku's penultimate check, but he had not woken yet. The healer had ensured them that he was physically fine for the most part and that he should wake soon. The boy began to stir slightly and the 3 blacks immediately gathered around his bed, both Arcturus and Cassiopeia having drawn their wands also, just in case. Slowly, but surely his eyes fluttered open and the trio gasped as he looked upon each of them individually. Instead of his usual emerald orbs, they found themselves looking into a gaze of silvery gray, the eyes of the black males for as many generations as ever documented. Are you okay, little prince? Cassiopeia asked hesitantly. The boy rolled his newly colored eyes in exasperation, just as he always did when the woman referred to him with his hated nickname. "I'm okay, Aunt Cassie," he replied a little hoarsely. "Just tired." Cassiopeia smiled in relief as she hugged the boy tightly. "Then you go back to sleep, Harry," she encouraged. "It's been quite a day." The boy smiled as he snuggled into his blankets and was asleep almost immediately as the adults stared dumbly at one another. "What does this mean?" Cassiopeia finally questioned. "It means he will be all right," Sirius answered with a beaming smile. "It means I have my heir," Arcturus growled triumphantly. After thanking the healer and his cousin for their assistance, Arcturus placed a sizable bag of gold in each of their hands. "We were never here," he stated warningly. Both men nodded their understanding. "You were never here," Marku readily agreed. He very much doubted anyone would believe a word of it should he have been inclined to share his experience. "Get a hotel," Arcturus advised. "We will be gone by morning once the boy is rested." Both men left the room quickly to give the family some much-needed privacy. Marku would not return for 2 days, just to be sure, and Fidel decided to take a long leave of absence from his job. He certainly never wanted to experience anything like that again. "What do we do now?" Sirius asked his older relatives. "We stick to the original plan," Arcturus said sternly. "The only thing that changes is that you can now teach him practical magic," he added with a grin. Cassiopeia followed suit with a smile of her own. Lord Voldemort looked up at the man in distaste, as he was spoon-fed a concoction of his own genius, an elixir to maintain the homunculus the rat had helped him create. The mere sight of the rat disgusted the Dark Lord, but for now, he was a means to an end. The moment he had a suitable body, Pettigrew would be no more. He had only been sought out as an act of cowardice. Pettigrew held only loyalty to himself, and Lord Voldemort had no place for men such as this. He was aware that he could not fully blame the man for his current condition, but he had certainly played his part. Had it not been for his fickle nature, the Dark Lord would never have even been at the Potters almost 13 years ago. The years had not been kind to him in his wraith form, but he had survived his isolation. Through sheer will he had pulled through. Day in and day out he knew nothing but pain and suffering. He did, however, have a few periods of time in which he was granted a respite. These moments had only served to confuse him. At times he would see the world through the eyes of another, experience both the joy and pain of this person as he lived his life, unaware of the presence of the Dark Lord in his mind. At first, the darkness and pain he saw was similar to what he himself was experiencing, but much later the darkness had given way to brightness and a sense of hope. Through the eyes of the other he had witnessed a familiar man doting on his host, offering teachings in obscure magics and simply filling the boy with love and laughter. This caused the Dark Lord great pain, and from then on, any time he had found himself within the mind of the infant, he fought as hard as possible to leave. Again, his confusion mounted once he had been found by Wormtail. The man he had seen through these eyes had been none other than Sirius Black. Pettigrew, however, insisted that Sirius Black had fled almost immediately after the war had finished and had not been seen since. The Potter boy in whom the prophecy referred to was still at home, not at all recovered from his encounter with Dark Lord, and by all accounts, he was left as little more than a squib, the perfect target for his planned ritual. That did, however, beg the question: who was the boy in whom he was seeing the world through? The answer again came courtesy of the rat, but it did nothing to clear the haze of his memories from that fateful Halloween night. It was as blank as ever, and he still remembered nothing from the moment he had crossed the wards into the property. Harry Potter, the elder brother of the so-called boy who lived. But who was this older Potter? Was it him to whom he had shared a mind for short periods of time? That was for another time to ponder. That was something that would have to wait until he acquired an adequate body of his own. For the one he occupied now was not suitable to practice the subtle mind arts. Yes, he could throw around the occasional curse, yet it would leave him exhausted for hours after. That did not prevent him from cursing the rat from time to time, however. He deserved to be punished for all he had done throughout his despicable existence, despite how useful he had miraculously proven himself most recently. Apparently he had spent the last decade in the shadows, listening to the whispers of the people, learning as much information as possible so that he could relay it back to his master when he would return. The Dark Lord knew that was a lie. Even without the use of legilimency, he knew it was a fabrication designed to earn him favor. The man had hidden as all cowards do when the going gets tough. He had only returned because of the protection the Dark Lord could provide, and every action he carried out he did with selfish intent. He would pay though, he would most definitely pay. The primary concern of the Dark Lord was to ensure that he had a suitable body to continue cementing his legacy, and for that he needed the rat. He also needed Charlie Potter, well, his blood at least. His options were however limited on how he could obtain such a thing. He had only the rat to rely on, and perhaps Barty Jr., if the man could prove his loyalty. He was loath to approach the man his current condition though. He would not see those who should fall to their knees in his presence look down on him, to bear witness to his weakness. He had no doubt that he would get the boy. He would use every bit of cunning in his arsenal to succeed. He would have to include the older brother in his scheme, of course. He was a loose end, and an unknown one at that. He had met his demise in the home in which they were both present, and he could not be certain how this had happened. The prophecy, he was sure, referred to the younger sibling, but it could only serve him well to kill them both. With the information he had received from Bertha Jerkins, a plan began to formulate in his mind. The younger Potter would always be available to him when he chose, but the older had proven to be elusive. According to Wormtail, he had not been seen nor heard from since that night, and only those close enough to the family seemingly knew of his existence. This made no sense to the Dark Lord, but it was of no concern. The boy would simply have to be brought back from wherever he was, and he knew just the way to do it. He would need help for this to work, and he knew it was risky. The risk would however be worth it if all came together as he planned. "Peter, go and fetch Barty," he commanded. The man looked as though he wanted to question his master, but the glare that accompanied said command stopped him dead. He nodded in compliance, secretly pleased that he would soon have someone to share his burden with. October 31, 1994. Charlie Potter was sat amongst his peers at the Gryffindor table, something he never took for granted. Growing up, it was never a certainty that he would be able to attend Hogwarts. Although he had never been a sickly child, his magic had always been weak. It was only the innovative creation of the headmaster himself that had made his attendance here possible, and for that he was grateful. He had been gifted a belt that would absorb ambient magic around him. This belt would boost his own reserves, just enough that he could complete the practical portions of his classes. It was not a permanent solution, but he was working on it as much as possible. His magic had finally stabilized during his second year of schooling, but he was still considerably below average in his practical magic abilities. He snorted at the moniker he had been given. The boy who lived. He had survived, not lived as a normal wizard had, and perhaps never would. He got stronger with age, but it was not enough. He trained his magic to its limits and he grew stronger still, but even so, it was not enough. The belt was his saving grace, but again it would not be sufficient forever. His hazel eyes traveled along the staff table, and he found the ever-present concerned gaze of his mother. She would always have a smile for her, but he knew she had never been truly happy since that night. Yes, she got to visit his older brother on occasion with his father, but he knew she only wanted him home. Charlie would often feel guilty when he found himself brooding. His brother had ended up much worse after all. He had no memories of his sibling, but there were pictures of him strewn around the house. He had asked time and time again to be allowed to visit, but he had been denied time after time. His brother was simply too frail to be around his own unpredictable magic. It was as though Harry was a family secret. None of his peers knew of his existence, and he had been told to keep it that way. It was none of their business according to his mum and dad. No matter how bad things had been, Charlie couldn't help but think his life would have been brighter had he had an older brother around him, to share his experience of Hogwarts. Even though that in itself had been wrought with unwanted drama. It had begun on his very first trip aboard the Express here. Almost everyone clamored to just get a glimpse of their hero. That novelty quickly wore off though when it was learnt he was just a normal boy, less than that in fact. His first year had been spent struggling to get even the most basic of spells right. Even with the aid of the belt, he achieved little. The year ended with the sudden disappearance of their defense professor. He had apparently been killed in the forbidden third-floor corridor. That could only have been unpleasant for the man. His second year could only be described as even more catastrophic. Yes, his magic came on in leaps and bounds after it had settled, but living in fear of being petrified outweighed that victory considerably. It only came to an end when Dumbledore had personally intervened and killed the creature that had been let loose in the school. The identity of said creature however had never been released, and even though the headmaster had managed to kill it, he had not been quick enough to save Ron's little sister. The Weasleys had not been the same since. After that year, his parents began acting very strangely towards him. They had always been overprotective, but now they had become unbearable. Wherever he went he was supervised. They flittered between coddling him and encouraging him in practicing his magic. It only confused him, he just could not work out what it was they wanted from him. His third year had been little more than a shambles also. A random sighting of Pettigrew had seen pictures of the man flooding the national publications, leaving Charlie completely suffocated by his parents and Remus. This was the year that his mother and godfather took their jobs at the school. Charlie had prayed that it would only be for that year, and yet, his mother remained. His father continued in the Aurors and Remus had left once his condition had been made public. Although he had been upset for the man, he had also breathed a huge sigh of relief that he had one less person on his case. He had hoped for a peaceful one this year, but the announcement of the Tri-Wizard Tournament had shattered that fantasy immediately. He wanted nothing more than to focus on his potions and arithmancy, his two favorite subjects, without the constant interruptions. His gut however told him that this year would be worse than the others. He couldn't put his finger on how or why, he just knew it would be so. He just had an awful feeling that his name was coming out of that goblet, despite the assurances of the headmaster. He felt an elbow dig into his ribs sharply, courtesy of Hermione Granger. She had a tendency of disrupting his thought process when she knew he wasn't paying attention. It happened all too often in history, and apparently now at meal times. "What?" he grumbled as he rubbed his side. "It's starting," she whispered, not even gracing him with a glance. Charlie nodded and turned his attention towards the headmaster, avoiding the concerned look his mother was aiming at him. "3 champions," Dumbledore began dramatically. "3 champions will compete for the honor of their school. 3 champions will compete for their own eternal glory." A hushed silence had fallen upon the great hall, and Dumbledore extinguished the candles with a casual wave of his hand. "I do believe the Goblet of Fire is almost ready," the headmaster muttered, his voice magically carrying to all within the room. It was only a moment later that the subdued blue flames of the artifact burst into life, transforming into a bright orange and spewing out a piece of parchment. The headmaster snatched it from the air nimbly before clearing his throat. "The champion for Durmstrang is Viktor Krum." Those in the room clapped enthusiastically for the Bulgarian Quidditch star. He rose from his seat and exited the hall through the door gestured to by Dumbledore. The occupants of the hall fell silent once more as they waited for the goblet to continue its task. It came to life as expected and ejected another piece of parchment that the headmaster caught. "The Beauxbatons champion is Fleur Delacour," he announced. The applause was much lighter this time, but the silver-haired girl smiled at the support she received. She too disappeared into the same door as Krum had, leaving the goblet to select her final competitor. Silence reigned in the Great Hall as the students of Hogwarts waited for the selection of their very own champion. Most of the 7th years had submitted themselves for consideration, each believing they were the ones to bring the promised glory to their name. The goblet provided the headmaster with its selection, and he again swiped the parchment from the air before addressing his audience. "The champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory," he informed them with a proud smile adorning his face. The applause this time was more than the previous 2 had gotten combined. The chosen boy stood amidst the cheering and pats on the back from his classmates and made his way to follow the other champions. Dumbledore held up his hand to garner the room's attention once more so that he could speak his final words of the evening. "Now that our champions have been selected, I hope that we can all offer our full support to all those selected. The Tri-Wizard Tournament is not for the faint of heart, and the mettle of each will be tested to their very limits." He was cut off from continuing as the goblet sputtered into life a final time and released another piece of parchment. This time the headmaster was not quick enough to snatch it from the air, but instead had to retrieve it from the floor. He did so initially with a frown, but the name written had his eyes widening in horror. "What does it say, Albus?" Karkaroff demanded irritably. The old man swallowed deeply and shook his head, wishing that this were not happening. "Harry James Potter," he managed to choke out. Most were not only confused by the goblet choosing a 4th champion but also the name it had given. Less than 5 in the room were privy to who the boy was, and their attention turned to the 2 who undoubtedly had that knowledge. A wide-eyed Lily Potter found herself as one of the two, as did her younger son, Charlie. He wore a look of worry but mostly confusion. Why would Harry's name come out of the goblet? A lot of whispering broke out amongst the students and some of the staff alike, but Dumbledore seemed to compose himself enough to dismiss everyone from the hall. Charlie left the room silently, knowing that his housemates would demand answers. The secret he had kept for so long was about to become public knowledge, he just didn't know what any of it meant. Lily quickly approached the headmaster, only a look of concern marring her features. Her eldest boy was sick, that was all she knew. He certainly was not fit to take part in a magical tournament. She noted the guilty look Dumbledore adorned as he became aware of her presence. "I will fix this," he assured her, though he knew his assurances meant nothing now. The boy would have to compete. The goblet had called upon him and he was now bound to. He just hoped that he could manage this without provoking the ire of the Blacks, but he knew another conversation with Arcturus was on the horizon. He sighed deeply as every member of staff, including the foreign headmasters, followed him into the antechamber. Both Crouch and Bagman looked nothing short of bewildered, but all of this was now the least of his worries. He needed to figure out who had put the name in the goblet in the first place. "You had better send for your husband," he instructed wearily to the redhead keeping stride with him. She nodded firmly and sent off a Patronus. "You had better have a good explanation for this, Albus," Lily warned uncharacteristically. Albus knew he would have to come clean to some degree. His days of hiding his past misdeeds were up. It was not as though he could obliviate the entirety of Hogwarts. He gathered all of the authority he could muster as he entered the room that contained the three other champions and made a brief but firm speech. "All further activity of the tournament is suspended until the situation is remedied, agreed?" he asked. "No," Crouch answered before any other could. "The boy must compete, it is a binding magical contract." "My son did not enter his name," Lily hissed venomously. "He has not been in the magical world since he was 3. Crouch shrugged indifferently. "His name has been chosen by the goblet, he must compete," he insisted. "Lily," Dumbledore warned as she once more opened her mouth to argue. "Then perhaps it can be suspended until Mr. Potter has been contacted and informed of his selection," he tried diplomatically. "And allow Hogwarts to have 2 champions." Karkaroff spat. "I can assure you, Igor, Mr. Potter is as much a Hogwarts student as he is a Durmstrang one. Would somebody care to explain this whole mess?" Bagman broke in with a nervous smile. "Not until Mr. Potter has been spoken to. It is strictly private family business," Dumbledore retorted heatedly. Most of the room flinched at his tone, not used to hearing the usually carefree man speak in such a way. "I agree to giving you 48 hours only," Karkaroff offered. "Are we all agreed?" Crouch questioned, his tone full of frustration. Each of the headmasters and judges nodded or mumbled their agreement and left the room along with the 3 champions. "When your husband arrives, it would be best that you come directly to my office," Dumbledore mumbled to Lily, just wondering how he could explain everything. Lily nodded and headed towards the entrance hall to wait for James. Something was not right and Dumbledore knew something about it. They had visited Harry just before the start of term and his condition had yet to improve in any way. So what had Dumbledore so nervous? Whatever it was, she would get to the bottom of it. As expected, his housemates had accosted Charlie the moment he had entered the common room. He was currently stood in the middle surrounded by his fellow lions as they bombarded him with questions, none of which he could hear because of the sheer volume. A shrill whistle sounded and the room immediately fell silent as one of the 7th-year prefects stepped forward. "So Potter, care to explain who this Harry is? Don't try to deny it either, we all saw your reaction to his name coming out of the goblet." Charlie sighed as he took in the looks of anticipation around the room. The only eyes he met that held any sympathy were those of Neville Longbottom. "Harry is my older brother," he finally informed them. "Then why isn't he at Hogwarts?" A voice called over the ensuing whispers. "Because he is sick, more sick than I am," he added as he revealed his belt as a reminder. Everyone in the school was aware of his own issues with magic. His housemates had looked out for him a lot over the years, to which he had been grateful. Particularly when the Slytherins decided that he was an easy target. "So he's a squib," another called. The boy was immediately cuffed on the back of the head sharply by one of the Weasley twins. Charlie shrugged. "I don't know, I haven't seen him since I was a baby," he huffed irritably. "So there are 2 boys who lived. The room fell into an awkward silence at that question. They all knew that Charlie hated that name and he was none to become very angry about. All I know is that my brother was there with me when we were attacked and he also survived. Other than that I know as much as any of you, he gritted out. I guess we will find out, Ron Weasley muttered. He has to come here for the tournament. Charlie said nothing in response but instead headed up to his dorm. He was done with trying to answer questions that he did not know the answer to. The only people who could answer anything were his parents. He drew his curtains around his bed as he slumped into it. It seemed as though he would have to speak to them as soon as possible. He too had many questions that needed answering. James Potter had arrived in the entrance hall to Hogwarts as quickly as humanly possibly after he had received a distressed Patronus from his wife. He had been at home finishing his paperwork for the day, so was still in his full Auror garb. He barely crossed the threshold before he found his distraught wife in his arms mumbling incoherently. Calm down, Lily, he soothed as rubbed small circles into her back. Tell me what has happened. Lily took a moment to steady herself and calm her breathing. Harry's name came out of the goblet, she said weakly. James frowned and shook his head. But that's not possible, he can't compete, James responded worriedly. I know James, Lily near whimpered. Dumbledore wants to see us in his office, she explained. James nodded and took her hand to lead the way. He was not a happy man at all and he wanted answers. How is it possible for someone completely ineligible to even be drawn from the goblet? Surely an artifact as intricate as this could not make such a dire mistake. They arrived at the headmaster's office and the gargoyle immediately sprung aside to allow them access. They made their way up the spiral staircase to be greeted by the sight of a heated debate taking place between almost all the staff members and a clearly flustered Albus Dumbledore. Would you care to explain what the hell is going on, Albus? James questioned loudly from the doorway, his arm wrapped around his upset wife protectively. That is exactly what we are trying to figure out, Potter, Snape replied with a sneer. Well, Snape, as this does not concern you in any way, could you kindly piss off? That goes for any of you this does not involve, he gritted out angrily. There were very few that would be willing to cross wands with James Potter the Auror, let alone James Potter the family man. He had become ruthless since the death of his own parents and even more so since Halloween of 1981. His reputation was of a hardened man, ruthless. He had earned his said reputation over the years as probably the most gifted Auror seen in the department for a very long time. The room eventually emptied of all aside from the two Potters, Albus Dumbledore and Mad-Eye Moody. He merely shrugged and stood his ground stubbornly. I believe Alistair's presence here will be beneficial, Dumbledore sighed tiredly. So would you care to explain how and why Harry's name came out of that goblet? James questioned expectantly. The cup was confounded, Moody growled in response. James nodded. That doesn't explain why it was Harry's name that came out, James returned irritably. I don't know why, but I believe it was done by Voldemort, Dumbledore offered cryptically. We all know what we saw that night, he reminded them. Moody glanced between the three but none gave anything away with their reactions. But Harry can't even use his magic, James pointed out. He can't compete in this tournament. I agree entirely, but it appears that the goblet has selected him despite the Confundus charm, Dumbledore explained. He will have to compete or lose his magic, and again we know what happens to him if that is to pass. Lily shuddered at the thought of the Horcrux possessing her boy. So what the hell do we do? Just drag him away from Petunia and throw him in the deep end. Dumbledore shook his head and took a deep sigh. This was the moment his past actions were going to come to light and he would receive his comeuppance. Harry is not with Petunia, he muttered, barely audible to the others in the room. What? James roared, causing Dumbledore to flinch. Harry was taken by Sirius 8 months after he was placed with the Dursleys, he revealed. Both James and Lily could only stare at the man in confusion. This was not possible at all. James shook his head. We saw Harry less than 2 months ago, he sputtered. You had better well explain yourself, Dumbledore, he demanded furiously as the old man continued to shake his head in denial. And he did, for the most part. He explained about the false memories he had implanted into the boy, the obliviations and the late-night visits he had been paying to them also. The level of deceit they had been victim to stunned both James and Lily. A myriad of emotions washed over them and it took them some time to even formulate a response. Lily collapsed into a chair behind her in a near catatonic state, thoughts of guilt, loss and betrayal plaguing her mind. James Potter however drew his wand and aimed it at the headmaster. Moody had expected such a reaction and immediately disarmed him. He did not take into account however that the man would simply step forward and plow his fists into the already crooked nose of the headmaster. "You mother f***!" He screamed as he took a second swing at the man. Moody froze the man with a body bind. He too was astounded at the level of Dumbledore's manipulations but knew the importance of mediating this scenario. The Potters would only want to look out for their kid, and if they killed Albus, that would be much harder to accomplish. "You've f'd up royally, Albus," he growled in disgust. "I'll effing kill you," James vowed, but found himself quickly silenced by a flick of Moody's wand. This didn't stop him from mouthing expletives towards the man. "Potter, you can kill Albus." Later, Moody spoke once more. "But I think the main concern here and now is finding your boy, don't you think?" James reluctantly nodded, but his murderous glare towards the headmaster continued. "Good, now do you know where he is?" Moody questioned in exasperation. Dumbledore was bleeding heavily from his nose, but answered the question with a nod. "Then why is he not with us?" Lily asked weakly. The woman was in shock, but Moody had no doubt once that wore off, she too would attempt to attack the fool. He strategically placed himself in a position where he could quickly deal with such a response if it became necessary. It was not out of a sense of duty for his friend, he deserved what was coming. It was to ensure that they all remained on topic, the clock was against them after all. "Because Sirius is technically his legal guardian," he responded with a grimace. "He is his sworn godfather. The moment you placed him in my care, Sirius became his primary provider because of the oath he gave. Something I overlooked in the aftermath of the war," he admitted. "You overlooked a lot of things, Albus," Moody spat. "You should be in Azkaban for what you've done. But that is for another day. Might I remind you that you only have 48 hours to get him here?" Dumbledore nodded soberly. "Then I shall write to Arcturus immediately." "What the hell has Arcturus Black got to do with this?" Lily returned heatedly. "It was with him that I spoke when Harry first went missing," Dumbledore explained. "Though he will not be happy to see me again. But I am sure he will understand under these circumstances," he sighed. "Why didn't you just tell them the moment he went missing?" Moody questioned. "Because I was trying to protect everyone involved. I know how foolish I have been," he admitted grudgingly. "Do not think this is over, Dumbledore," James broke in, the silencing charm seemingly wearing off. "I swear that you will pay for what you've done," he vowed vehemently. "I will do all I can to atone for my mistakes," the headmaster promised. James shook his head. "You will do whatever you can to keep Harry safe. You will bring him home and you will stay away from my family, or so help me I will kill you myself," he responded, tears beginning to stream from his eyes. Dumbledore nodded his understanding. He would not put it past James Potter to actually try such a thing. "Don't you have somewhere to be?" Lily hissed. Dumbledore left the room as quickly as he could to contact the Lord Black, another conversation he was dreading. "I will ensure he stays away from you, and if you want to press charges then you can count on me," Moody offered, his tone sincere. "Thank you, Alistair," Lily whispered. "I think we just need some time alone. We have a lot to take in and talk about," she sighed wearily. Moody left the pair, cursing Albus under his breath as he went. How could the man be so stupid, let alone so callous? That family had lost more than most during the war, and Dumbledore had only added to their grief, although they were not completely blameless from what he could tell. He had sympathy for them, but he couldn't excuse the foolishness they had demonstrated by trusting the old man so much. "Let's just hope the boy is up to the challenge," he muttered as he made his way back to his office. This night called for a glass or two of Ogden's finest to be enjoyed, and he planned on getting his share. James and Lily arrived home at their small cottage, both emotionally and physically exhausted after the events of the evening. Without saying a word to each other, they settled into the living room, lost in their own thoughts, pondering what had gone so wrong all those years ago and what they were going to do now. James briefly contemplated retrieving something from his liquor cabinet, but the very thought turned sour in his mouth. He needed to handle this sober, no matter how tempting the alcohol was. It was Lily that eventually broke the silence between the two. She had simply been sat, worrying her bottom lip. Her thoughts were very similar to that of her husband, she just could not comprehend how things had become so bad. What are we going to do, James? She questioned, her tone full of pleading. The man sighed and dragged a hand through his hair. What can we do, Lils? We've made our bed and now we have to lie in it. Lily nodded. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but she could expect nothing less. Do you think he will ever forgive us? James snorted, but there was no humor in it. It was a sound of bitterness. Would you if you were him? He asked rhetorically. If he is anything like either of us, then we have no hope, he added with a shrug. And if he is anything like the blacks, then he will probably try to kill us on the moment he lays eyes on us. Lily frowned at her husband. She did not disagree with him, but he seemed strangely accepting of the situation. So you've just give up already? She questioned, her eyes narrowing dangerously. James shook his head. I'm just being realistic. As much as I want to blame Albus for all this, we are to blame just as much or even more so, he sighed. I'm not giving up, but in all honesty we do not deserve his forgiveness, he explained. Lily nodded her agreement as a fresh wave of tears broke free. So what do we do now? I am going to do everything I possibly can to show my son how sorry I am, James declared. I don't expect anything will come of it, he muttered. But I won't ever stop trying. We should have listened to Sirius, Lily sighed. We shouldn't have let him be taken. James nodded. Who would have ever thought that Padfoot knew best? He is the only one who has gotten any of this right, Lily pointed out. It's the only good thing to come out of this, James concurred. At least we know Harry has been raised by someone who loves him unconditionally and would do anything to keep him safe. He already went against Dumbledore to do it too, Lily whispered. James nodded. I just hope he will be okay, he whispered in reply as he pulled her close and placed a key on the top of her head. Does it not worry you that he has been raised by the blacks? He's been raised by Sirius, James reminded her. And even if Arcturus has had a hand in it, he's not so bad. If he likes you, he muttered. The two fell into a comfortable silence once more for some time. Both knew they had made a mess of things and equally agreed that the chances of Harry forgiving them were slim at best, but both also agreed that Sirius taking the boy is the best thing that could have happened under the circumstances. As long as he is happy, that's all that matters, Lily sighed. She was heartbroken by the choices she herself had made over a decade ago, and she knew her husband was feeling the same. She would not wallow in her guilt, and she would accept what was coming her way just as James would. If Harry was safe and happy, then whatever he chose to do was fine by her. Both Potters knew they deserved nothing from their eldest. Arcturus glared malevolently at the headmaster stood before him. The Lord Black was not a happy man. Only last night he had retired for the evening and found his rest interrupted by the arrival of Dumbledore's phoenix in a flash of fire. If that wasn't bad enough, the noted left demanded an immediate audience with him. Things had apparently gone awry and Harry's life was in danger. The only reason that Arcturus was even entertaining the man was because of this revelation, but that did not mean he was going to receive any courtesy. No man made demands of the Lord Black, and Albus Dumbledore was currently feeling his ire. The moment he had arrived, Arcturus had him bound, silenced, and his magic suppressed by the wards. He was going to make this as uncomfortable for the chief warlock as possible. So you did not heed my warning, he growled irritably. Did I not tell you almost 13 years ago what would happen should you attempt to interfere in his life again? Did I not tell you that I would allow my wards to kill you? The headmaster was visibly pale and shaken. He however shook his head furiously, attempting to speak. With a snarl, Arcturus released the silencing charm and took his seat behind his desk. I can assure you, Lord Black, this interference is not a machination of my own, Dumbledore proclaimed. Arcturus tilted his head to one side and narrowed his eyes at the fool. So what is it that has your knickers in a twist? Dumbledore sighed dramatically. Do you keep abreast of what is happening in the ministry? Arcturus flared his nostrils in distaste. The workings of the old fossils in there are certainly not a priority of mine, he responded icily. Dumbledore bowed his head in understanding. So you are unaware that the Tri-Wizard tournament has been re-established, he stated. Arcturus now had an idea of what this visit was truly about. And you are saying that Harry's name has come out of the goblet? Dumbledore nodded. And you had nothing to do with that? The Black Lord demanded. I did not in any way, the older man denied firmly. The other man nodded. Dumbledore was a manipulative old goat, but he would never put himself at risk like this. So who is responsible? Dumbledore shrugged slightly. We have no idea, but the cup was put under a Confundus charm. It must have been a powerful wizard to fool such a thing, Arcturus mused whilst scratching his chin in thought. And what is it you really think? He asked. You know something, he added dangerously. Dumbledore nodded. He knew a degree of honesty was necessary right now. There are whispers that the Dark Lord is growing in strength. He will return, it is just a matter of when. And you think this has been done under his orders? To finish what he started? Dumbledore nodded confidently. Harry will have to compete, the contract is clear on that. Arcturus shook his head. The boy clearly did not enter himself, he pointed out irritably. The goblet was confounded and it chose him, Dumbledore explained apologetically. What was the name that came out of it? Harry James Potter. Arcturus nodded. Even though Harry was no longer a Potter by name, he had his suspicions that he still carried the Potter magic, and in things such as magical contracts, that was all that mattered. If it was something needed to be signed with a blood quill, then he had a feeling it would be very different. He is no longer a Potter, but because he still carries their magic it would be sufficient to tie him to the contract, he conceded. It would, Dumbledore agreed, not at all surprised Harry was no longer a Potter, on paper at least. The main issue is his magic, however, he added worriedly as he shot the other a pointed look. Arcturus held his gaze for a moment before bursting into uncontrollable laughter, a laughter that had Dumbledore both recoiling and questioning his sanity. Am I missing some kind of humor in this situation, Lord Black? He asked with a frown. It took a moment, but Arcturus did manage to compose himself. He finally shook his head and openly grinned. Oh, you will see, but there are a few things you need to know, Arcturus responded firmly. Dumbledore nodded and waited for him to continue. Harry is not a Horcrux, he confirmed sternly. Well, not anymore. Dumbledore's eyes widened comically as he began to sputter. How? When? Arcturus smirked once more. That thing was destroyed about 9 years ago now, and believe me, his magic is just fine. That is all you need to know, he finished firmly. Dumbledore sighed in relief. It was not at all a lost cause, and the boy at least stood a chance. Why did he not come to Hogwarts? He asked, more than a little disappointed. He was offered it, Arcturus replied with a shrug. He sought his education elsewhere. Now if there is nothing else, then I have to pay a visit to my family and explain why Harry has to spend time somewhere he wants to avoid, like a case of dragon pox. Dumbledore nodded. He must be at Hogwarts by tomorrow evening or he will be in breach of contract, he warned. He'll be there, Arcturus assured him. But you can expect him to be hostile. And one more thing, Dumbledore, Arcturus added. If you attempt to involve yourself with my grandson in any way, I can promise you I will throw every last resource I have at my power to ruin your life, understood? He questioned as he pointed the man to his return portkey. Dumbledore swallowed nervously, nodded and accepted the offered portkey, quickly finding himself outside the gates of Hogwarts. The meeting had gone smoother than he could have hoped for. The only thing left now was to await the arrival of the boy, and something in his gut told him that he would be much less amiable to deal with. He was certain to hold grudges against many here. Harry rolled to his right, his movements sharp and purposeful. He smirked as he unleashed a torrent of water, quickly followed by a bolt of lightning that merged perfectly with its predecessor, causing his opponent to flop to the ground in desperation to escape the volatile combination. This was when Harry was in his element. This is what he was born to do. His desire to be the best was unmatched, and the work he put into achieving his goals, unprecedented. From a young age he had been told he would never be able to wield his magic. He had been told that he would have to be content with only its study and the practicality of only subjects that had no need of a wand. At age 7 that had all changed, and Harry had never once taken his magic for granted. From then on he had nourished it, cherished it, and had become one with it. At first he had had difficulties with it, but that had changed. Those problems had been fixed. At age 9 he had received his first wand on the recommendation that he needed an outlet for his erratic magic, to release the pent-up energy that continuously begged to be used. It was here that his true education had begun, and he had approached it with unrelenting passion. By age 13 he had tamed it to perfection. He understood the needs of his magic and it understood him, the relationship forged through trial and error of hardship and want. And now at age 16, he was still surpassing the expectations of all who offered him instruction. He still pushed and pushed himself to be the best he could, to be as strong as possible. The desire had never left, it had only increased and did so the more he achieved. Those around him would often ask why he was so determined, why he had such high demands of himself and what it was he wanted to achieve, what was the end goal. His response had always been the same. He simply smiled at them and gave a shrug. I want to be the best. Although this was true, it was deeper than just simply wanting to be the best. Just like any, Harry had fears, and his came courtesy of the nightmares that had plagued him since his magic had been unbound. Halloween 1981 was as fresh in his mind as though it had happened only moments ago. At first he would wake from these dreams, trembling and fearful. He would struggle to sleep, seeing a bright green flash of light, the incantation of the spell ringing in his ears as he buried himself under his duvet. It would not be until a fair few years later that their meaning became understood and he knew what it was he had survived. He had of course questioned how such a thing was possible. It had stuck with him for some time, but he had learnt over the years that he was never likely to formulate an accurate theory. Instead he buried that dream and everything around it behind the defenses of his mind. A special place that no one would ever see, a place where he kept his darkest secrets. This incantation was not the only one he was familiar with. Even before he had gotten his wand and even before he had read a book of spells, he knew more than a few already. It was as though they had been forced into his own mind by something not his, though he could never understand where such knowledge had come from. He knew both the incantation and correct wand movements for these spells and had added them to his arsenal as he had gotten older. These were spells he hadn't shown Sirius. The man would demand to know where he had learnt such things, and Harry simply did not have the answer to those kinds of questions. He hadn't even come across them in the library when he had actively looked. It was something he planned on investigating much later. For now, he was just pleased that he had such weapons at his disposal if the situation ever called for it. He placed this knowledge in the same part of his fortified mind as his dreams and left them there, ready to be called upon if and when required. As he had gotten older, these dreams and their connotations had gotten easier to deal with. He had learnt everything he could about that one green spell in particular and the other two in the same league. He had learnt every defense possible and had even demanded his aunt place him under the latter too so he could feel the effects. For some reason, he just needed to know. The woman had done so reluctantly when he had been 15. He quickly learnt that he never wanted to be exposed to the torture curse again, but the Imperius did not work on him. What did become apparent, as he got older, was that it was not the curse itself he feared, but it is what had happened after that night. He had been abandoned by those that apparently loved him, and he always carried a bit of the fear of that happening again should he not be able to please those he was surrounded by. He of course knew deep down that wouldn't happen, but it was something that had always stayed with him, his one insecurity if you will. His motivation was his own, and it was all he needed day in and day out to excel the way he did. His prowess was not just gifted by his aptitude for practical magic, it had been earned through tireless work, an abundance of dedication and the aforementioned desire that permeated every fiber of his being. It of course didn't hurt that he was a black. Being the best he could be was not only expected of him but encouraged also. He had never been denied the knowledge he sought, no matter the topic, and he had never been halted in anything he chose to pursue. Well, for the most part. This was the only thing that himself and Sirius had ever had clashed on. Aunt Cassie would always provide him with the means and knowledge to achieve anything he wished, whereas Sirius would sometimes have his reservations. Harry knew the man worried and cared for him and that this was the reason for such hesitance, but he had always been able to convince his father to allow him to study and practice whatever he wanted eventually. He batted aside the stunning spell sent his way, and returned fire with 2 cutting curses aimed low. He followed this up with a quickly conjured wave of arrows and disappeared with a gentle pop. Sirius managed to avoid the assault but quickly found himself felled from a stiff punch to the jaw courtesy of his son. Before he could catch his bearings he was bound by ropes, wandless and 3 teeth short. "I wish you wouldn't do that," he whined petulantly as he caught sight of the smirking boy. Harry shrugged. "It's either that or I take you down with something much less pleasant," he replied casually. Sirius shuddered involuntarily. Harry had delved into things he had never cared to look into. Over the years he had witnessed the effects of some of these spells and they certainly weren't pleasant. "Still, does it have to be the face?" he grumbled. The two were interrupted by the sound of loud clapping and Harry immediately trained his wand on its source but quickly lowered it, his head following suit in deference as he became aware of who the rare visitor was. Grandfather, he greeted the man respectfully. The man smiled and nodded at the boy. Harry, he greeted him warmly. Nicely done as always, he praised. Harry reveled in the words and his own smile formed. And he doesn't seem to require medical attention this time, Arcturus mused. Could you release him and join me in the den? We have something important to discuss. Harry nodded worriedly as the man exited the room. He untied his father, who shrugged unknowingly at the unasked question before they followed him and took a seat in the requested room. Cassiopeia was there also, looking expectantly at her brother, but the man only had eyes for one. Arcturus stared at Harry for a few moments contemplatively, finally nodding in satisfaction at only what he could see. Something has come up that is going to displease you, he began diplomatically. He knew that Harry would be furious by the latest development, Sirius even more so, but they had to be told in some way. He decided that the most direct way would be best. What is it? Harry asked nervously. Hogwarts is playing host to the Triwizard Tournament this year and you have been chosen as a fourth champion. Harry frowned deeply as he tried to digest what it was he had just been told, and Sirius stood, trembling in rage. Dumbledore, he hissed furiously. Arcturus held up a hand to calm the man. That had been my initial thought, but no, it wasn't the old fool. Voldemort, Harry whispered. Dumbledore believes so, Arcturus agreed. He may be an interfering bastard, but he is usually right about these things. Sirius growled and began pacing. How is this even possible? How did his name come out? Better yet, why? He demanded. Arcturus shook his head. The cup was confounded apparently, he explained with distaste. The why is obvious if the Dark Lord is involved. Sirius nodded. He remembered clearly what he saw that Halloween night. He knew the Dark Lord would return, and it had been the only reason he had allowed Harry free rein on what it was he studied and practiced. He wanted the boy to be able to protect himself by any means necessary. Does the old fool know who is responsible? Cassiopeia broke in. No, Arcturus confirmed. And that is why you must be careful. Trust no one and keep alert, he warned. Harry sighed deeply. And what if I refuse to go? Then you will forfeit your magic, Arcturus replied gravely. Harry's eyes flashed a dangerous emerald color, the one trait that never failed to give away the fury he felt. Sirius noticed this and placed a calming hand on his shoulder. It doesn't make sense, he muttered. What name came out? His birth name, Arcturus informed them. Yes, he is a black by name, by blood and even magic. But he still carries the Potter magic, as demonstrated by the goblet accepting his name for consideration under that name. Harry grimaced in disdain at the use of his birth name. It was not a name that he had recognized as his own since Sirius had taken him from his relatives. But how does that even work? He questioned in confusion. It was Cassiopeia that answered, though she herself did not seem completely certain. Despite your feelings about your parents, the Potter magic is very strong, she admitted. The chances are it accepted the changes and infused with our own rather than allowing itself to be eradicated entirely, she offered with a shrug. The Blacks are famous for their affinity with curses, ritualistic magic, blood magic, warding and mind magic, all of which you have an aptitude for, she continued. You also excel with what the Potters are known for, transfiguration, charms, battle magic and defensive magic. Harry rubbed at his nose in irritation. He grudgingly conceded the point his aunt made. He was equally gifted in those areas, much more so than any of his relatives present. So I have to go to Hogwarts or I will lose my magic. Arcturus nodded. Yes, and that means you will have to face them, all of them, he reiterated. I don't care about facing them, Harry growled angrily. He knew it was likely to happen sooner or later and he had accepted that. He would just prefer it if it could be on his own terms rather than forced as it had been. Arcturus nodded in satisfaction that the boy was not going to be difficult, not about going anyway. He fully expected him to make everything as difficult as he could for Dumbledore and his ilk. He stood and gave his robe a quick brushing. You will have to be there by evening meal tomorrow, he instructed. Sirius will fill you in on what the tournament is and will be with you the whole time. As will I, his aunt assured him. Arcturus made his way to the door but paused before addressing the boy once more. And Harry, he called, his tone businesslike. You are a Black, and I will be most disappointed in you if you do not conduct yourself in such a way. You will try your best and you will prove to them all why they should still quiver at the mention of our name. Harry stood ramrod straight at the command. Yes sir, he responded firmly. Although none in the room saw it, Arcturus smiled proudly. Whoever had put his name in the goblet had no idea what they had just unleashed upon that school. He left the others to their given tasks, satisfied that they knew what to do. He however had his own things to tend to, primarily, who was the one at Hogwarts that was the threat to his family. That was something he was determined to uncover for himself, and when he did, he would make their life as miserable as humanly possible. After Arcturus had departed, the three remaining Blacks had spent some time discussing the tournament itself, what it entailed and what would be expected from Harry. He wasn't particularly keen on the idea of a ball, but one look from his aunt quelled any verbal objections. She had taught him to dance growing up, that would not be the problem. His main issue was the fact that he had spent next to no time with people of the opposite sex. That was something he would have to remedy. The next point of discussion had been what the tasks themselves would include, though they were always kept secret until the last possible moment. Harry was confident that he could manage anything thrown at him in a competition. It was the possibility of outside interference that had the trio concerned. It wasn't until they had exhausted the subject that Harry stumbled across a realization and he groaned audibly. "What is it?" Sirius asked. Harry shook his head in despair before answering. "Leo is going to be insufferable," he sighed. Sirius burst into laughter and pounded the small table they sat around with his fist. "Between the two of you, Hogwarts won't know what's hit it," he guffawed. "There is no controlling that boy," Harry grumbled. "When is he back anyway?" "It should be any day," Sirius shrugged. "The Irish ministry can be a pain to deal with and then he still has to see the goblins. So, do we send him an owl? Probably better to leave him a note for when he gets back if he isn't already when we leave." Harry nodded. "Yeah," he sighed. "I guess we had better pack then." "We should," Sirius agreed. "Don't worry, we will keep anyone away from you don't want to speak to," he promised. Harry smiled and gave the man a tight hug. "Thanks Dad," he said gratefully. Sirius just pulled him in closer and tightened the embrace. He would not allow anyone to upset his son and it would only be a very foolish person to try. He knew there would be those who would be persistent but he would deal with them if and when necessary. The Hogwarts rumor mill had been rife with speculation ever since the announcement of the fourth champion had happened almost 2 days ago. Questions of who this other Potter boy was, where he had been and how his name had come of the goblet had been running through almost every mind of the castle. Many had vocalized their theories ranging from the fairly plausible to the outright ridiculous and some had chosen to remain reticent. The media too, as expected, had also put forth its own theories regarding the lost Potter. But as always when no information was available, they resorted to conjecture and outlandish suggestions to satiate their readers' need for scandal and drama. Rita Skeeter had been in her element over the last 2 days, her ignorance and bias in full swing as always. She certainly would not have been so bold had she had any inkling of the truth and would most likely live to regret her decisions to print her usual vitriol once it became clear on just who was involved. Charlie had been inundated with queries regarding his absentee brother but he flatly refused to discuss the topic with anyone. His mood would not allow him to cater to the ridiculous conspiracy theories he had heard whispered about the corridors. He instead chose to isolate himself, particularly after the horrific conversation he had shared with his parents that very morning. After what they had revealed to him he had felt sick, even disgusted with their actions. His own brother had been sent away because of something that had happened that he had no fault in. His disgust had given way to both anger and guilt and he fully expected the arriving boy to despise him as much as he certainly would his parents. He had never felt shame for being a Potter, it was a name he had carried with pride and it now only filled him with disappointment. He understood to a degree why things had gone the way they had but he could not excuse the actions of his mother and father. He knew they felt guilty enough and that the mistakes they had made would now haunt them forever but he could simply not comprehend why they had done what they did. They had told him that they had only been looking out for both himself and Harry, but all they had achieved was losing their son. He shook his head irritably at those still staring in his direction. The only thing he wanted now was for his brother to survive this tournament and have the chance to get on with his life without the interference of headmasters and people who had cast him aside as though he meant nothing. His eyes wandered to those sat at the staff table, most looking nervous at the impending arrival of Harry. Dumbledore was not his usual chipper self and his mother was nothing short of terrified, a pale and nervous mess. The food eventually appeared on the plates for the evening meal and the whispers soon followed. More speculation, more theories and more teenage stupidity spewing from the mouths of the younger people within the hall. The Slytherins however did not whisper. They openly mocked the name Potter, grinning in amusement as they did so. "I hear he's nothing more than a squib." That was undoubtedly the voice of Draco Malfoy. Charlie's hand gripped his fork tightly and he wanted nothing more than to curse the idiot. He gritted his teeth and fought to calm himself. He couldn't defend someone he knew nothing about. He didn't care if his brother was a squib, but it would make him a much easier target in the halls here if that were the case, and the Slytherins were not likely to be particularly welcoming. Just as the room had settled into eating their dinner, the door to the Great Hall banged open and in the doorway stood 4 people. Dumbledore and the rest of the staff immediately stood, the former looking on with trepidation, his welcoming smile a little forced. The first individual was an elderly man, though his stiff posture and piercing gray eyes denoted sharpness, intellect and power. He was a presence unto his own, a presence that screamed authority and commanded respect. The second was a lady a little younger but still close to his age. Her visage was one of a once very beautiful woman, a beauty she maintained a shade of in her later years. Her near black orbs gazed over the room in familiarity, but left those who caught it fighting the urge to shudder. The next was a considerably younger man. This one was much more edgy than the first two and gave of an impression of readiness. Just one look at him would have you believe that his wand could be in his hand in less than a second, and whomever had caused such action would be cursed in the next. He had the gray eyes of the first, but these were full of mistrust. He was slightly taller and what many women would consider handsome. His goatee was flawlessly trimmed, his long ebony locks tied back with a simple leather band, and he stood a little closer than necessary to the fourth. This was the youngest of the 4, the 4th champion they had all been waiting for. He was an inch or so shorter than the third, his eyes a shade or two lighter. From what could be seen of him, he was athletically built, lean, lithe, but a body that was the byproduct of physical work. His own hair, a thick black, cascaded loosely but neatly to just above his shoulders. He received more than few appreciative glances, none of which he appeared at all aware of. The first 3 could be read somewhat. Whether that was done intentionally by them, one could only guess, but the fourth was expressionless. His eyes gave away nothing, his posture was neutral and the rest of his features stoic. They walked between the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables and approached the staff members amidst the complete silence of the hall. "Lord Black," Dumbledore greeted the eldest man with a deep bow. "Dumbledore," the man acknowledged him with only a slight nod. "I see both Cassiopeia and Sirius are here also," the headmaster continued, though he seemed concerned about the presence of the woman. "And they will remain here for the duration of the tournament," Arcturus insisted firmly. Cassiopeia was grinning slightly at Dumbledore's weariness. The headmaster sighed but nodded his consent. "And this must be Mr. Potter," Dumbledore added with a smile. "Black," Arcturus corrected immediately. Lily fidgeted in her seat and Dumbledore flinched slightly at his tone but quickly offered the youngest a bow. "My apologies, Mr. Black." A slight tilt of the head is all he received in reply from the boy. "There will be one other joining ourselves in the next few days, my new apprentice and friend of Harry's," Cassiopeia explained. "I will see to it that you are all accommodated for," the headmaster assured the woman. "Please take a seat wherever you wish, the meeting of the champions will resume after dinner." Arcturus gave an imperceptible nod to Harry, who flicked his wand into his hand from within his sleeve. With a few flicks, he conjured a sizable marble table and 4 chairs, one of which sat at the very end and was larger and more ornate than the other 3. He then moved and stood next the chair on the left as the rest of the Blacks took their positions. Arcturus took the largest at the head, Sirius the one furthest away, and Cassiopeia moved towards the youngest, who pulled the seat out and offered it to her. She sat down and gave the boy a grateful smile before he took the seat opposite. Arcturus was the last to sit and only did so when the rest of the family was settled. The rest of the hall watched in fascination as this was all carried out. The purebloods educated in the old ways understood the ritual, but many others looked on in confusion. The level of transfiguration demonstrated by the boy more than impressed Dumbledore, and he knew the whole charade was a clear statement to everyone. The casual use of advanced magic was a small glimpse at the talent he possessed, but also proof that he could provide for his family. The offering of the chair to Cassiopeia had been a gesture that she would be the first to feast as the eldest female, and Arcturus took his seat last to demonstrate that he was the protector of the table and that any threat that would interrupt their dining would be dealt with by him. It had been a very long time that Albus Dumbledore had witnessed such a practice. It was one that had fallen out of favor, but the Blacks held on to traditions such as these. It was these traditions in which their great house had been built on. Without his usual flair, Dumbledore discreetly had some food appear on their table from the kitchen and received a grateful nod from the Black Patriarch. He then took his seat and watched the fourth champion for a moment, attempting to sense any nervousness or tension about him. There was tension, yes, but not noticeable to the untrained eye, but he lacked the nervousness that had been expected. He was quietly confident yet would be ready in a heartbeat to spring into action, though his composure remained as relaxed as can be. Whatever education the boy had, he clearly had faith in. Interesting, he mused internally. Once it was clear that the conversation between the new arrivals and Dumbledore had concluded, the students turned their attention back to their plates and struck up conversations amongst themselves, more than a few shooting glances towards the Black entourage. "Well, he's definitely not a squib," Ron Weasley declared, for once not attempting to consume the entirety of the table himself. "Not a squib?" Hermione questioned dramatically. "He just conjured a table made of marble as though it was nothing," she pointed out. "That's something we won't even learn here. Watch out, mate, Hermione's got the hots for your brother," Ron warned mockingly as he nudged Charlie in the ribs with his elbow. "I have not," Hermione denied hotly, a slight blush forming on her cheeks. "I'm just appreciating his use of magic." "That's what we are all appreciating," Alicia Spinnet broke in with a wink, her two fellow chasers nodding in agreement. "Oi, we are here, you know," the Weasley twins reminded them. The girls just giggled in response. "Unbelievable," Fred sighed, throwing his hands up in despair. "He walks straight in and steals our girls without even trying. Are you sure he's really your brother?" George added to Charlie. The boy shrugged as he continued to watch the Blacks. "He doesn't look anything like he does in the pictures at home," he replied. "He had green eyes like Mum. Why is he calling himself Black?" Hermione asked with a slight frown. "Because he is one," Charlie responded with a sad smile. "He's been with them since he was 4. Harry had not been what he had expected at all. He had thought that he would be similar to himself, misunderstood and perhaps even a little meek, but this was not the case. He was clearly gifted, confident, and had the loving family that had been taken away from him. He did smile at those observations, though. He was a little disappointed that he seemingly had nothing in common with the other boy, but he was pleased he had found his family, one that hadn't turned him away as his own had. He pushed the food on his plate around a little, having lost his appetite completely. "Maybe he was better off without us," he mused. Everything he had seen so far would suggest so. Most sat at the table of the serpents were contemplative, each digesting what they had just witnessed. It was not Harry Potter, son of James and Lily, brother to the near squib Charlie, that had entered their school as expected. This was a boy raised by the Blacks, and those in the know were more than a little wary of the family. Although they had not made any form of public appearance since during the war, their reputation preceded them, and the Snake Pit were not so sure how to handle this development. "A squib, is he, Draco?" Blaise Zabini mocked. Draco turned purple at the barb and grit his teeth. "It seems as though he just waltzed right in with the other half of your family," Theodore Nott added quietly. Theodore and Blaise had both been educated on the notable families of Wizarding Britain, and the Blacks were at the top of the pecking order. Each had always had it drummed into them that they should be treated with caution but respect nonetheless. Many of their number had fallen in the service of the Dark Lord, but old Arcturus had refused to choose a side. He had allowed his family to make their own choices, choices that most had not lived to regret. Bellatrix had been imprisoned since the end of the war, and Narcissa hadn't exactly escaped unscathed. She may be married into the Malfoys, but even their reputation was heavily tainted. It was only the plea of, under the Imperius, and several donations, had Lucius escaped imprisonment, but the family name would never hold the same esteem it once had. The rest of the notable ones had lost their lives. Regulus, Walburga, Orion, Druella, and even Cygnus had fallen. What was left of the Blacks was now sat at the table that the fourth champion had conjured, small in size but still seemingly a family not to be underestimated. "None of it matters," Draco hissed furiously. "I am the heir Black, and when the current lord passes, it will be given to me," he finished airily. Looks like you've got competition, Theo muttered. A few of his housemates chuckled but shot a wary glance towards Harry Black. If this boy were to become the head of the family, then the implications could be detrimental to their own families if he chose to use the power that his name commanded. It was no secret that the Dark Lord had fallen attempting to attack the boy and his brother, but what would his stance be should the man return as the rumors suggested? We will see about that. Draco huffed. As the meal came to a close and the plates were wiped clean, Dumbledore stood to address the room. If I could kindly ask the champions to join me in the antechamber to the front of the hall, then we can commence in officially briefing them on what to expect during the duration of the tournament, he requested. Harry stood along with the rest of the Blacks and entered through the indicated the door. The room he found himself in was small with a few chairs littered around the lit fireplace. Only a moment later it was filled to capacity with an array of people ranging from professors, headmasters, a few ministry employees and the other 3 champions. Dumbledore gave a jovial clap of his hands as he took the center of the room and began to speak once more. We shall begin with introductions for the benefit of Mr. Black and his escorts, he announced. These 2 gentlemen, he began by indicating the pair of middle-aged ministry workers, are Mr. Ludo Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Crouch twitched his mustache in irritation whereas Bagman appeared to need surgery to remove his smile. Harry greeted them both with a nod. Here we have Igor Karkaroff, headmaster of the Durmstrang Institute and the school's champion, Viktor Krum. Harry had heard of both. Karkaroff had been a Death Eater during the war and Krum was the youngest Seeker to play for his international team in modern history. Again, Harry acknowledged them with a nod. This is Madame Olympe Maxime, headmistress of the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and their school champion, Fleur Delacour. Harry greeted them in the same fashion as he had the others. He knew of neither, so to him they were rather insignificant, and judging by the cold glare he was receiving from the silver-haired girl, the feeling was mutual. As he caught her eye he felt her foreign magic slam into his mental shields, which he quickly reinforced before narrowing his eyes at her. Please rein in your allure, Miss Delacour. It is rather rude to allow it to slip from your control in such a way, he spoke calmly yet sternly. The girl had the decency to look abashed at being caught in the act, though Harry thought it was more due to the scathing glare her own headmistress was giving her. Most of the adults frowned in disapproval at the girl also, but Dumbledore headed off any further unpleasantness. The tasks throughout the tournament will be judged by myself, Madame Maxime, Professor Karkaroff and both esteemed members from the ministry, he explained. And what assurances are there that you will all remain impartial? Arcturus broke in. It appears that each of your champions has a judge on side, yet Harry does not have such a luxury. Cassiopeia and Sirius both murmured their agreement. If a decision is deemed to be unfair in any way, then we can call upon the goblet for judgment, Crouch answered. An object that has already been manipulated once, Cassiopeia interjected. Then what is it you would suggest, Miss Black? Dumbledore asked. A magical vow from each judge that they will preside over the tasks in a fair and unbiased manner, she replied. Karkaroff did not seem at all happy at the suggestion, but the others seemed to consider it. I have no objections, Ludo Bagman agreed readily. Crouch nodded his consent and both Dumbledore and Maxime voiced no concerns. Then it shall be given before the first task begins, Dumbledore declared happily. Arcturus gestured for the man to continue, satisfied with the plan. One thing we need to clarify, Crouch spoke up. Who is it Mr. Black shall be representing? What school is he currently attending? He will be representing the House of Black, Arcturus answered immediately. Harry has received an education from several establishments but none of which he will be competing for. A silent conversation took place between the judges and each merely shrugged indifferently. Once it was clear there were no objections, the headmaster continued. Now, the first official event will be the weighing of the wands. This is just to check that the champions' wands are in prime condition for the tasks ahead. This will take place a week before the first task, which is on the 24th of November, he explained. And are the champions given any inclination to which the task will entail? Sirius asked. No, Crouch confirmed. The first task is designed to test the champions when they are faced with an unknown danger. Sirius nodded, but it was clear this did not please him. The second task will be announced after the completion of the first, but before that will be the Yule Ball held here on Christmas Day, Dumbledore continued. The champions will be expected to open the ball with their chosen partners in the form of a dance, he finished with a warm smile. That is everything that needs to be revealed for now, Crouch cut in irritably. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. You are free to leave and begin your preparations. Mr. Black, if you could please remain behind whilst we discuss your accommodations. Harry nodded and the majority of the room emptied, leaving the Blacks with Dumbledore and what seemed to be the majority of the Hogwarts staff. Perhaps this conversation would be better suited to my office, it is vastly more comfortable, Dumbledore offered. Harry looked to Arcturus, who shrugged dismissively in response. He gave the headmaster a nod and the group exited back through the Great Hall and into the corridors of Hogwarts. Dumbledore led them up a series of moving staircases before reaching a statue of a gargoyle, which sprung aside, allowing them in trance up a narrow spiral staircase. They finally came to a stop in a large circular room. The walls were covered in portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, there were shelves of books and even a few with some rather strange-looking magical trinkets. Dumbledore took a seat behind the large oak desk and waved his wand to conjure enough chairs for everyone to be comfortably seated. When the seats had been filled, the old man steepled his fingers together and looked upon the youngest in the room with interest. Before we begin, Mr. Black, do you have any questions for myself? He asked, fully expecting the boy to have dozens. In return he received only a shake of the head. Very well, the headmaster continued in surprise. First of all, you have been given separate accommodations from the rest of the students here on the third floor, which I shall escort you to once this meeting concludes. You can of course have guests in your quarters if you please, but our students are under a strict 10 p.m. curfew, he explained. Harry nodded his understanding. As you are not a student at the school, these rules do not apply to yourself, but please exercise caution if you choose to venture onto the grounds, particularly the Forbidden Forest. I would attempt to ban you from entering, but if you are anything like Sirius, then I am certain my words will fall on deaf ears. Sirius did not appear remotely amused by Dumbledore's words, but internally he snickered at the fond memories he had there. After a moment in which a response hadn't been spoken past, the headmaster continued. You are welcome to attend any lessons you choose to whilst you are here, should you have acquired the relevant AL grades needed for these lessons. Harry nodded and removed his shrunken trunk from an inside pocket before restoring it to its actual size. He then popped open the lid and retrieved his results. He handed them over to the headmaster and watched in amusement as he paled reading them. He had initially been against attending any lessons here, but all three elder Blacks had convinced him otherwise. They had pointed out that some of the best in their respective fields taught here and it would be a missed opportunity for him. Dumbledore coughed to clear his throat. My apologies, Mr. Black, but many of these subjects are not studied here. You can however attend our potions, transfiguration, charms, arithmancy, herbology and defense against the dark arts classes should you care to. Thank you, Headmaster, Harry responded respectfully. I only accept students with an outstanding in minute potions class, Snape cut in firmly. Then Mr. Black's attendance will be no issue, Severus, Dumbledore assured the man. The potions master looked more than a little sour but said nothing else. Severus Snape? Harry questioned as he stared intently at the man. Snape narrowed his eyes at the boy but nodded. I read your mastery thesis on the use of unicorn tears in antidotes, it was a very enlightening work, Harry offered genuinely. Almost everyone in the room exchanged looks of shock. If they hadn't heard the words or seen the wide-eyed response of Snape, none would have believed that he had just been complimented by the boy. The potions master shifted uncomfortably. Thank you, Mr. Black, he responded somewhat dumbly. Sirius was roaring with laughter internally. He had no doubt that Harry actually had read and enjoyed the work he mentioned, but he could tell when his son was being slightly facetious. He knew for a fact he was using flattery to avoid any issues with the man, and Sirius certainly would not put it past him to use his Harry to get back at him for their former rivalry. Ah, you are familiar with his work, Dumbledore rejoiced. I am, Harry confirmed. The headmaster smiled at the recognition his colleague was receiving. Would you mind terribly if I were to copy your results to give to the staff so that they can ascertain your suitability to take their class? He asked. Harry shrugged indifferently. It was of no concern to him. Dumbledore duplicated the parchment and passed the copies out, which the staff read with interest. Well, I certainly look forward to seeing you in my 6th year class, Mr. Poe Black, Professor McGonagall chimed in. I should have known you had an aptitude for transfiguration with the fantastic conjuration you demonstrated at dinner. Harry offered the woman a smile as Professor Flitwick spoke up. As do I, Mr. Black. You clearly excel in charms also. Harry offered the professor a formal bow before responding. I am most keen to attend classes taught by your self-dueling Master Flitwick, he offered sincerely. The half-goblin beamed in response and bowed respectfully in reply. Is there anything you don't excel in? Professor Sprout questioned seriously. I am abysmal with runes and have been known to fall asleep whilst attempting to study astronomy, Harry revealed with a chuckle. I am certainly no seer, so divination is on that list also, and I am loath to take Muggle studies. My experience of their world was most unpleasant, he finished with a disdainful sneer. Well, I do believe that covers everything, Dumbledore announced, clearly hoping to avoid any unpleasant subject arising. Unless there is anything else. Actually, I have a few requests, Harry returned. If they are reasonable, then there should be no issues, Mr. Black, the headmaster complied. Firstly, I know you have rules on what pets can be kept here, but I would like you to make an exception for my familiar, he began. I can assure you she is harmless unless she is provoked, he added in warning. And what is your familiar? Dumbledore questioned warily. Harry straightened out his arm as a long, mostly black snake slithered out of his sleeve and curled around his arm, flicking his tongue at him in what appeared to be an affectionate manner. She certainly looked docile, even harmless, but the reaction from the resident potions master had the rest of the staff on alert. He immediately stepped back, out of striking range of the creature. "Thes human SSSS smell like food," she hissed hungrily. Harry chuckled as he stroked her gently. You know that you will never be big enough to eat them, Harry pointed out unnecessarily. The snake simply laid her head flat on his arm, apparently sulking. You're a Parselmouth? McGonagall questioned a little fearfully. The rest of the staff had also become rather subdued. I am, Harry confirmed unashamedly, ignoring the reactions of the other professors. And this is Mira, a black mamba? Snape questioned, seemingly the first to recover. Harry nodded and smiled as the snake raised its head and began looking at each of the people in the room as though acknowledging their presence, something she apparently became bored of rather quickly as she returned to her master's arm after only a moment. Well, she is certainly an unusual familiar, but as long as she does not attack any students, then there should be no issues, Dumbledore conceded. Thank you, Harry responded happily. Anything else, Mr. Black? Dumbledore probed further. Only that I am not disturbed between 6 and 8 am, those are the times I train physically, and between 3 and 6 when I train magically. Dumbledore nodded his consent. Will you need a room for this? No, I am sure I will be able to find something suitable, but I will ask if I need anything else. Very well, Mr. Black, then let me be the first to welcome you to Hogwarts. He offered his hand, which Harry took and gripped a little tighter than necessary. Make no mistake, Dumbledore, there will be a day when we will have a conversation about many things, but today is not that day, he said icily. Dumbledore swallowed deeply and nodded his understanding. He truly did not expect anything less. After a moment, Harry released his hand and made to leave the room, the Blacks and Dumbledore falling in behind him. That goes to you too, Mrs. Potter, he added as he reached the door to exit the office. The day will come for our talk, but that day is not today. I ask that you respect my wishes to leave me be and trust in the fact that I will seek you out on my time. Lily nodded nervously at the tone he had used when addressing her. She couldn't pretend it didn't hurt to be spoken to in such a way, but she had fully expected to be screamed at or cursed. As she pondered the interaction, she realized his coldness was much worse than the former reactions ever could be. He had simply dismissed her as unimportant, irrelevant, and that hurt her more than any spell could have. Harry sighed internally as Dumbledore led himself and his family to their quarters for the duration of their time here. From the moment he had laid eyes on Dumbledore, he wanted to curse the old bastard for what he had done, but there were expectations he had to abide by, and he had no doubt that Arcturus's presence was more to ensure that he did indeed conduct himself accordingly, as any true Black should. He had met the gaze of his birth mother only once, and that had been enough for him to get a brief reminder of the pain and betrayal he had felt growing up. Yes, he still felt anger towards the woman, and he felt a sense of hurt that would never truly fade, but it was one of the demons he had confronted many years ago and had dealt with. The Potters were nothing to him now. He had his family, they loved him and cherished him the way that the Potters should have, and now they were insignificant, they no longer held any place in his heart. It was a thought that did sadden him slightly, but again, something he had already faced and overcome during his own journey through life. Here we are, Dumbledore informed them as they reached a portrait of a knight riding a small pony. Sir Cadogan is the guardian to your room. I do apologize, he can become a little involved in his role. Involved? The knight questioned angrily. I, Sir Cadogan, take the protection of my charges seriously, you whiskered fiend. Draw you wand if you dare, you mangy cur, he challenged as he waved his sword exaggeratedly. Dumbledore chuckled in amusement. As you can see, he can be a little overzealous, but will carry out his duty to the bitter end, apparently, he added with a frown. Anyway, I shall leave you to settle in. Please do ask if there is anything you need, he concluded with a bow before presumably heading back to his office. Well, Sir Cadogan, will you let us pass? Sirius questioned. Sirius Black is it? Sirius nodded as the knight wiped the sweat from his brow with a filthy cloth. I suppose I do owe you for hooking me up with the wench and the ale on the first floor, he conceded with a wistful gaze. In you go then, he allowed somewhat reluctantly. The four blacks entered and Arcturus pulled the door closed behind him. Very well done, Harry, he praised with a smile. You handled that excellently, under the circumstances. Cassiopeia smiled encouragingly and Sirius pulled him into a hug. Harry sighed. It is only the first day, he reminded them. And you headed them off and warned them sufficiently, Arcturus pointed out. Harry nodded and yawned tiredly. I think I'm going to go to bed, it's been a long day. I will head home, Arcturus announced. Send for me if I am needed, he called as he exited the portrait. Harry bid his father and aunt good night before settling into one of the rooms. The day had been trying and he could do little more than remove his clothes and sink into the bed provided. He was pleased overall with how he had handled everything, though he was equally frustrated at not being able to do what he wanted. One day, he mused aloud. Tournament first, he reminded himself before slipping into a restful night of sleep. After completing his morning ablutions and exercises, Harry found himself facing his first dilemma since arriving at Hogwarts. He stood in the doorway facing into the Great Hall, deciding which table it was he would sit at for breakfast. He could simply conjure himself a table as he had done for the Blacks the previous night, but it was not necessary. Both Aunt Cassie and Sirius were not early risers and would be unlikely to eat their meals with the rest of the students and staff. Cassie, because she despised almost everyone she met, and Sirius, because of the presence of Lily Potter in the school. The man had no doubt that she would attempt to coerce him into a conversation and he had no desire to share one with her. The betrayal he felt after all these years was as raw the day his great-aunt had found him. Shrugging to himself, he took a seat at the only table devoid of any other students and served himself some fruit and porridge. It was strange being in such a large school with so many others, and it left him feeling much more alert than he was accustomed to whilst eating breakfast. He had of course spent time in schools, but none of this size or with such a large population. He usually attended schools to study a specific field of magic further, and he would only be there for a few months at most. Once his hunger had been satisfied, he decided that it would be prudent to take a shower before deciding what he would do for the rest of the day. As he was exiting the Great Hall, he was stopped in his tracks by the voice of the deputy headmistress. Mr. Black, she called from just behind him. Good morning, Professor, he greeted her cordially. What can I do for you? I took the liberty of listing the classes you are eligible to take whilst you are here, with times and where to find the rooms included. Harry offered her a grateful nod. Thank you, he replied as he took the proffered parchment. My office is on the 4th floor should you need anything, and my classroom is just along the hall from there. Your efforts are much appreciated, Harry returned genuinely. It's good to see you here, Mr. Black. Despite the circumstances, the Transfiguration Mistress concluded with a gentle smile before returning to the hall. Harry shook his head in amusement. From what his father had told him, McGonagall was among the most strict instructors here, but then again, Sirius had spent the majority of his school career in some form of trouble with his head of house, so he was bound to be a little biased. After greeting his father and aunt, he took his needed shower and decided that he would attend the 6th year Transfiguration class with the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw houses first. He was certainly interested to see how Professor McGonagall conducted her teachings. According to both Arcturus and Sirius, the lady was amongst the best in the subject throughout the world. It was one of the more difficult branches of magic and she had apparently mastered it beyond what many would deem possible. He decided to dress more casual than he had for his arrival, opting for some dark jeans, white trainers and a forest green Henley. Though he had no love for muggles, he couldn't fault the comfort in their clothing. Both Sirius and Leo would dress in a similar fashion, much to the annoyance of Arcturus. He insisted their appearances looked foolish and uncouth, lacking the grace of real clothing. His views were not helped when Leo had transfigured the Mons robes into a pair of jeans, t-shirt and leather jacket, leaving both Harry and Sirius roaring with laughter. Arcturus had been furious, refusing to speak to any of them for almost a month. It was only when Leo had visited and gave a magical vow he would never attempt such a thing again were they forgiven for their mockery, and even then their next dueling practice with man had been the most fearful any of the two boys had felt as the man took his revenge. He grinned slightly at the memory. That look is never good news for anybody, Sirius spoke as Harry entered the living area of their quarters. I was just thinking about when Leo transfigured grandfather's clothes, Harry explained, his grin widening a little more. Sirius snorted. I still can't believe he did that and lived, he sighed. Speaking of which, have you heard from him? Harry shook his head. No, but I imagine he will be here soon, he shrugged. It'll be nice to spend some time with him properly. Sirius ruffled his hair affectionately. Leo attended school in Russia when the two boys were younger and Japan once he reached the age of 12, meaning they only saw each other during holidays. Harry would attend the Japanese school with him for a few months out of the year. Despite the fact they didn't spend as much time together as either would have liked, they were as close as two people could possibly be, having met when they were 9 years old and had bonded very quickly, the only person other than family that Harry had let close to him. Well, he's graduated now, so you can spend as much time together as you like, Sirius reminded him. Do you think Aunt Cassie will let him stay? Harry questioned. Sirius chuckled. He may annoy her at times, but she loves that boy just as much as she does you. She would miss him too much if he didn't, he returned confidently. You wouldn't be discussing the degenerate, would you? Cassiopeia asked as she entered the room from her own. Yep, Sirius confirmed. Your favorite person will be back with us soon. Oh joy, the woman muttered, though she was smiling despite herself. You missed him too, admit it, Sirius demanded jovially. You wouldn't have accepted him as your apprentice if you didn't. Cassiopeia huffed indignantly. I accepted him as my apprentice because he has potential and I am the best equipped to help him. She definitely missed him, Harry mumbled. Cassiopeia narrowed her eyes at the two younger blacks before slowly drawing her wand, causing them to leave the room quickly to avoid inevitable outburst. Cowards, she muttered grumpily as she replaced her wand up her sleeve. Both Harry and Sirius slowed their pace as they came out of range from any attack sent their way by Cassiopeia. So what are your plans for the day? Sirius asked a little breathlessly. I'd go to a transfiguration class, Harry shrugged. Sirius smiled proudly and placed a hand on the shoulder of his son. You won't regret it, McGonagall is an excellent teacher, he assured the boy. What are you going to do while we are here? Harry responded with a frown. Won't you get bored? Sirius smirked mischievously. One can never be bored in this castle, he replied cryptically. I think I'll visit some of my old haunts. Harry shook his head indifferently but froze, suddenly becoming aware of something himself and his family members had overlooked. Do you think we should have told Dumbledore about Rasputin? He asked a little worriedly. Sirius's eyes widened comically before he burst into laughter. No, let it be a surprise for the old git, he advised. It will be hilarious, he added with mirth evident in his eyes. Harry again shook his head. I imagine Leo will send him into the forest anyway, he mused aloud. Probably, Sirius agreed. Won't you be late for your first class? He added with a knowing smirk. I'm only here until this tournament is over, Harry bit back irritably. The moment it finishes I'm going home. I know you don't want to be here, Sirius replied, placating the teen as much as possible. But since you are, you might as well make the most of it. Harry sighed deeply. I know, I just didn't want any of this, he mumbled. I'll see you later. He made his way to one of the moving staircases and ascended to the 4th floor to attend his first lesson at Hogwarts. He quickly found the correct classroom and entered, took a seat and waited for the class to commence. The room was full of students either clad in black robes trimmed with red or a dark blue as he had expected. Many shot him questioning stares as he arrived, but he chose to sit at the back of the room where he could keep an eye on them all, his instincts telling him to be cautious. Before any had the opportunity to talk to him, Professor McGonagall entered, bringing everyone to fall respectably silent. She noted Harry sat at the back of her class and greeted him with an encouraging smile, something that appeared to be a rarity if the looks of shock some of the students expressed was anything to go by. Today we will continue our foray into the field of inanimate object to animal transfiguration, the woman announced, causing a few groans to ensue around the room. And there will be no more skunks in my classroom, Misters Weasley and Weasley, she added firmly to two identical grinning redheads. A complete accident, Professor, one of them replied. Won't happen again, ma'am, the other chipped in. She shook her head and continued with the lesson. On my desk is a selection of objects. I want you all to take one and see what you can do with it, she instructed. Think carefully before you cast. Consider which animal would suit the transformation best, and remember, nothing too dangerous or pungent, she finished warningly. Harry waited for the rest of the class to retrieve their chosen item before approaching the desk. Are you familiar with this branch of transfiguration, Mr. Black? McGonagall inquired. Harry nodded confidently. It was something he had been doing for quite some time now. Very well, would you mind giving a demonstration? Harry shrugged and reached into the box of items. He pulled out a yellow ball of wool and considered his options. What do you think would be the most simple transformation you could achieve with this? The professor questioned. The material would be suitable in this state to transform into a sheep, he began. McGonagall nodded her agreement. It is a product of the animal after all, so it already has a solid base to do so. Excellently explained, the woman praised. But, Harry continued. McGonagall frowned slightly but waited for him to explain. Mammals are much more taxing. You have to think of bone structure, muscle structure and so on. It would be a waste of magic, and a sheep is of little use. He casually drew his wand and flicked it at the wool, causing it to come undone from the confines of its tied state. He then concentrated as he waved his wand over it, focusing on what it was he wanted to achieve. Only a moment later an anaconda sat where the length of wool had been, causing many of the students to shuffle back warily in their seats and a few to scream fearfully. Professor McGonagall drew her own wand but was stopped from countering the spell by Harry, who placed a hand on her wrist. It's okay, he assured her. He is docile. You created the behavior you wished for it to exhibit? She asked, clearly surprised. Harry nodded. It's disastrous to create something you have no control over. It's one of the first things I learned to do when I started the subject, he explained. That is very advanced, Mr. Black, the woman praised. Perhaps my 7th-year classes would be more beneficial to yourself, she suggested. Harry nodded gratefully and dispelled the snake before exiting the room as the Transfiguration Mistress began explaining what it was he did to her class. Although he was not particularly impressed by the abilities of the Hogwarts students themselves, from what he had heard about the level they had reached, he was admittedly impressed with the professor. She was clearly a wealth of knowledge in the subject, and he knew he was more than likely to take her up on the offer to join her older years in class. Until then he decided he would attend a defense and charms class also, and perhaps potions. Those were not until later in the week, however, so he would continue with his own studies for the time being. Lily Potter had left the meeting the previous night feeling extremely downtrodden. Dumbledore had attempted to speak to her, but she had dismissed him immediately. He no longer had anything to say that she would want to hear. She made her way to her office and sunk into her chair behind her own desk before frowning. You can remove the cloak, James, I know you're there, she sighed. Her husband appeared from under the cloak, looking more severe than she had ever seen him. They must have blood adopted him, you saw his eyes, he muttered unhappily. We expected that, James, she pointed out. He doesn't look like either of us. James shook his head. You know as well as I do that it is not that simple, he replied irritably. They may have adopted him, but he is still our son, he said firmly. He will still have our magic, and he is still physically a mixture of us. Lily nodded, a sad smile adorning her lips. I'm just pleased he is safe and okay. James returned her smile. They've looked after him, Lils. More than we ever did, he added bitterly. It was a bitterness that was aimed at himself. Himself and his wife were shouldering the responsibility of what they had allowed to happen all those years ago, though none of it felt any easier to them. At least he acknowledged you in some way, he offered, attempting to comfort his wife. But only to warn me to leave him alone, she reminded him. I don't expect that conversation is going to be what I want it to, she whispered. James sighed slightly but moved to pull the woman into a hug. Again, we expected worse. He will at least hear us out, he tried. Lily nodded. Let us hope so. After filling Sirius and Aunt Cassie in on how the class had gone, Harry had spent the better part of the day reading his texts that weren't taught at the school, not willing to allow himself to lose practice in the subjects. He had managed to find a room close to the family quarters where he could practice his magic, though he had to be a bit selective with types of spells he used. He would eventually have to find a more suitable room in which he would not be so confined, but it would suffice for now. He had learnt quickly that the majority of the castle did not become active until around 8 in the morning, leaving him to enjoy his breakfast in peace, a peace he was happy to accept, especially because his morning exercises were physically demanding and it gave him a chance to recuperate. He had opted to have both lunch and dinner with his family in their quarters the previous day, having missed the morning meal with them. It was something he had always enjoyed and simply preferred the more intimate atmosphere. After he had finished breakfast this morning, he had decided that he would explore some of the castle he was currently residing in. His father had recommended doing so as it was very rich in history and tradition. He had to agree. After exploring the first couple of floors, meeting a few of the ghosts and learning a little more about the building from them and some of the portraits, he could understand why many would choose to attend the school. There truly was a rich history here, and he was certainly intrigued by their legacy the founders had left behind, particularly that of Salazar Slytherin. He did share a rare talent with the man after all. After sharing lunch with the other two blacks in the castle once more, he felt the need to get some fresh air. He had never been one to stay cooped up. His months isolated in a cupboard had left him with the need to venture outside regularly. At home he would usually fly, a talent he grudgingly had inherited from James Potter according to his father. Here though, he was content to wander the grounds. They were vast and there was of course the forest to consider, something he would certainly explore during his time here. Once his walk was complete, he made his way back towards the castle, ready to complete his magical practice before dinner. It appeared that many of the students had had the same idea as himself and had taken the opportunity to spend some time in the outdoors. He couldn't blame them. It was a fairly mild day for November in Scotland and not many more would come before the spring. Just as he reached the steps to enter the castle, a voice called out to him, gaining the attention of the other students also. Oi, Potter, I heard that your parents threw you out because you were a useless squib. Harry froze for a moment and shook his head before starting to move on his way once more. The boy was surrounded by several of his housemates, all draped in green-trimmed robes. He hadn't had any interaction with the snakes as yet. Seemingly, they spent most of their time in the dungeons when they weren't at meals. The moment the boy had finished speaking, most of the students shook their head in exasperation. Trust Malfoy to make a fool of himself. Oi, I am talking to you, the blonde continued angrily as Harry started his ascent up the stairs. Were you not taught how to socialize with your betters? Harry stopped dead in his tracks this time and turned to face the younger Slytherin. Slowly, he approached him and narrowed his eyes in irritation. My betters? He questioned amusedly. It is you who has clearly received a poor education, he added, the amusement now having left his tone. Firstly, you did not have the decorum nor decency to introduce yourself before attempting to converse with me, he pointed out. Secondly, you did not even get my name correct, tut-tut, he mocked. And finally, I can assure you that I have no betters. Remember who it is you are talking to before your propensity for social faux pas gets you into trouble. By this point the boy was purple with rage and even his friends were chuckling at the dressing down he received. My name is Draco Malfoy, scion to the most noble house of Malfoy. And my name is Harry Black, heir to the ancient and most noble house of Black, Harry interrupted. Malfoy somehow turned a deeper shade of purple. I am the heir to the house of Black, he gritted out. Harry chuckled darkly. Where did you get such delusions, Mr. Malfoy? He questioned with no humor. Because claiming such false information can be viewed as attempted line theft. My father is married to a daughter of House Black, nothing more, Harry pointed out irritably. Now, I will let this one interaction pass without having blood spilled. We can put it down to your own lack of knowledge and ignorance, how does that sound? He offered mockingly. Malfoy continued to grit his teeth but said nothing. Harry nodded and turned to enter the castle once more only to have his attention brought back to the boy as sounds of shock escaped some of the onlookers. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he tilted his head to avoid the spell that had been fired his way, and his own wand was in his hand less than a second later. It proved to be an unnecessary move, however. The moment he turned, the Malfoy boy fell to the ground clutching his groin as he squealed girlishly in pain. "You sneaky little bastard," a voice familiar only to Harry rung out. Out of the crowd stepped the one person he called friend, wand clutched in hand as his light green eyes were narrowed on the blonde in disgust. "Don't even think about it," he ground out, noticing the large cohorts of Malfoy trying to draw their wands discreetly. He approached the downed figure, his presence causing the other Slytherins to move away quickly. He wasn't exactly at his friendliest in this moment. He was around the same height as Harry, only slightly more thickly built, his white t-shirt accentuating his defined physique. His right arm was completely covered down to the tips of his fingers in Muggle tattoos, and his skin was more tanned, though his hair was much lighter, a brownish blonde with a sun-keyed tint about it. "Where I come from, cowards like you are dealt with in a much more violent manner," he growled as he pulled the boy to his feet. "Take this as your warning, my friend," he advised gravely. "What on earth is going on here?" The stern tone of the deputy headmistress interrupted. "Just ensuring the safety of my friend milady," Leo answered with a winning smile. "Your student here attacked him from behind with a rather unpleasant spell," he explained. McGonagall's lips thinned. "Dangerously. Be that as it may, you young man are not a professor here." Leo held his hands up. "I will ensure that shall I come across such an act one will bring it to your attention," he assured the woman with another grin. She shook her head in frustration. "Come along, Mr. Malfoy, perhaps a pain relief potion is in order for you." "My father will hear about this," the boy promised. "Oh, I hope he does," Leo fired back. "Maybe his balls will be worth twisting, but then again, if he produced a shitbag like you, I doubt it." "Come along, Mr. Malfoy," McGonagall instructed firmly as she took the boy under arm to help him on his way and shot Leo a scathing glare. Once Malfoy had left, the newly arrived boy turned and beamed at Harry, who gave the first genuine smile any at Hogwarts had seen. "So what have you got yourself into, Black? I come back to find a note telling me to come here and that's it?" he questioned with a raised eyebrow. Harry chuckled as he pulled the other boy into a hug. "That will take some explaining," he sighed, happy that his friend had finally arrived. "Come on, I'll show you where we are staying." Leo nodded and began following Harry into the castle. They reached the Black family quarters, where a smiling Cassiopeia pulled Leo into a tight hug the moment she became aware of his arrival. She would never admit such a thing vocally, but it was clear she had a soft spot for the teen. "I was very pleased with your results," she praised as she released him and looked him up and down speculatively. "I do wish you would stop with the foolish ink," she sighed. "I missed you too," the boy replied with a fond grin. He had spent a lot of time with the woman over the years and was very protective of her, not that she needed it. She swatted his arm affectionately but frowned. "You are officially my apprentice now, you will address me correctly," she chided. The teen offered her a bow. "My apologies, mistress." He stayed down in the bowed position as Cassiopeia shook her head in amusement. "Get up, Leo, for Merlin's sake," she huffed. "Do not make me punish you already." The boy's expression sobered quickly and the woman nodded in approval. "Is someone going to explain to me why we are here?" he asked. It took a while to fill him in on everything that had happened. This included Harry having to explain his ties to the Potters, the night of Halloween 1981, and everything that had led to him living with his family. When he had been made privy to all of the relevant information, Leo exhaled a deep, exhausted breath. "And I thought my start had been bad," he mumbled. "Well then, what's next?" Harry frowned slightly at the reaction his friend had at hearing everything. "You're not angry with me?" he questioned uncertainly. Leo shrugged indifferently. "It's not like you ever lied to me," he pointed out. "Believe me, I understand not wanting to talk about your past. It took me a long time to tell you about mine." Harry smiled slightly and nodded. "I've always known you as Harry Black, it makes no difference to me where you came from." Harry smiled a little wider this time, pleased that his friend was not upset with him. And besides, if that Dark Lord comes back and he's after you, you'll need someone to watch your back. Merlin knows you can't be trusted on your own," he joked. "As soon as this tournament is done, I'm going home," Harry declared. "There's nothing I want to be here for." Leo nodded his agreement. "Well, what is next then?" he asked again. "The weighing of the wands," Sirius spoke. "Then the first task on the 24th. Any idea what it is?" Harry shook his head. "Well, perhaps it may have something to do with the 4 dragons I saw in the forest out there," Leo replied gravely, though his eyes carried a hint of amusement. Harry paled slightly, but a look of grim determination came over him. It was not something he was keen on facing, but he had a few tricks up his sleeve if they became necessary. "Dragons," Sirius squeaked uncharacteristically. "Yep, big ones," Leo confirmed as Sirius's face became ashen. "What were you doing in the forest?" Cassiopeia asked with a frown. Leo smirked. "Well, you didn't think I would leave Rasputin home alone, did you?" he returned with a grin. Cassiopeia shook her head exasperatedly. "How are you going to deal with a dragon?" Sirius broke in worriedly, disrupting the conversation from going any further off topic. Harry shrugged. "It depends on what the actual task is," he sighed. "But if it comes down to me or the dragon, then I'll kill it." Nymphadora Tonks smiled sadly as she appeared at the gates of Hogwarts to begin her new assignment. Dumbledore had expressed his concerns of the Goblet of Fire having been tampered with and potential conflict arising between certain groups within the castle, and thus, given that she had been working with Mad Eye prior, she had been sent to keep the peace, to ensure the tournament would run as smoothly as possible. She was not displeased with the role. Another year under the tutelage of Moody would be a boon after all, but her years at Hogwarts could be described as turbulent at best, and the memories she had fought to repress over the last couple of years since leaving surfaced once more. Everything had been as wonderful as expected when she first arrived. She had been sorted into Hufflepuff like her father before her, and she made fast friends with her peers. She excelled in most of her classes and was even well liked by the staff. But her problems all began and ended with her abilities. In the beginning, she was sought out by students and staff alike, all fascinated by what she was and what she was capable of. She would happily demonstrate what she could do and change her hair, her eyes, and anything else requested of her, a gift that became a curse as time went by. Third year arrived and things changed exponentially. It began with muttered conversations and hostile glances from her female classmates, speculating that she was changing the way she looked to impress their male counterparts, enhancing certain assets to gain attention, and the outright accusations followed soon after. To the 13-year-old girl, it seemed both petty and ridiculous. She was not even aware that she could perform such changes until much later, not that any would believe her protestations of innocence. It took her a while, but she soon realized her friends were jealous of her. In an attempt to stem the glances of disdain, she made a conscious effort to appear as plain or average as possible. She wore her hair in only natural colors and manipulated her features to blend in with the status quo, but it was to no avail. The accusations against herself and her assets being purposely accentuated continued. Although she would never admit it to any, it hurt the young metamorph to think that those she considered her friends would think such things of her. Many nights as a teenager were spent crying, as much as she tried not to, wishing that she was normal. It was when she arrived for her 5th year of schooling that she decided she would no longer care, no longer attempt to cater to the envy of the others. The looks she adopted became more outlandish, her hairstyles more daring and features more prominently individual, very reminiscent of the style she wore to this very day. She wore it like armor and became almost exactly what she had spent the past 2 years denying. The females of the school had made her a martyr, and she decided to play the role that had thrust upon her. The boldness of her move attracted the attention of the opposite sex, something that she had not taken into consideration whilst contemplating it in a school full of hormonal boys caused much more trouble and heartache than she could have envisioned. Reflecting on this, she knew that she had been naive and had underestimated the lengths that some would go to get what they wanted. That particular plight had started with seemingly inane questions on what exactly she could change about herself. The scramble to date her followed shortly after. Unbeknownst to the girl, a lesson she would learn much later, the vying for her affection was not because of the outward and bubbly personality she projected, but the abilities she possessed. The males had figured out that she could become almost anything they desired, and she was revered for it, sought after. Quite the change from being the one treated with contempt that she had become accustomed to. Such attention had overwhelmed and confused her at first, but she took it in her stride as best she could. She eventually agreed to a few dates that all ended the same way, with each of the boys asking her to change certain things to please them. After experiencing this, she avoided it. To shield herself from the advances, she became more extroverted, the outwardly full-on woman she grew into being now. She found that overwhelming the boys with her talents, though drawing more ire from the females, was the best defense. It was her putting them on the back foot now, and it protected her from the inadequacy she felt when asked to make changes to her appearance for the sake of shallow aesthetics. Only once did she allow her guard to drop, something she vowed to never let happen again when she became aware of the circumstances. Michael Jones, a fellow Hufflepuff a year her senior, had had her attention since third year. He was handsome, strong, a beater on the Quidditch team, and very bright with it. He had approached and asked her for a date quite out of the blue, and the enamored girl had agreed after much hesitation. He had always been respectful towards her, had even helped her a few times with schoolwork, and had expressed little interest in her skills over the years. She had been rather nervous about dating due to how the others had ended, but felt no reason to shy away from who she believed to be one of the few nicer guys in the school, and so began her one and only true investment in another. One that treated her as a normal person, did not ask that she change a thing about herself, one that took the eccentricities she exhibited with little more than a shrug, and had she not overheard the conversation between himself and a few members of the Quidditch team, the one she would have gladly given herself to. It was late one evening after practice that she entered the changing rooms. Being December, it was chilly outside, so she opted to wait for Michael in the female side of the room. The two were separated by screens for the purpose of modesty, but that did not prevent her hearing the talking taking place on the other side. "So, how's it going with the Tonks girl, Jones?" Nymphadora recognized the voices belonging to Daniel Roberts, the other beater on the team. "Well enough," Michael answered coyly. "Another few weeks should do it." Tonks frowned as she edged closer to the screen, flinching away slightly as the other boy laughed uproariously. "Good man," he praised. "You'll be 10 galleons richer if you pull it off." Nymphadora felt her heart sink at the words. Yeah, Michael sighed. "Cheer up, Mike. You'll be the first to finally get her." She heard the other boy huff as the first tear fell. "She's not so bad," Michael muttered. She's not Melanie." Daniel finished. Come of it. A part of doing this is so you could get over her." He let out a sound of disappointment. "You were all for it. You wanted to see if she would live up to her name of being a little nymph." Nymphadora heard nothing else as she backed out of the room, both devastated and furious. She'd always experienced teasing for the name her mother had bestowed upon her, but nothing that made her feel as dirty as this. She spent that night crying unashamedly at the treatment, cursed both Michael and Roberts for the slight the next morning, and became outright hostile towards any that even uttered her accursed name. She was Tonks, and that is all she would ever allow herself to be referred to. The experience hurt her beyond measure, but instead of allowing it to define her, she used it. It kept her centered during the many lonely hours she spent preparing herself for her exams so that she could be an Auror. She grew from it and became a stronger person, and thrived on the progress she made. When her newts eventually came around, she was ready. The hours of preparation, the years of solitude, all culminated in the success that followed. She achieved the required grades and was accepted into the academy only a few days after her application had been submitted, and she left Hogwarts behind to begin a new venture, one where her talents would be appreciated for what they were and not what others could gain from them, or so she thought. It took very little time of being in the academy before she was subjected to the same jealous stares from the females and the lecherous ones from the men. She once again felt like a schoolgirl until she met the more experienced members of staff and found a kinship of sorts with the older people. Moody had taken her under his wing immediately when he witnessed the potential she possessed with her wand, much to the surprise of the senior Aurors, whom had never seen the man take such an interest in a recruit before. Both Madame Bones and Kingsley treated her as they would any other hopeful, and quickly earned her respect also. Neither had any other expectations of her than to be the best she could, nor looked upon her any differently because of her capabilities, and the fate and respect she received from them made everything else much easier to endure. She was, however, still Tonks, and always would be. She had dropped that guard once and paid dearly for it. She would not make that mistake again. When she had learnt of her assignment, she convinced herself that she could handle it. She was no longer the young girl that would cry because of the way others perceived her, she was a woman now, stronger. But she could not shake the vulnerability she felt in the moment she looked upon the place where most of the hurt had happened, so she did what she always did when she felt such a way. She brightened her hair a few shades bolder, accentuated her feminine assets more and adopted the flirty persona that frightened off the most determined of men. None would ever guess that she was lacking in experience by how she carried herself nor the way she acted, but it was the best way she knew to maintain her self-preservation. It had become second nature to the metamorph and was simply who she was to all, to those that both knew and didn't know her respectively. It was an exhausted Sirius Black that exited the rooms that himself and the rest of Harry's entourage had been assigned. For the better part of the past 4 days he, along with Harry, Leo and Cassiopeia had been sequestered within, developing a strategy to deal with the dragon in the upcoming first task of the tournament. The planning was still in progress and the sense of dread that had settled in since the revelation of Harry's name being selected had only increased since their arrival at the school. He had no doubt that Harry would perform admirably, but he lacked any kind of faith in any other elements involved, particularly the unknown person or persons that had submitted the name in the first place. He took a deep breath as he made his way to the entrance hall, craving fresh air and a reprieve from the discussion of dragons. So lost in the plight of the boy, he did not notice the approaching figure ascending the stairs he was walking down until he inadvertently bumped into them. "Sorry," he muttered half-heartedly. "Sirius," the voice called as he continued on his way. He looked up, only for his eyes to narrow as he met the nervous stare of James Potter. "Potter," he greeted curtly. James dragged a hand through his hair as he gave a weak smile, his expression almost pleading. "Can we talk, please?" Sirius sighed and shook his head. "I don't want to argue, Pads, please, I just have a few things to say." Reluctantly, Sirius nodded and gestured for the man to lead the way. James nodded gratefully as he opened a classroom door in the corridor that Sirius had just exited. Seeing that it was empty, he entered and waited for Sirius to follow before locking the door and casting a few privacy charms. A rather uncomfortable silence settled amongst the duo as James attempted to find the words to convey what it was he needed to say to his former friend. "How are you, Sirius?" he asked in an effort to break the tension. Sirius again shook his head. "What is it you want to say, Prongs?" James nodded stiffly as he swallowed. "First of all, I want to apologize for everything. Whatever happened, there was never a reason for things to turn out as they did. I'm not going to make any excuses for what we did, it's inexcusable, but for what it is worth, I really am sorry." Sirius nodded his acceptance as he leaned heavily on a nearby desk. "It's not all your fault," he mumbled. "Dumbledore played his games with me too, and if it wasn't for Cassie, I doubt I ever would have found Harry." "How is he?" James questioned worriedly. Sirius narrowed his eyes once more and deflated considerably. "It's been hard, Prongs," he answered. "When we found him, he choked and fought to gain his composure. He was living in a cupboard, neglected, beaten and in his own filth. We barely managed to save him." James was nothing short of horrified, his emotions a mix of heartbreak and righteous fury. He grabbed a desk to his left and threw it against the wall as he screamed. He shook uncontrollably as he thought of one of his children in such a state and looked at his friend, more grateful for the man than he could put into words. Without warning, he closed the gap between them and wrapped his arms around him, squeezing tightly. "Thank you," he whispered fiercely, "thank you for being there for him." Sirius stiffened at the contact, unsure on how to react. He was torn between punching the man and comforting him. Not a day passed that he did not think of how he had taken custody of Harry and the deplorable state he had rescued him from. "We got him, James, that's all that matters," he sighed. James pulled away and nodded as he gripped the man's shoulders, unsure of how he was going to explain this to his wife. Her sister had never been a pleasant woman, but outright abuse was something else entirely. "Really, thank you, Sirius," he reiterated. "There's nothing I could ever do to repay what you did. I am his godfather," Sirius replied simply. "I only did what I swore I would the day he was born." James nodded appreciatively. "How is he, really?" he asked further. "How did you fix the issues with his magic?" Sirius released a deep breath as he contemplated how much he wanted to say. James Potter was certainly not his favorite person and he did not want to betray Harry's trust. The whole magic thing was a big deal for Harry, he began wearily, it still is. We were honest with him from the start and told him that it would not be possible to use magic the way we do. He took it in his stride, but I could see that it bothered him when all he could learn was potions and anything else that didn't require a wand. He rubbed his eyes tiredly and took a steadying breath. He was 7 when we were in Egypt visiting some old tombs. I don't know what happened, but he got too close to a ritual table of some sort and it did something to him. He swallowed deeply as he relived the memory of Harry being suspended in the air and the helplessness he felt. I almost lost him, James. If it weren't for Cassie and my grandfather helping with the blood, I would have, he finished fearfully. Is that why he looks like you? James questioned. Sirius shrugged. I don't know what happened to him. It must have been a blood adoption of some kind. He registered as both a Potter and a Black when we tested him, but no one can tell us anything definitive. James nodded in acceptance. As long as he is okay, that's all that matters. He's incredible, James, Sirius whispered. He may look like us Blacks, but there's a lot of both you and Lily in him. He makes me proud every single day. He's smarter than we ever were and more skilled with a wand. I haven't beaten him in a duel for almost 2 years, he admitted sheepishly. James chuckled as he was filled with pride for his eldest. I'm glad, he replied sincerely, but not really surprised. He was performing accidental magic from when he was 8 months old. I still remember when he levitated his full nappy and dropped it on Lil's head. Sirius snorted at the memory. That little giggle of his always meant trouble for someone, he mused aloud. James nodded, the grin he wore slipping into a hard line. I don't expect you to forgive me, Padfoot, but for what it is worth, I just wanted to say I'm sorry and to thank you. The one thing I got right was picking you to be his godfather. You've been a better father than I ever could have ever hoped to be. Sirius shrugged once. It's not been easy, he muttered, but worth every minute. James nodded. After what he has experienced, I understand why he hates us, he sighed. Sirius' expression became grim at his words. He had it rough, James, and it's not something he's ever gotten over. He may seem like he has, but I know that it still bothers him. He's a closed book when it comes to how he feels, and he has real intimacy issues because of it. It took months of him being with us to relax, and he doesn't let many close to him. But he's a good kid and bloody dangerous to get on the wrong side of, he finished ruefully. I don't plan on doing that, James assured him. Sirius huffed as he shook his head, unsure on if he was making a mistake in giving James the chance to atone for his past actions. He's not a forgiving person and I doubt he will come around, but if he does decide to talk to you, be patient with him, let him get what he has to off his chest and be completely honest with him. He will not appreciate being lied to, he finished warningly. James offered a weak smile. Thank you, he replied seriously. We will wait until he comes to us, if he chooses to. Sirius nodded stiffly as he removed the charms and unlocked the door. Don't give me any reason to regret this, James, he advised as he left, the need for a few moments of solace greater than when he had left his rooms a short while ago. Thankfully, he was not hindered by any other distractions as he made his way through the castle and into the grounds. Breathing in deeply as he took in the familiar surroundings. The desired peace, however, did not last as long as he hoped. Lost in thought, his legs had carried him near to the front gates and into the path of a red-robed Auror. Having been at their mercy on a few occasions in his youth, he was not keen on crossing paths with one in his current mood. Sirius Black? A female voice questioned. The man cursed under his breath as he turned to face her, realizing quickly that she was far too young to have been on the wrong side during any of his escapades. Yes, he replied with a suspicious scowl. The woman smiled excitedly, her pink hair shifting between colors as she bounced on her toes. Nymphadora? He queried, pleasantly surprised by the appearance of his young cousin. Bloody hell, I haven't seen you since you were running around the garden in your knickers and making a nuisance of yourself, he chuckled as he pulled the now flushing woman into a tight embrace. It's just Tonks, Sirius, she said firmly as she returned the hug. Sirius pushed her away gently and frowned at the stubborn look that adorned her face. Shrugging dismissively, he smiled once more. Whatever you say, he laughed. An Auror? He questioned unnecessarily, nodding towards the robes. Tonks nodded proudly. It's all I ever wanted to be, she returned happily. What are you doing here then? He questioned with a slight frown. Tonks sighed. This is my new assignment for the year. Dumbledore requested Auror presence. He's not happy about Potter's name coming out of the goblet, and Amelia decided I was the best for the job as I'm the youngest and was taught by Moody, she explained with a shake of her head. He's not a Potter, Sirius corrected firmly. He was raised a Black and has our name. Tonks nodded apologetically, taken aback by the ferocity of his words. Sorry, Sirius, I only know what's been printed. The man grumbled under breath briefly before waving off her apology. It's fine, he assured her. We should catch up properly though. When you get some time, our rooms are behind the portrait of Sir Cadogan. You're welcome any time, he offered with a warm smile. I'd love to, Tonks replied. I have to check in with Dumbledore but can come after if you like. Sirius nodded, his smile widening at her eagerness. Arcturus isn't here and I can deal with Cassie. You know that I never had any issue with your mother and father, don't you? Tonks grimaced at the mention of the other members of the Black family but nodded her understanding. I know, Sirius. Mum was really hurt that you didn't stay in touch after everything happened. Sirius let out a deep breath. I will write to her, he promised. So much happened and I wanted to forget all about this place. It's not me that you owe an explanation to, Tonks pointed out. She'll be mad as hell with you but I know she misses you. Sirius shook his head as he remembered the fiery nature of his cousin. She was the politest but still not one to upset. I'll fix it, he sighed. Tonks smiled brightly at his declaration. Well, I will check in with Dumbledore and see you soon. Sirius nodded. It's good to see you, Nim, Tonks, he corrected when he noted her glare. You too, Sirius, she replied cheerfully as she turned and headed towards the castle. Sirius watched her retreating form fondly. He had always been entertained by the girl when he had visited her. She had always been rather rambunctious and he could only imagine the trouble she had caused Andy and Ted growing up. That fella really wants to hate you, Leo whispered to Harry from his left. With Sirius taking a break, the duo decided to attend one of the many classes on offer at Hogwarts and, at the insistence of Harry, had made their way to join the sixth-year Gryffindors and Slytherins in the dungeons for their lesson. The potions professor had begrudgingly permitted them to join and had taken the opportunity to fire some rather obscure questions at Harry only moments after they had settled. The more questions he asked that were answered, the more the man became irritated, the vein in his temple throbbing prominently. Harry, the ever-respectful boy he was, answered them all, much to the man's chagrin. It seems that you inherited your mother's ability when it comes to this subject, he conceded, taking glee in the flinching of the young man before him at the mention of the woman. Satisfied by the reaction, the greasy-haired professor set the students' work, tasking them to brew the draught of living death. Having gathered the required ingredients from the cupboard, they began in silence, the only sounds audible being the crackling of the flames beneath the cauldrons and steady sounds of chopping. After what happened between him, Sirius and the rest of them at school, I'm not surprised, Harry muttered in response. Leo shrugged. There's a man who holds a grudge. Unless you've already upset him some way. Just the fact that I exist upsets him, Harry sighed. Black, and your friend, Snape called loudly. Unless you are discussing your potion, I suggest you both shut up. You have my apologies, Professor Snape, Harry answered with barely concealed sarcasm. The man glared at the pair for several moments before he began moving around the class and inspecting the work of the other students. Git, Leo mumbled, causing Harry to snort and the man to turn sharply in their direction. Under the reproachful gaze of the irked professor, the two completed the assigned work in companionable silence, both looking forward to the end of the class when they could escape the oppressive atmosphere. I don't think I've ever met a more unpleasant chap, Leo exclaimed as they exited. Must be the combination of darkness and potions fumes that make him so miserable. Harry nodded. He knows his stuff though, he countered defensively. Shame he doesn't want to actually teach us anything, a voice interrupted to the right of the duo. Or have a sense of humor, another similar one added from their left. Twins, Leo sighed, and bloody ginger ones too, he added as he took in their appearance. Fred and George Weasley, the two introduced themselves with a bow. And I think you'll find our hair is a beautiful copper color, George finished. It makes us rather dashing, Fred quipped. Quite the lookers I'd say, George added. Leo shook his head as he looked between them, both amused and overwhelmed by their antics. You two are enough to give me a headache, he muttered. I'd best check on Rasputin. Merlin only knows what he's up to in that forest, he announced as they reached the entrance hall. Who's Rasputin? Fred asked. Leo gave the questioning twin a devilish smirk. He's a friend of mine, maybe I'll introduce you both to him sometime, he offered, his grin turning feral. Some mischief to look forward to, Fred replied to the retreating boy. We would never refuse a stroll through the forest, George added challengingly. Harry laughed as he shook his head. I wouldn't be too keen, he advised. Rasputin is not the most accommodating beast. Beast he says, George mused aloud as he scratched his chin. What type of beast is he? Harry's gaze flittered between the attentive twins as he smiled. One that I would avoid if you like your limbs attached to your body, he answered cryptically. See you later, gentlemen, he added as he left two nervous Weasleys in his wake, intent on heading back to the Blacks' rooms. To get some much-needed time away from the chaotic activities of the castle. He arrived to find a much more relaxed Sirius than the one that had left them earlier in the day, lounging in an armchair. Where have you been? The man questioned. We went to have a potions class with Snape, Harry answered as he removed his robes, leaving him in a white t-shirt and dark jeans. And how did old Snivelus treat you? Harry huffed slightly as he shot his father an annoyed look. How do you think? Sirius chuckled unashamedly as he stretched his legs and groaned. All in 7 years' work, he stated. Noticing that Harry was heading towards the bathroom, he flicked his wand towards the door and quelled the urge to laugh. You can't blame me for what I did as a kid, he shouted. Harry paused for a moment, his grip tightening around the handle as he simply shook his head. Not wanting to discuss it further, he pushed the door open only to be stopped in his tracks by a yelp of shock. On instinct, he drew his wand and leveled it at the thoroughly embarrassed woman who was trying to preserve her modesty, his eyes flashing a dangerous emerald. Who are you? He demanded. Nymphadora Tonks covered herself as best she could, mortified that someone had walked in on her making use of the facilities. She met the eyes of the trespasser and froze under the glare. It took a lot to shake the young Auror, and the young man stood in front of her had done it with only a look. She could only sputter incoherently, torn between anger and indignance. Thrown off by the appearance of the strange woman in the bathroom and receiving no answer to his question, Harry turned away to confront his father, only to find him doubled over, laughing at the predicament of the two. Seeing no humor in the situation, Harry growled as he stalked towards the man. We had a deal, he seethed. No women during the day and you would be discreet. Sirius held up a placating hand, still unable to speak through the level of his mirth. The two were interrupted by the sound of the toilet flushing and were shortly joined by a furious red-haired woman, her face blushing a similar shade. Undeterred by his anger, she approached Harry and poked him in the chest forcefully. What the hell? Do you make it a habit of walking in on women using the lav? She ground out. Harry was surprised by her aggression but shook his head irritably. Me? You might want to try locking the door if you're going to use someone else's bathroom, he returned. Tonks pushed her face upwards towards his angrily. I did lock the door. Harry narrowed his eyes and turned his attention to a somewhat composed Sirius, though he still wore a triumphant grin. You did it, he accused. Sirius chuckled. Only returning the favor, Sirius returned with a mock salute. Harry shook his head, remembering when he had done the same to the man and his Aunt Cassie. The woman's wrath had been something he would never forget, and it had taken Sirius almost a fortnight to be able to sit down comfortably after he had walked in on her. That doesn't change the fact that you broke the rules, Harry retorted grumpily. It's not like that, Sirius denied, cringing at the implication. This is my cousin, Nymphadora. I told you about her, years ago. Harry immediately turned to face the woman once more, noticing with a frown that her hair was now a bright pink. I'm sorry, Nymphadora, he offered sincerely. I got the wrong idea and I'm sorry for the embarrassment. My name is Tonks, she corrected. It's okay, but Sirius is going to pay for it, she promised with a sinister grin towards the now wide-eyed man. It was just a harmless joke, he muttered petulantly. Not a funny one, Harry chastised. I could have really hurt her, or seen more than you did, Tonks added with a wink. Harry blushed slightly as he shook his head. Again, I'm sorry, he offered. Tonks shrugged. No harm done, she sighed. Besides, Sirius will be the one paying for it. He's not the only one who likes a good joke. Harry chuckled. What happened to your eyes? The woman questioned. They were green a minute ago. Harry rubbed the back of his head. They change when I'm angry or using magic, he explained. What about your hair? Tonks gave him a wicked grin and cycled her hair through several colors. I'm a metamorph, she explained proudly. Harry nodded in understanding. Full or partial? Full, she confirmed, shifting her features a few times before turning them back to her chosen form for the day. She noticed that Harry seemed a little uncomfortable with the revelation and she frowned slightly. Must be useful for your job, he offered, gesturing towards her red robes. Yep, she answered with a nod. Useful for lots of things, she added with a wink. Harry shook his head as he gave his father another glare. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. I'm going to train a little, he announced. And the weighing of the wands is tomorrow, he added. Nice to meet you, he offered stiffly before exiting the room. Did I say something wrong? Tonks questioned once he'd left. Sirius sighed. No. Harry is not great with meeting new people and I think your ability has phased him a little. He will come around, he promised. Tonks could only nod in confusion at the thought of the younger Black. His curiosity had stretched only as far to query the level of her talents. After that, he had clearly distanced himself from her. She couldn't help but feel a little put out and think that she had done something wrong. Instead of dwelling on it, she decided that she would speak to him later. Sirius had briefly explained what had happened to him as a child and she did not want her presence to make anything uncomfortable for him, or herself whilst she was spending time with her older cousin. Harry awoke the next morning having spent his evening completing some light training and tending to his wand, something he did regularly. It was his most treasured possession, not only because he once believed that he would never be able to wield one, but because of its origins. He completed a morning run around the castle grounds before showering and waiting for Sirius to rise, something that would not happen at a reasonable time. He occupied his time with a little bit of light revision on the different types of dragon breeds that Leo had identified upon his arrival, marveling at the beast's size and immense power. Unbelievable, he muttered, perplexed that the ministry had included them in the tournament. Creatures of this caliber meant only destruction and were a threat to any they deemed to be a threat or prey. The list of animals they did not, was very small after all. He had pondered if the other champions were aware of what they would face but had thought nothing else of it. As both Leo and Sirius had pointed out, it was an advantage and he himself certainly wasn't going to announce it for the others to hear, though the latter of the two was convinced they would already know somehow. Morning, a sleepy Sirius greeted him before yawning loudly, pulling him from his thoughts. Sleep well. Not bad, Harry replied as the man pulled him into a hug. It was a simple show of affection but something that Sirius always did when he first saw Harry each day. For Harry, it was one of the things he never took for granted. Are you ready for the wand weighing? Harry shrugged. I don't like the idea of having it inspected but it has to be done I suppose. Sirius nodded. I imagine it will be Ollivander checking them. He's a good guy, a bit nuts, but damn good with wands, Sirius explained. Then why didn't I get my first one from him? Harry questioned. Because you have to be 11 to purchase one from him, Sirius answered as he ruffled the teen's hair. Harry mumbled under his breath as he fixed his locks, shooting a scathing look at the man. It's not like you will need a new one either, so tough luck kiddo, Sirius pointed out. And remember, don't let anyone look down on you because of it. It's your wand and all of it is a part of you. I know, Harry sighed. The revelation of Harry being a Parselmouth had been met with a lot of curiosity amongst the blacks. Harry, having only been 9 when he found out, had no understanding as to why the language was held in the regard it was amongst certain wizards. When Arcturus explained that the last Dark Lord was one, Harry did everything he could to forget he possessed the ability. That was until his Aunt Cassie gave him a long talk about magical intent and having a unique ability that he had the chance to explore. Ever since then, it had been something he had invested a considerable amount of time into. Arcturus had acquired a few books for him to peruse and his skill with the branch of magic had only increased over the years. He had not looked back since. Well, we have a little time before we have to be there. How about I show you where the kitchens are and we get some breakfast? Sounds good. Leo and Cassie are already doing lessons so it's just us today, Harry explained as he stood and followed Sirius lead out of the room. An hour later, after sating their appetites and witnessing the very amusing house elves going about their business, the two left the kitchen and made their way to the fourth floor to the room that had been allotted for the event. The other three champions had already arrived with their entourages, along with a reporter, her cameraman and two oars that Harry recognized as Tonks and James Potter. He paid no heed to any of the people within as he found a seat and waited for the proceedings to begin, keen for this to be over as soon as possible. The other champions conversed amongst themselves amiably enough, all ignoring his presence, something he was grateful for. The same could not be said for the reporter. He felt her gaze boring into him and he met her hungry stare with narrowed eyes, his hand twitching towards his wand at the discomfort he felt. He looked up towards his father as his hand came to rest on his shoulders and relaxed as Sirius gave him a slight shake of the head, urging him to remain calm. Instead of cursing the woman, he took a deep breath, just in time for Dumbledore to arrive, a man that could not be much younger than himself in tow, who in turn was followed by both Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch. "Wonderful, everybody is here," Bagman exclaimed excitedly. "Dumbledore, if you will." "Thank you, Ludo," Dumbledore acquiesced. "We are here today to carry out the weighing of the wands. This is to ensure that they are functioning correctly and are adequate for the tasks ahead," the man explained. "May I introduce to you, Mr. Garrick Ollivander, who will be the expert examining them." Ollivander gave a brief bow and took it upon himself to begin his work. "Mr. Krum, if you please," he requested of the surly Bulgarian. Harry had of course heard of the man but could not understand why he always appeared to be so miserable. He watched as Krum slouched towards the wandmaker and handed his over for the required inspection. 10¼ inches, hornbeam with dragon heartstring," Oliver said more to himself. "An excellent example of Grigorovich's work," he praised. He gave the wand a gentle wave producing a fountain of wine and deemed it satisfactory before handing it back and beckoning for the French champion to step forward. Fleur Delacour approached him, flicking her long, silver hair over her shoulder, her nose turned upwards. Harry shook his head at her snootiness, his previous meeting of the girl having not been pleasant. "Oh my," the wandmaker exclaimed as he grasped her wand. "Rosewood, 9½ inches with Vila hair," he stated in confusion. "A very volatile core, but if it works for you," he finished with a shrug. "Oui," Fleur responded simply. Ollivander gave the wand a flick and handed the conjured bouquet of flowers to the girl along with her wand. "Mr. Diggory," Ollivander called. Cedric approached the man, giving his wand a cursory rub with a cloth before allowing him to take possession of it. "Now this one I do now," Ollivander mused aloud. 12½ inches, ash with the tail hair of a rather aggressive male unicorn, he announced thoughtfully. "In excellent condition, Mr. Diggory," he offered with a smile. The man twirled the wand between his fingers, unleashing a barrage of multicolored sparks before deeming it worthy and handing it back to the Hogwarts champion. "And finally, Mr. Black," the wandmaker requested, his eerie eyes landing on Harry. With an internal sigh, he stood and approached the man, still no less comfortable about handing his wand to a stranger. "You might want to put on some dragonhide gloves," he advised. "My wand does not like to be touched by other people." Ollivander's eyebrows rose momentarily before he schooled his features and nodded. Harry did his best to ignore the questioning whispers around him as the man took the wand in his gloved hands. "A very strong bond indeed," Ollivander whispered, the room falling silent as he carried out the inspection of the final wand. 12 inches, Blackwood. His monologue paused as he met the eyes of the teen, his own widening as he nodded excitedly. "The course freely given," he muttered. "How did you come across such a creature?" Harry shrugged. "She was old," he replied. "She bonded with me and asked me to kill her so that she could pass on," he explained. Ollivander smiled as he nodded. "May I see?" Harry undid the top 3 buttons on his shirt and exposed the skin on the left, his chest and shoulder. "All 3 bit you?" Ollivander questioned in disbelief. Harry nodded as he chuckled. "She assured me it would not be fatal, but I was sick for almost 2 weeks and it hurt like hell." "Indeed," Ollivander replied with a laugh of his own. "Well, it is a spectacular wand. Did you craft it yourself?" "With some help," Harry clarified. Ollivander nodded thoughtfully. "Fangs, heartstring and venom core," he announced to the surprise of those gathered. "Of what exactly?" Madame Maxime asked. Harry nodded his consent when the wandmaker sought his permission. He knew that he would be accused of cheating if he attempted to hide its contents. "A very old Hydra," Ollivander confirmed. "Impossible," Maxime declared as the other people in the room began whispering furiously. Such a wand would be an unfair advantage. And your student being Avila might prove to be to hers, Sirius broke in angrily. It's his wand, it doesn't make him any more powerful than he is naturally. Correct, Mr. Black, Ollivander interjected. A wand is only as powerful as the wizard that wields it. There are very few exceptions to this, but this wand is not one of them, he finished firmly. Madame Maxime was not satisfied, but the other champions were not at all perturbed by Harry's wand. My champion cannot, heritage, she defended. And my son cannot help his, Sirius returned. Your champion has her allure and gift with fire, but you don't hear the other two complaining. It does not matter, Krum huffed, they hoff Vila at Durmstrang. It just makes it more fun, Cedric shrugged with an easy smile. We have to use what we are good at. Excellent, Dumbledore declared, putting an end to the disagreement. If you are happy, Garrick, then we can end the ceremony. Ollivander gave a nod as he handed Harry his wand back. Photos, Dumbledore, the reporter reminded him. Ah yes, of course, the old man complied benignly. What followed was an uncomfortable 30 minutes of the champions being shifted in various positions and poses for the photographer as the reporter fired instructions at the man. Much to Harry's relief, the photographer finally took the last shot and he headed immediately towards the door, only to be accosted by the reporter, who took his forearm in a vice-like grip. He drew his wand and placed the tip under her chin, ready to let loose a curse, and whispered a few words in Parseltongue to calm his stirring familiar. He did not appreciate being grabbed in such a forceful way and the look he found himself under. Thankfully, for the sake of the reporter, Sirius had witnessed it and stepped in before the situation could become much less pleasant. You will unhand my son, he commanded furiously. The public has a right to know his story, the woman returned, undeterred by the burning emerald orbs of the teen. I'm sure Harry has much to say. Sirius growled as he drew his own wand, all eyes now firmly on the altercation as Dumbledore began approaching the group. We owe no explanation, Sirius spat, now let go of my son or so help me I will kill you where you stand. The woman wilted under the threat, now fully aware of the mistake she had made. Rita, release Mr. Black, Dumbledore advised. Reluctantly she did so and attempted to give the teen a warm smile. Sirius, not satisfied with her actions, seized her by the front of her robes and glared into her eyes malevolently. If a single negative word is printed regarding my son, I will bring the full weight of the House of Black down on you and your employers, do you understand me? He hissed. Rita nodded fearfully as Sirius released her. Good, Sirius declared. Now, Harry, why don't you go and practice whilst I have a word with the headmaster here, he suggested as he shifted his gaze towards the aged man. Harry shrugged and exited the room, giving the reporter a final scornful stare as he closed the door behind him before heading towards the third floor and the sanctity of his room. He made it to the end of the corridor without interruption, only to be caught up to by an almost running Tonks. Watch her, Harry, mind if I walk with you? She greeted him breathlessly. You can walk where you like. At least this way, I won't walk in on you in the toilet, he deadpanned, the ghost of a smirk gracing his lips as his eyes sparkled impishly. Tonks blushed and shook her head irritably. Not the ideal way to meet someone, she muttered. No, not really, Harry agreed, not missing a step as he continued walking. An awkward silence fell between the two and Tonks took the opportunity to take her first real look at him. The day before had not been her proudest moment and she had been too embarrassed to focus on him. He was taller than her by quite the margin and carried himself with confidence, his steps purposeful yet very quiet and graceful, the opposite of her own clumsy feet. His jet black was cut shorter than the other members of his family and he had the beginnings of dark stubble adorning his face, but it was his features that were most striking. He certainly had the look of the blacks to a degree, the high cheekbones and lithe figure, but there was much more to him. He was without doubt handsome and would only grow more so as he aged a little more. She blushed again as she looked away, having no desire to dwell on such thoughts. Did I do something to upset you yesterday? She questioned suddenly. Harry came to a stop and frowned at the woman in confusion. No, he denied, why would you think that? It's just that when you realized I was a metamorph, you just left. I don't want it to be weird when we're around each other. Harry chuckled as he shook his head. You're talking to a Parselmouth, he reminded her. I'm not a hypocrite and wouldn't hold a gift against anyone, he finished firmly. He sighed. It's not what you are, Tonks, he assured her, it just threw me off. Too many thoughts of what I can do with my talents. She questioned with a grin. Harry frowned and shook his head again. When people find out what I can do with snakes, they decide that I am somehow a performing monkey. I can only imagine how people react to you and what their expectations are, he offered sympathetically. Tonks nodded dumbly. He'd never be able to understand fully what she had experienced, but he had the maturity and intelligence to at least consider, more than what could be said of anyone else she had met, other than her parents of course. It's a special gift you have, Harry continued, and as Sirius said to me about my own, it doesn't have to define you in any way. It's only a small part of who you are, he recited dismissively. Tonks gave him a genuine smile which turned into a smirk. Doesn't mean I shouldn't use it when it helps, she replied with another wink, changing her eye color to match his silvery own. Harry merely shrugged in reply. You have to do what you want to do, he returned. I'll see you later, Tonks. Nymphadora Tonks watched him leave with a frown of confusion marring her features. She got the impression that Harry was not as fazed by her as Sirius had said, but he was certainly not comfortable around her either. She sighed deeply as she pondered him. He'd shown understanding towards her to an extent, his own ability garnering just as much as her attention. She thought that it would create a form of kinship between the two, but only served to distance them further based on the conversation they had just shared. It both confused and irritated the young woman to no end at how much he intrigued her and left her feeling worse than before she had spoken to him. She huffed as she contemplated him further, vowing that she would fix the rather strange rift between them, and as she turned to go about her duties, she formulated a plan to do just that. Having bypassed Sir Cadogan by simply changing her appearance to match that of her older cousin, Tonks approached the room that she had seen Harry entering the previous day as she morphed her features back to her own. She had waited until past midnight, not only to ensure that the blacks would be sleeping but because it was the optimum time for what she intended to do. For that, however, she wanted to invite Harry to help. It was he that had been wronged also. As quietly as possible, she determined that there were no wards placed on his door and turned the handle carefully and entered the room, closing the door behind her with little more than a gentle click of the catch. Allowing her eyes to adjust to the darkness within, she couldn't help but notice how neat and organized the room was. At his age and even to this day, her own room and now flat was in a constant state of disarray. It wasn't unclean, just a manageable and familiar chaos for her. Her eyes drifted to the bed and the sleeping form, his bare chest rising and falling rhythmically as he slumbered on, currently unaware of her presence. She approached, debating the best way to wake him. She had already witnessed how quick he was with his wand and did not want to provoke his ire. As she drew closer, she noticed 6 darker circles of skin across the left side of his chest, and her eyebrows rose at the deep, purple scars of where the hydra he had bonded with had bitten him. Her curiosity getting the better of her, she tentatively reached towards one of the puncture wounds with her fingertips, only to release a startled yelp as she found her wrist in a tight grip and looking down the shaft of a wand into a pair of very alert emerald eyes that glowed brightly, even in pitch blackness of the room. Tonks? Harry questioned hoarsely. Watch her, Harry, the metamorph replied with a grin. Harry shook his head to clear it. What are you doing here? Well, I was going to see if you wanted to help me get some revenge on Sirius for what he did yesterday, but now I'm worried that you're going to kill me, she finished weakly as his gaze continued to burn into her own. It's 1 in the morning, he grumbled. Can you think of a better time to get him? She returned. Harry chuckled despite his sleep being disturbed, not to mention the fact that this woman had broken into his room. He released her and rubbed his eyes as he nodded. What did you have in mind? He asked with a dangerous smirk. I don't know, Tonks sighed. This is about as far as I got when I planned this, she admitted with a pout. Harry snorted as he shook his head. All right, he huffed, I have an idea. Tonks grinned at him. Well, come on then, she urged. With another sigh, Harry lit his wand, pushed his duvet away and summoned his jeans from the back the chair at his desk. He slipped them on and stood to fasten them, only to feel the eyes of the woman on him. Like what you see, Tonks? He questioned, snapping her from her observations of him. I guess we are even now, she replied, glad that she could hide the blush that was threatening to make its way on her cheeks. She chided herself for her actions but could certainly appreciate what she had seen. Clearly, Harry trained very hard if his physical condition was anything to go by. He was not overly muscular, but he had an athletic build. She shook those thoughts away, refusing to fawn over someone's appearance like a schoolgirl. Actually, you've seen more of me now, Harry quipped, forcing her to work harder to keep from blushing. I didn't see anything other than those lovely white knickers you wore, he added casually. This time, the blush did form and she fired a stinging hex towards him for his comment only to watch him flick it deftly away with his wand and a winning smile. I didn't have time to wash any others, she defended weakly. Harry chuckled. I'm not one to judge, Nymphadora, he continued jesting, enjoying the fact that he had the upper hand. The little butterflies were adorable. Tonks growled. She never allowed anyone to get the better of her, but she had nothing to come back with. I'll get you back later, she vowed, but Sirius is first. Harry only laughed in response as he summoned a t-shirt and retrieved a box from under his bed. He opened it and checked the contents before gesturing for her to follow him. He led her into the living area and gestured for her to be quiet before casting a silencing charm on 2 of the 3 bedroom doors and the bathroom for good measure. He tiptoed towards the remaining door and entered, gesturing for her to wait whilst he checked that his father was indeed sleeping. Wazot. Sirius Black mumbled sleepily as he sat up suddenly, having been woken by the strong feeling that something was amiss. The room was dark and silent, so the man steadied his breathing as he swept his dark locks away from his face, listening intently for any sound. After a moment of awareness, he shrugged and shook his head, grumbling about his own paranoia as he slid back beneath his duvet to resume sleeping, only to release a girlish scream as an obnoxiously loud sound of a horn blowing disturbed him further. Breathless and infuriated, he growled, mentally preparing to discipline his son and his friend for their actions. It had been a while since the 2 boys had targeted him, but he should have expected. It was he that had begun the pranks amongst them. Little bastards, he muttered as he stood, only for his feet to slip away from under him. He hit the ground with a mighty crash and groaned from the impact, the wind having been knocked out of him. His hope that the humiliation would end with this lasted but a few seconds as a larger than necessary amount of ice-cold water splashed over his head, leaving him a sodden mess. That's it, he roared, pulling himself to his feet. You're both in for it. He stalked towards the door and paused as he heard the laughter from the other side, one easily identifiable but a sound he did not hear often enough. It was an almost alien sound that quelled his anger immediately, the giggling of his son never failing to do so. The accompanying female sounds did surprise him, but he deduced immediately that it could only be courtesy of his younger cousin. The thought of the 2 conspiring against him together made him smile, despite being the one on the receiving end of their endeavor. He opened the door a few inches and listened to giggling, almost basking in a display that Harry would demonstrate more often. He had never been a typical child nor teenager, but it was these moments of utter joy that Sirius Black lived for. I'll get you both for this, he warned half-heartedly. And he would. He would concede nothing to the surprising new allies, it was not in his nature. With a shake of his head and a few waves of his wand, he cleaned up the mess and dried himself off, hoping that having Nymphadora around may just help Harry loosen up somewhat. Merlin knows he needs it, he sighed sadly as he rested his head on his pillow and casted a few wards on his door, just in case. With Sirius's declaration of revenge ringing in their ears, Harry and Tonks settled on the couch in the living area, still laughing at the results of their deed. It had gone better than either could have hoped, although they had almost been caught by Nymphadora tripping on the corner of the rug. Harry had managed to catch her and they both had to stifle their giggles as the man had stirred from his sleep. Do you think he will get us back? Tonks questioned. He will, Harry replied with a grin. It will be back and forth for a while until Aunt Cassie gets annoyed and puts an end to it. Well, I wouldn't have thought you had it in you, Harry. Harry shook his head in amusement. I was raised by Sirius Black, you have to have it in you to survive, he explained. He is a bit of a legend around here, him, Potter, Lupin and Pettigrew, Tonks sighed. She noticed Harry's eyes flash furiously at the mention of the 3 other men. Sorry, she offered quickly. Don't be, he insisted. I dealt with my demons long ago, but if I ever get my hands on the rat, I will gladly rip him limb from limb. Tonks could not help but believe him. Her career centered around dangerous people and Harry certainly had such a side to him from what she had seen thus far. Anyway, he spoke once more, quickly moving away from the awkward subject, why did you have to wake me up to help? Couldn't do it without me. He jested. Tonks huffed as she sat up arrogantly. Of course I could, I was just trying to be nice and let you in on the fun. And to stop you falling on your ass, Harry returned with a smirk. Downside to this, she explained as she morphed her torso and features, acutely aware of the grimace he wore. It does make you uncomfortable, she accused. Harry shook his head and held up his hands. It's not you or what you can do that makes me uncomfortable, he denied firmly. It's just a little unnerving for me. Why? She asked with a frown. His silvery gaze met her own and she shuddered under it, feeling as though he was staring straight into her soul. Seemingly satisfied, he gave her a sad smile. When my parents gave me up, Dumbledore sent me to Lily's Muggle sister and her husband, he began, his countenance much more timid than she could have expected from him. In public, they were these friendly, happy people who doted on their son and nephew with warm smiles and such. Showering me with praise and even buying me presents, that sort of stuff. He took a deep breath before continuing. Behind closed doors, they were different. They locked me in a cupboard, didn't bother feeding me and used me as a punchbag when they felt like it. And I have no idea why I'm telling you this, he finished with a pained look in his eyes. I'm so sorry, Harry, she said sincerely as she took his hands, fighting her own emotions back. I didn't know. Harry shook his head and gave her a weak smile. It's fine. It's just that I learnt from a young age that what you see with people isn't always who they really are. People can hide behind masks and it unsettles me a little that you have the ability to do it so easily. Tonks snorted slightly. That's exactly what it is perfect for, she muttered. What if I choose just form and stick to it when I'm around you? Harry frowned. No, you shouldn't have to do that. This is a part of who you are, something that I must get used to. You shouldn't have to change because of me and my stupid insecurities. They're not stupid, she insisted stubbornly. Harry shrugged. Either way, you're not changing the way you are to spend time here. Your family. I will have to deal with it. Then I guess I will just have to spend more time here until you do, she replied with a smirk. Someone will have to watch your back for when Sirius plans his revenge. Harry chuckled. You can spend as much time here as you like. Especially if you're willing to be a human shield, he quipped. I may be clumsy at times. All the time I bet. But, she continued with a scowl, I am quite handy with my wand. Do you know how to take down a dragon? Tonks frowned. A dragon? Never mind, Harry chuckled as he waved her off. I had best get to bed, unless you need to disturb my sleep for anything else. Tonks tapped her chin with her finger and shook her head. Not tonight, she sighed. Maybe some other time, she added with a wink as she rose and exited the room. Harry simply shook his head at the woman. He had quickly understood that Tonks was a flirty kind of person and it was just one of those other things about her he would have to learn to handle. For Charlie Potter, the days since his brother had arrived at the castle had been both trying and had left him reeling under a sense of nervous tension. Harry was seldom seen around the school itself, something he couldn't decide on whether that was a good or bad thing. He had pondered the boy for many years, always wondering where he was and what he was doing with his life, wishing he had the opportunity to meet him, and yet, he was but a few floors below him and no closer to spending time with the brother that had been taken from him all so many years ago. Admittedly, he had not sought out the older boy from fear that he would not be welcome, but as more time passed the more it felt that his desire would remain unfulfilled. Both Ron and Hermione had encouraged him to try at least, but Charlie couldn't. Harry had a family, had grown without him and the fear of being rejected proved to be too much. The situation with his parents had remained the same. He stubbornly refused to speak to them after learning what they had done to the boy. He was not known for his temper, was considered to be rather meek compared to the man that had sired him. However, the actions of his parents had angered him and he knew he was in no position to maintain a semblance of calm around them as things were. Come on, Charlie, Ron encouraged, let's go get some breakfast. Charlie shook the thoughts of his family from his head and followed his two friends through the portrait. Himself and the youngest Weasley had been waiting for the girl so that they could head to the Great Hall together. Charlie despised being coddled but his parents had always insisted he not venture out alone whilst at school, something he grudgingly accepted. The Slytherins would often target him when the opportunity arose and he had learned that to his own detriment in his second year. After a week in the hospital wing recovering from broken bones and the effects of several hexes, being shadowed always was a necessity. We have potions first, Hermione reminded the pair, eliciting a groan from Ron. Charlie enjoyed the subtle art of brewing, a class that required minimal usage of his wand and something he excelled doing. It was obvious to any that Snape disliked him with a passion and the feeling was mutual. Charlie, however, had gained the man's respect after he had proven that he was not in fact the dunderhead the potions professor had initially believed. For the most part, he now ignored him, a much preferable treatment than what most of his peers were subjected to by the greasy man. "It's not that bad, Ron," Charlie comforted, laughing at the look of horror that adorned his friend's face. "Not that bad. Every lesson with him is a nightmare. I'll help you," Charlie assured him as they reached the Great Hall and took their seats at the Gryffindor table. "Thanks, mate," Ron replied over a mouthful of toast, having wasted no time in starting to get his fill. Charlie simply shook his head at his friend and grinned at the look of disgust Hermione gave the boy as he tucked into his own food. 2 hours, a less than stellar lesson and a very irate Ron Weasley later, the trio exited the dungeons, the boy cursing under his breath, earning himself a rather stern glare from the bushy-haired female. "Bloody, slimy git," he grumbled, finishing his rant. "Well, Ronald, if you followed the instructions correctly then you wouldn't have melted your cauldron," Hermione huffed. "How was I supposed to know the porcupine quills had to be added before the murtlap?" he questioned irritably. "Because it said so in the instructions," Charlie answered with a grin. Ron flushed and mumbled something incoherent only to stumble as he walked into something solid as the group turned the corner into the entrance hall. The trio froze as they were greeted by the sight of the fourth champion and his friend, both looking amused at the dumb expressions they wore. Sorry," Ron managed to stutter. The boy he had bumped into shook his head and gave him a grin. "Think nothing of it, little Red," he said dismissively. "You're the one who cursed Malfoy," Ron stated matter-of-factly, his eyes shining in awe. "The wanker had it coming," the older boy mumbled. "Language," Hermione chided, flushing embarrassedly as his green eyes switched to her, his mouth opening in shock. "Is she always like this?" he questioned Ron, who shook his head in exasperation. "You have no idea, mate." The boy laughed as Hermione reddened further, the three of them unaware of the staring match ensuing between the other two males. "What's wrong, Harry?" Leo questioned, switching his glance between the two. The younger boy looked as though he had been petrified. His eyes were wide and his mouth gaping. Harry simply smiled as he answered his friend. "This is my little brother," he explained as he gestured to the nervous boy. Leo's eyebrows rose at the revelation but smiled nonetheless. Harry had explained about his younger sibling and that he had no idea how to handle the situation. Leo had pointed out that the boy was not to blame for anything that had happened and that he should seek him out. Harry had remained indecisive. He held nothing against Charlie but was at a loss on what he should do. "Nice to meet you," Leo offered, extending his hand to the still unmoving Charlie. This snapped him out of his stupor as he accepted the boy's proffered limb and shook it mechanically. "You too," he whispered, his eyes remaining firmly on his brother. Leo shook his head at the two in understanding as he turned to the redhead and the girl once more. "How about we give these two a little privacy and I can teach you both something fun?" he suggested. Noting the matching looks of concern each wore, he placated them further. "Harry will look after him." Sensing their reluctance, Charlie gave his friends a nod, eliciting a grateful smile from his brother's friend, who began leading Ron and Hermione away. "You wouldn't happen to be related to those ginger twins, would you?" he questioned Ron. The boy groaned but nodded his head. "Well, my friend, I've got just the spell for you to keep them in line," Leo replied as he put his arm around Ron's shoulder, the trio disappearing as they exited the castle. The last thing Charlie heard was Hermione chastising the older boy, who only laughed in response, unfazed by her reprimanding. The silence between the two stretched on for several moments after Ron, Leo and Hermione had left, neither of the siblings knowing where to begin. Upon meeting the stare of his younger brother, Harry had been pulled into a memory of staring into those hazel eyes as he fed the boy from a bottle, helped by Lily, who had settled the small bundle into his lap. Unwittingly, it caused a smile to form on his lips just as Charlie lost his composure. "I'm so sorry," he choked. Harry shook his head gently as he held up a hand. "You have nothing to be sorry for," he said firmly. Noticing the crowd that started to form around them witnessing their reunion, he frowned and beckoned for the boy to follow him. Charlie did so, his head hanging as he refused to meet the stare of his older brother. Harry led him to the third floor and into an empty classroom that he found. Satisfied that the room was not used much if the layer of dust on the desks was anything to go by, he erected a privacy ward and pulled out a chair for the younger boy. "Let's not focus on what happened before," he suggested, much to the surprise of Charlie. "We could spend days talking about it, but it won't change anything. What happened, happened, and there's nothing we can say or do that will change that," he finished with a shrug. Charlie swallowed deeply as he nodded his agreement. "I'm still angry at them," he whispered, "all of them." Harry chuckled slightly. "As am I," he sighed, "but they are still your parents. Believe me, I know what it is like to lose them. They made a lot of mistakes, but they did what they thought was right by you." "But not you," Charlie returned heatedly. Harry gave him a sad smile. "And it's me that has to deal with that," he pointed out. "Trust me, Charlie, you don't want to have regrets where your parents are concerned." Charlie shook his head. "I don't think I can forgive them for it," he muttered. "I'm not saying you have to," Harry said, "but you can move past it. I won't ever forgive what they did to me, and I will never see them as my parents, but they are still yours. They raised you, clothed you, and fed you. I imagine they have both been there for you through everything." Charlie nodded begrudgingly. "Then don't lose that because of what happened to me." "I'll try," Charlie conceded unhappily. "Good," Harry praised with a smile. "I was always told you were a squib," Charlie spoke sadly after a moment of peaceful silence between the two. "I was as good as," Harry sighed. "That all changed when I was 7. A complete accident," he explained. "What happened?" Charlie asked eagerly. "Nothing good," Harry replied. "I would have died if it weren't for Aunt Cassie, my father and grandfather." "Oh," Charlie returned dejectedly. Harry frowned. Seeing his brother's expression, Charlie shrugged. "I thought you might know something to help me," he added. "I've had problems with my magic since that night. It's really weak and I have to wear this thing to help," he explained as he lifted his shirt, revealing his belt. "What is that?" "It helps me absorb ambient magic around the castle. It boosts my reserves so I can do magic without exhausting myself too much," he answered bitterly. "Sometimes, when it's low, Dad or Dumbledore have to put some into it too." Harry inspected the impressive construct. Creating something such as this was no mean feat. He could read very few of the runes but could admit that workmanship of the device was very innovative. He frowned at the gently flickering lights. "It's low now," he pointed out. "Well, I'm not speaking to Dad or Dumbledore at the moment," Charlie reminded him sheepishly. Harry could see how tired the boy appeared to be. The bags under his eyes were dark and his skin quite pale. "Idiot," Harry muttered as he drew his wand. "How did they put their magic in?" "That rune there," Charlie answered, eyeing the wand warily as he pointed to the rune in question. "No, you don't have to," he sputtered as Harry placed the tip of his wand on it. As his older brother pushed, he felt his magic wash over him all the way to the tips of his toes, warming and perking him up significantly. It felt like his father's in a way, but completely different in others, much more comfortable also. It was stronger too, and his body positively hummed as it was invigorated by the almost suffocating nature of what was being forced through him. "Thank you," he offered gratefully when Harry withdrew his wand. "Anytime," Harry responded with a smile, happy that the younger boy was looking much better already. "If you need it, you just have to ask. I've got enough," he explained with a shrug. Charlie nodded and returned the smile warmly. "How often do you have to do it?" Harry asked. "Every few days or so, depending on how much magic I use," Charlie sighed unhappily. "Well, I doubt that I can help much in the long term, but I can help with that when you need." He frowned thoughtfully for a moment. "I can help show you some spells that don't require too much power if you like." Charlie nodded eagerly, eliciting a chuckle from his brother. "Leave it with me and I'll come up with something," he promised. "How about we do something fun? I don't think sitting here moping about the past or our troubles is going to do either of us any good." "Like what?" "How about some flying? I doubt you could have escaped James's love of that your whole life." Charlie's eyes lit up in excitement. He adored flying. It was one of the things he could do that did not drain his magic. It was his moments on a broom that gave him the most freedom. His mum was awful on one, and the day he saw Dumbledore flying would be the day the man shaved his beard. "All right, I just need to get my broom," he declared as he almost sprinted from the room, leaving behind an amused yet content Harry who watched him leave with a mix of relief and sympathy. "Where did you learn that spell?" Hermione questioned suspiciously. At school, of course, Leo replied as though it were obvious. What kind of school did you go to? She followed up with a frown. Yeah, they don't teach us that kind of stuff here, mate, Ron broke in. Leo smiled as he shook his head at them. The girl was rather invasive and the boy perhaps a little blunt, but he liked them. He could see that they were protective of Harry's brother and both inquisitive in their own ways. I went to 2 different schools, one in Russia and one in Japan. After I blew up my orphanage through accidental magic, it was decided that I would do well at a military academy. Plus, I couldn't afford a school like this and I refused to take the money from the blacks. They'd done enough for me, he explained. Orphanage? Hermione asked sadly. Leo shrugged. I was pulled from a building in Ireland during the last war as a baby. I didn't know who my parents were until recently. There were lots of kids like me, just not many that destroyed half of their house, he finished with a snort. You must be powerful then, Ron interjected. Leo shook his head. Not really, he denied. I'm no slouch and I'm talented in battle magic and transfiguration, but Harry is the one to talk to about power. You put a wand in his hand and I doubt you'll find many that can do what he can. How did you actually meet him then? Ron asked. Leo chuckled. It wasn't long after the orphanage incident. They sent me to a specialist to see if he could help with my magical control. He was a nice fella but couldn't help me as much as I needed. One day, Harry turns up with Sirius and Cassie for the same reason and we've been friends since. Cassie took pity on me and spent 2 years teaching me occlumency to help with my control, and we've just spent every holiday together and some of each school year. But, aren't they evil? Ron questioned in a whisper. Not at all. I owe them everything I have. Cassie didn't have to help me but she did for whatever reason, Leo shrugged. Don't get me wrong, you don't want to upset any of them, especially old Arcturus, but they've been good to me. Cassie is the closest thing I had to a parent, in her own strange way. I'm sorry about your parents. I know what it's like to lose someone, Ron replied. I never knew them, Leo returned evenly. Most of us lost people during the war. I guess that's one of the reasons why I went to military schools. If I can stop someone having to be in an orphanage because of war, then I will. My uncles died during the war but we lost my sister in my 2nd year, Ron explained. Oh, sorry little Red, I didn't know that, Leo offered sincerely. What happened? Sakei, Ron mumbled. We don't really know. Dumbledore told us she had been possessed and died because of it. Leo sighed as he shook his head. I won't pretend I know how that feels. Harry is the closest thing I have to a brother and I can only guess how much it would hurt if I lost him. Ron nodded. It is getting better but Mum, Dad and the rest of us find it hard. She was the only girl. And I bet she had you all wrapped around her little finger, Leo chuckled, causing a smile to form on the younger boy's face. Dad, Bill and Charlie, she did, he agreed. Fred and George were a little scared of her when she lost her temper and she annoyed me most of the time. I still miss her though. Leo nodded sympathetically. And what would she say to you if she was stood here right now? Ron frowned. She'd probably tell me I was a stupid git and to cheer up, he sighed. Leo laughed heartily. You loved her and she annoyed you, but I'd bet my life that she loved you just as much. You were her big brother, you're supposed to annoy each other. It's not easy, but try and remember the good times you did have. You won't ever get over it, but you won't forget her either, he advised, placing a comforting hand on Ron's shoulder. The redhead nodded. Hermione looked between the pair with a watery smile. Ron had struggled a lot with Ginny's death and had refused to speak to anyone about it. The rest of the family had been stuck in their own grief understandably, and Ron had been somewhat ignored. Fred and George had each other, Bill and Charlie were away, and Percy was a useless prat at best. What about you? Ron questioned. What do you think your parents would say? Hermione fought the urge to facepalm, but Leo adopted a thoughtful look, unbothered by the question. I'd like to think that my father would tell me he was proud of me and that my mum would kick my ass for all the trouble I caused, he responded with a grin. That's probably what she'd do. Ron's face lit up with a grin of his own before he laughed. Now, enough of the depressing stuff. Cast the spell, Leo instructed. Ron concentrated and waved his wand as he muttered the incantation. Leo felt himself pulled towards the girl and their forearms locked together as both their wands flew towards the elated redhead. Not bad at all, Leo praised. I couldn't pick a better prison buddy if I tried, he added with a wink to a blushing Hermione. Your brothers won't be able to reverse it unless they know the counter curse or can use your wand. Ron smirked happily, already planning on when he would get some revenge on the twins for the years of torture they had put him through. Let's see if you can do it too, Leo suggested to Hermione. It's a useful spell to know. The trio worked together on the spell and a few others for a while until an irritated Cassiopeia found them and put an end to the activity. Mistress, Leo greeted her with a bow. None of that, Cassie said dismissively. Lucius Malfoy is in Dumbledore's office and is demanding your presence. Leo's eyes narrowed, his genial demeanor slipping as he leered in response. Sorry guys, looks like I have someone else's balls to give a little pinch to, he quipped. Lead the way, my lady. Cassie shook her head but couldn't hide her smile. The fact that the boy was not afraid of Malfoy would serve him well, and she doubted that Lucius knew exactly what was coming for him. Still, he was still her apprentice and it was her responsibility to ensure that he did not provoke the man too much, though she could not see how that was avoidable. Malfoy was a scumbag and just the mere sight of him was enough to provoke anyone. I'd best send for Arcturus too, she sighed. Ron and Hermione looked on worriedly. Draco was a nuisance around the school, spouting off his rubbish about his father all the time, but Lucius Malfoy was known to be a dangerous and savvy man. Do you think he'll be okay? Hermione questioned. Ron shrugged. I don't know, but it would be cool to see what happens. Hermione shook her head. Trust Ron to be so dense about the situation, she grumbled. Internally, Lucius Malfoy was livid. The letter he had received from his son had informed him of the attack upon his person by another visiting student, and Lucius could not allow such a thing to pass without repercussion for the individual. He was a Malfoy, an attack on his son was an attack on him, and that was unacceptable. He had seethed for the past few days, pondering on what he should do. He knew that his son could be overly dramatic at times, so he had taken it upon himself to speak to Draco's housemates, and they had all said the same thing. The boy had cast a spell that could have ended his line if it weren't for the intervention of the professor. Having heard enough, he had made his way to Dumbledore's office and demanded the culprit be brought to him. The old man had attempted platitudes, but Lucius had insisted. He wanted the boy punished and he would gladly do it himself if necessary. The headmaster had summoned an elf and given it some whispered instructions. May I offer you some tea, Lord Malfoy? The man offered cordially. Lucius fought back his sneer as he shook his head, remaining seated until the door began to open, admitting a well-built young man. Is this him? Lucius ground out. Dumbledore sighed and nodded. The Malfoy patriarch stalked towards the boy and halted in his steps as a familiar woman entered behind him, a woman he had not seen since his wedding day. This was an unexpected and very unwelcome development. I understand that you have a grievance to air with my apprentice, Lucius, Cassiopeia stated. Lucius swallowed nervously but steeled his resolve. This boy attacked my heir, he spat. I demand that he be punished. Cassiopeia raised a delicate eyebrow in response. You demand nothing of the blacks, she corrected angrily. That boy is not a black, Lucius countered evenly. True, Cassie conceded. Did you harm the Malfoy heir, Leo? The boy had the temerity to grin. I cursed the cowardly little shite, he confirmed with a shrug. Ah, Cassie sighed, and why did you do it? It doesn't matter why, Lucius hissed. The boy lost his composure, his nostrils flaring as he clenched his fist. You should be thanking me for what I did, Malfoy, he growled. For attacking my son, Lucius bit back. I think not. The boy sneered at him before relaxing considerably, seemingly unworried about his actions. Do you even know what the moron did? He was having a disagreement with the errant Potter boy and you attacked him, Lucius spat. Leo barked out a short laugh as his grin returned. No, he denied as he stepped closer to the man. Your idiot offspring declared himself the heir black, some would construe that as line theft. Not only that, he then attempted to curse the rightful heir from behind. Had I not intervened when I did, you would have needed a mop to clean up what would have been left of your son, because I can assure you, Harry would have given him much more than the warning he got from me. So yes, Malfoy, you should be thanking me for saving your spawn's life, he finished the two now almost nose to nose. Lucius swallowed deeply. Had it not been for Cassiopeia being present, he would have dismissed the boy's claim as falsehood. He cursed the foolishness of his son. The boy knew the power the blacks wielded, and he had not only provoked their ire but may well have cost his own family dearly. His own marriage to Narcissa would only protect him so much after all. He stepped back, uncomfortable with the closeness of the boy who still was unfazed by him, and began desperately thinking of a way to mitigate what his son had done, only for such thoughts to leave his mind as a loud knock echoed throughout the office. "Come in," Dumbledore called, his own twinkling eyes appearing to be amused by the situation. Lucius audibly swallowed as Arcturus Black entered. The man had always been intimidating, and even in his advanced years that effect had not dwindled. "I understand that there is an issue between our houses that must be resolved," he stated as he took a seat, his gray eyes boring into Lucius' blue ones. "What problem could cause you to dare approach my family in such a way, Lucius?" he questioned dangerously. "I believe it has been solved, Arcturus," Cassiopeia broke in, "and I believe Lucius was just about to offer a significant monetary reward to Leo for saving his son's life. I'd say 100,000 galleons would suffice, don't you agree, Lucius?" she asked with a predatory grin. Lucius was furious but knew that he had been beaten. Such a sum of money was trivial to him, and if it put an end to the matter, then it could only be a positive thing for him. The boy, however, he would get what he deserved one way or the other. Accidents could be arranged at a later date, of course. He gave a stiff nod of compliance. "Wow, that is very generous of you, Mr. Malfoy," Leo replied mockingly. "Maybe I could save it again someday, or even your own. I wonder how much you value your own life?" he questioned, the threat in his voice poorly concealed. Lucius' lip curled in distaste. The boy would have to be dealt with if he believed he could threaten him in any way. His hand twitched towards wand, only to find himself staring down the shaft of one that had been pointed in his face. "Do it," the boy almost pleaded, all signs of humor now absent. "There's no mask or a master to hide behind for you anymore, Malfoy. Let's see if you've got the balls to actually draw your wand on someone that will fight back." Lucius was taken aback by the response and a little unnerved himself by the feral look in his eyes. Scared, the boy dared goad him. "Don't worry, they won't intervene." "That is enough," Dumbledore interjected angrily. "The issue has been resolved, there is no need to provoke it further." Leo gave Lucius a final glare as he sheathed his wand and left the office. "You will pay the money directly into the black accounts, Lucius," Arcturus instructed. "And do have a word with your son. It seems that he needs educating on handling interactions with his betters." Lucius gritted his teeth as he nodded. "Oh, and Lucius," Arcturus spoke again, "if you decide to take issue with my family again, I will personally take pleasure in ending the Malfoy line, do you understand?" Lucius nodded again, not at all happy with the results of his venture here. Without bidding farewell, he swiftly exited the office, avoiding the smug grin of Cassiopeia and the glare from Arcturus. "He is quite the young man," Dumbledore spoke after a moment. "Standing up to Lucius as he did is rather impressive." "He's hot-headed," Arcturus corrected irritably. "But a good kid." Cassiopeia nodded her agreement. "A credit to me," she added with a warm smile. Dumbledore nodded. He had received his educational transcript and was admittedly satisfied with the results. His schooling had been somewhat different than standard, but he had indeed proven himself. Unsurprising if one were to be accepted by Cassiopeia Black as an apprentice. Having spent most of the afternoon with Harry flying and eating dinner with Ron and Hermione, who had regaled him with the tale of their own afternoon, Charlie arrived at the door to his mother's quarters and knocked gently, still unsure on what he wanted to say to her. The door opened to reveal his father in his aura robes, wearing a look of surprise. "You know you don't have to knock, son," he chided lightly. Charlie shrugged as he entered the room and took a seat on one of the sofas. "Who is it, James?" the voice of Lily called from the bedroom. "It's Charlie," James confirmed a little nervously. Only a moment later, Lily entered the room, her emerald orbs settling on her fidgety son. "Charlie," she breathed as she approached and pulled him into a tight hug. The teen returned it with only a little hesitation and gave his mother a half-smile as she pulled away. "Does this mean you are talking to us again?" Lily asked worriedly. Charlie sighed deeply as he dragged a hand through his hair. "Harry said I should." "Harry?" James questioned. "You spoke to him?" The smile that adorned Charlie's face this time was genuine as he nodded. "We went flying and he even put magic into my belt," he explained happily, lifting his shirt to show them. "He said he's going to teach me some magic that I can use without tiring myself out too," he added excitedly. "Oh, I'm so pleased for you," Lily replied, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm still angry with you, Charlie bit back, but Harry said that we should move past it. He said that he finished with a shrug. Both James and Lily visibly deflated. How is he? James asked tentatively. He's really nice, Charlie answered, a smile forming on his face once more. He told me that he remembered feeding me when I was a baby and that I cried a lot. James chuckled. Milk everywhere, he sighed. I'd give anything to have that back. I don't think he'll forgive you, Charlie responded sadly. I can't say I blame him. No, we don't either, Lily whispered. It doesn't mean we will give up, James declared. He may not see us as his parents, but we are still family. There's not many of us Potters left as it is. Charlie nodded. I will try to help, but I won't do anything that will make him turn away from me. I know you're both sorry, but what you did was unforgivable. I wouldn't be able to if I was him. Lily nodded her understanding. We will all try, she assured her youngest son. If there's any chance of anything, then we will take it. Harry could not help but laugh at the scene he walked in on. His father was crouched behind the sofa pleading with an irate Tonks who was firing spell after spell in his direction. Say it, she demanded. Tonks, Sirius yelped as a stinging hex hit him on the rear. Bloody hell, Harry. Help me. Harry shook his head in amusement. You got yourself in this mess, he stated with a shrug. I'm your father, Sirius tried weakly. And I'm sure Nymphadora won't kill you, Harry returned with a grin. How come he can say it? Sirius shouted, offended that his son was getting away with the same offense unscathed. Because of this, Tonks ground out as she fired a spell towards Harry, only for it to be deflected back to her quicker than she could block it. Now, for every time he says it, I will curse you, Sirius, she declared as she hit him with another hex to turn his pink. For the love of Merlin, Harry, just say it properly, he begged. Harry sighed as he approached the Auror and took her wrist in his grip and lowered her wand. I think he's had enough, Tonks, he conceded. The woman narrowed her eyes at him and stuck her nose in the air as he nodded. That's better, she huffed, causing Harry to grin as she took a seat. You're a bloody menace, woman, Sirius growled as he rubbed his posterior. What's the big deal about using your name? Tonks simply pointed her wand at him and the man scarpered into his room and slammed the door behind him. He does have a point, Harry broke in. Your name isn't horrible. You better watch it, Harry, Tonks threatened as she waved her wand under his nose, causing him to raise an eyebrow at her. She sighed, knowing he was not at all intimidated by her, and put it back up her sleeve. It's not so difficult to work out. Just imagine the kind of jokes that can be made from it, she urged bitterly. Ah, Harry deadpanned after a moment of thought. Sorry. Tonks waved him off. Only my parents can get away with using my name. And me, Harry quipped as he nudged her with his shoulder. Tonks glared at him but couldn't prevent the smile that formed. One of these days I'll figure out a way of getting you, she vowed. And until then, I will get away with it for free, Harry replied as he stretched casually. Tonks sighed and shook her head. If it really bothers you, I won't call you it, he promised. Thank you, she huffed, sincerely relieved that he would respect her wishes. How was your day? He questioned. It was fine until I got here, Tonks grumbled. Is my company that bad? Harry returned in mock horror. It's not so bad, she answered with a grin. Better than his, she added as she jabbed her thumb in the direction of the door that Sirius disappeared through. Well, I guess you'll only be coming here to see me from now on, Harry stated with a wink. Tonks nodded. Maybe, she replied airily. Maybe I won't bother anymore, she countered. Harry narrowed his eyes at her, eliciting an uncharacteristic giggle. Are you ready for the tournament? Harry huffed lightly. I just want it to be over with, he sighed. If they told me I could leave, I'd be gone tonight. Tonks frowned slightly before smirking. Then you wouldn't get to see me anymore, she pointed out as she ruffled his hair. There is that, he conceded sincerely. I'd miss you a little, I suppose. You'd better miss me more than that, Tonks warned. The two had spent quite a lot of time together over the past week and had become quite friendly. For Harry, she was a breath of fresh air and gave him respite from the seriousness of why he was here. She was fun to be around. Leo was busy most of the time with Aunt Cassie and Tonks was, just Tonks. There was no baggage to being around her and he was slowly getting used to her ever-changing appearance. Yeah, I guess I would miss you more than a little, he sighed. Tonks simply grinned triumphantly. She was becoming fond of the boy, much to her surprise. He was much more serious than she was, but he had a mischievous side to him too that always managed to catch her off guard. The thing that mattered to her above all else was that he tried to deal with his discomfort around her and was always respectful. Not once had he asked her to demonstrate her talents and never commented on any changes she made. She felt as though she could be herself around him and had even transformed herself to appear as ludicrous as possible to see how far she could push before he commented. He never did. Occasionally he would give her an odd glance and then shake it off. Even when she had spent time with him sporting a bald head, he remained unfazed and commented on how bold she was for her choice of the day. She had laughed at the joke and the two had spent time together as normal. Despite the lingering trepidation, she felt that he was simply shrugging off even her most daring, unattractive and ridiculous forms. Still, not once had he commented nor requested anything from her, and for that alone, he had her admiration and she could not help but respect him. Anyone else would have made demands, asked what her limits were and even attempt to talk her into transforming into something else entirely, usually desirable to them. But not Harry. Harry had proven himself to be one of a kind and that made her comfortable around him, something that Nymphadora Tonks had only felt around her parents. He must be completely disinterested in women or just disinterested in such things, she mused internally. It mattered not to her. Harry was a good guy and she simply enjoyed being around someone she could be herself with, without the fear that her abilities would be commented on or exploited. "Are you ready for today?" Sirius questioned Harry. The enquiry itself was innocent and asked casually, but there was no denying the tension that had settled over the black entourage. "As ready as I can be," Harry answered darkly. He was not one to let his nerves get the better of him and was well versed in concealing what he felt. Truth be told, he was terrified. Only a fool would not be when the immediate future entailed facing a behemoth, but he refused to show it. He forced the fear as far down as he could and steeled himself using his occlumency to its full potential. Much to his relief, the reporter had taken his father's words to heart and had barely even acknowledged him during the article printed in the paper following the wand weighing, and even the masses within the school had soon stopped the infernal whispering that followed him whenever he left the black quarters. He had made it abundantly clear from the start that he had no wish to mix with them and that he would be leaving the moment the tournament was concluded. He would miss his brother and even Tonks, the latter having wheedled that particular admission from him. Other than that, he could see no reason why he would remain. He would continue to spend time with both whilst he was here, but he was already looking forward to the day he could return home, never to grace Britain with his presence again. Today was the first step towards that. "Come on, kiddo, it's 10:30, Sirius announced, time to go." Harry stood and adjusted his dragonhide trousers before slipping a matching pair of boots on. Arcturus had retrieved them from the black vault along with a long-sleeved top and mask to complete the set. It would not prevent him from being immolated, but it was still very good protection. Harry led the group of Sirius, Aunt Cassie, Arcturus and Leo from the room and through the castle, his outfit and presence causing quite the stir amongst the students assembled in the entrance hall. Ignoring the pointing and whispers, he exited into the grounds and begun mentally preparing himself as he made his way to the champion's tent. "Remember what I said, Harry," Arcturus interrupted his thoughts as they arrived. "You do whatever necessary to survive this. Do not worry about any potential fallout. Your life is worth more than anyone else's. You are the heir of Black," the old man reminded him, gripping his shoulders tightly. "Remind those beneath us why it is we stand above them." Harry swallowed deeply and nodded, receiving a ghost of a smile from his grandfather. Leo stepped forward next, foregoing usual social decorum and pulling him into a tight embrace. He said nothing but gave him a nod of encouragement. Cassie surprised him by following suit and gave him a gentle key on the cheek followed by a wink. His father was a different matter entirely. Gone was the composed man that he had shared breakfast not 15 minutes ago. Sirius was pale, his gray eyes etched with worry. "After everything we've been through, Harry, this should be easy," he said with a weak smile. "I believe in you and I love you, son. Just come back to us, no matter what." Harry pulled the man into his arms and reveled in the warmth of him. Out of them all, his father had been the one to always pick up the pieces, the one to be there for him when he needed it most, and the one that had saved his life more than once. The others had been there, but his father was always first and always would be. "I will," he vowed before turning and entering the tent. The three other champions, had arrived before him and were each dealing with their nervousness in their own way. Crumb was sat in a chair, his eyes closed with only his stiff posture indicating the tension he was experiencing. Diggory had sequestered himself in one of the corners. As pale as a ghost, he was mumbling under his breath various incantations and shaking his head before moving on to another series of spells. The French champion had taken a more restless approach and was pacing frantically back and forth, her wand already in hand. Harry simply shook his head and leaned the small of his back against a table before crossing his arms and waited for the arrival of the judges. They entered shortly after himself, led by Dumbledore, the usual twinkle in his eye as prominent as ever as he looked upon the champions. Harry shot the man a glare as Ludo Bagman cleared his throat, his usual boyish grin fixed firmly on his face. "Good morning," he greeted them, trembling in a glee that was not reciprocated. "I bet you are all eager to see what your first task is." The frosty reception he received caused his face to fall and he faltered for a moment before his grin was back in place. "Well, what you will face is in this bag," he explained as he waved a small, red velvet pouch at them. "Your task is to simply retrieve the golden egg. Points will be awarded based on the effectiveness of the magic you use, how well you prevent damage caused to the other eggs and of course damage to yourself." To Harry, it made the task no less dangerous but more so. Dragons themselves were not amiable creatures, nesting mothers were another thing entirely. He cursed under his breath as Bagman offered the bag to the French champion first. Things had certainly taken an unexpected turn. "The Welsh Green," Bagman announced dramatically. The lack of surprise on Delacour's face told him that she already knew what to expect, and as Diggory and Crumb pulled their own, it was clear they knew also. Seeing that they had pulled the Swedish Short Snout and Chinese Fireball respectively, it left only one for himself, the biggest of the four and the most difficult to handle. He had researched each of the breeds to find their weaknesses. Dragons as whole had very few, but he had formulated a plan for each of them, though the Horntail was the one he was least certain of and the one that posed the most risk. Had he drawn the Short Snout or the Fireball, there was a chance that he could converse with them in Parseltongue, for what good that would do when dealing with an irate, protective mother with her clutch of eggs. Failing that, the Fireball was the smallest and could potentially be subdued with transfigured bindings. The Short Snout was quite bulky and slower than the other three, but the glands in its mouth were a weakness. If he could damage those, it would take away the ability to breathe fire and lessen the danger somewhat. The Horntail's weakness was similar but much riskier. It could shoot a jet of flame over 50 feet. Accuracy from outside that range was difficult at best, but he would have to work with it. Other than this, there was no weakness other than the eyes, and attacking them would send it into a rage, potentially damaging the eggs and making the beast unpredictable. He shook his head at the enormity of the task ahead. The other champions had drawn the easier options, though no less dangerous if they did not handle it correctly. The judges left the tent soon after and took Diggory with them. Harry noted that he would be last and decided that he would attempt to settle himself and ponder anything else that would help him. Disillusioning himself would be pointless. The eyesight of the Horntail would still see him, and even a scent masking charm would be of little else. Their sense of smell was exceedingly strong. He sighed as he shook his head, knowing that he would have to incapacitate the creature at the very least. Not something he would willingly walk into, but now that he found himself here, he would give no quarter. He was a black and he would prove himself worthy of the name. The three Potters took seats amongst the Gryffindor students, each of them silent amidst the chattering students, fearful of what Harry was to face. The organizers had kept the content of the tasks to themselves, and the topic of discussion around them was focused on what they would bear witness to. "What do you think it could be?" Lily questioned as she surveyed the rocky terrain below. "I don't know," James muttered, "but I don't think it's anything good." The cacophony of noise in the stadium was drowned out by an almighty roar, and the revelers fell silent as a dragon was lured into the enclosure. The handlers hurried away the moment the beast was in position. "Dragons," Lily hissed, her eyes bulging. James shook his head and closed his own as he muttered a silent prayer. Charlie simply whimpered as he looked between his parents, desperately feeling just as hopeless. "Ladies and gentlemen," the voice of Ludo Bagman boomed. "Welcome to the first task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament." There was no applause as the crowd looked on in a mix of shock and awe. "Each of our champions will enter the arena and face a dragon of their own," he continued. "Their task is to retrieve the golden egg that can be seen in the nest, so without further ado, let us begin." Please welcome first, representing Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Cedric Diggory." The boy entered visibly shaking and pale. James took his wife's hand in his own and pulled his youngest son closer, arms circling firmly around his shoulders. For all of them, it was much worse than they could have imagined. "If anything happens to Harry, then I will destroy them all," he growled, his eyes blazing in the direction of the judges. "I thought he was joking." Tonks heaved, her breathing frantic, skin pulled tight over the knuckles of her hands as she gripped the front of the barricade herself. The Blacks and Leo were behind. "Joking about what?" Sirius questioned. "He asked me if I knew any way to take down a dragon," she answered, her eyes filled with worry. Sirius chuckled humorlessly. "Some would think you actually care," he offered. Tonks scowled at him. "Not the time for joking, Sirius. Think of it as revenge for the name thing," the man mumbled. "I wanted to hurt him, not see him dead," Tonks seethed. "Calm down," Leo broke in, his own composure slipping. "You're becoming hysterical." "I am not," the metamorph denied furiously, her hair changing from blue to a vibrant red. The calming charm Sirius cast only settled her a little. She fidgeted with her hands as she watched the Diggory boy transfiguring boulders into dogs, hoping that would distract the dragon, her heart racing as she panicked about seeing Harry in the same situation. "Just breathe, Nymphadora," Arcturus advised. The woman frowned but nodded gratefully. Her great-grandfather nor Cassiopeia had acknowledged her existence at all before now, the banishment of her mother from the Black family applying to her also apparently, and she wasn't about to attempt to curse the man for using her name. Her mother had spoken of him and his skill with a wand, and she was not about to put that reputation to the test. Not only would she have him to deal with, her mother's ire would be next despite her status amongst them. She took a deep breath to steady herself, her eyes transfixed on the monster attempting to reduce Diggory to naught but a pile of ash. Harry had abandoned all pretense of being calm. He watched as each champion left and listened to the cheering of the crowd as they managed to claim their prize, all of them taking a considerable amount of time. By the time Krum had left, he had assumed Delacour's place, frantically pacing backwards and forwards, the adrenaline pumping through his veins in waves. He heard the announcement that the Bulgarian had secured his egg and gave his equipment a final check before slipping on the dragon hide mask. It covered the entirety of his neck and face, leaving only his eyes and top of his head unprotected by the thick but light armor. "An excellent show by the Durmstrang champion," Bagman declared over the applause of the audience. "And finally allow me to give you, representing the House of Black, our fourth champion, Harry Black," Bagman announced. Harry flicked his wand into his hand as he entered the enclosure, the applause much more subdued than for the other champions. He cared not. He was not here for their entertainment nor adulation, he was here to survive primarily and cement his own legacy too. Gazing upon the beast in front of him only served to increase his adrenaline levels. She was enormous, her snarling maw revealing 2 rows of teeth, each one larger than him, but it was her eyes he was firmly fixed on, 2 pools of amber lava that promised him nothing but pain. He took a step forward only for a gout of flame to be sent his way. He felt the searing heat as he dived behind a nearby boulder, cursing under his breath as a portion of the armor on his left shoulder and neck bubbled under the heat and the smell of singed hair filled his nostrils. "Shit," he cursed as he doused himself in water, the boiling garment sending up a cloud of steam as it cooled. Thankfully, his skin had only been tinged a pinkish color, the armor had done its job, but the flames of the dragon had left some gaping holes in it. He growled under his breath and had no doubt that his eyes were now an emerald inferno that would rival the beast. The dragon was rightfully angry, but now so was he. His breathing quickened and nostrils flared as he stepped from behind his shelter to face his foe head-on, any notion of preserving the eggs or the dragon well and truly forgotten. Tonks balked and her legs almost collapsed under her at the sight of the final dragon being coaxed into the arena. The 3 others had been terrifying enough, but this was a monster unto itself. "He's facing that," she uttered weakly. "He'll be okay," Leo comforted her as best he could, though his own countenance was shaky. Tonks shook her head, worrying her lip as her hair cycled between a myriad of colors. She watched as Harry entered the enclosure. At first, nothing happened and an anticipatory silence fell as the young man and dragon stared at one another, seemingly sizing each other up. She screamed and covered her eyes as the beast released a stream of fire towards Harry and began trembling uncontrollably, the fear she felt becoming too much to handle. She felt a shaking hand come to rest on her shoulder and found herself face to face with an equally concerned Sirius. "He's okay," he assured her, his grip tightening slightly. "I don't think I can watch this," she whispered. Sirius nodded as he wrapped an arm around her. "I can't either," he admitted, "but I can't not." She forced herself to look as the crowd cheered at Harry emerging from behind the boulder he had sought refuge behind, the gaps in his armor visible and eyes alight with a green fire that would render most petrified. She marveled at the fortitude he was showing in the face of adversity. Where others would have given up, he was choosing to persevere. "Why doesn't he just quit?" she asked, frantically. "Harry doesn't quit," Leo answered with a shake of his head. "He's a black," Arcturus declared proudly as Harry raised his wand and transfigured the two largest boulders on the field into gargantuan serpents that immediately began slithering towards the dragon, garnering its attention. The dragon breathed fire at the constructs only for them to continue towards it, undamaged by the flames. The creature roared furiously as it swiped at one with his spiked tail, the roar turning into a screech of pain as the snake struck and latched onto the flailing limb. It began winding itself around the rear of the dragon's body as the second one bit into its neck and constricted around the wings and torso. The giant reptile fought ferociously against them but was eventually pulled to the ground where it continued its futile struggle under the efforts to subdue it. Tonks breathed a sigh of relief as Harry approached the nest, the monster finally stilled, having seemingly been squeezed unconscious by the two serpents. Her sigh, however, quickly gave way to a scream of horror as the dragon's eyes opened and it fought with renewed vigor, its eyes glaring unwaveringly at the teen only feet away. With a roar of biblical proportions, it prepared to release a gout of flame as it broke free from the bindings securing the rear of its body. Harry quickly fired two spells into the open mouth of the monster that stalled its attempt, but he was not quick enough to avoid the sweeping tail. It crashed into his left side and sent him sprawling a dozen feet away as the dragon continued to scream in agony. "Harry!" Tonks screamed, her stare fixed on his unmoving form. "What the hell is happening to the dragon?" Cassiopeia questioned. Tonks sobbed as Harry slowly pushed himself gingerly to his feet and glared at the screeching beasts that had wounded him. Only then did she turn her attention to the dragon, her hand covering her mouth as it burst into flames from the inside out. A shocked silence fell upon the crowd as they watched the magnificent creature smolder under its own fire, becoming nothing but a blackened husk, emitting a final pained cry before it fell still once more. Tonks had been enthralled by the sight of the dragon in morbid curiosity and had not noticed Harry leaving the arena. Shaking herself from her stupor, she was the first to exit and headed towards the medical tent, the almost inaudible announcement that the judges would be taking a recess to discuss the development before giving their verdict ringing in her ears. Harry limped into the tent with the egg secured under his arm, his breathing labored and right arm dangling uselessly at his side. The pink-skinned burned uncomfortably as he dropped his prize onto one of the beds and turned to be faced four different looks of fear and shock by the champions and the Hogwarts matron. "I could really use some assistance," he gritted out. His outburst spurred the woman into action and she approached, casting an array of diagnosis charms on him as she did so. Harry collapsed onto the bed, exhausted as he tried to steady his breathing, ignoring his fellow competitors. A broken arm, 4 broken ribs, a punctured lung and some minor burns, the healer reeled off as she began producing several potions. "Drink these and get lots of rest," she instructed as she began slathering a foul-smelling paste onto his damaged skin. Harry nodded and downed the concoctions, the pressure in his chest lifting soon after, leaving behind a dull ache. He grunted in pain when the woman set his left arm with a flick of her wand and finished by bandaging it and placing it in a sling. "You should consider yourself very lucky," she sighed. "You'll be as good as new in a few days so long as you apply the ointment every few hours." "Thank you," Harry replied gratefully. The woman shook her head in exasperation and went to tend to the other champions as she muttered under her breath. His respite lasted only a few moments after he closed his eyes by the flap of the tent opening and a very flustered Tonks entered. She stormed towards him and almost threw herself in his arms. "Are you going to be okay? Is it really bad?" she questioned as she forcefully gave him her own examination. "I will be if you don't undo the fine work that the healer has done," he chuckled. She had the decency to look abashed as she unhanded him and gave him a stern glare. "I see you didn't get a brain injury." "Still the same annoying git," she huffed. "On Nymphadora, you wouldn't have me any other way," he returned with a grin. Idiot, she grumbled as her eyes filled with tears, the emotions of the day overwhelming her. Why are you crying? Harry questioned with a frown. I'm not, she denied vehemently, swiping at her eyes angrily. Admit it, you'd miss me just as much as I'd miss you. Tonks shook her head. Don't joke about it. You almost died, she growled as a fresh wave of tears fell despite her wish to stem them. I'm sorry, Harry replied as he took her hand and gave her a smile. You will be, she promised with a glare. Nobody has gotten away with making me cry since I was at school and you won't be the first, she finished, prodding him sharply in the chest. Harry chuckled as the pair were interrupted by the arrival of the rest of the blacks. Tonks stepped away as Sirius approached and pulled him into a gentle hug. You're okay, he whispered emotionally. Harry nodded. I'm fine, Dad, I just need some rest. Sirius smiled. Good. I'm so proud of you, he mumbled. As are we all, Arcturus interjected. You conducted yourself as a true black, Harry. I can't give you higher praise than that. Harry smiled at the words. A bloody close thing though, Leo sighed. What the hell happened to the dragon? A question we would all like an answer to. The stern voice of Dumbledore broke in as the 5 judges entered the tent, all of whom sported severe expressions. The dragon tried to kill me, I got it first, Harry answered simply, his eyes blazing at the intrusion. And how did you achieve such a feat, Mr. Black? Crouch spat. The 2 glands in the mouth that release the flammable liquid, I hit them with rupturing curses, he explained with a shrug. It must have tried to breathe fire as it was going down its throat. Crouch shook his head and sighed as Dumbledore and Bagman looked at him in disappointment. Borderline but not illegal, Crouch muttered. Do you mind if we check your wand to confirm it? Only if I can keep hold of it, Harry returned firmly. Crouch nodded his agreement as he cast the Priori Incantatem on the wand, nodding in satisfaction as the last spells cast were revealed. It is as he says, he confirmed. Surely it is still against the rules, Bagman broke in. He killed the dragon. Crouch shook his head. The same rules apply to if a champion is killed. The Ministry is not liable in such an event and the competitor is not punished should any creatures be maimed or killed during the competition, he explained. I must express my disappointment, Dumbledore sighed. You have no right to express anything, Dumbledore, Arcturus responded angrily. Harry used dark magic during the event, Dumbledore tried. Arcturus was primed to retaliate but was beaten to it by a fuming Harry who stood and stalked towards the man, pausing only a few inches away. Don't dare start spouting your shit about what you deem to be dark magic, he hissed. I am not here for glory or the prize of 1,000 galleons. I did not enter this tournament in case you in your senile mind forgot. He took a breath, not breaking eye contact with the surprised older man. I can spend 1,000 galleons and forget about it in the next 5 minutes and I could have come forward any time and told my story but I never did. I don't want any of this so please, go ahead and disqualify so I can go home and away from you, you narrow-minded fossil. Those gathered in the tent watched the altercation with mixed levels of interest. I wasn't suggesting that we punish you, Dumbledore sighed tiredly, merely pointing out that the magic you used was unsavory. Harry chuckled darkly. I will do whatever I have to survive this farce of a tournament and if I have to compete, then you shower of bastards had better get used to it. Dumbledore shook his head, gesturing for the other judges to follow him as he exited the tent. Effing goat, Harry spat distastefully. The other champions, the matron and Tonks stared at him in shock after his tirade had finished. Though I don't entirely approve of your language, you handled that remarkably well, Arcturus offered with a slight bow. I'm sorry, Harry sighed, but it needed to be said. Should have cursed the bastard, Leo muttered disappointedly. Why do you hate Dumbledore so much? Tonks asked with a frown. Because he's a hypocrite and a scumbag, Harry answered. Now if you don't mind, I really need to get some sleep. He climbed into bed and pulled the duvet over his head, shutting himself away from the world. He felt good for finally shouting at the man but it did nothing to abate the anger he felt towards him. The rest of the group exited the tent, pondering the events of the day. Why does he hate Dumbledore? Tonks whispered to Sirius. She knew that the man was loved by many and disliked by others, her mother included, but she didn't understand why. He had always been nice from what she knew of him and had sacrificed a lot for the good of the people. Sirius sighed. Has Harry told you about his time with his Muggle relative? Tonks shook her head. Then it's not my place to say, but every bad thing that happened to him can be linked directly to the interfering old git. The metamorph was confused. Harry was usually easygoing when he wasn't so serious. He didn't harbor strong feelings from what she had seen, so Dumbledore must have done something significant for the boy to hold on to so much hate towards him. She knew that he was estranged from his parents and hadn't once mentioned them in her presence. She sighed as she followed the Blacks towards the castle. It was not in her nature to pry, so she would wait until Harry was comfortable explaining everything to her, if he would. Right now, she was simply content that he had survived the task and would be okay. Such a thought brought a relieved smile to her face as her own exhaustion began to settle in. The day had been trying, and the only thing she now desired was a hot bath in her bed. First thing in the morning, she fully intended on being in the hospital wing to make sure that Harry was behaving himself and resting as he should be. A 45 is a good score, James commented, as the Potters exited the arena. I don't care about the score, Lily hissed, I just want him to be okay. James nodded and pointed towards the retreating Sirius in the distance. I'll go check with Padfoot, he explained as he took off running towards the man. He caught up a moment later, breathless as he accosted the man. How is he? He questioned urgently. He'll be fine, Prongs, Sirius assured him, but best keep Dumbledore away for a while. James frowned. I warned the bastard to stay away from him, he growled. What happened? Sirius sighed as he shook his head. He antagonized Harry. Just about accused him of using dark magic. James shrugged. It's not against the rules even if he did. What's the old man playing at? I don't know, Sirius grumbled. He'd best forget about it though. James nodded. Thanks, Pads, he said gratefully. I'll be having words with him. Albus Dumbledore exited his pensieve and took a seat behind his desk, the dressing down he had received from James Potter still fresh in his mind, but it was not that he was pondering. It was thoughts of the man's eldest son that plagued his mind. In only a few short weeks, the boy had proven himself exceedingly gifted, his performance today, though unseemly, standing testament to the observations of himself and the professors that had taught him during his short stay here. He stroked the plumage of his familiar as the words of the prophecy spoken to him many years ago played over in his mind. Did I make a grave error? He questioned the Phoenix. Charlie Potter was a nice boy but would never be able to survive the wrath of Tom when he did eventually resurface. Harry on the other hand had proven himself quite capable. The younger of the boys was quite meek, determined, but ultimately inferior to even the most average of witches and wizards. I fear I may have, he sighed, answering his own question. But perhaps all is not lost yet. He popped a drop into his mouth as many thoughts permeated his mind. He had time to solve his dilemma, until the end of the school year at least, to build bridges with the boy. Arcturus Black be damned. Harry was the one the prophecy referred to, and he was needed to end the tyranny of the man that had almost brought Wizarding Britain to its knees. I must play this very carefully, Fawkes, he mused aloud. All of our lives may just depend on him. Lord Voldemort looked upon Pettigrew as he entered, clutching the early edition of the Daily Prophet that his master had requested, trembling as he bumbled his way towards him. The Dark Lord was ever losing his patience with the ineptitude of his subordinate and was counting down the minutes until he would acquire a new body. The rat would be the first to die, and then, the two Potterbrats would follow. That will be all, Wormtail, he wheezed. Pettigrew offered a pathetic bow as he sputtered incoherently and quickly made his exit. Voldemort's lips curled in distaste at the display before he turned his attention to the front page of the periodical. Triwizard Tragedy, by Rita Skeeter. The recently reinstated Triwizard Tournament came under heavy scrutiny last night as one of the dragons used in the first task of the competition was killed. The Hungarian Horntail, unnamed, fell victim to what was later learned to be a rupturing curse to one of its glands, causing the creature to burst into flames, eventually bringing about its demise. The champion it faced, Harry Black, the wayward son of James and Lily Potter and surprise addition to the tournament, was said to be recovering well from his own injuries sustained during the event. It is a very unfortunate incident and one we have investigated thoroughly. Since doing so, we are in agreement that Mr. Black carried out his task within the rules and the resulting death of the dragon was but an accident, Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, had to say. Mr. Black will not be penalized or punished as the score he received reflects, he added. Many, however, are not satisfied with the investigation, and the organizers of the tournament are under fire from many sources. Charlie Weasley, a worker from the Dragon Reserve in which the creatures were supplied from, had this to say. "We are all devastated at the loss of one of the dragons. We were assured that they would be safe. Mr. Black fired only what can be deemed a lethal curse which caused the death of our Horntail, and we will be seeking recompense from the House of Black for his actions and also the body governing the tournament." This unpleasant outcome aside, the first event of the task has been heralded by many as quite the success. All 4 champions were triumphant in their attempts, with none being seriously injured. Harry Black, despite the outcome of his portion of the task, is in the lead, having been awarded 45 points, followed by Victor Crumb on 44. Fleur Delacour sits third in the standings, having accumulated a score of 42, and Hogwarts champion Cedric Diggory is in 4th place on 41 points. The Dark Lord discarded the paper as he pondered his next move, pleased that the Potter boy was playing his part, unwittingly as it was. Barty had explained the boy's association with the Black family and the fact that he had taken their name, but it was of no consequence. The brat could call himself Merlin if he so wished, he would still always be Harry Potter, the boy that vanished. He did, however, remain an enigma to Lord Voldemort. Try as he might, the memory of Halloween 1981 remained elusive. Still, he remembered crossing the boundary of the property and knew that he conversed with the rat, but then he drew a blank. Often, he would dream of the bright flashing light of the killing curse and would wake immediately after in excruciating pain, but then nothing. The memory he knew existed just would not surface. He growled in frustration and clenched his fists. It was a trivial matter, one that he would easily forget were it not for the fact that it plagued him so, goaded him from the recesses of his own mind, and remained steadfastly unattainable. He shook his head of the thoughts. It truly mattered not. Both would be killed, and his brief foray into exile would become nothing but an unpleasant memory. Harry Black drifted slowly from his slumber, disturbed by the gentle opening and closing of a door nearby. Immediately, his wand was in his hand and he took in the unfamiliar surroundings, quickly deducing that he had been moved to the main infirmary of the school whilst he slept. But something was off. He chanced a glance towards the door and around the room and saw nothing amiss, nothing that would suggest he was in any imminent danger, yet the feeling of being watched remained. "You'd better show yourself," he growled as he swept his wand across the expanse of the room. "It's just me," Charlie yelped, his head appearing in the space at the end of his bed. Harry shook his head. "Bloody hell, I almost cursed you," he sighed. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you," Charlie replied as he became fully visible and stuffed a silver garment into his robes. "Nice cloak," Harry commented. Charlie flushed slightly as he shrugged. "I used to have a handy map too, but Mum took it off me," he explained with a frown. "The Marauders map?" Charlie nodded excitedly. "I've heard of it. Dad and James used to get up to all sorts with it and under the cloak. I hope you washed it." Charlie grimaced at the implication. "Urgh, please tell me they didn't. Would you put it past them?" Charlie shook his head and scowled. "Thanks, Harry. They're just the thoughts I needed today." Harry chuckled. "What are you doing here?" he questioned. "I just wanted to make sure you're okay," Charlie explained. "I didn't sleep much and thought I'd come see you." "So, you snuck in before visiting hours. Would I be right to assume no one knows you are here?" The sheepish look he received in reply answered both questions. "I'm with you," Charlie shrugged. "Nothing will happen." Harry shook his head amusedly. "I'm fine, Charlie," he assured the boy as he sat up and winced at the pull of the tight burnt skin of his shoulder. "I think it's time for some more that wonderful paste," he grumbled as he reached for the jar of it on the bedside table. "I'll do it," Charlie offered eagerly, almost snatching the jar from his brother's hand. "There is a matron, it's her job," Harry pointed out. "Well, your brother is here now, so let me do it." Harry mumbled under his breath. "Don't be a baby about it," Charlie sighed as he began applying the ointment to his skin. "I'm not being a baby," Harry huffed petulantly. "Of course not," Charlie cooed. "Now shut up and I'll get you some ice cream if you're a good boy," he mocked. Harry frowned at his younger brother but said nothing. He simply shook his head and allowed the boy to continue his work. Nymphadora Tonks rose from her fitful rest, sleep having not come easy to her for the duration of the night. Every time she closed her eyes, the image of Harry soaring through the air after being hit by the dragon's tail replayed in her mind over again. When she did manage to sleep, Her dreams consisted of seeing Harry being engulfed in fire and her being unable to do anything to help him. "Pull yourself together, Tonks," she grumbled to herself as she took in her appearance in the mirror. She always made a point of morphing as soon as she woke. Today's change, however, was nothing short of lackluster. She had aimed for a short, vibrant pink bob, bright blue eyes and a delicate nose. What she saw, however, was her natural hair length tinged a light pink, dull brown eyes and a rather bulbous nose. She knew that her morphing ability could be affected by her emotions and the fact that the day before and restless night had left her quite traumatized. It was no surprise to her that she was having difficulty. She sighed as she focused her mind on what she wanted to achieve and managed it after few difficult moments, something she only ever had to force when she had been at school. She nodded to her reflection, satisfied with her efforts, and dressed before exiting her room. It was earlier than she thought, judging by the emptiness of the corridors within the castle, but she continued on her way, nonetheless. For her own peace of mind, she needed to see that he was okay. She had no doubt that he was truly, but she had to see it for herself before she could relax. She reached the entrance to the hospital wing and pushed the door open gently, not wanting to disturb any of the patients, only to be greeted by the sight of Harry sat up in his bed and another boy she didn't know caking his burns in a paste. "Are you done yet?" Harry grumbled. "That's it, no ice cream for you," the other boy chastised. "I don't want the bloody ice cream, that stuff is cold enough," Harry griped. Tonks snorted at the pair and entered the room as they turned to face her. "Watch her, Harry, you wouldn't happen to be misbehaving, would you?" she questioned with a raised eyebrow, already feeling better in herself. "I'm not misbehaving, he's taking forever. I'd rather let the healer have at me," Harry complained. "I doubt even Pomfrey would put up with you," Charlie muttered. "Are you not going to introduce me?" Tonks questioned, nodding towards the boy. Harry grinned evilly. "Of course, where are my manners? This is my little brother, Charlie. Charlie, this is Nymphadora," he explained as he hit the unsuspecting girl with a silencing charm. "Nice to meet you, Nymphadora," Charlie offered in greeting as he continued rubbing the salve into Harry's shoulder, not noticing the look of fury that had formed on the woman's face. Tonks attempted to correct the boy but found she could not speak, so turned her glare towards Harry before firing a stinging hex at the younger boy and undoing the spell of the elder. Charlie yelped and looked towards the red-faced woman in shock. "My name is Tonks, don't you forget it, little Potter," she warned. Harry laughed heartily as Charlie rubbed his arm. "She does that if you use her name. Then why didn't she do it to you?" Charlie whined. "Because I'm better than her," Harry replied with a wink. Tonks growled. "I came here to check you were okay, I wish I didn't bother now," she huffed as she turned and began walking towards the exit. "Tonks, I'm sorry," Harry called. "You wouldn't leave me here alone in pain, would you?" The woman turned and narrowed her eyes at him and shook her head at his fake pleading look. "One more out of you and you'll be in here longer," she threatened. Harry held his hands up innocently. "I will be on my best behavior," he promised solemnly. Tonks sighed as she took a seat next to the bed. "How are you?" she asked worriedly. "I'm fine," he assured her with a smile. "I guess it will take more than a dragon to finish me off." Her eyes narrowed at him again. "I think she's more than enough," Charlie broke in as he nodded towards the unamused woman. "You might be right," Harry agreed. "Honestly, I am fine," he added. "Good," Tonks breathed, annoyed but relieved that he was back to himself despite his gift at frustrating her. "Do you know when you are getting out?" "As soon as the healer gets here, I'm off," Harry vowed. "I think I might have a look around the village if you can find the time to come." "Being a busy Auror and all." Tonks scowled at him. "Well, being a busy rookie doesn't pay much, so if you buy me lunch, I might consider it," she offered casually. Harry nodded. "Sorry little brother, no leaving the school grounds for you today. I won't be blamed for leading you astray." Charlie shrugged and smirked as he stood and removed his cloak from his pocket. Draping it over his shoulders, he looked between the two and gave them a waggle of his eyebrows. "I wouldn't want to impose on your date anyway, even I'm not that sad," he quipped before disappearing under the cloak and laughing as he sprinted towards the doors to the infirmary. "It's not a date," Harry shouted as he fired a stinging hex after him. "Cheeky git," he added as the doors opened and his spell splashed harmlessly against the wall. "I wonder where he gets that from?" Tonks asked sarcastically. "James," Harry answered immediately. "You too," Tonks replied. Harry sobered immediately and Tonks chided herself for making the comparison. "I'm sorry," she offered, "I didn't think before I spoke." Harry waved her off. "Don't worry about it." She took one of his hands in her own and shook her head. "No, it's something that bothers you, so I will worry about it." Harry gave her a weak smile. "It's just hard to think of them as my parents. They gave me away like I meant nothing and it was Sirius, my father that raised me." "Does this have something to do with why you hate Dumbledore?" Tonks probed. Harry nodded. "He messed with everyone's memories, James's, Sirius and Lily's, even mine. He's the one that left me with the Muggles and made Sirius forget about me. He tricked James and Lily into thinking that they were visiting me at Petunia's, but Aunt Cassie and Dad rescued me when I was 4. "Bastard," Tonks hissed. "The Muggles were that bad." Harry deflated. "I kind of spoke to you about them before. They were nice to everyone else but they despised me. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs and would be dead now if they didn't come when they did," he explained, his vulnerability showing through. "And Dumbledore knew about this?" she questioned angrily. "He did," Harry confirmed. "He even tried to find me to take me back there. If it wasn't for Lord Black, he probably would have managed it." Tonks' hair began to cycle through numerous colors until Harry gave her hand a squeeze. "It's fine, Tonks. It happened a long time ago. I've got Dad and the others, that's all I need." "It's not fine, Harry," Tonks hissed. Harry chuckled. "Why don't you get the healer so I can finally get out of here? I might even get you a dessert if you're lucky." Tonks sighed. "I think I need more than a dessert," she muttered as she headed towards the office at the far side of the ward to rouse Madame Pomfrey. Before she could even knock, the matron exited the room and headed towards the bed to check on Harry. With a shrug, the metamorph followed the woman, laughing at Harry's expression as she began to fuss over him. "I take it back," he groaned. "Get my brother back in here, I prefer his bedside manner." "Oh, do be quiet, Mr. Black," Madame Pomfrey scolded lightly, "you're upsetting the other people in here." "I'm the only patient here," he pointed out irritably. "I was referring to myself and Miss Tonks," the healer returned. Harry pouted and shot the giggling Tonks a glare. "I'm not getting you dessert now," he grumbled. "Ah, poor Harry," Tonks mocked, "can he not handle a little TLC? TLC. Just fire a few bonebreakers at me and be done with it." Tonks shook her head. "Madame Pomfrey is a very good healer, Harry. You yourself would know, Miss Tonks. Several times I had to patch you up after one of your misadventures," the woman reminded her. Tonks flushed a bright pink but was saved from any further embarrassment by the arrival of Sirius and Arcturus Black. "How's he doing, Madame Pomfrey?" the younger of the two questioned. "Considering he has spent the past 5 minutes whining like a child, I would say he is recovering remarkably well. Once you're dressed, you can leave, Mr. Black," she finished, sweet smile. "Thank Merlin," Harry sighed. "Thank you, madam. Your efforts to injure me further are much appreciated." Madame Pomfrey shook her head and walked back towards her office. "I never thought you'd be such a wimp being healed," Tonks snorted. "Harry hates healers," Sirius broke in with a grin. "He hates relying on anyone for anything, but he is useless at medical spells," he explained. "I'm better than I used to be," Harry defended. "The last time you tried to bandage one of Leo's wounds, it wrapped itself around his neck instead of his arm." "You nearly killed him," Arcturus interjected. Harry shook his head and lifted his duvet before pulling it back down and blushing. "Who took my clothes off?" he questioned, his eyes wide. Sirius scratched his chin. "Well, since Tonks wasn't here to help with it, we let a few of the 7th-year girls interested in healing do it." "A few of the boys too," Sirius answered. "What?" Harry yelped as Tonks aimed a kick at the man, almost tripping over in the process. "I'm joking," Sirius placated as he guffawed. I also took your egg to our rooms." Harry released a deep breath and nodded. "Now get out so I can change," he commanded. "Are you sure you don't need help? We don't want you making your injuries worse." "I'm sure, Tonks." That was as far as he got before the furious woman drew her wand and chased him from the room. "She certainly got her mother's temper," Arcturus commented as he followed the pair from the room, leaving Harry to get dressed. "I need to shower," he muttered as he caught the lingering smell of burnt flesh and sweat that clung to him from the previous day's activities. After carefully pulling his clothes on, he exited the hospital wing to clean himself up properly, hoping that he would not find himself back in here anytime soon. Having made his escape unscathed from the hospital wing, Charlie made his way back towards Gryffindor Tower to meet Ron and Hermione before they would go to the Great Hall for breakfast. "Fortune favors the bold," he said to the fat lady who opened up to admit him but not without a suspicious glance at the boy. He entered the common room to find it mostly empty. It was Saturday after all and most of the house would be enjoying the rare chance of a lay-in. "Fred, George," he greeted the twins who were huddled in one of the corners. The boys hastily packed away what they were working on and shoved it into a bag, poorly concealing the fact that they were as usual, up to something. "Little Charliekins," one of them replied. "The Potter of all Potters," the other followed up. "Not sneaking about, are we?" the first accused. "No," Charlie denied, "I was just visiting my brother. A fine show he gave us, Fred," he believed, praised. "A most resplendent display," George agreed. Charlie shook his head in frustration. He should have known better than to approach them. "Ron and Hermione still asleep?" he questioned. The two laughed heartily. "Little Ronikins could sleep for England," Fred responded. "A lazy sod that one," George added in a tone of disappointment. "The bookish beauty however, left just before you arrived," Fred continued. "Bee in her bonnet and all. Didn't even take the time to make slanderous claims against us," George sighed. "I'd better catch her up," Charlie muttered. "Farewell, Charliekins, give her a key from us." Without responding, Charlie left the two to continue with their mischief. The less he knew about what they were up to, the better. He left the 7th floor corridor, his eyes darting to every nook and cranny that he could be attacked from. He couldn't trust some of the Slytherins to not be waiting for the opportunity to attack him, it had happened before. He was startled as he turned a corner and came face to face with Harry's friend, jumping at how uncomfortably close he appeared in front of him as he rounded the corner. "Easy there, fella," Leo said calmly. He looked around the corridor and frowned. "Shouldn't you have people with you?" Charlie sighed. "Ron is still in bed and Hermione already left. I'm only going to the Great Hall," he explained. Leo shook his head. "Harry told me that you shouldn't be alone, it's not safe, now more than ever." "Come on, I'll go with you, I've not been in the hall yet," he offered. Charlie nodded and relaxed with his escort. He hadn't spoken to the boy much but had no doubt he could trust him. "You're up early for a Saturday," he commented. "I've not been to bed yet," Leo chuckled. "Cassiopeia is a taskmaster. I was going to get some breakfast and see Harry before I get some sleep." "He'll probably be gone by the time you've eaten," Charlie replied. "I saw him earlier and that Tonks girl is with him," he added with a frown and rubbed his arm where she had hexed him. "You didn't call her by her first name, did you?" Charlie nodded and the boy laughed. "Yeah, she got me too. She's a fiery lass. Harry is taking her on a date, I think," Charlie revealed. "Is he?" Leo returned in surprise. "A first for everything, I suppose. Doesn't Harry date?" Charlie asked interestedly. "Not that I know of," Leo answered. "He's more interested in practicing magic or his fighting." "Fighting? You don't want to get on the right side of him with or without a wand in his hand." "Nasty bastard, your brother. Would you fight him?" Charlie asked as he took a seat at the Gryffindor table. Leo pulled his gaze away from the enchanted ceiling and shook his head. "I can handle myself well enough and we train together when we can. I can hold out against him for a while but he is something else. As quick as anything and just as ruthless as Lord Black," Leo answered honestly. "I've no shame in admitting that I wouldn't stand a chance against him." "Are you talking about your brother?" A female voice broke in. "Yeah," Charlie confirmed. "This is Alicia, she's on the Quidditch team," he introduced the girl. "And this is Leo, he is Harry's friend." "Nice to meet you, lass," Leo greeted her with a smile. "And you," she replied warmly. "Is your brother okay?" Charlie nodded. "He'll be out today, if he ever stops complaining," he mumbled. Leo laughed. He's wingy one when he's hurt." "Who are your friends?" he asked noticing two other girls sat with her, listening to their conversation. "Oh, this is Angelina and Katie," Alicia introduced. "They are on the Quidditch team too, with Fred and George. We don't have a keeper at the moment and we need a new seeker." "Danvers is useless. You don't mean them to ginger chappies?" Leo questioned with a frown. "What have they done now?" Angelina huffed. "Nothing yet, but I'm watching them. Trouble written all over them," Leo replied. "You don't know the half of it," Charlie chuckled. "Angelina and Alicia are dating them." Leo shook his head. How have you not killed them? We've both been close a few times, but they are really sweet when you get to know them. It's just surviving the first few years, Alicia explained. What about you? Katie interjected, do you have a lady waiting for you at home? No, I've been at all boys schools since I was 9, I only just graduated, he answered with a shrug. An all boys school? Katie questioned. One in Japan and one in Russia. It's military school and they don't admit girls. They have girls ones but they keep us separate. We can't be trusted even with our vows, he added in disbelief. Vows? Charlie asked. Vows of celibacy whilst we are in service to the school. Vows to aid the school should we be called upon until we are 25 and a vow to the ICW should they need to mobilize a force until we are 40, he reeled off. What kind of school does that? Katie queried, horrified. Only the best, Leo replied with a wink. 7 tough years but worth every second and now I'm free unless I'm needed. What will you do now? Angelina questioned. Leo shrugged. I'm doing my apprenticeship with Aunt Cassie and then maybe I'll be a hit wizard or an aura or maybe get into private security. I'm not decided yet. Will you do that in Ireland? Katie asked. No, there's nothing there for me. I'll probably head back to Russia eventually, he replied guardedly. Anyway, I'm going to get some sleep. Can one of you lassies make sure he gets back all right? I will, Alicia offered. Thanks, it was nice meeting you all, he offered and left abruptly. Did I say something wrong? Katie questioned with a frown. He was born in Ireland but he's an orphan, Charlie replied. Hermione said he had a bad time there and has been with Harry since they were young. Oh, I feel bad for mentioning it now, Katie said. You didn't know, Alicia comforted her. I'll apologize when I see him next time, the youngest chaser vowed. Having showered and dressed in some jeans, trainers, a jumper and a charcoal winter coat, Harry had barely wrapped a scarf around his neck before he had been dragged out of the castle by an excitable Tonks who, in the time he had been away, had somehow planned out their entire day. With an amused smile at the girl, he followed her lead as they exited the grounds and made their way towards Hogsmeade. We have to go to Honeyduke's first and then Zonko's, and then the Shrieking Shack, she insisted. As he entered the quaint village, it was clear to see why the wizarding populace held it in such high esteem. In itself, it was beautiful, tranquil in its own unique way and the surrounding mountains and scenery only added to this notion. Harry had visited many magical dwellings, but there was something genuine about Hogsmeade that he found appealing. It was honest and without the usual exaggerated flair that most iconic locations projected. His observations of the place lasted but a few moments before he was unceremoniously shoved into one of the shops, his nose instantly filling with an array of sweet smells. Tonks handed him a basket and proceeded to guide him around the shop, taking it upon herself to fill it both with what she liked and what she thought he would enjoy, commenting briefly on each of the treats before moving on to the next display. Harry, having never experienced such a fevered approach to shopping, did his best to take it in his stride but quickly realized that it was better to just let the metamorph do as she pleased and for him to keep as best he could. Not that he had anything to complain about, the woman was positively entertaining to watch, her hair and features shifting as she went about the task of providing enough sweets that would more than likely be able to feed half of the school they had left behind. That will be 26 galleons and 6 sickles, the cashier announced as she finished adding up their total, a lot of gold to spend on sweets. Harry simply grinned as he produced his Gringotts card. You have to let me pay for half, Tonks insisted. Harry shook his head. I invited you here, so I will pay, he countered firmly. Besides, it was worth it just to watch Hurricane Tonks sweep through here. The words were sincere. Harry rarely took time to relax and Tonks' attitude was quite infectious. It warmed him to see her so carefree as she perused the shelves. Tonks flushed as she jutted her chin forward defiantly. I like a lot of things in here, she defended. Harry simply grinned and pulled her out of the shop before she spotted anything else that took her fancy. Remembering that he was not familiar with the village, he followed Tonks once more and the pair emerged from Zonko's almost an hour later, weighed down with even more purchases where the woman proceeded to drag him towards what could only be described as a dilapidated building on the outskirts. The most haunted house in Britain, Tonks declared proudly. Harry chuckled and shook his head. It's not haunted. Yes, it is, Tonks argued, the villagers and the press have all heard the screams coming from here. They were the screams of Remus Lupin. He used to come here to transform on the full moons. Tonks gaped at him before swatting him on the shoulder. You're such a spoilsport, Harry, she grumbled. For that, I will be having 2 desserts, she demanded haughtily as she turned and walked back towards the village. You wouldn't be sulking, would you, Tonks? He mocked as he caught up with her. He received an unamused look in response before she entered the 3 broomsticks and found the pair at table towards the back of the pub. Harry took a seat and simply stared at her. What can I do to make it up to you? He sighed. Tonks smiled demurely at him as she leaned forward. The caramel bubbles. I want all of them. Harry narrowed his eyes at her. You only want them because you know they're my favorite. Tonks nodded. They're my favorite too, and since you ruined the mystery of the Shrieking Shack for me, I think I need all of them to get over the upset. Fine, Harry agreed, but the chocolate frogs are mine. Tonks shrugged. I don't like them anyway, she replied with a dismissive wave. Before the back and forth could continue between them, they were interrupted by the arrival of the server. Hello, Mr. Black, what can I get you? She questioned nervously. Harry frowned as he looked towards the hesitant girl. He'd been stared at for most of the day but had simply ignored it along with the pointing and whispering. Instead of making anything of it, he gave her a warm smile. I'd like a medium rare sirloin and salad, please, he requested, and a butterbeer. Of course, the girl complied as she noted down his order. And for you, my lady. Tonks was taken aback by the address and she sputtered as Harry attempted to conceal his mirth. I'm no lady, she corrected hotly. But I'll take the same as this idiot, she added as she shot Harry a glare. The server looked at Tonks wide-eyed before making a hasty retreat from the two. It's not funny, Tonks growled. It is, Harry retorted. I just wish they would all stop staring. Tonks glanced around the room and immediately became conscious of the fact that the 2 of them were indeed being unashamedly observed by the other patrons. Well, you did kill a dragon. I don't know how many people alive could manage it, let alone be walking around the next day. Harry shook his head. Everyone will remember that and the fact that you are going to be the head of a very influential family one day, she explained. At least none of them will try to mess with you. Harry exhaled deeply. It's not as though I will be here, he replied. I'll find a suitable proxy to act in my stead. Oh, I forgot you're going to be leaving, she muttered. Remembering such a thing did not sit well with the woman. She liked spending time with Harry. She felt as though she could be herself, she felt comfortable when he was around. Yeah, but you can always come and visit whenever you like, he offered with a smile. There's lots of places that I can show you. Tonks shook her head. I don't think Lord Black would allow it. Harry took her hand from across the table and gave it a gentle squeeze. You will be there as my guest, and trust me, if he had a problem with you being around, he wouldn't allow it here, let alone back home. I guess we will just have to see what happens, Tonks replied with a shrug. You never know, you might get sick of the sight of me before the end of this year, she added with a smirk. Harry snorted lightly. I doubt that, he denied. I'm getting used to seeing you every day. It's not every day, Tonks bit back. Yes, it is, Harry corrected. Ever since you woke me up in the middle of the night you've been there every day. Oh, Tonks muttered. When she thought back on the past few weeks, she realized that he was right. She had visited him every day once her shift had finished. I can always stop coming, she offered with a forced grin. Harry shook his head. You're welcome any time, he offered sincerely. I quite like having you there. It makes me forget that I hate this place and that I'm stuck in this stupid tournament, he explained with a thoughtful frown. I should be thanking you really. What for? Tonks asked. For just being here. For making this place bearable, fun even. Tonks smiled at him. Looks like I'll have to stick around for a while. We can't have you getting all depressed on us now, can we? She returned with a wink. I'd like that, Harry replied with another smile. The two enjoyed their meal and even stayed on for a few more butterbeers before they decided to call it a day. The sun had already set as they exited the pub and began making their way back towards the school, so they opted to head straight towards the 3rd floor and to the quarters that Harry shared with the rest of his entourage. After being greeted by the flamboyant Sir Cadogan, they entered the room to find Sirius, Arcturus, Leo and Cassie gathered around the table, his golden egg placed in the center. Is something wrong? Harry questioned. No, nothing like that. We were just discussing what the second task could possibly be, Sirius explained. Sorry, I should have come back earlier, Harry apologized. Sirius waved him off. You earned a day off, Harry. How did you find Hogsmeade? He questioned as he nodded towards the bags that each carried. I like it. There's a lot there and I only spent just under 30 galleons on sweets, he added with a veiled gesture towards Tonks. Sirius barked out a short laugh. Ah, your first shopping trip with a woman. You'd best take a firm stance or you'll be employed as a personal bag carrier and dress-up doll for the rest of your life, he advised with a suggestive wiggle of his eyebrows. I carry my own bags, thank you very much, Tonks retorted. For now, Sirius commented. Shut up, Sirius, Arcturus broke in. Come, Harry. Let's open this up and see what the clue is. We don't know how long it will take to work out. Harry nodded and placed his bags on one of the sofas before approaching and retrieving the egg. The pattern on it was intricate but not compiled of runes or any other familiar scrawl. He noticed the hinge top and pulled it open. Immediately, he dropped it and covered his ears as it wailed, the others in the room mimicking his reaction. For the love of Merlin, shut it, Sirius yelled over the screeching. Harry kicked the egg closed and glared at it. Bloody hell, it sounds just like my mother when she went off on one, Sirius groaned. Walburga was worse, Cassiopeia deadpanned. What was that? Tonks questioned as she rubbed her ears. It can't be a banshee, we'd all be deaf if it was, Leo sighed. No, but it has to be a language of some kind, Harry speculated. Arcturus nodded his agreement. Maybe try a translation spell. I doubt it will be that simple though, he suggested. I'll have to think about it, Harry decided. Take it somewhere quiet and see if I can work it out. A good idea. You should prioritize it, Arcturus advised. Harry nodded. They also announced the ball today, Sirius added. Something else for you to think about. Harry groaned. Can I not just skip it? Arcturus shook his head. You need to be well versed in events like this. You will receive many invites to them as the Lord Black and you can't snub all of them, Harry, he explained. Fine, I'll go, he conceded irritably. You'd best find a suitable partner, you will have to open the ball with a dance after all, Sirius informed him with a smirk. Great, Harry replied sarcastically. Best make it quick, Sirius urged, you don't want to be left without much choice of a date. He's a champion, he could probably take anyone he wanted, Leo mused aloud. Then you'd best get yourself one too. If I have to go, then so do you, Harry returned with a grin. Leo shook his head in horror and looked at Cassie for support. The woman simply shook her head and raised one of her delicate brows at him. Speaking of going, Tonks broke in, I'd better be off. See you later, Harry, she bid him farewell and exited the room before he could reply. I'll get on with it tomorrow, Harry sighed and grumbled under his breath incoherently as he rubbed his eyes tiredly. But for now, I'm going to get an early night, he announced as he headed towards his bedroom. Bloody dragons and now this, he huffed as he settled down to work on his occlumency. Nymphadora Tonks entered her own room, an unpleasant feeling having settled in her stomach since leaving the Black Quarters. She had enjoyed her day with Harry and nothing had overtly happened that would leave her feeling such a way. It confused her and the only thing she was certain was that she couldn't be around him at the moment, but she didn't want to be alone either. She wanted something to distract her from the foreign negativity that was irking her so. Seeing that it was still only early, she showered and left the castle to clear her head, still no closer to figuring out what was bothering her. She left the castle grounds and paused as she looked towards the village ahead, her stomach tightening uncomfortably at the thought of going there. She shook her head and apparated away, her frustration mounting, wanting nothing more than this feeling to abate. She arrived outside the home of her parents and breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of streets she had spent her childhood. She hadn't visited her parents since the start of her tenure at the school and approached the front door, feeling easier now that she was away from Hogwarts but now guilty instead. She usually made a point to visit at least once a week, something she had neglected in favor of her duties and spending time with Harry. Dora, her mother greeted her with a smile as she pulled her into a hug. Are you okay? She questioned as she noticed the forlorn look that adorned her daughter. Yes, I'm fine, Tonks snapped, I think. I don't know, she finished with a huff. Andromeda smiled at her as she pulled her inside. How about I make us some tea? Tonks nodded as she followed the woman, wishing that she hadn't come. She didn't even know why she did, she wanted only to escape the castle for a while. Ted, Andromeda called as they entered the kitchen, Dora's here, she announced as she busied herself with filling the kettle and fetching some cups. A moment later, Ted Tonks entered the room and immediately pulled Nymphadora into a tight hug. "Are you okay, sweetie?" he questioned with a frown of concern. "I'm fine, Dad," she sighed. Ted chuckled and shook his head. "You can't lie to your father, Dora. I raised you and can see that something is bothering you." Tonks gave the man a half-hearted smile as he took a seat at the table opposite her. "I'm okay," she tried to assure the man. "Something is bothering you," Andromeda interjected as she filled their cups and added milk and sugar to her daughters. "Unless you chose to wear your hair like that." Tonks frowned and checked her reflection the back of her spoon. Her hair was once again hanging limply, a dull brown in color with pale pink streaks throughout. Her eyes had become almost black and she sighed defeatedly, not understanding why this was happening. "I just wanted to get away from the castle for a while," she muttered. "And how is it going there?" Andromeda questioned. "It's better than I thought," Tonks replied with a shrug. "It's nice seeing Sirius again. He did say he would write to you." Andromeda nodded. "I got his letter, but if he thinks that I will forgive him so easily, he's got another thing coming. He can stew for a while before I even consider writing back," she declared. Ted simply grinned and hid his mirth by taking a sip of his tea. His wife was a stubborn woman and not one any would wish to be on the wrong side of. "Have you met my grandfather yet?" Andromeda asked casually, though her tone was clipped. Ted's mirth vanished entirely, his jaw setting firmly. He had no need for reconciliation with the man but would be very unhappy were his daughter to be treated with scorn for his and Andy's perceived slight against her bigoted family. "I haven't spoken to him much but he's been okay," Tonks replied. "He's not stopped me from being there," she added. Andromeda nodded. "What about Aunt Cassie?" "I don't see her much at all. She's got an apprentice and they're always busy. I see Harry more than any of the rest," she shrugged. "The Potter boy?" Andromeda questioned with a deep frown. "We saw the paper, quite the feat for anyone let alone a 16-year-old. "He's not a Potter," Tonks retorted hotly, her hair flashing a deep red. Ted and Andromeda shared a look of surprise at the outburst and the latter held up a placating hand. "Sorry," Tonks mumbled, "but they have no right to be called his parents." "He's a black. So, what's he like?" Andromeda asked as she sipped her drink. Nymphadora smiled. "He's fun, really smart and a prodigy with magic. I doubt even Mad Eye could beat him. I spent the day with him in Hogsmeade. He'd never been before," she defended as her mother rose an eyebrow in her direction. "And quite the looker," Andromeda added with a smirk, causing her husband to sputter and Tonks to blush uncontrollably. "Mum," she whined. "I am here," Ted pointed out. "Oh, Ted," she cooed, "he's far too young for you to worry about. I was just pointing out a fact. He's a very desirable catch even without the looks. I imagine he has a lot of witches clamoring after him," she finished as she glanced towards her red-faced daughter. Ted followed suit and shook his head in despair, catching on to his wife's game immediately. Nymphadora ground her teeth at the topic of conversation. She did not want to think about Harry right now, especially in such a context. "He's good-looking, so what?" she returned evenly, the knot she had felt in her stomach returning tighter than before. "I was just saying," Andromeda replied innocently. "Did you enjoy your day in the village?" Tonks nodded. "It was nice. We went to Honeyduke's, Zonko's and had dinner in the Three Broomsticks," she explained. "He said he liked it there," she added with a small smile. "So, you went on a date with him?" Andromeda pressed. "It was not a date," Tonks denied vehemently. "It sounds like it was, dear," Ted gave his input. "That's what we used to do at school," he added, gesturing between himself and his wife. The younger of the three growled before sinking further into her seat. "It wasn't a date," she reiterated. Andromeda gave her a smile. "Did you enjoy the day with him?" she pried. Tonks gave her a glare but nodded. "Yes," she sighed, "but it wasn't any different to any other time I spend with him," she added hurriedly. "How much time do you spend with him?" Ted broke in. "I see him every day," she replied with a slight frown. "I didn't even really think about it until he pointed it out today." Ted nodded. "It's just natural spending time with him," he stated. Tonks' frown deepened but she nodded nonetheless. "And nothing happened today to upset you?" Andromeda questioned. Nymphadora shook her head firmly. "No," she said firmly. "It was as it always is. We spent the day in Hogsmeade and went back to his rooms and he opened his egg, the clue for the next task, she explained irritably. Anything else? Andromeda pressed. Tonks shook her head. Only that they announced the Yule Ball. That Harry will have to find a date for, Andromeda pointed out. He doesn't even want to go but Sirius said he has to because he has to open it with a dance, Tonks huffed. Andromeda gave her daughter a sympathetic smile. Could that be what is bothering you? Why would it? She growled. It's just something he has to do. With a girl on his arm, Andromeda reminded her. It bothers you. It does not, Tonks hissed angrily, her hair cycling through a multitude of colors. Of course, sweetie, Andromeda sighed though she couldn't hide her smile. She had never seen her daughter outwardly jealous like this. She knew that she didn't date because of what happened at school, which had been a worry for the woman over the years. She had spent many nights comforting the girl after, and it took all her willpower to not curse the boy that had upset her. And what is that supposed to mean? Tonks growled. Nothing at all, Dora, her mother replied. But look at it in another way. How would it make you feel if you saw Harry with another woman the same way he spends time with you? Tonks grimaced and swallowed deeply as the knot in her stomach tightened uncomfortably. Do you not think that you might like him, just a little? Andromeda pushed. Yes, her mind answered immediately, but she shook her head. Yes, she liked spending time with him. He was easy to be around, teased her as much as she did him, and it never felt strange or wrong when she was in his presence, but that was it, there was nothing else to it. He was attractive and treated her with respect, but she didn't think of him that way. She didn't think of anyone that way, she couldn't allow herself to since school. It's not like that, she denied as she stood. He is just a friend, she said firmly before taking her leave. She's scared, Andromeda sighed. The girl has no self-esteem. Ted nodded his agreement. The suspicions of how their daughter felt only increased when the Daily Prophet arrived the next morning. On the front cover was a picture of Harry and Nymphadora, the former holding the hand of the girl across one of the tables in the three broomsticks, each sporting a comfortable look of admiration as they gazed at each other. The article of course speculated on the potential romance between the two and commented on how cozy they were in the company of the other. The accompanying photo did nothing to dispute this, if anything, it added credence to the claims. They are either both clueless or that is a very good fabrication, Ted stated as he pointed to the picture. You know as well as I do that is no fabrication, Andromeda sighed. If it is, then the prophet can expect retribution. Grandfather does not take slander lightly. Sirius Black cursed under his breath as he rubbed his eyes tiredly. Harry was not going to take the article well, even in the face of the damning evidence. Not only that, he would have to explain himself to his grandfather. Arcturus despised the press, but the report did not contain anything other than speculation, and little could be done about such a thing, particularly with the nature of the picture that only supported the comments of the writer. The two of them certainly hadn't helped matters with how close they appeared, something that Sirius chastised himself for not noticing. Tonks had spent a lot of time within their rooms since they had arrived, but he had thought nothing of it until he had seen the photo, and then the realization had set in. Initially, she had come to visit him, but this had quickly turned into her coming to spend time with Harry. He had not even considered that anything could develop between the two. Harry had never expressed any interest in dating. The picture, however, caused Sirius to have doubts. The door to the quarters opened, admitting the head of the family, clutching his own copy of the paper, his lips in a tight line. What do you make of this? Arcturus growled as he slammed it on the table. Sirius sighed. I don't know, he mumbled as he rubbed at his eyes once more. I don't know a thing, he added, seeing the look of disbelief from the older man. Arcturus shook his head as he took a seat. What are we going to do about it? He questioned. What can we do? Sirius countered. If there is anything in that, he said, pointing to the article, then there is nothing we can do. Harry is stubborn, and if it is true, are you going to stop them? Arcturus banged his fist on the table. The girl is a disgrace to this family, he spat. And if you voice your opinion to Harry, what do you think will happen? Sirius returned. Arcturus shook his head. He won't listen to me. He's not the same little boy who used to tremble when I walked into a room. He's almost a man, Sirius pointed out. He has to make his own decisions. You're the one that has drilled it into him. I know, Arcturus conceded. But he is my heir. He will do as I instruct. Sirius snorted. He loves and respects you, but if you push him in a direction he doesn't want to go, he will turn his back on you, Sirius said knowingly. So, we just let them carry on with this. Sirius nodded. He's been so much more relaxed since she has been around. It's the happiest I've seen him even though we are here. You said yourself you would have made a match between him and a daughter of Narcissa or Bellatrix if they had won. Why not Andes? You can't deny that she has black blood. Arcturus flared his nostrils at his grandson. He had entertained the idea of such matches were they to be a possibility. Harry was no doubt a black, but his parentage gave him cause for concern. He wanted more black blood in the next generation, and with Bella in Azkaban and Narcissa only providing a fool for a son, he had long given up on the idea. I don't like it, he sighed, but for once you might be right. The girl is just like her mother. Then let us just leave them, Sirius implored. There may be nothing to it anyway, he added doubtfully. Arcturus snorted as he pointed at the picture. Does that look like nothing, Sirius? The younger man shook his head. It looks like two people who care a lot for each other, he admitted. But I think we should still speak to Harry and see what he has to say. Arcturus nodded his agreement. Where is the boy? He questioned. Running, Sirius replied, rolling his eyes. Where else would he be at this time? Having finished his morning workout, Harry pulled himself from the lake and applied drying and warming charms to himself as he made his way back towards the castle. He hadn't had a swim for some time, and the lake proved to be interesting enough to garner his attention. He had seen more creatures in the depths than he imagined possible, and even had to fend off an attack from a swarm of Grindylows that had attempted to drag him to the murky bottom. That notwithstanding, he thoroughly enjoyed the experience. As usual, the corridors of the castle were devoid of any activity as he made his way back to the third floor and entered the black common room to be greeted by a severe head of house and father. What's wrong? He questioned. Take a seat, Harry, Arcturus instructed. With a frown, Harry did as he was bid and took a seat opposite the two men, his grandfather sliding a copy of the morning paper to him immediately. His frown deepened as he absorbed the cover, his eyes drawn straight to the photo on the page. Can you explain this? Sirius questioned. There's nothing to explain, we were just eating lunch, Harry replied defensively. Look at the photo, Harry. Really look at it and tell me what you see, his grandfather urged. Harry shook his head but looked. There was himself and Tonks in the three broomsticks at their table, with him holding her hand and leaning towards. Even to his inexperienced eye, there looked to be more intimacy to it than he remembered. It wasn't like that, he denied forcefully. Then why don't you tell us how it is, Arcturus offered. Is this picture not real? Harry sighed as he dragged a hand through his hair. She was upset because I told her I'd be leaving at the end of the year, he explained. I just said that it would be fine for her to visit if she wants to. That's all there is to it. Arcturus questioned sternly, because to me it looks a whole lot more. To everyone else it will come across the same. For Merlin's sake, Harry growled as he shot to his feet, it's not like that. I like spending time with her, but that is it. We are just friends. Arcturus held up a hand to calm him. It matters not to me, Harry, he assured the boy, and quite frankly it is not the business of anyone besides yourself and Nymphadora, but you have to be careful, more so than anyone else. You will one day be the head of this family, and such displays will not endear you to potential allies. I don't care what anyone else has to say or what they think, Harry seethed, his eyes flashing dangerously. I will spend my time with whomever I wish and in whatever context. This, he declared as he snatched up the offending article, is just two friends eating dinner together. Ask her and she will tell you the same, he finished with a glare. Arcturus nodded calmly. It may not matter to you, Harry, but what about Nymphadora? How do you think this is going to make her feel? He questioned as he pointed to the newspaper. Harry exhaled a deep breath as he took his seat once more. I don't know, he muttered. I'll speak to her when I see her, he promised. The two men nodded their agreement. Have you thought of any prospective dates for the ball? Sirius asked with a smirk, receiving a glare in response. I think I have other things to worry about first, don't you? He bit back irritably. Sirius shook his head. Harry, in his naivety, could not see what was right in front of him, but he could, and he was certain that his grandfather could see it also. It, however, was not his place to pry any further than he had. If Harry chose to remain ignorant of what he believed to be true, then that was his decision to make. For 2 days since the article had been published, he hadn't seen her. She hadn't come to him as she usually did when she finished work, nor had he seen her on his travels through the castle, something with the impending Yule Ball approaching, he was loath to do often. It seemed that, even despite the Prophet article, many girls were vying for his favor as a date. Whenever he had left his rooms, it didn't take long for the pointing and whispering to ensue. At first, he believed that it was because of the article, but had overheard a few hushed conversations of a different topic entirely, namely his being the prime target as an escort to the ball. Most had kept their distance from him, whether that was due to nervousness or fear he couldn't be sure. Others were much bolder in their pursuits. He had already turned down offers from 2 girls from Beauxbatons and 3 from Hogwarts, though it achieved nothing in deterring the talking nor hungry looks he received. To avoid this, he decided to remain in his room for the most part. He neither had the inclination nor the mindset to be polite any longer. The truth was, he missed Tonks. She would know what to do to handle this, and he just missed her being around. Sirius had taken it upon himself to inquire as to his progress in securing a date at every possible moment, and had not been happy when Harry told him that he had declined several offers to date. The girls hadn't been unattractive, on the contrary, they had all been very comely in their own way, particularly the 7th-year Slytherin that had asked, but he didn't know any of them. He'd never dated before and knew he was out of his depth when it came to the opposite sex. This was more Sirius' forte, and he had no desire to discuss it with the man. He was being annoying as things were, and Harry had no desire to press the issue. Leo was just as inexperienced he himself was, and Cassie would simply tell him to find the best match politically. He was not going to take a girl to his first ball just because she could be a beneficial contact later. He shook his head as he exited his room, already expecting to not find Tonks there. Still, the disappointment at finding Sirius at the table made itself known. "You do know that you can go and find her," Sirius commented over a book he was reading. "Who?" Harry replied grumpily. "Tonks," Sirius sighed. "If she won't come here, then go to her." Harry shook his head as he took a seat opposite the man. "She's probably just busy," he dismissed. Sirius closed the book and looked at his son in exasperation. "Or upset about the article," he shrugged. Harry simply narrowed his eyes at the man. "You know, I never thought you were a coward," Sirius said offhandedly as he picked up the tome and continued perusing it. "What is that supposed to mean?" Harry returned heatedly. "You're too scared to see her," he accused. "Instead, you've spent the past 2 days moping around here like someone has taken your favorite toy." "She is not a toy," Harry hissed, "and I am not a coward." Sirius shrugged. "It's not me you have to prove it to," he replied as put the book down once more and looked imploringly at the teen. "Go and see her, Harry. The worst she can do is slam the door in your face and tell you to piss off." "She doesn't want to see me, Dad," Harry huffed. "Or maybe she thinks that you don't want to see her," Sirius pointed out. "Sometimes, Harry, you just have to stop thinking so much and just do something. Sitting here isn't making you feel better, but I bet my life that seeing her will." "We are just friends," Harry mumbled. "Then go and see your friend," Sirius advised. "If that's all she is, then you should have no problem in straightening all this out." Harry shook his head. "I don't know where her rooms are and haven't seen her around the castle." "Doesn't mean she hasn't been around," Sirius shrugged. "Great gift being a metamorph. Do you know where her rooms are?" Harry questioned irritably. "No," Sirius denied, "but I'm sure one of the elves can point you in the right direction." Harry let his head hit the table at the simplicity. "Not a word," he growled as he stood and exited the room hurriedly. "For a bright kid, he's bloody dim that one," Sirius muttered as he resumed his reading. Since the day she had spent in Hogsmeade, Nymphadora Tonks had been unable to shake the bad mood she had found herself in. If anything, it had only worsened. The article in the Prophet the following morning had bothered her more than her parents had, but both had paled in comparison to seeing several girls accost Harry and witnessing the discomfort he felt under the attention. She wanted to curse them all but managed to control herself. It was not her place to do such a thing, despite the way she knew it bothered him and herself if she was being honest. It made her very uncomfortable, and for that reason, she distanced herself from him over the past couple of days. She cared for him, she could admit that, but being away from him served only to worsen her mood and increase the hurt she was feeling, to the point that her transformations would not work the way she wished. As things were, she could only maintain the most minor of changes. Gone were her vibrant colors of choice, and now both her hair and eyes were dull, something that she had no control over. To avoid notice, she had donned her Hogwarts robes and told Dumbledore that she would be taking some time undercover, to look out for any potential problems or gain some intelligence. The man had praised her ingenuity and sent her on her way, and Nymphadora had breathed a sigh of relief, but she knew the measure could only be temporary. It however gave her some much-needed time to regain control of her abilities, though they showed no signs of resurfacing yet. Try as she might, she just could not shake the mood she was in, and she knew that it was this that was hindering her abilities. She was pulled from her thoughts by a knock on the door. "Who is it?" she called as she approached. "It's me," the voice of Harry replied nervously, halting her in her steps. "What do you want, Harry?" She sighed, her stomach clenching at her biting tone. She heard him sigh deeply before he replied. "I just wanted to see if you're okay." "I'm fine," she answered sadly, though she hid it well. The silence between them extended, her unmoving and uncertain if he was still even there. "I'm sorry," she heard him say in little more than a whisper. "If I've done anything to upset you, or if it is the article, then I'm sorry. The last thing I wanted was for you to look bad." The clenching shifted from her stomach to her chest at his tone, and she immediately stepped forward as she heard his footsteps recede and pulled the door open. "It's not you," she said to his retreating back. He turned to face her and smiled at her appearance. "You didn't write it," she sighed. "Then why have you avoided me?" he asked with a frown. Tonks shrugged and hung her head slightly. "I don't know. I thought you wouldn't want to see me. That picture didn't look good." "I don't care about the picture," he returned. "I don't care what anyone says. You're my friend and you mean more to me than any of them or their opinions." "It could have made it harder for you to get a date for the ball," she pointed out. "I wish," he muttered. "Not happy with the French girls or the Slytherin?" she questioned with a forced smirk. Harry shook his head irritably. "I don't even want to go," he sighed. "But if I have to, I'd rather go with someone I know." He frowned in thought before his eyes lit up. "Would you go with me?" Tonks' eyes widened and she shook her head. "That's not a good idea," she replied weakly. "I'm a terrible dancer," she tried. "Please," Harry pleaded as he took one of her hands. "I'm asking you as a friend." She felt her mouth go dry as she fixated on their intertwined hands. How could she say no to him? The truth was, she knew she couldn't, even if she knew it would hurt her in the long run. Unable to speak, she nodded her head and genuinely returned the smile she received. "Thank you," Harry breathed, "for everything. You'd better make it worth my while," she warned, managed to quip. "I don't wear dresses for anything, but I suppose I will have to for this," she added with a frown. "You can wear whatever you like, Tonks. It doesn't matter to me," he replied with a shrug. She felt her heart warm at his words and sink soon after. He was so understanding of her, and he didn't even know how much such a simple gesture meant. It ached just as much as it filled her with happiness that he could treat her in such a way. "What is with your hair?" he questioned suddenly, pulling her from her musings. "Oh, I've been doing some undercover stuff around the school," she explained quickly. "It suits you," he replied with a smile. "It's strange. I see you with different hair and different eyes all the time, but this is what I see when I think of you or feel your magic." Tonks swallowed deeply before shaking her head. "It's boring," she huffed as she pulled at her naturally light brown. Harry chuckled. "No, it isn't," he denied. "You are far from boring even without the colored hair or eyes." "I've not looked like this since I was 14, Tonks shrugged, pushing his comment aside. "Even like this they all hated." "Me? Who did?" Harry asked, confused. "The girls at school," she whispered in response. Harry gave her hand a squeeze. "Jealousy does that," Harry sympathized. "But you should always do what makes you comfortable. If that's your colorful hair, then that is up to you. I was only saying that it looks nice," he explained. Tonks shook her head. "You know I'm not mad at you, you don't have to say it to make me feel better." "I wasn't," Harry denied sincerely, "I meant every word. Now how about we go for a fly? I'm sick of being inside the castle and you can scare away anyone that bothers me," he offered with a grin. "I'm a disaster on a broom," Tonks muttered shyly. "Then you can come on with me," Harry insisted as he pulled along the protesting metamorph in his wake, now sporting red locks and a matching blush. It was with a slight hesitance that Nymphadora Tonks entered the waiting room in the office belonging to her parents. Her father had opened their practice a few years after she had been born and had worked his way up to be a well-respected lawyer over years, supported by her mother who was as sought after in the field herself. It was not however a matter of legalities that brought the metamorph here today but one of a more personal and pressing nature. The Yule Ball was just over a week away and the woman had found herself in quite the quandary. She needed advice on what to wear. Other than the burden of fashion, things had returned to be almost what they were before the announcement of the ball and the article in the Prophet. On a daily basis she would spend time with Harry, practicing magic or showing him around the castle, something he no longer held reservations doing since he could now politely decline would-be suitors by explaining that he had indeed found himself a date for the ball. Word on that had spread quickly. Most had taken the news well where others had been displeased. Many had expected that he would escort someone for political purposes and those that perceived to have been snubbed were vocal in their displeasure of his decision. She was a half-blood, and for her to be chosen over them was seen to be quite the insult. Not that any would dare say as much to Harry directly. His performance against the dragon certainly dissuaded any from potentially provoking his ire. Nymphadora herself had been elated that he had asked her, at first. She cared little for the childish whisperings nor the hushed remarks about her, she had endured that, but shopping for a dress was a whole new thing and she had no idea where to even begin. It had taken some time to gather the courage to approach her mother for assistance on this, and with only days remaining before the ball, she found herself here. Nymphadora, her mother questioned with a slight frown from her open office door. Tonks gave her a smile and entered before closing the door behind her. "Hello, Mum," she greeted her with a key on the cheek and proceeded to take the seat opposite. Andromeda shook away the bemused look as she followed her daughter's lead and sat in her own chair. "You're in a better mood than the last time we saw you," she observed. Tonks released a deep breath as she nodded. "I'm sorry. I was just so confused with a lot of things," she briefly explained. Andromeda smiled understandingly. "So, everything is okay now?" she pressed. "Better than it was," Tonks confirmed. Andromeda sighed lightly as she looked upon the girl. She seemed much happier than she had been. Her hair was back to its usual vibrancy and she wasn't so upset, but something was bothering her. "What's wrong, Dora?" she asked. "You never visit me here so it must be important. I need your help but you have to promise that you won't overreact or jump to conclusions," Tonks all but demanded. "I won't," Andromeda agreed. Tonks scrutinized her through narrowed eyes before shaking her head slightly. "I need you to help me find a dress," she mumbled. "A dress?" Andromeda returned with a frown. Tonks nodded. "Harry asked me to be his date for the ball. As friends," she finished firmly as Andromeda's eyes lit up. It took a moment for the older woman to compose herself. "Of course, I'll help you, sweetie," she offered. "What sort of dress were you thinking of?" "I have no idea," Tonks sighed. "I've never bought one before." Andromeda failed to hide her grin. "Well, buying a dress is difficult and it will be much harder for you," she replied apologetically. "You could wear any dress you want to because you can change to suit it," she explained. Tonks groaned at the enormity of the task ahead. "It's okay," her mother comforted, "we can make it easier." "What color robes is he wearing?" "He said his are black and green," Tonks answered. Andromeda nodded thoughtfully. "And what are you planning for how you're going to look?" She took hold of one of her red locks and shrugged. "I think I might tone it down a little," she revealed shyly. Andromeda frowned. "Tone it down?" she asked, surprised. Tonks nodded. "He saw me when I was having trouble with my morphing. It's the only time he mentioned how I look," she muttered. She took a heavy breath. "He said that's how he sees me anyway. It wasn't my natural form but not so far off." Andromeda gave her daughter a sad smile. "Dora, if he's never spoken about how you look then it clearly doesn't matter to him. You should always be how you feel comfortable." Nymphadora opened her mouth to speak but closed it soon after and sighed. "I'm more comfortable like this," she replied as she pointed to herself. "I've been this way for so long that I don't think I can be any other way. Not around other people." "Then be whatever you're comfortable with," Andromeda advised. "If you're not sure yet, then black will be your best option for a dress, it will go with any color you choose to have." "Okay, so where do we start?" Andromeda simply beamed as she pulled her daughter from her chair and dragged her from the office. Harry hissed a stream of Parseltongue as he threw his egg against the wall, beyond furious at the implications of what was to come. It had taken the better part of the past 2 weeks for him to figure out the clue. He had attempted translation spells, he had tried to decipher the arithmancy behind the magic of the egg, and he had even tried to damage it in his moments of anger, but to no avail. His breakthrough came only when he pondered exactly what it was he was trying to do. It was a language he was hearing, of that he had no doubt, the difficulty was identifying it. A standard translation spell theoretically should have worked, but it had done nothing. The only other possibility was that it was a language that needed certain conditions to be heard. That had led him to the library, which had yielded almost nothing. Strangely enough, it was Charlie that had mentioned that Barty Crouch was famous for his linguistic talents, which had set Harry on a different path, one more fruitful. After all, if Barty was a master at employing different tongues, then it was only logical that he was the key to solving this task. After a brief conversation with Aunt Cassie, Harry had obtained a copy of Wizarding Nobility, Who's Who in Magical Britain. The list of languages the man was fluent in was exhaustive, but for the most part could be ruled out. He had been left with 3 possibilities, and it hadn't taken him long to deduce which one it was: Mermish. He knew that there was a colony of them in the lake, and it made perfect sense. Immediately he had filled the bath and placed the egg under the water before opening it, sighing in relief as words he could understand spilled from it. After listening to the verse several times, he'd spent several minutes deep in thought before his angry outburst. There was absolutely no way they could take anything that he treasured, let alone what he treasured most. He certainly would not part with his wand, and anything else he held dear was in his trunk under several curses and Parseltongue passwords. That left only one option, and that did not sit well with him. How dare they? He spat. It was bad enough that he had been placed into this tournament against his will, and now it seemed that they would be dragging other unwilling people into it. That did not sit well with the teen. He was pulled from his thoughts by a knock on the door. "Harry," Sirius called, "are you okay?" Harry took a few calming breaths before unlocking the door and exiting the bathroom. "I've figured out the egg," he sighed. "What is it?" Sirius asked with a deep frown. Harry shook his head. "They are going to take someone I care about and put them under the lake. I will have 1 hour to rescue them," he explained. Sirius nodded as he rubbed his eyes. "That doesn't surprise me," he muttered. "Don't worry, we will keep everyone on guard the week leading up to it. We won't let them take any of us." Harry nodded. "Now I just need to think of what I will do during the task. Gillyweed is an option, but so is Transfiguration," he mused aloud. "Well, you have time to think about it," Sirius pointed out. "Knowing you, you'll come up with something ridiculous," he added amusedly. "I have a few things worth looking into," Harry replied coyly. "For now, I'm just going to focus on getting the ball over with." "Ah, you'll have fun," Sirius dismissed. "I'm still surprised you asked Tonks after what happened with the article." Harry shrugged. "It doesn't matter what I say or do," he sighed, "they'll always have something to say. At least this way I'm going with someone I know and not someone trying to cozy up to me for political reasons. That's how most will see it when you arrive with her, Harry. They will say that she is using you to get in with the Blacks, or that Andromeda has put her up to it," he explained. "Then let them think that," Harry returned. "I know that's not true, and that's all that matters." Sirius smiled at his son. This was one of the things he respected about Harry. He truly had no care for what anyone else thought and did what he wanted to despite what others would say and think. When he had been younger, he was quite the opposite, always willing to please and do whatever he had to earn the approval of others. Over the last few years, that had changed. He focused much more on himself and only those he truly cared for. He was no longer the pliant, abused and meek boy he had rescued. He was on his way to becoming a man that Sirius was proud of. Leo took a deep breath of fresh as he exited the castle, the first time he had done so in almost 9 days. For the most part, he enjoyed working under the tutelage of Cassiopeia Black, but he could not deny that she had a very high level of expectation from him. Day in and day out, she would put him through his paces just as much as his former instructor at school did, though they were much more averse to using the same measure Aunt Cassie employed to motivate him. That aside, he was enjoying every moment of it. He had a gift for battle magic, and the tuition in what most would consider darker aspects was proving to be similar. Today, however, was a well-deserved and needed day off, for the most part. He still had to secure a date for the ball, much to his own annoyance. He had hoped that Harry would drop the subject now that he was taking Tonks, but it had only served in having his friend remind him daily. Not that he discussed it with him, but the look of expectancy he received every morning at the breakfast table was more than enough to get the message across. Thus, he found himself outside hoping that he would find a suitable girl to take and not make a complete fool of himself. He knew less about the opposite say than Harry, and the boy was clueless to a fault. He shook his head as he walked in the direction of the forest, thinking that maybe some time with Rasputin would inspire him, though he doubted it. That creature wouldn't have a clue on how to woo a female. He was passing the entrance to the Quidditch stadium when his attention was grabbed by a commotion by the gates. A large group of students in robes with a green trim were harassing a smaller assembly in red and gold. Identifying the two red-headed twins made him want to continue on his way, but the blonde at the front of the other group had him pausing. The redheads were irritating, but the Malfoy boy was nothing but a bully, just like his father. Noticing that the exchange was soon to get rather unpleasant, he pushed his way through the larger and placed a firm hand on the shoulder of the boy. "Ah, Draco, I'm pleased to see that you're doing much better. Please do thank your father on my behalf for his generosity. I didn't get the chance to myself as he didn't seem too keen on being in my presence any longer than necessary." The boy flinched, his face flushing immediately a purple color. "What is he talking about, Draco?" A dark-haired, rodent-like boy questioned. "Oh, did he not tell you? Lucius Malfoy was very pleased that I saved his son's life and even rewarded me with a rather tidy sum," Leo explained enthusiastically. "You don't need me to save you again, do you?" he added malevolently as he drew his wand. By now, Draco was trembling in fury but shook his head, paling slightly as the wand was pointed in his direction. "No," he ground out. "Shame," Leo sighed. "Best you all run along before I decide to start saving you all." Most of them were wary, but one stepped forward, older than the rest but who wore a mask of fury. "You filthy mudblood," he hissed as he reached for his wand, only for a sickening crunch to be heard as a left hook from Leo clattered against his jaw. The boy collapsed in an unmoving heap, causing the rest of his housemates to take a step back and look on in shock at what had become of him. "How clumsy," Leo commented. "I think you should probably get him to the hospital wing. That was quite a nasty fall," he added as he gestured to the two biggest of the group flanking the Malfoy boy. They nodded dumbly as they picked their fallen comrade up between them, and the group disappeared without another word. "Did you really get money from Lucius Malfoy for cursing his son?" The voice of one of the twins broke in. Leo confirmed. "He wasn't happy at first, but when he saw it from my point of view, he was rather inclined to reward me." The two redheads began whispering amongst themselves excitedly. "We could have handled them, you know," Angelina huffed. Leo snorted. 12 against 5 in your position would not have ended well for you. You would have been overwhelmed and you had no solid defense. That on top of the fact that you were already fatigued from training would be a disaster to even try it," he explained with a shrug. "Oh, I didn't really think of it like that," the girl replied with a thoughtful frown. "When in a fight, you should always consider your advantages and disadvantages," he said firmly. "If the odds are against you, find a way out and fight another day." "That's just being a coward," Alicia returned. "That's being smart," Leo countered. "You can't win if you're dead." "I suppose not," Alicia conceded. "Why did you step in then?" "It didn't increase our odds. Because I had the advantage over their leader. He is a fool, but not so much a fool to try to attack someone he has been bested by, not so openly at least. He will leave that to his idiot of a father, lass," Leo answered. "Fair enough," Alicia agreed reluctantly. Leo simply shook his head and began heading towards the forest once more. "Oi," one of the twins called, "did you teach our brother a spell to stick us together?" Leo fought down his smirk as she shook his head. "Me? Now why would I do that?" he asked, not able to hide his grin any longer. "Well, if you did then I guess that this makes us even," the other broke in. "We were looking forward to pranking you." Leo smiled challengingly at the pair. "I would advise against it. I've spent a lot of time with Sirius Black, one of the infamous marauders," he revealed with a wink, leaving two wide-eyed twins in his wake as resumed his walking. He had only managed a few steps when he realized that he was being followed. He turned to find one of the girls approaching him wearing a nervous smile. "I just wanted to apologize," she began. "I did try to look for you but I didn't know where you would be." "Apologize?" Leo asked with a frown. What for? For talking about Ireland before, Katie clarified. I recognized your accent and thought Hat was where you lived. Leo shook his head as he remembered the conversation. Think nothing of it, lass, he insisted. I am from there, but things weren't ever good, so I moved on. Not your fault, he added with a smile of his own. Katie breathed a sigh of relief and turned back towards the 4 teammates waiting for her. Hold up, Leo called as he followed. I know this is out of the blue and late, he said sheepishly, but would you already have a date to this ball thing? Katie blushed slightly as she shook her head in response. No, I was just going to go home for Christmas. Most boys don't like that I am better than them at Quidditch, and being a half-blood doesn't really help, she explained. Well, I'd like to take you, if you don't mind. Leo replied. Only if it won't ruin Christmas for your family. Katie smiled as she nodded. I'd like that, she replied. You will have to put up with those two though, she added as she pointed at Fred and George over her shoulder with a thumb. A price worth paying, Leo answered. Do you already have a dress? Katie shook her head. No, but I can come up with something. Nonsense, lass. I sprung this on you, the least I can do is take you to get one. You don't mind sneaking out for a bit, do you? I'm sure we can find us a shop somewhere, he offered. Katie laughed. You're taking me to the ball and you want to get me a dress. Where's the downside? Seems like the right thing to do, Leo answered with a thoughtful frown. Best you explain to them where we are going. I don't need the Gingers or the other two out for my blood. Katie smiled as she almost ran back to the others. After a quick exchange with the two girls, she returned as Fred and George gave Leo a thumbs up from behind her whilst Alicia and Angelina gazed at him warningly. Ready? Katie asked breathlessly. Leo answered as he offered her his arm, not mentioning the fact that she was still wearing her training gear from Quidditch practice. After almost 6 hours of shopping in which she tried on more dresses than she thought even existed, a thoroughly fed-up Tonks arrived at the Black Rooms. Sirius was lounging on the sofa and Harry was studying an old tome at the table. With a frown, she approached the latter and flicked him on the ear, eliciting a yelp of shock from the unsuspecting boy. Ow, what was that for? He questioned as he rubbed away the sting. I spent my entire day trying on dresses, being dragged from shop to shop and treated like my mother's personal dress-up doll, she growled. Sirius snickered but silenced quickly when Tonks glared in his direction. How is that my fault? Harry asked. It isn't, Tonks sighed, but you invited me to the ball so I'm blaming you. If you remember correctly, I told you to wear whatever you're comfortable in, Harry pointed out. Tonks shrugged. I'll blend in more if I wear a dress, she replied. Harry shook his head as he grinned. I've got someone for you to meet, he informed her. Tonks frowned. Who? Instead of answering, Harry hissed and a large, black snake emerged from within his sleeve, startling the girl into taking a hurried step back and tripping over her feet. This is Mira, he introduced as he stroked its head. You bloody idiot, I almost wet myself, Tonks scolded him, eyeing the reptile warily. Harry chuckled. The snake reared up and hissed loudly. Whatever it said caused Harry to flush and speak back rapidly. What did she say? Tonks questioned, alarmed that the creature actually looked amused. Nothing, Harry returned quickly. Nothing, Tonks asked in disbelief. Harry hissed again and shook his head. She said that she can smell you on me, he muttered. Sirius guffawed from his position on the couch as Tonks blushed a brighter pink than Harry. Not like that, you disgusting pig, Tonks growled. Oh, you had better be free on Boxing Day. Mother has invited you for dinner, she revealed with a smirk. You'd better be ready to grovel. Sirius paled at the words, all signs of his previous amusement all but gone. Harry laughed at the plight of his father, but his own mirth vanished soon after. You've been invited too, Tonks continued, wincing slightly. You don't have to go. You can just say that as the future head of the family you have to refuse because she was banished, she added hurriedly. Harry shook his head. I would love to meet her, he responded with a teasing smile. How else will I get all of the embarrassing stories of you growing up? Tonks was horrified that he had agreed in the thought of him speaking to her mother. The woman was certainly not shy about sharing tales of her adventures. There's a lot of them. I remember one time that Andy was trying to dress her and she escaped into the garden with no clothes on. We found her an hour later, asleep under a tree, Sirius piped up. Harry snorted and Tonks glared at her older cousin. I'm sure Mum will be happy to share a few about you too, Sirius, Tonks replied with a vindictive smile of her own. The man shook his head and mumbled under his breath unhappily. So, did you just come here to hit me? Harry asked the metamorph. That was the main thing, Tonks answered with a smirk. We could always do something. Like what? He asked with a frown. Tonks shrugged. As long as it doesn't involve wearing dresses, I don't mind. We could always duel or go out on my bike. Harry offered. Your bike? Harry nodded excitedly as he pulled her towards his room and opened his trunk. He removed a miniature orange and black motorcycle. Sirius got it for my birthday, he explained. I haven't really used it much. He bought you a motorcycle. Tonks sighed as she shook her head. Well, he did catch me riding his once, Harry explained sheepishly. He said he'd get me my own if I wanted one. Tonks laughed. A bit of a rebel aren't you, Harry, she said approvingly. I have my moments, he returned as he led her from the room. We're going out. On the bike, he told Sirius, who sat up immediately. All right, he sighed. No Muggle police this time and stay away from the biker pubs. I will not be coming to get you out of a cell, he warned. That wasn't my fault, Harry protested. Leo punched the guy, I tried to get him out. Besides, they started it. Sirius raised an eyebrow at him. Just, behave, Sirius said sternly. Harry nodded as the pair exited and made their way out of the castle. Bar fights? Tonks questioned. Harry shook his head. It really wasn't our fault, he protested. They didn't like Leo because he's Irish. It was fun though, he added with a grin as he resized the bike and mounted it before putting on his helmet and offering Tonks another. The engine fired into life and the woman wrapped her arms around his waist tightly, squeezing even more so as they picked up speed and left Hogwarts in the distance only a moment later. Leo quickly pulled Katie aside as the sound of an approaching bike sped towards them as they were walking through Hogsmeade. For Leo, the day had been good if not a little strange. He had expected to spend some time with his companion in the forest, instead he had ended up escorting a rather beautiful girl whilst she shopped for dresses and other things. The experience was a new one for him but he couldn't deny that he had enjoyed it. Katie was easy to talk to, down to earth and just fun to be around. He had happily waited for her as she tried on her outfits, shoes and such included. At the end of the day, the girl had walked away with 2 new dresses, some shoes and even a bag at his insistence. He personally couldn't think of any better way to spend Lucius Malfoy's money other than the home he would purchase at the end of the year. There was ample money for such a thing but something he would ponder closer to the time. He was almost certain he would end up in Japan, though the feeling of being so far away from Harry did not sit well with him, being away from the rest of the Blacks for that matter. Here he comes, he chuckled as the bright orange bike came into view and screeched to a halt as it reached the pair. Harry took off his helmet and looked between him and Katie as he shook his head. Are you going to introduce us? He questioned. Katie, this is Harry, Leo sighed. Harry, this is Katie Bell, he complied, my date for the ball. Harry offered the girl his hand which she took nervously. I can't believe he had the balls to ask you, Harry deadpanned. Katie raised an eyebrow at him. What makes you think that I didn't ask him? She retorted. Harry smirked as he nodded. I like her, he declared. Where have you been? He took me dress shopping, Katie informed them, he's been really sweet. Harry frowned as Tonks swatted him across the shoulder. Why didn't I think of dragging you along, she growled. He offered to take me, Katie pointed out causing Leo to rub the back of his neck awkwardly. It was fun, he replied with a smile. Harry shook his head. Now you're just making me look bad, he beeped though he was grinning. Have you got your bike? Leo nodded. He answered as he patted his pocket. Do you want to go for a ride, lass? Katie nodded nervously. I'm probably in for a detention already, so why not? No need to worry, Leo assured her. It's Tonks that should, being on the back with him, he added as he jerked a thumb in Harry's direction. I'll make sure you get back safe. Katie and Tonks laughed as Harry sputtered incoherently. Oi, I can ride, he bit back. I know, Leo soothed. I'm sure Tonks wouldn't mind you sitting behind her if you get in trouble. Both Tonks and Harry blushed, lost for words as Leo set up his bike and helped Katie on who was giggling at the two attempting to immolate the Irish boy with their respective glares. Leo gave the pair a grin as he took off ahead, waving at the two of them. I'm going to curse him, Tonks vowed. Harry mocked before placing his helmet back on and following in their wake. It was just before midnight that Katie returned to the common room, having received a look of disapproval from the fat lady. Thankfully, it was empty and she made her way to the dorm, she said, with Angelina and Alicia unimpeded. Strictly speaking, she should be in the room above them, but as they'd always had a bed free, she had opted to stay with them since first year. Even the elves now put her trunk in the room every September. "Where have you been?" Alicia hissed as she entered. "We had to tell McGonagall that you were asleep." "Sorry," Katie replied. "I kind of got caught up," she said as she placed her bags on her bed. Alicia smirked. "So, how was it?" Angelina inquired eagerly. Katie smiled wistfully. "He's really nice," she answered. "We went shopping, he brought me dinner and even took me on his motorbike." The other girls giggled. "I think our Kate is smitten," Alicia sighed dramatically. Katie responded by throwing a pillow at her friend as she tried to hide her blush. "He is really sweet," she replied. "He's a little shy but he's a good guy. He didn't complain once about how long I was taking to pick a dress. He even got me back here without us getting caught. Doesn't hurt that he's handsome," Alicia quipped. "Or that accent," Angelina added. Katie's blush deepened as she shook her head and tried to hide her face. "So, you're looking forward to the ball?" Alicia pressed. Katie nodded shyly. "Yeah, I really am," she answered. "I think I'm going to enjoy it." Nymphadora Tonks awoke in her old bedroom at her parents' on Christmas morning, a light tapping at her window rousing her from her sleep. Grumpily, she stood and allowed the persistent owl entrance. She grumbled under her breath as she relieved it of its burden and sent it on its way. Yawning, she enlarged the small sack and emptied it onto her bed before retrieving a card that was attached to one of the 4 parcels and read it. "To Tonks. Have a wonderful Christmas and keep an eye on those 2 tonight. Love, Sirius." She shook her head as she opened his present and marveled at the invisibility cloak he had gifted her. It would certainly come in handy at work. She set it aside and opened the next one, a bottle of Ogden's single barrel aged 20 years. It was a rare vintage, one she wouldn't part with her own galleons for. There was another note, this one stacked to the side of the bottle. "Tonks. Merry Xmas, lass. Leo. P.S. If you want to ever hear Harry sing, give him a few of these. He's not half bad." Tonks laughed as she stored that information away for later. She grabbed the smallest of the remaining 2 presents and removed the card from the front. Recognizing Harry's neat scrawl, he removed it from the envelope. "Tonks, I can't imagine you enjoying jewelry, but here's something for you to wear tonight." "Thank you again, Harry." She frowned as she opened the parcel hesitantly. Harry was right, she had never taken to jewelry and she was not intending on wearing any tonight if she could help it. She laughed as she tore the paper off and a wand holster fell into her lap along with another note. "This will stay invisible on your arm. Merlin knows where you would have put your wand without it. Harry." She shook her head in mirth as she attached it to her arm and slid her wand in. The 2 immediately became invisible but rematerialized when she flicked it into her hand. "Handy," she chuckled as she reached for the final package. Noticing it was another one from Harry, she frowned. The box was larger than the others had been and significantly heavier. She opened the top to reveal a motorcycle helmet that changed colors to match her hair when she lifted. Inside the box was another note. "Dear Tonks. Merry Christmas. Harry X. P.S. The helmet has been charmed to change to whatever color you like." She smiled warmly as she held it. She had enjoyed her time on the bike with him, more than she thought she would have, and hoped this was a promise that she would get to do it again. It was a good start to the day, though she was not sure about the rest of it. She found that when she pondered the evening to come, she was nervous, a smattering of butterflies having formed in her stomach at the thought. She didn't know if it was that she wasn't a good dancer and all eyes would be on her and Harry, or the fact that she would be wearing a dress in front of them all. She shook her head. It mattered not. She was doing this for Harry and she would do her best to not let him down and embarrass herself in the process. Christmas Day had been a relaxed affair for Harry. He had breakfast with Sirius, Cassie and Leo, and he had spent some time doing some light training with the latter of the trio before having lunch with the addition of his grandfather to the group. Charlie had visited briefly along with his friends Ron and Hermione, who had gifted Leo with a box of treats from Honeydukes, the girl thoroughly embarrassing him as she gave him a hug. He in turn had given them both a wrapped gift and asked Hermione to deliver something to Katie on his behalf. Much to Charlie's surprise, Leo had gifted him a metal shield that turned into a bracelet when it wasn't being used, and Harry had given him a book on low-power curses for him to learn. Charlie had returned the favor by giving Harry a book on the Potter family magic and Leo a Gryffindor Quidditch shirt, smirking at him knowingly. "She hasn't shut up about you," he sighed with a wink. Leo had mumbled under his breath as he flushed uncontrollably. Shortly after, the younger teens left and Harry and Leo retreated to their rooms to ready themselves for the ball. "You don't clean up too badly," Cassie remarked as she straightened Leo's robes and fussed over him, much to Harry's amusement. "Git," Leo muttered but did not protest against the attention Cassiopeia gave him. Sirius grinned as he ruffled Harry's hair and followed suit. "Now, you better be on your best behavior," Sirius warned. "We will," Harry sighed. "I don't mean that, I mean with Tonks," Sirius retorted with a chuckle. "I won't have you sullying her." Harry turned red as he swatted his father's hand away irritably. "Shut up," he groaned. "I'm not you, you know. And in that, I have failed," Sirius quipped. "By the time I was your age, I'd been with a prefect from every house and even the head girl," he informed the horrified boy. "I don't want to hear it," Harry yelped. "You're a bloody disgrace." "Ah, the words of my sweet mother," Sirius sighed wistfully. "Anyway, you'd best be off. You don't want to keep your dates waiting," he added as he waggled his eyebrows. Harry huffed in disgust as the pair exited the room. "Do you believe him?" Leo asked. Harry shook his head. "Knowing him, I'd bet my life that it's true," he grumbled as the two reached the packed entrance hall. "There's Katie," Leo whispered only a few minutes after their arrival and rushed off towards the girl without bidding Harry farewell. Harry frowned after the boy and smiled as he watched the greeting between them, both looking rather pink in the cheeks. "Ah, aren't they cute?" the voice of Tonks interrupted his observations. He turned to face her only for his mouth to dry instantly. He had no words to describe how she looked and couldn't speak them even if he did. Her hair had been styled to be long and wavy, falling past her shoulders and colored a dark red. She stood taller than he was used to seeing her, the black heels matching the form-fitting black dress she wore in an off-the-shoulder cut. "It's too much, isn't it?" Tonks mumbled, her hands fidgeting uncomfortably. Harry steadied them with his own as he shook his head. "No, you look amazing," he disagreed. "Beautiful," he added under his breath. The two shared a smile before the moment was interrupted by the Scottish brogue of the deputy headmistress. "Mr. Black, Miss Tonks," she greeted them, "please follow me to where the other champions are waiting. You are to be announced before you enter the hall," she explained. With a shrug, the pair followed the tartan-clad woman to where Krum, Diggory and Delacour were stood with their dates. Hermione, who was surprisingly attending with Krum, gave them a wave and warm smile. "Hi Harry," she greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, Hermione," Harry replied. "Why aren't you quite the picture? You look fantastic," he offered sincerely, causing the girl to blush. "You off your date, Black?" Krum broke in, absent of his usually surly demeanor, his eyes crinkling in mirth above the grin he wore. "My apologies, Mr. Krum," Harry returned. "You're a lucky man. But you're right, I do have a date. Miss Tonks could certainly do better than me, as I'm sure Miss Granger could too," he added with a chuckle. "Duh," Victor agreed. "They have both done better than they deserve." "Can't say the same for Delacour," Harry said as he nodded towards the boy she had brought. His eyes were misted over and his mouth agape as he stared at his date vacantly. "No control," Victor sighed in disgust. Harry nodded as McGonagall beckoned the eight of them forward. "You will enter when you are called and take a seat at the table set up on the platform at the front of the room," she informed them. "You will eat and then you will open the dance. When that is done, the rest of the evening is your own." They nodded their understanding before the woman disappeared. Delacour and her date, Davis, were called first, followed by Diggory and Chong, and then Krum and Hermione second to last. "Nervous?" Harry asked. Tonks swallowed deeply as she nodded and Harry took her hand. Squeezing it gently, he waited for them to be announced. And finally, an unfamiliar voice sounded, the current leader of the Triwizard Tournament, with his date Nymphadora Tonks, "Please welcome, Harry Black." "Sorry about that," Harry offered as he led her into the hall amidst the applause. "Don't worry," Tonks replied as she smiled through her nerves under the many watchful eyes of those gathered. When they eventually reached the table, Harry pulled out her chair for her before taking his own next to Victor, leaving Tonks sat next to Madame Maxime with the Hogwarts gamekeeper to her on the end. He watched how the woman ordered her desired dish and mimicked her, instructing Tonks on how to do the same. "What's wrong?" he asked the girl, noticing that she had gone quiet during the meal. "I really can't dance, Harry," she whispered. "It's going to be bad." Harry chuckled. "It doesn't matter, Tonks," he assured her. "Just follow my lead and look at me and it will be over before you know it," he comforted. She nodded appreciatively and finished her food just in time for Dumbledore to stand and tap a spoon against his goblet, silencing the room immediately. "Ladies and gentlemen, our champions and their partners will now officially open the Yule Ball with a dance," he announced, gesturing towards the dance floor that had been added for the event. Tonks smiled weakly as Harry offered her his hand, her legs trembling slightly as she followed his lead. She took a deep breath as they came to a step and looked up towards him as his hand rested on her hip. He gave her a comforting smile of his own as her fingers intertwined in his own, his grip much more certain than hers. He had encouraged her to focus only on him, and that was what she did, something she realized she couldn't avoid if she tried. His larger hand engulfing hers and his hold on her hip had sent a tingle up her spine, and she couldn't help but be captivated by her eyes, his stare unwavering as he led her into the first step of the traditional waltz. "I'm sorry," she whispered as she stepped on his toe, feeling very self-conscious. Harry simply twirled her in a new direction. "It's okay," he replied unflinchingly. "Forget everything else. It's only us here." And she felt it. She had not paid any heed to the dozens of onlookers or the other champions dancing nearby. The moment he had touched her, she had been fixated on only him. She nodded as she met his gaze once more, the warmth she saw in his now emerald orbs, spreading throughout her own chest. Her own smile formed as she lost herself in the moment, their eyes firmly fixed on one another's. It wasn't until they bumped into another couple that the contact between them broke, and she was filled with a sense of disappointment as Harry released her hand, the mandatory dance for the champions seemingly having finished. "See, that wasn't so bad, was it?" he asked. Tonks shook her head. She avoided dancing as a rule, much to the consternation of her mother. She had always been too clumsy to find enjoyment in it. That itself had not changed, but the closeness to Harry had made it worth it, made it an enjoyable experience even. It had certainly affected her more than she thought. She had never experienced an intimacy like this, and she found that she wasn't quite ready for it to end. The disappointment at the loss of contact had been unexpected, and though he only stood a foot or so away, it could have been 1,000 miles and the distance would have felt the same. She shook herself from her thoughts. "No, it wasn't," she agreed. "How are your toes?" she questioned, hoping to change the subject. Harry chuckled. "All there," he confirmed. "How about we get a drink?" Tonks nodded and took his offered arm, enjoying the feeling of closeness she had been deprived of since he had released her. "Oh, Merlin," she sighed internally. "Look at them," Katie sighed as she watched Harry and Tonks dancing. "Aye, both as clueless as the other," Leo agreed. "How can they not see it?" Katie questioned exasperatedly. They cared for each other deeply, even someone as inexperienced as she could see it, and no doubt everyone else had noticed it too based on the whispered conversations and pointing in their direction that could be seen around the hall. Leo shrugged. "Harry has never had a girlfriend," he explained. "Maybe he just doesn't know what he's feeling." Katie shook her head. "Do you think they'll figure it out?" she asked. Leo snorted. "Aye, eventually. They'll probably need a swift kick up the ass." Katie giggled. "Can you dance as well as him?" Leo smirked. "Aye," he replied as he offered her his hand. "One of the lessons Cassie insisted we both take." They made their way onto the rapidly filling dance floor and joined in the fray of dancing students and staff. Finding a space, Leo pulled her into his arms and began to lead her through the steps. Katie herself was an able dancer, her own lessons as a child proving to be a useful investment of her time. "Not bad, lassie," Leo praised. "I'm not just graceful in the air," she replied as she spun under and then back into his arms. He smiled at her. "Aye, you put me to shame," he returned. Katie shook her head as she grinned. The two danced for an inordinate amount of time before they headed to the drinks table, the hall already significantly emptier than when they had started. "Ah, our two twirling pixies have returned," Fred quipped. "The dancing duo of Hogwarts," George added. "Quite the pair they make," Fred continued. "Abandoned us for most of the night," George finished with a bow. "Oh, shut up," Katie returned. "We weren't gone that long." "An hour at least," George piped up. "Closer to 2, Fred argued. Enough, you two, Alicia scolded the pair as she arrived and offered Leo and Katie a butterbeer each. Are you having a nice night? Katie nodded. We are, she answered. I didn't know you liked to dance so much, her teammate replied questioningly. Katie attempted to shrug it off. It's okay when you have someone you enjoy doing it with. Well, you'd better get it out of your system, there's only a couple of hours left, Alicia said with a smirk. Katie checked her watch and saw that it was almost 10 p.m. Some fresh air first, Leo offered. Katie nodded and the two left the hall into the crisp air of the Christmas night. She shuddered as the cold wind reached her and smiled gratefully as Leo cast a warming charm on her. Thank you, she said. They walked around the temporary gardens, through the other revelers that had sought the outdoors and took a seat on one of the stone benches that had been added. Thank you for the bracelet too, you really didn't have to get me it, she added. Leo simply smiled. You missed a Christmas with your family to be here, he replied, you should at least have something to remember the day by. I would have remembered without it, she mumbled shyly. I wasn't expecting to be here and the only reason I was going home was because I didn't want to be here alone. Then we both got what we want, he grinned. Katie nodded. And what about after tonight? Do we just go our separate ways? She questioned casually. Leo frowned slightly. If that's what you want, he sighed. But I wouldn't say no to spending more time with you, he added hopefully. It was Katie's turn to frown. Really? She asked disbelievingly. Why wouldn't I? Leo returned. I like being around you, lass. Katie shrugged. I play Quidditch, more than likely better than you and that's what I want to do when I finish school. Leo chuckled. You're probably right there. Why would that bother me? If it makes you happy that's all that matters. Katie smiled. You're not like other boys, she muttered. The ones here are either intimidated because I'm better on a broom or don't talk to me because I'm not a pureblood, she shrugged. Your blood doesn't make you better than anyone else, he grumbled. Harry is a half-blood and would wipe the floor with all the bigots here. If they can't see what a good lass you're then they don't deserve you. Katie smiled brightly at him. Are you a pureblood? She asked. Leo nodded. I never knew anything about my family until recently but I come from a small pureblood family. It doesn't matter. The closest thing to a family I've got is Aunt Cassie and the rest of the Blacks, he explained. Aren't they, really scary? She questioned warily. Leo guffawed. They are if you go up against them or piss one of them off. Old Arcturus can be a funny chap and Cassie is the closest thing I had to a mother growing up. You wouldn't know it and she'd murder me for saying it but she's got a heart in her somewhere. I'll take your word for it, Katie replied. How about we go get another dance in before this is all over? Katie nodded. Happily and the two returned to the great hall and straight onto the dance floor as the slower songs of the evening began. Without hesitation, he pulled her into his arms and began swaying to the rhythm, nodding once at Harry who was dancing with a very comfortable-looking Tonks. As the night drew to a close, Harry and Tonks found themselves amongst the final stragglers still within the hall and on the dance floor, enveloped in the arms of the other. Further dancing had not been something discussed between them, it was as though they naturally gravitated towards it, each of them caught up in a daze of the festivities. As the final note of the final song faded, they pulled apart almost embarrassedly, each as sheepish as the other, each adorning a look of confusion and what appeared to be guilt as each emerged from the stupor that had befallen them this night. Shall we go for some air? Harry questioned. Tonks nodded. Yeah, I should head to my parents soon. I promised Mum I'd help her with dinner for tomorrow, she explained. Are you still coming? I'll be there, Harry confirmed with a smile. I promise I won't ask for any stories of little Tonks, he added, taking note of her reticence. There isn't that much to tell, she replied distractedly as they made their way towards the gates, a comfortable silence falling between them. Thank you, for tonight, Tonks clarified as they left the grounds. I've never done anything like this before, I never wanted to really but you made it fun. Harry smiled warmly at her. No problem, he replied. I'll remember that for the next time I'm forced into something like this. Tonks shook her head and narrowed her eyes at him good-naturedly, her stomach sinking once more at the thought of being away from him. Could you do something for me? She blurted. Harry nodded. If I can, he answered. Tonks fidgeted nervously and took a deep breath. Do you remember when we weren't talking and you came to see me? She asked tentatively. Yeah, Harry said with a frown. You said that how I looked then was what my magic felt like, she reminded him. Can you really feel my magic? I said it wasn't far off, he corrected, and yes, I can feel magic. And you know what people look like just by sensing it. It was something that she had pondered over the past couple of weeks but had no intention of mentioning, until the words were already out of her mouth. Harry's frown deepened in thought. I don't think so, he mused aloud, it's just that you change the way you look so much that I pay more attention to your magic than what you look like physically. I guess it kind of gives me an image of you in my mind, he explained with a shrug. Oh, she replied, what do I look like exactly? Harry went silent for a moment as he looked at her and smiled before nodding, seemingly satisfied. I can try to show you if you like, he offered. Show me. How? She answered nervously. Instead of answering, he gripped her shoulders gently and closed his eyes. Relax your magic, he whispered. Hesitantly, she did so and felt his own invade her body. It was a foreign yet comforting feeling, stronger than anything she had ever experienced, and it engulfed her as she allowed it wash over her completely. She felt a slight stirring within her own and her body began to change, morphing, though she had no control over it. After a moment, the feeling ended and she found herself looking into his emerald eyes as he smiled at her. This is what I see when I think of you and feel you near, he explained before he placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. I'll see you tomorrow, Tonks, he bid her farewell, his blush prominent even in the pale light the moon provided. With that he made his way back towards the castle, leaving behind a breathless metamorph, reeling under the weight of the magic he had pushed into her. It took her several minutes but she eventually managed to compose herself and apparate onto her parents' street and made her way into the sleepy house, both her mum and dad long since having gone to bed. As quietly as she could, she entered the kitchen and turned on the light, pausing at the sight of her reflection in the window. She was slightly taller than she had been when she left, her waist smaller and chest more pronounced, but it was the differences in her hair and features that were the most striking. Her hair was longer, still wavy but was now colored a light brown. Her nose was now more delicate, her cheekbones higher and more refined, and her eyes were now a light gray. She hurried forward to get a better look, her mouth agape at the familiar woman staring back at her. It was not a form she would wear in public or even in the privacy of her own rooms. She made a point for her transformation to be the first thing she did every morning to avoid seeing what it was she now faced. With a trembling hand, she grazed her fingers over one of her cheeks as the first tear fell. It was like looking at a stranger but an image she had known well once upon a time, though she had been younger, a victim in truth. No longer did she look as such, and was this as what he saw when he thought of her? The voice of her mother pulled her from her thoughts as she entered the kitchen, wand drawn and aimed at her back. Dora, is that you, sweetie? Andromeda had been woken by the sound of the front door closing. She had no doubt that her daughter had tried to be quiet, but she had always had a clumsiness to her that she couldn't hide. She had flicked her wand into her hand as she looked upon the woman in her kitchen. Were it not for the lighter hair and different colored eyes, Nymphadora could easily have been mistaken for her older sister. It's me, her daughter whispered in response, her defeated tone spurring Andromeda into action. Instinctively, she pulled the girl into a tight hug. A bad night? She asked soothingly. Much to her surprise, Dora shook her head after a moment. No, she whispered. The opposite more than anything. Andromeda was just as confused as her daughter seemingly was. Her strange appearance aside, there was nothing to suggest she'd had an enjoyable evening. Her confident, bubbly and vibrant little girl was nowhere to be seen. What stood in front of her was someone oozing vulnerability and uncertainty. She filled the nearby kettle and tapped it with her wand, boiling the water instantly. You'll have to explain, Dora. If it didn't go badly, then why are you upset? She asked as she poured out 2 mugs of tea. I'm not upset, Tonks denied. I don't know what I'm feeling, she huffed. Andromeda gave her a sad smile as she sat down. Why don't you tell me what happened? She offered. Tonks nodded gratefully as she joined her mother. I was terrified about tonight. I don't like wearing dresses and I'm awful at dancing, she mumbled. I almost ran away during dinner because I was so scared. But you didn't. Tonks shook her head. Harry told me to just focus on him and not to worry. He said it would be over before I know it, she explained with a smile. Then what? Andromeda pressed lightly as she took a sip from her steaming mug. We danced, Tonks shrugged. I did as he said and it worked. It felt like it was just us and we ended up dancing most of the night. I didn't want it to be over, she finished quietly, worrying her lower lip. Andromeda chuckled. There's nothing wrong with enjoying dancing, Dora, she pointed out. It wasn't the dancing, Mum, she sighed. It was dancing. With him. I put it down to the occasion, but I felt different than I would have if it had been anyone else. And was it the same for him? Tonks shrugged. I really don't know. He didn't complain, she replied uncertainly. Andromeda nodded. Is that why you're feeling the way you are, because you don't know how he feels about it? No, that was nice. Even if it wasn't the same for him, it doesn't matter. It's what I did afterwards, she returned exasperatedly. Oh, Dora, what did you do? Andromeda sighed. Tonks took a deep, steadying breath. You remember a few weeks ago when I spent the day with Harry and I found out he had to find a date? Andromeda nodded, the memory of her daughter in the same chair very vivid. I avoided him for a few days and he came looking for me. It was the same night he asked me to the ball, she explained. I was having trouble with my morphing and he said the way I looked was similar to what my magic feels like. Andromeda's eyebrows rose. Feeling other people's was not unheard of but a rather unique talent. I was curious, so I asked him to change me into what he felt, and this is it, she added, motioning to herself. I don't see anything wrong, Dora, Andromeda sighed. It's me, Mum, Tonks retorted. This is what I look like when I don't morph. Andromeda smiled as she shook her head. She hadn't seen her daughter in her natural form since she was 14. You are a very beautiful girl, Dora. With or without all the color, she emphasized. I like him, Mum. I really like him and I don't know what to do, Tonks admitted sadly. I just thought it was because he was nice. He never spoke about my morphing and never commented on anything that I did, and now it feels like he never even noticed it, that he always saw me like this, she added with a shake of her head. That is a good thing, Andromeda returned firmly. Isn't that what you always wanted? Tonks nodded. When I was younger and I had all the problems at school because of what I am, that was what I wanted. I gave up on it a long time ago. I stopped caring and looked the way I wanted to and people started to leave me alone. Now I feel like that stupid little girl again and it's all my fault, she choked. Andromeda pulled the girl into her arms and allowed her to vent. What do you mean? She asked after a few moments had passed. Tonks sniffed and swallowed. This is me, Mum. I'm scared to let anyone close because I think that they'll just want me for what I am. I'm a broken mess and then he comes along and just makes everything feel better, she sighed. Do you think Harry would do that to you? Andromeda questioned. No, Tonks replied vehemently. But I can't have these feelings for him. He is going to be the head of an important family. I'm just a neurotic, half-blood Auror, she finished, hanging her head. Oh, sweetie, Andromeda whispered as she tightened her grip around her. I wish you weren't so harsh on yourself. It's true, Tonks mumbled. Do you think what you are bothers him? Tonks shrugged and Andromeda sighed deeply. I could tell you to push it all down and hide it from the world as you have done these past 5 or so years. I could tell you to do the opposite and shout it for everyone in Diagon Alley. This is one of those things that you have to figure out for yourself, but if I were you, I'd speak to him, she advised. How would I even begin to explain the mess that I am? Tonks snorted. If he cares even a little bit, he will listen. I had to do it with your father, Andromeda responded. I saw the way he looked at me and how he was too scared to even talk to me. What did you do? Tonks asked. I made him listen, her mother shrugged, and 25 years later, we are still together. That's different, Tonks sighed. But it doesn't have to be, Dora, Andromeda returned. You deserve a chance at happiness just like I did. But it is up to you if you want to take it. Speak to him at least, she pleaded. If he is the boy you've told me all about, he will listen to you and it might turn out to be the best thing you ever did. And what if it goes wrong? Tonks asked worriedly. Then you live with it, but you don't have to spend the rest of your life wondering what could have happened, Andromeda explained. Tonks nodded her understanding. I'll think about it, she agreed. Andromeda smiled as she stood. That's all I'm asking, sweetie. Harry woke the morning after the ball and completed his morning workout, thinking of how the night before had gone. He had never enjoyed events like that and had been dreading attending, but this had been different. He had thought having Tonks with him would have made it at least tolerable. Instead, the night had been much more than he could have imagined. It had felt so right to have her in his arms whilst they moved around the dance floor, oblivious to all around them, and it had felt right that it was her that he had shared the night with. He entered the shower and began to wash himself mechanically as his thoughts remained on the ball. He may have been obtuse, but he knew he cared for her. The few days away had been enough to make him aware of that. Last night, however, was something else, though he couldn't fathom what it was that happened to make it so. It may have been the dancing, it could even have been the way she looked at him whilst they were intertwined, or it could simply have been the surprise he felt that he was enjoying himself. He couldn't be certain. All he knew was that the night had left an impression on him. He thought back to their parting moments. The usually assured girl had seemingly wilted before him, had become what he imagined he was as a young boy. She had become hesitant and made the strange request of him. He knew her ability was a double-edged blade at best, but had complied with her request only so that he could see the nervousness fade. It was the one part of the evening he hadn't enjoyed at all. He couldn't understand why she had asked it of him. Her ability was not something they had ever discussed. It was not important to him. He had a picture of her in his mind, and that was what he always saw when he looked at her, despite her efforts to appear entirely different. With a confused sigh, he left the shower and dressed before entering the living room where Sirius and Cassie were now eating breakfast, with Leo just leaving his own room. "Good night, boys," Sirius questioned with a lecherous grin. "Aye," Leo answered with a suspicious frown. Sirius snickered as Cassie shot him a disapproving glare. "Harry?" he asked further. The other boy nodded as he sat and helped himself to some fruit. "Any tales of debauchery to share?" Sirius probed. Harry sighed as he shook his head. "No, but even if I did have, I wouldn't tell you. Some of us actually respect discretion." Sirius feigned a look of horror as he pointed accusingly at Cassie. "This is your doing," he grumbled. "You turned them both into gentlemen," he added, mock disgust. "You could learn something from them," Cassie replied as she buttered some bread. "Aye," Leo agreed. "You don't really want to hear about him defiling your cousin, do you?" Sirius choked on his coffee as he glared at Harry. "Nothing like that happened," the teen said firmly as his eyes narrowed towards his friend. I know," he soothed. "I saw you leave and you were back here before me." Harry nodded gratefully. "How did it go with you and the lovely Miss Bell?" Sirius asked Leo, recovering from the thoughts that had bothered him only a moment ago. "Was a good night, and that is all I'm saying. She's a good lass," he replied. Sirius shook his head. "Boring, the pair of you," he mumbled. "If I had been there, you'd be in ministry custody." Harry butt in. Leo snorted over a mouthful of cereal. Sirius huffed as he stood, looking between the teens defeatedly. "Fine," he conceded. "Remember, we are going to Andy's today," he reminded Harry. The boy nodded before making his way to his room. He decided that he would keep his outfit smart but casual. He placed a white t-shirt, a pair of dark jeans and some trainers on his bed. With his outfit arranged, he decided that he would go for a fly to clear his head and then practice some magic when he was done. He indulged himself in both, which passed quickly, and he took another shower to clean away the grime and sweat before dressing and fastening a gray Parker coat, just as Sirius called him. "Are you ready?" the man asked as he finished buttoning up a shirt. Harry nodded, knowing his father was more nervous about the visit than he was showing. He hadn't seen Andromeda in over a decade, and if she was anything like Tonks, he was not in for the warmest of welcomes. "Come on then," he sighed. The two of them exited the grounds, the castle having been quiet for the most part. Likely, the students were having a much more relaxed day after the excitement of the ball. "Am I taking you?" Sirius questioned. Harry shook his head. "Show me where we are going," he instructed. Sirius pushed the image of the street to the forefront of his mind and shuddered at Harry's mental probe. It was very subtle, but it was undeniably there. He had always had the ability to unsettle any mind he entered. Thankfully, he did not use the art often, if at all. It was an invasion of privacy that he refused to undertake without permission unless he felt it necessary. Cassie had taught him well. "Got it," Harry declared before disappearing with only the slightest of pops. Sirius shook his head before following. He had been reluctant to teach him to apparate, but he could not deny it was a necessary skill and could save his life. He arrived and found Harry waiting for him only a few feet away. "It's that one there," he informed him, pointing to a reasonably sized house on the opposite side of the road. Harry smiled as he approached. Tonks was quite a vivacious girl, and it was hard to imagine her growing up in such a quiet, well-kept place. Sirius exhaled a deep breath as he rung the doorbell and attempted to prevent himself from fidgeting. A moment later, the door opened to reveal a middle-aged man with a slight paunch. His hair was a dark blonde, his eyes blue but his expression guarded. Sirius, he greeted his father stiffly. And this must be Harry, he added, his look more wary than it had been whilst addressing his father. Harry couldn't blame him. The man's experiences with his family in the past had not been pleasant. Pushing those thoughts aside, he stepped forward confidently and smiled as he offered the man his hand. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Tonks," he greeted cordially. Ted Tonks hesitated only a moment before gripping the younger man's hand and returning the smile. "You too," he responded, his posture relaxing considerably. "Come in," he offered, stepping aside. "Andy and Dora are just finishing up," he explained. "Dora?" Harry questioned with a slight frown. Ted chuckled. "She tolerates it," he shrugged. "I can't go around calling my daughter by my own last name." Harry laughed. "That's true," he replied as he removed his coat and hung it on the rack by the door. Sirius followed suit, his eyes darting around the hall. "She'll be pleased to see you," Ted assured him. "Eventually," he added under his breath. Sirius steeled himself as the man led them into the living room where Tonks was sat on one of the sofas. "What are you doing in here?" Ted asked. "Mum kicked me out," she huffed. "I broke one of the plates." Ted barked out a short laugh as he ruffled her hair affectionately. "I'm surprised you lasted as long as you did," he praised. "Not to worry, you know what she's like when we have people over." Tonks nodded. "You're in for it," she said to Sirius, who paled at the words. Harry snickered. "She's not wrong," an unamused voice sounded from the doorway. Harry turned to find a very displeased woman scrutinizing his father, hands on hips, her nostrils flaring. Andromeda was without doubt a black, in looks and temper evidently. Sirius paled even more so as Tonks was trembling in mirth. Andromeda stalked towards him and poked the man firmly in the chest, causing him to wince. "Almost 15 years, she hissed. "You disappear, no letter or anything. You could have been dead and I never would have known." "Sorry, Andy," Sirius replied. The woman rose a delicate brow at him. "You're sorry," she returned heatedly. "I mourned for you, Sirius. The war was over and you just never came back. What else was I supposed to think?" Sirius nodded his understanding. "I should have got in touch," he admitted. "I got caught up with raising Harry and everything. I am sorry." Andromeda nodded as she pulled her younger cousin into a hug, surprising him. "Don't ever do that to me again," she whispered. "I won't," Sirius assured her. Andromeda smiled as she released the man and turned her attention to Harry, who had to fight the urge to not wither under her stare. "It's nice to meet you, Harry," she said warmly as she hugged him also. Harry returned it and noticed Tonks trying to hide in her mass of pink hair behind her mother's back. "And you, Mrs. Tonks," he replied as her daughter shook her head. "Well, dinner is ready," she informed them. "Why don't you come through?" After the initial frosty greeting Sirius received, the meal was a relaxed affair. Andromeda and Ted were both nice people and it was easy to see that Tonks took after both in equal measure. Ted was quite a jovial man, quick-witted and very outgoing. Andromeda was much more poised than her husband but a very warm person in her own way. She doted on her daughter and even Harry, ensuring he had enough to eat. It was easy to see why the woman was his father's favorite relative. She was nothing like the insane Bellatrix or stuffy Narcissa he had heard about growing up. Tonks, on the other hand, had been relatively subdued. Harry had put it down to them being with her parents. She shot him the occasional nervous smile but kept to herself for much of the meal. "How about a drink?" Ted asked as he stood and made his way to one of the kitchen cabinets. "Is whiskey okay?" "Perfect for me," Sirius declared. He added, pointing to Harry, "he can't be trusted." Harry shook his head. Once, he had drunk whiskey with Leo when they were 14. The night did not go exactly as planned. He had somehow ended up singing karaoke and the pair were asked to leave after Leo had passed out, sprawled across the bar. "You can't just let it go," he sighed. "It wasn't me that was sick on Cassie's rug." "True," Sirius conceded, "but it was you that woke her up with your singing." Ted laughed as Harry frowned at his father. "Is he the reason you were looking old, Sirius?" Andromeda questioned with a smirk. Sirius was positively affronted. "I'm only 37, he yelped. "You look closer to 47, the woman returned. Sirius shook his head. "See, You did this to me, he accused, pointing at Harry. And if I turned out like you, you'd look 57, Harry quipped. Make it a double, Ted, Sirius requested. Or better yet, bring the bottle. Ted shot him a look of sympathy as he poured the man a generous measure. Ah, it's okay, Sirius, Andromeda cooed, I'm sure someone will take pity on you one day. Sirius muttered under his breath and drained his glass. It's not for me, he replied with a shrug. I raised him, admittedly with Cassie's help. I doubt I've got it in me again. I wasn't that bad, Harry protested. You could have been worse, Sirius conceded. I'm proud of you, Harry. Despite my attempts to corrupt you, you turned out good. So, he never stole any of his relatives' underwear. Andromeda broke in. Sirius wore a look of complete embarrassment. You swore you wouldn't tell, he hissed. Andromeda shrugged. Whose underwear? Harry questioned. Mine, Andromeda answered with a shake of her head. I didn't realize they were yours, Sirius replied weakly. I thought they were Priscilla's. Tonks laughed gleefully as Harry stood. I don't think I want to hear this, Harry sighed. I knew you were bad but your own cousin's underwear. I think I need some air, he declared. I'll come, Tonks volunteered, her eyes still alight in mirth. Maybe you can show him the tree we found you under, Sirius called after them after they exited through the back door, the girl glaring at him as she closed it. The two of them began their walk around the garden in silence, an unfamiliar tension settling. Harry had thought that it was because they were here with her parents, but as the night had wore on, it had become more discernible. Have I done something wrong? He asked suddenly. The thought that he had did not sit well with him, it reminded him of the days they were not talking. No, Tonks sighed. You haven't done anything, Harry. Harry nodded and gave her an awkward half smile. Then what's bothering you? Something is, I can tell, he added. Tonks ceased her walking as she looked at him, uncertainty clear in her eyes. She exhaled, the sense of vulnerability she had felt the previous night making itself known once again. Can you, she began before cutting herself off. Can I what? Harry urged gently. Tonks attempted a smile of her own. Can you do what you did last night? Change me, she clarified. Harry frowned. Why? He asked. Please, she almost pleaded. Harry nodded and placed his hands on her shoulders as he closed his eyes and followed the same path he had taken the night before. A few moments later, he was staring into the same light gray eyes he had seen. Is this how you really see me? Tonks whispered. It is, Harry answered. He took a moment to study her and nodded. She looked very much like her mother and just the way he had envisioned her in his mind. Why are you crying? He asked, worried he had done something he shouldn't have. Tonks shook her head. It's stupid, she replied. It can't be stupid if it's upsetting you, Harry countered. Tonks gave him a watery smile as she sat on a wooden bench at the end of the garden and motioned for him to join her. It is, she replied with a shrug. I really don't understand, Harry said helplessly. I'm sorry for whatever I did. It's not you, Harry, she assured him. She hadn't planned on having this talk with him, not here, but it now felt unavoidable. She now wished that she hadn't asked. I tried being like this when I was younger, but it was too late, she sighed. What do you mean? Harry questioned worriedly. When I was at school, she explained. When I first got there, everyone wanted me to transform for them. I didn't see any harm in it and I was naive, so I did what I was asked. By the time I got to my third year, it changed. I guess the novelty of what I am wore off and they all realized what I could do. The girls hated me for it because the boys paid more attention to me than them. It wasn't me they were interested in, I was a clumsy little girl, but I could be whatever they wanted, she shrugged. She took another breath before continuing, her eyes firmly on her feet. It hurt me a lot. All the girls I thought were my friends turned their backs on me and all the boys just saw me as an object. I spent most of my third year trying to be as plain as possible, but that didn't work. Fourth year, I hid myself away as much as I could. By the time fifth year came, I stopped caring and used my abilities to become whatever I felt like. I hid behind them and people more or less left me alone by then, but I didn't get over why that did to me, not until I left school. I thought I'd do the right thing and even tried dating a guy. It turns out he had done it for a bet to see if I lived up to my name, she growled. That's why you don't like people using it, Harry broke in. Tonks nodded. It reminds me of how he made me feel and what he would have done. A part of me never really got over it. All of that is why I have my hair the way I do and change the way I look. It's stupid, I know, but it made me feel safe. I like the color, it's become a part of who I am, but it made me forget the rest of me," she shrugged. "Sorry, Tonks, but I'm confused," Harry said. "All of that just means none of those people were worth it and they're not worth your tears now." Tonks shook her head. "I'm not crying because of them. It's because of you," she replied with a smile. "You're not like any of them and I feel like I've been lying to you." Harry was about to interrupt, but she held up a hand to stop him. "When we first met, you said that what I was threw you off because you felt like it was a mask that I could wear to hide things," she reminded him. Harry nodded. "You were right, in a way it is a mask I wear and I'm sorry. What I'm saying is, I don't want to hide myself from you. This," she said as she pointed to herself, "is what I look like. I've tried to hide it for so long but you saw it anyway." Harry took her hands in his own as a fresh wave of tears fell silently down her cheeks. "You don't have to apologize," he comforted. "What you can do is a part of who you are and people ruined that for you. I was wary at first, I can admit that, but I didn't really pay attention to what you are because it doesn't matter to me. The way I see you won't change because of how you wear your hair or how you look. That's what scares me," Tonks whispered. "All I wanted was for someone to see me the way that you do. And now you've got that," he pointed out. "What's so scary?" She shook her head. "I'm getting feelings for you, Harry. Not just because of all of this but everything you are. I think I was in denial until last night or just too stupid and stubborn to realize it before," she explained sadly. "I know I shouldn't but I really can't help it." Harry squeezed her hands. "I'm not very good at this kind of stuff," he admitted. "I've never even been on a date." "I find that hard to believe," Tonks muttered. "I really haven't," Harry sighed. "Apparently I'm emotionally stunted." "Bloody good pair we make," Tonks replied with a forced smile. Harry snorted slightly. "I care about you, a lot, I know that much. When we weren't talking for those few days, I was miserable because I missed having you around and the thought of leaving at the end of the year and not seeing you every day isn't nice," he explained with a painful expression marring his features. He shook his head. "Last night, I don't know, something changed. I've never felt anything like that or how I feel when you're there. I don't know what that means but I do know that I don't want to stop spending time with you. If wanting you around me all the time and thinking about you is what it's like to have feelings for someone, then it is the same for me," he said. "So, what do we do?" Tonks asked hopefully. "I guess we just keep doing what we are," Harry answered with a smile. Tonks bit her bottom lip worriedly. "And what if doesn't work out? Then we can at least say that we tried," he offered. "That won't change anything about me wanting you around." Tonks nodded and sighed in relief. "I'd like that," she agreed. "Thank you," she whispered before placing a key on his cheek. Harry simply pulled her into his arms and enjoyed the familiar feeling from the night before of her being there. He didn't know what would happen in the future, but the thought of having her with him made the prospect of it much more bearable. "Madam Bones will see you now," the secretary informed her. Tonks stood and straightened her red robes as she approached the office door belonging to her boss. The summons for the meeting had arrived at breakfast and though the festive period was still upon them, she got the impression that she had no choice but to attend. Tonks," Amelia Bones greeted her as she entered, her quill scratching away, her eyes firmly on her work. "Madam Bones," Tonks responded formally, back straight. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement continued with her scribing for a few moments more before she screwed the top back on her inkpot and adjusted her monocle as gazed at her subordinate. "I would like a progress report of your time at Hogwarts," she requested. "What have you found?" "Not much," Tonks sighed. "Moody is completely sure that the goblet was tampered with. Whoever did it, covered their tracks well. I've spent time undercover amongst all three of the competing schools and there's nothing to suggest any involvement from any," she informed the stern woman. Bones nodded thoughtfully. "Something is happening," she mused aloud. "I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. Arcturus Black has spent a lot of time here at the Ministry. Do you think that this could have been orchestrated by the Blacks?" Tonks shook her head firmly. "No, madam," she denied. "If given the chance, Harry would leave today. He hates Wizarding Britain. Is this your personal or professional opinion, or Tonks?" Amelia returned as she placed 2 editions of the Daily Prophet on her desk. The first was the article that featured the two of them at the table in the Three Broomsticks, the second, an article dating that very morning. On the cover was a large photograph of herself and Harry dancing at the ball. Both, Tonks replied easily, doing her utmost to not waver under the gaze of her superior. She sighed and shook her head before continuing. I know that Harry nor any of the other members of the family have anything to do with this. Despite what you think of them, family always comes first. I don't know who entered his name, but I can promise you that they had nothing to do with it, she finished confidently. Amelia scrutinized her for a moment before sagging in her chair. Take a seat, Tonks, she instructed. The rookie complied, knowing that this was not now her boss speaking in an official capacity. What happens in your personal life is not my concern unless it impacts what you do in here or out in the field. That being said, do you think that this is the best idea? She asked as she pointed at the newspapers. Something bigger is happening here and I don't want to see you caught up in it. Tonks nodded her understanding and smiled. Honestly, I don't know, she conceded, but I really like him, Madam Bones. In the short time I've known him, he's proven to be the most genuine person I have ever met. Amelia nodded and gave her a smile. I'm only looking out for you, she assured the girl. You've got a good head on your shoulders and I have high hopes for you here. Just, please, stay vigilant. I've got a feeling that things are going to happen soon. I will, Tonks answered. I think you might be right. There's just too many things going on for it to be a coincidence. Indeed, Amelia said gravely, and with the minister too involved with certain elements, whatever it is, can only be bad for us. The Black family and Leo had congregated around the table in their living quarters at the behest of Arcturus. The man had been noticeably absent since their arrival in Britain, only having spent a small amount of time at the school with the rest of them, and for him to call a meeting such as this, could only mean he had finished doing what he had said himself. As you have probably guessed, I have been looking into how young Harry here was entered into the tournament, he informed them. And what have you found? Sirius asked eagerly. Arcturus shook his head. Not a damn thing, he answered irritably. There's no trail to follow and none of my contacts have any information. At first, I thought it might have been Dumbledore or one of his cohorts, but the man is in no way responsible for this. I looked into the Potters and all their associates, and again, nothing. What about one of the other families? Cassie broke in. My thoughts exactly, Arcturus agreed. Whoever it is either working independently or under the instructions of someone else. Voldemort, Sirius deduced immediately. Arcturus nodded. It's the only possibility that makes sense, he concurred. But why go to all this trouble? Leo interjected. That, I do not know. I can only guess that he wanted to lure Harry into the open, or there is something he needs. If he was in a position of power, I would have found something. I'm working with the assumption that he is either consolidating his power or, based on what Sirius has told me, trying to create a body for himself, he shrugged. Sirius exhaled deeply. So, what do we do? We remain alert, Arcturus instructed. I will continue with my work. Someone has to know something and he must have help. The rat? Cassie questioned, eliciting a low growl from her nephew and Harry. More than likely, but that little shit wouldn't be powerful enough to confund the goblet, Sirius seethed. There has to be another person, Arcturus huffed. Malfoy. Leo hazarded a guess. Unlikely, Arcturus replied. Lucius wouldn't risk going back unless he could be protected. The man is a complete coward. He does, however, present a different problem entirely. His relationship with the minister will only work in the favor of the Dark Lord when he does make his move. Then let me kill him, Leo offered seriously. Arcturus shook his head. Not yet. At the moment, that would just cause more problems, he pointed out. It wouldn't be such a bad thing to rid ourselves of a few of his bigger supporters, Cassiopeia mused aloud. We have enough on them to hang them out to dry through legal channels. We do, Arcturus agreed. But, if we do that, then we no longer know our enemy. We do not want to be in a position where we act prematurely and face the unknown. So, what are we going to do? Harry asked. Arcturus sighed, his steely eyes resolute. We cannot count on the ministry for any assistance. Malfoy has Fudge and the DMLE is in a deplorable state and not in any position for what may be coming. For now, you focus on getting through the tournament, but keep your eyes and ears open. I will continue with what I am doing, and Sirius, his grandson, sat a little straighter. I want you and Cassie to make all available properties as secure as possible. I want every ward and measure in place as though I told you I wanted it done yesterday," he instructed. Sirius nodded firmly. "We may not want it, but it is coming for us," Arcturus sighed. "We prepare for war?" Leo questioned. "We prepare for war," Arcturus confirmed. After being dismissed by Arcturus, Harry and Leo exited the room, both needing time to digest what it was they had heard. Harry had suspected the man's involvement from the start. He wouldn't have put it past Dumbledore to employ a similar tactic if he felt it necessary, but he wouldn't risk his own reputation so recklessly. Voldemort, however, had nothing to lose in his position. It didn't sit well with the team that either men would take an interest in him. Dumbledore was to blame for much of what his life had been after Halloween 1981, Voldemort was his equal in that equation. Had the man not taken it upon himself to attack his home, his life would have been very different. He remembered the events of the night vividly, and when he did think back, he could still feel the man's presence on his skin. Even at the tender age he was, it had left an impression on him, the magic that had permeated the air both heady and repressive enough that he fought back a shudder even now. He didn't fear the Dark Lord, though he knew it would be wise to. His father had spoken to him about the years of war and the acts that the Dark Lord and his followers had carried out. Harry wanted nothing to do with it, but it seemed that he was unwittingly going to be dragged into something he'd rather avoid. He wouldn't actively fight against him, this was not his home to fight for after all, but he certainly wouldn't bend to the man nor cower before him like most. He didn't do it in his infancy and he would not do it now. All he wanted was to go home, to leave Britain behind and let them handle their own problems. He just had to make it to the end of the school year and he could do just that. There was just one thing above all else he needed to do. "Come on," he sighed to Leo. "We need to find my brother." Leo nodded and followed his lead, his own countenance bordering on severe. His own family had been wiped out during the last conflict and he had been robbed of the chance of a normal childhood. He immediately knew what Harry was thinking. They had discussed the possibility over the past few weeks and both had voiced their reservations. Charlie, though a determined boy, was magically weak, but even Leo was willing to invest in him. Had it been anyone else, he would have seen T as a waste of time. In a way, he was family after all. "Are you sure he will manage?" he asked. Harry shrugged. "I don't know," he answered honestly. "Even if we can help him a little, it could save his life." Leo nodded. I'll do it," he agreed. "If he doesn't take it seriously or doesn't follow my instructions, he's on his own," he warned. "And I will treat him as I did any other new recruit. No exceptions." Harry snorted. "I didn't expect anything less," Harry replied with a shake of his head. With it being lunchtime, the two of them entered the Great Hall and towards the Gryffindor table, ignoring the whispers that followed from the three different schools within. Charlie, as expected, was sat with Ron and Hermione, the latter of the two nudging the boy and pointing in their direction as they approached. "Come on, little brother," Harry addressed him, "we need to have a word." Charlie nodded and stood. "Not you two," Leo added to both Ron and Hermione, who had also stood. "Family business." Hermione looked as though she would protest, but a hand on her forearm from the Weasley and a shake of his head stopped her. Shooting Katie a warm smile, Leo followed the brothers from the hall. "What's going on?" Charlie asked nervously. "Not here," Harry muttered as he led them towards the third floor. He quickly located an empty classroom and sealed the door behind them with a series of privacy charms and wards. He then approached his younger brother and mumbled under his breath as he waved his wand around him, startling the boy. "Nothing," Harry confirmed. Leo nodded. "Things are happening, Charlie," Harry sighed. "My name coming out of the goblet was the first thing and everything else just points in one direction." What is it?" the younger boy questioned worriedly. "Voldemort," Leo answered. Charlie flinched at the use of the name and shook his head. "He's dead," he denied vehemently. "No, Charlie, he isn't," Harry returned apologetically. "I remember what happened that night and I'm certain he didn't die." "What do you remember?" Charlie fired back. Harry shook his head. "It doesn't matter," he replied dismissively. "What does matter is that you could be in danger and we are going to help you." Leo broke in. "Only if you think you are up to the challenge. You know I'm not good at magic," he pointed out. "Using magic will only be a small part of what we do." We will teach you how to defend yourself without it and how to use that shield I gave you, Leo explained. Leo frowned. Why are you acting so seriously about it? Because it is the most serious thing you will ever do, Leo answered harshly. There are conditions and there are rules that you will follow. Charlie nodded. What rules? He asked with a frown. You will learn them if you choose to agree, Leo replied. Charlie looked towards his brother who only gave him a slight nod of encouragement. Okay, I agree. Leo stared into his eyes for a fleeting moment before offering his own nod of approval. He began pacing back and forth, his stare remaining on the boy. Starting Monday, you will spend the hours between 5 and 8 am under our supervision. Every other day will begin with an hour of running and the days we don't run, we train physically. Do you understand? He asked. 5 am. Charlie yelped as he looked between the two of them. His older brother nodded and his shoulders sagged. Understood. After physical training, you will undergo a rigorous regimen of defense with and without magic for 2 hours. You will eat what I say you can eat and during those hours you will follow my orders, do you understand? Leo explained. Charlie nodded hesitantly. The weekends are your own time but I will give you things to read. You will read them and you will be able to answer any questions I ask, he commanded. Okay, Charlie agreed. Rule number 1, what happens during training stays in training. You do not discuss anything you learn with anyone and any grudge you have is forgotten as soon as 8 am arrives, Leo continued. Charlie nodded. Good, Leo praised. Any and all equipment you need will be provided for you. Any questions? Can Ron and Hermione come? Charlie asked hopefully. No, Leo denied. Oh, Charlie sighed disappointedly. The first month will be the hardest, Leo explained as he placed a hand on his shoulder. It will get easier and if you don't give up on me then I won't give up on you, he assured him. Charlie smiled. You will be outside your common room at 5 am on Monday, until then, you are dismissed. Better enjoy the next few days, Leo advised with a grin. Charlie nodded and almost sprinted from the room. Harry burst into laughter as the door slammed shut. Did you have to be so harsh? He asked. Leo nodded. If Voldemort is behind all of this, he will be the primary target. I will do whatever I have to save his life, even if that means he hates me every day, he said with a sad smile. Thank you, Harry offered sincerely. With the tournament going on, I can't focus on him as much as I'd like. I'll be there as much as I can though, he vowed. Leo nodded. I know but he's your brother. You won't push him as much as he needs. You care about him too much, he pointed out. Harry nodded. I do, he confirmed with a huff. Just, don't break him. He's not like us. Leo gave him a reassuring smile. I won't. He'll probably despise me but he will thank me for it one day. I doubt it, Harry chuckled. Why wait until Monday? New Year's party on Saturday night, Leo answered with a grin, I'll need a day to recover. Harry laughed. Will Katie be at this party? Harry inquired. Is Leo hoping to get his first key? Leo growled as he blushed slightly. Everyone will be there, he shrugged. Maybe you should bring Tonks and you can finally get yours, he quipped before ducking from the room as a rather nasty bludgeoning hex was sent his way. If there is nothing else to discuss, then we can bring this meeting to a close, Dumbledore announced. There is one other thing, Albus, Minerva spoke up. It has come to my attention that a large gathering of students has arranged their own festivities for the new year, to take place in the castle grounds. Dumbledore sighed as he nodded. I am aware of this. Mr. and Mr. Weasley have already made arrangements with the kitchens to provide refreshments, he explained with an amused chuckle. And you are going to allow this? His deputy questioned disbelievingly. It is my understanding that all 3 schools will be attending, Dumbledore replied. It is in the spirit of why the tournament was reinstated. Minerva shook her head. It's a bad idea, Moody growled. For once, I agree with him, Snape drawled. Nothing good can come from this. Then it is up to us to ensure nothing untoward happens, Dumbledore returned with a smile. Surely you are not all so far out of your youth that you don't remember what being young is about. He shook his head as he looked upon the unmoving trio. Fine, Albus, we will supervise but we retain the right to put an end to it should it get out of hand, Minerva offered. The headmaster nodded happily. Excellent, he declared. Might be easier having them all in one place, Moody conceded, instead of them all sneaking around. But I still don't like it. Having sent the Pa couple of days adapting a planning regimen for Charlie, Harry was relieved that Saturday had arrived and that he would have some time to unwind this evening. Although the ball had been less than a week ago, he hadn't counted it. He certainly enjoyed the evening with Tonks, but it had been an event that he was obligated to attend. Tonight, however, would be something he was willingly going to, festivities where he would not be in the spotlight. Tonks, much to his delight, had readily agreed to go with him. He had no doubt that Leo would have made plans to spend time with Katie, and he had no desire to intrude on their time. Before any of that, however, he wanted to get some training in, and he had promised Tonks that he would take her somewhere for a late lunch. He hadn't seen her as much as he would have liked over the past couple of days, though they always had at least a couple of hours in the evening they spent together. With his plans made, he exited the quarters and headed to an empty classroom a little way down the corridor. With the possibility of Voldemort being involved with his entry in the tournament, he was taking no chances and had been working tirelessly on his combat magic, specifically, the spells he knew but had no idea of how he acquired such knowledge. In no way were they illegal as far as he was aware, but they would certainly be frowned upon, and even Aunt Cassie would question the origins of such magic. Over the next few hours, he worked through them, casting each spell and taking note of the effect they had, not just outwardly but on himself. Most of them were no worse than the magic he had been taught since he first received a wand, but a few of them left him feeling very unclean, as was the nature of some of the darker aspects of magic. It served as a warning to the user to not abuse the power they wielded, and took a few moments of occlumency practice to recover from. Having mentally catalogued his findings, creating some new spell chain and adapting a few he already had in his arsenal, he left the room and headed towards his own for a much-needed shower, the darkness of some of the spells having clung to him rather unpleasantly. He exited the bathroom some 30 minutes later feeling as fresh as he did before training, but did a further check on his magic to ensure nothing was lingering. It was always better to be safe than sorry when delving into the dark arts, advice that Voldemort should have heeded when his own journey began. "Watch her, Harry," Tonks greeted from where she was lounging on the sofa. "I didn't hear you come in," Harry chuckled as he took a seat next to her. "Maybe I should have joined you in there," she returned with a wink. Harry shook his head. He had seen her vulnerable side, but this was the Tonks he had come to know. Her insecurities aside, she could be quite shameless in her flirting, something he quite liked about her. She kept him on his toes and he did the same to her. "Maybe you should have," he replied challengingly, "it might make showering more interesting." Tonks narrowed her eyes at him as her cheeks flushed with a tinge of pink. "I'll remember that," she quipped, "and when I do decide to join you, I'll remind you." Harry simply raised an eyebrow at her as he pulled her into his arms. This was the only thing that had really changed between them since their talk on Boxing Day. They would spend time together as they usually did, but they would often find themselves in the arms of the other, enjoying the close contact. The other thing was that Tonks would always now morph into her natural form when they were alone. When Harry had questioned her about it, she had explained that it just felt right being that way with him. "So, where would you like to go for lunch?" he questioned. "We could just stay like this," Tonks replied in a whisper. Harry grinned. "I wouldn't complain, but you would when you get hungry later, and I'll somehow get the blame," he sighed. Tonks gave him a bright smile. "Fine," she conceded. "You will just have to make it up to me later," she decided as she stood. Harry shook his head in mock exasperation. "Whatever you like," he offered, "but now, I'm hungry." Tonks huffed, her smile still in place. "How about we go to the alley? There's always something there and you've never seen it," she pointed out. Harry nodded his agreement. "Sounds like a plan, my lady," he answered with a bow, receiving a playful slap on the shoulder in response. Tonks shook her head as she led them from the room, morphing into her more colorful self. He had taken to addressing her in that way since the waitress in the Three Broomsticks had done it, knowing that it would shut her up if she was getting the upper hand in their back and forth. Being December, the grounds were thick with snow, but the Weasley twins, along with dozens of other students from all three schools, were working on clearing as much of it as they could for the impending party. "Do you need me to side along you?" Tonks asked in a mocking tone as they passed through the gates. Harry grinned in response before disappearing with only the slightest of pops. Tonks shook her head and followed, her own much more distinct. "I should be giving you a fine," she chastised. "You don't have a license," she pointed out smugly. Harry smirked as he produced one given to him by the Swiss ministry. I can legally apparate at 16, he explained. But you can punish me later, Dora, he added before making his way down Diagon Alley. Tonks growled and followed him, vowing to get the better of him next time. Where are you going? She called. You don't know where anything is. Harry paused in his steps and frowned, all previous smugness he felt now absent. Where would you like to go? He asked. She tapped her chin as she pondered her choice before nodding happily. Florine's, she declared. Harry shrugged and gestured for her to lead the way. They only sell ice cream, he pointed out when they arrived at the small shop. The best ice cream, Tonks corrected. What more could you want? Harry shook his head, an amused smile playing on his lips. Fair point, he conceded. Having witnessed Tonks unashamedly consume 4 bowls of various flavors of dessert in the time it took him to finish one, he was impressed that she had not gone into shock. Maybe the 4th one was a bad idea, she groaned as they walked hand in hand down the length of the alley. Harry snorted. One had been more than enough for him. He could only imagine how poorly she felt. That's what you get for being greedy, he quipped, causing her to pout as they headed back towards the apparition point where they disappeared and arrived back at the school. In the time they were away, the Weasleys and those they had drafted in for assistance had cleared a considerable amount of snow from a large area of the grounds and had even erected several large wooden pyres. They've been busy, Tonks commented, impressed. Harry nodded. It should make for an interesting evening, he replied with a smile. The two of them entered the castle and Tonks wrapped her arms around him outside the Great Hall. Thank you for lunch, she said contentedly. You mean dessert, Harry chuckled. Tonks frowned at him playfully. I like ice cream, she defended. Harry shook his head amusedly. I think everything tonight is starting at 7. Do you want to meet me here? He asked. I'm sure I can manage that, she returned. Good, Harry replied before keying her on the cheek. I'll see you then and maybe you'll have recovered from your sugar binge. Tonks simply smiled at him innocently before turning away, her nose in the air as he laughed at her retreating form. Whoever had the idea for the fires is a genius, Leo declared from the log the group were sitting on, basking in the light and heat of one such construct. Why thank you our Irish friend, George replied gratefully from the leg to their left. We are the geniuses of which you speak, Fred added. Leo shook his head and mumbled under his breath whilst Katie giggled next to him. All right you fools, you did well, he admitted reluctantly, saluting the duo with his fire whiskey that had been charmed to look like a butterbeer. The large gathering had evolved into several smaller ones. The fires dotted around the grounds had attracted groups, the December chill proving to be too cold to not be close to one. Some of the groups were more raucous than others and some, like the one Leo found himself in with the twins, their friend Lee, the Gryffindor chasers, Harry and Tonks, were one of the more subdued. They are geniuses, Katie whispered as she rested her head on his shoulder. They just show it in different ways. Leo agreed. They got on his nerves occasionally but they weren't idiots. So, are you two together? Angelina questioned Harry and Tonks. The two shared a look as the former shrugged. I think we are seeing what happens, Harry replied uncertainly. Tonks nodded as she smiled. I never thought I'd see the day. A black and an Auror, Fred sighed disbelievingly. Like mixing chocolate and onion, George agreed. A dung bomb and a freshening charm, Fred grinned. And which am I in those analogies? Tonks questioned with a raised eyebrow, her wand slipping into her hands. Why the chocolate and freshening charm, of course, Fred explained. So, I'm the other two? Harry asked. Leo chuckled as the twins stared at Harry in horror. I'd be quiet lads, you're in a no-win situation there, he advised. The redheads bowed respectfully but yelped as they were hit with stinging hexes courtesy of the metamorph. We deserved that, George groaned as he rubbed his thighs. That we did, Fred agreed amidst the laughter of the others. Their own gathering continued with the occasional interruption from a student wishing to express their gratitude to Fred and George for the work they'd done or a teacher just checking to ensure they were behaving themselves. Other than this, the teens simply enjoyed the warmth of the fire and conversing amongst themselves, none any the wiser of their alcohol intake. Are you ready to sing us a song yet? Leo questioned Harry who was leaning back, his eyes closed. Harry shook his head and smirked. I'm not that drunk yet, he replied, and I don't plan to be either. He sings when he's drunk? Alicia asked. Leo answered. Lovely little voice he's got. And when he's in the shower, Tonks added, blushing when the others all turned to look at her, mouths agape. You can hear him from the living room, she explained with a shake of her head. I don't sing that loud, Harry huffed indignantly. You do, Leo pointed out. What was I singing then? He questioned the Auror with a raised eyebrow. Something about being in a pub and talking to a woman, she shrugged. Oh, Harry replied sheepishly. The others giggled as he stood. I think I'm going to check on my brother, he announced as he stepped out of the circle. He's shy about it unless you get him drunk enough, Leo explained to the others. Then you can't stop him if you wanted to. You should hear these two when they sing the school song, Angelina sighed. It's like a couple of banshees have been unleashed. Oi, Fred shouted. Blessed with the voices of angels, George declared. I bloody doubt it, Leo muttered. It's bad enough just talking to you two. He regretted his decision the moment he left the warmth of the fire and the woman that was propped up against him. It was cold, the snow falling heavily, though it seemed to have no impact on the merriment of the people that had ventured outside for the evening. Having no idea where Charlie would be, he began to wander through the grounds, glancing at each gathered group as he passed them, some waving, others pointedly ignoring him, the most obvious being from Beauxbatons, Durmstrang and Slytherin students. He simply shook his head as he continued his search and eventually happened upon his brother surrounded by his classmates from 3 of the Hogwarts houses. The reason for this became clear as he spotted another group made up of Durmstrang and Slytherin students, led by Igor Karkaroff, who was talking to Charlie through the throngs of people. Yes, I have wanted to speak with you for some time, the man declared. The boy who lived, the one responsible for the fall of the Dark Lord. He looked the boy up and down before snorting. I find myself unimpressed, he muttered. Having seen enough and how uncomfortable his younger brother was with the man's presence, Harry stepped between them. Is there something I can help you with, Karkaroff? He questioned, the tension amongst the students rising considerably. The man roared in laughter and Harry got a whiff of the booze on his breath. It is the other one, he announced cheerily. The one who hid like a coward. Harry smirked at him whilst the Durmstrang students laughed, though Krum shot him an apologetic look. I think you are the last person who should be using that word, Harry replied easily. Wasn't it you that turned traitor on your friends the second you were caught, begging to be let go if you provided names? Karkaroff growled at the accusation but was cut off by Harry. And then you ran and hid in your school so the ones that got away with it couldn't get you. Brave man, Karkaroff, he sneered. The man began swearing under his breath in a language that Harry didn't know. The confrontation had caused a larger crowd to form, neither of them having been particularly quiet during the verbal spar. Now, unless you have something else to say, I suggest you piss off, Harry advised, shooting a now arriving Sirius a barely perceptible shake of his head. Karkaroff's nostrils flared and he laughed once more. You remind me of him, so very much. In his younger days, of course. So charismatic, so sure of himself, he said with a leer at the teen. The students began whispering amongst themselves and Harry shrugged before he chuckled. That may be so, Harry hissed in Parseltongue, causing the man to pale considerably and the students to start backing away. There is one difference between us, he continued in English. For some reason, Voldemort found a use for you. To me, you are a pathetic waste of space. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze as they waited to see how the man would react. Finding himself in a corner, he reached for his wand but Harry was quicker. Within a split second of Karkaroff's fingers twitching, he fired off a very unpleasant bone-splintering curse that smashed into the reaching appendage, felling the man instantly. Karkaroff screamed as he clutched his hand, the bones now protruding through the skin for all to see. He glanced up towards his attacker who stalked towards him, narrowed eyes and eerie emerald fire. Those looking on watched in shock as Harry grabbed the man by his hair, his other hand grabbing and squeezing the pulverized remains of Karkaroff's as he leaned in. You will not approach my brother again, he commanded. Charlie Potter does not exist to you. If you do not listen, next time, I will take this, he warned as he gave a final squeeze, eliciting another scream from the Durmstrang headmaster. Do not make me come for you, Karkaroff. With a final look of disgust at the man, he released his hold and stood to find a very subdued crowd around him, Leo looking on with his wand drawn ensuring that no one intervened. Lily and James Potter had arrived and stood with Charlie between them, the latter of the two giving him a grateful nod. What is going on here? The voice of Dumbledore broke in as he too approached, wand in hand with Professors McGonagall and Snape in tow. Just giving Karkaroff a fair warning, Harry informed him coldly. I really do hope he learnt his lesson. Mr. Black, Dumbledore addressed him gravely, you have assaulted a headmaster of a prestigious school and a tournament judge. Harry shrugged carelessly. Karkaroff is a shit, Harry replied. Now, unless you're going to disqualify me or press charges, then get out of my way, you old bastard. I want to enjoy the rest of my evening. Dumbledore appeared to be torn but said nothing as James and Sirius both laughed. Harry pushed past the Hogwarts headmaster and headed back towards the fire he had been sat in front of prior, out of the cold. Severus, will you help Igor to Madame Pomfrey? Dumbledore sighed. Snape nodded and pulled the man to his feet before they began walking back towards the castle. I think you'll find Karkaroff attempted to draw his wand first, Sirius explained. If he does choose to press charges, I'm sure there are many here that would be happy to explain exactly what happened. Many of the students nodded their agreement. I'm sure that things escalated unnecessarily, Dumbledore placated. I will speak with him in the morning, but I dare say that it is the end of the matter. Perhaps you ought to have a word with Harry about which spells he uses to defend himself. It had better be, Sirius returned severely. And Karkaroff should consider himself very lucky. What Harry did to him was nothing compared to what he would have wanted to. In the circumstances, he showed a lot of restraint. Dumbledore, best you remember that, he finished as he walked away. Now that the unpleasantness has passed, I ask that you all return to your dormitories and lodgings shortly after midnight, the headmaster requested before he too took his leave, deeply unhappy with what had taken place. Come on, Charlie, James urged. I think you've had enough excitement for one night. Charlie nodded and followed his parents as he mouthed a, thank you, to his older brother who gave him a nod in return. What did Karkaroff want? Lily questioned him. Charlie shrugged. He just started provoking me about you-know-who, and that's when Harry got there, he explained. James snorted. Bastard got what he deserved. He should bloody well be in Azkaban anyway. I want you to stay away from him, Lily instructed. Or I could follow him and hope that Harry finishes him off. Charlie countered, getting a disapproving look from his mother and another laugh from his father. You shouldn't encourage that, Charlie, Lily sighed. Charlie simply shrugged once more, a warmth spreading through his chest. All his friends had defended him in the past, but it felt like so much more coming from his brother. That is what he always imagined having an older brother would be. He just wished he could do the same for Harry. I'm sorry you had to see that, Harry apologized as the rest of the group joined him by the fire. What? That was amazing, Fred declared. The scumbag got what he deserved, George echoed the sentiment. Harry gave the pair a half-smile as he turned towards Tonks, who merely shrugged. I know a lot of people that would want to shake your hand for what you did, she replied. Professionally speaking, I should be arresting you, but I'm not on duty, she added with a grin. Mate, I think she just wants to cuff you, George interjected. That's enough of you, whichever one you are, Tonks returned. I'm Fred, George answered, a smirk. Oi, Fred shouted as he tackled his brother to the ground. The others laughed as the two faced off, neither managing to get the better of the other as they attempted to get the upper hand. All right lads, that's enough, Leo declared as he tried to separate the twins, trying to prevent his own amused smile. You've had a scrap, now have a drink. You're both shite at fighting anyway, it's like watching two little girls pulling each other's hair. Fred and George both turned towards him, smirking. I wouldn't, Harry warned as they both leapt towards him, only to find themselves in a tangled heap a moment later with the other boys sat on top, grinning. All right, we give, Fred yelled. Leo shook his head as he pulled the duo to their feet and dusted them off. Drink now, he offered. The twins grumbled as they took their seats and accepted a bottle each from Leo, who took his own next to Katie. Ah, did he hurt you? Alicia cooed at George. No, George sighed. He was lucky he got up when he did, he mumbled. I'm sure you were both about to kick my ass, Leo chuckled as he took a long sip. I bet even the lasser would slap you both silly. Katie waved at the pair from her position, leaned up against Leo. You're probably right, Fred conceded, our little Cottykins is quite the handful. Harry chuckled as he watched the byplay between them. Although he would never admit it, he was certain that Leo was growing fond of the Weasleys. If he really didn't like them, he would have hurt them when they attacked. For the next couple of hours, the group remained settled around the fire. The Hogwarts students shared some stories of their time at school and Leo did the same. Did you really kill a werewolf? Katie asked him. He sighed. He was one of Greyback's pack that broke in on the day of the full moon. He would have got me if it wasn't for Rasputin's warning. Who the bloody hell is Rasputin? Fred questioned irritably. Leo grinned. Are you sure you want to meet him? He asked. No, Harry said firmly. He's bloody dangerous. No more dangerous than Mira, Leo countered. I have anti-venom for her, Harry pointed out. There's no cure for decapitation. Maybe some other time, Leo conceded. But then again, if he hates you gingers as much as me, even I won't be able to stop him, he warned. Is he that bad? Tonks whispered in Harry's ear. He is, Harry sighed as the countdown began across the grounds and around them. Happy New Year, Dora, Harry said warmly. You too, she replied before surprising him with a chaste key on the lips. The moment, however, was interrupted as a series of loud explosions sounded. Harry looked up to see Fred and George lighting several fireworks. He watched as dragons and an array of other creatures lit up the night sky in a myriad of colors. Geniuses, Leo sighed before keying Katie and wrapping his arms around her so they could enjoy the show the twins provided. It was a short time later that the professors arrived to put an end to the festivities. Having bid the others farewell, Harry and Tonks entered the castle and headed toward her room hand in hand. Thank you for tonight, she sighed as he pulled her into his arms. Anytime, Harry replied sincerely, breathing in her scent. Will I see you tomorrow? She asked as she morphed into her natural form. Harry nodded. You can come and see me whenever you like, he offered with a warm smile. Tonks grinned and keyed him again, deepening it this time. If you don't stop, I won't be able to, Harry muttered after a few moments, the closeness between them stirring him. What if I don't want you to? Tonks whispered nervously. I don't want you to regret it, he sighed. Tonks shook her head and keyed him again. No matter what, I'd never regret it with you, Harry, she returned sincerely. Neither would I, he responded, his mouth drying. Then don't think about it, she urged. Let's just let whatever happens, happen. Harry nodded and took her hand as she opened the door with the other, the two of them entering the room to spend the next hours familiarizing themselves with the other, the only way that two nervous and inexperienced teens could. Lord Voldemort fought the need to sleep as he awaited the arrival of Barty, who had insisted on seeing him immediately. The Dark Lord was exhausted, the body he was currently inhabiting unfit for long periods of consciousness. Nevertheless, he obliged knowing the younger man would not disturb his sensitive routine unless it was of the utmost importance. Though, if the words of the man proved to be a waste of his precious time, he could not be certain that he would not punish him, weakness or no. His irritation only increased the longer he waited, and he was just about to lose himself to the darkness when the door opened to reveal the man that had sought his counsel. My lord, you have my apologies for the lateness, Barty greeted as he prostrated before him. Leaving the castle was no easy task as the students were gathered in the grounds and the professors were patrolling. I care not, Barty, Voldemort sighed. What is it you want? Barty pondered his next words, reticent to voice his concerns. My lord, if you insist on going ahead with the current plan, then I would suggest that you treat the older boy with caution. The more I observe him, the more I see the threat he poses to it. Just this evening, he had a confrontation with Karkaroff and bested him as though the man was nothing but an insect, he explained, spitting the name of his former ally. The Dark Lord was seemingly unmoved for a moment. What happened, Barty? He eventually questioned, his curiosity piqued. Barty proceeded to give a detailed account of what had happened between the man and teen, and Voldemort nodded when he was done. Igor is no slouch, he conceded. Very well. If the opportunity arises, then kill the boy but do not get caught. I will be most displeased if you are discovered before I can regain my body. Do it during the second task, but if you fail, we proceed as normal. Your priority is to ensure the younger boy is available when needed. Do not let me down, Barty, he warned. The man bowed, a twisted grin upturning his lips. Of course, my lord. I will send any relevant updates. As the man left, the Dark Lord pondered what he had been told of the elder brother. The curse he used was not particularly difficult to come by if one knew where to look and he was well traveled. However, a 16-year-old taken down one of the more adept Death Eaters was not a feat that he could ignore, unless Karkaroff had become lax in his passion and proclivity for violence, which he very much doubted. He sighed as the ignore of the boy continued to disturb his rest. Something about the older Potter unsettled him. His ability for Parseltongue was quite the concern in it itself, but he could not help but notice the resemblance between them. He shook his head. He was nothing but a mere boy, who admittedly in his own current state, would not be able to handle. But as soon as he acquired a much more able body, would be nothing more than a rat to be devoured by the serpent. It was with an unfamiliar weight of warmth on his chest that Harry awoke, his legs trapped beneath another draped across his thighs. It took but a few seconds for the morning haze to clear, and he smiled as he gazed dazed the form of the sleeping metamorph, her light snores tickling the surface of his skin as she exhaled. Had any told him that he would wake in this position the previous day, he would have laughed at them. The two had grown closer as the weeks passed by, but he hadn't truly considered how much. He had missed her presence when they had been somewhat at odds, that he could admit. Being here now, however, was something else entirely. He had never been so intimate with another, and though they had both stopped themselves going all the way, they had both shared things with each other that they never had with anyone else before, as their fumbling hands could attest to. In truth, he had no idea what to think of the situation. He liked her, that he was certain of, and he cared for her more than he ever thought he could. He had always remained aloof with the opposite, say, mostly because he did not want to be the same way his father was, but also, it was something he just did not understand. He'd had several potential suitors throughout his travels and time at different schools. None of them were like Tonks. She cared not for his money and the power he would wield or his magical prowess. Somehow, she had gotten under his skin without him realizing that it was happening, and it was just as terrifying as it was warming. He knew not what it was he was feeling, but he knew that he did not want it to end. He did not want her to just one day be gone. She must have woken whilst he was distracted by his thoughts, as he now found himself staring into sleep-filled gray eyes. "Morning," he whispered. For a few seconds, the woman seemed to be confused about the situation she found herself, but smiled when a spark of recognition shined in her orbs. "Morning," she sighed contentedly before stretching. Harry smiled and shook his head. "As much as I'd like to stay here all day, I'd better get back before people come looking for me," he explained apologetically. "I don't think either of us are ready for those questions." Tonks nodded her head in understanding, though she didn't seem pleased if the put she wore was anything to go by. "It's not that I don't want to be here, Dora," he assured. "I want what we have to stay between us as much as possible, and Dad and the others will already ask questions." "Do you care?" she asked. Harry shook his head firmly as he stood and began dressing. "No, but what we have and what we do is our business. It has nothing to do with anyone else, and I don't want anyone to think of you badly. Not that I regret anything, I just want it to be ours for a while," he finished firmly. Tonks smiled as she sighed. "Fine, but you better come back here tonight," she demanded. "I could get used to having you as my pillow," she added softly. Harry grinned. "I'll be here," he promised before keying her gently. "I do have an early start tomorrow, so I'll try not to wake you." "Good," she declared. "Now go away so I can sleep a little more." Harry chuckled before keying her once more and leaving, placing a disillusionment charm on himself to avoid any early morning encounters in the corridors, which proved to be devoid of people. "Good morning, son," Sirius greeted him jovially as he entered their quarters. "If I didn't know any better, which I don't, I would say that you were returning from an illicit encounter, but I'm sure you wouldn't do a thing like that, would you?" The man finished with a lecherous smirk. Harry shook his head disapprovingly. "I stayed out, and no, that didn't happen," he corrected the man. "Well, that lovely red mark on your neck tells a different story," Sirius replied before taking a large sip of his coffee. "If you're going to hide it, you might want to do a better job next time." Harry frowned as he conjured a mirror and cursed under his breath at the prominent red and purple bite just above his collarbone. "No," he denied to his snickering father. "I'm not going into details, but that did not happen." Sirius held his hands up innocently. "I believe you, Harry," he replied. "Other people will not. I'm happy for you, for both of you, but you have to understand the position you are both in. She works for the ministry, and here, you are technically still underage until July," he explained. Harry sighed as he nodded. "Just be careful," Sirius advised. "I will," Harry assured him solemnly. Sirius stood and pulled him into a hug. "Really, Harry, I couldn't be happier for you and for Tonks," he reiterated. "I do have to ask though, are you serious about her?" I think so, Harry answered. We're just getting to know each other properly, but I do like her a lot. Sirius nodded. I know, I can see that, he chuckled. Anyway, your love life aside, Dumbledore has requested a meeting with us and the other judges this morning to discuss what happened last night. Bastard goat, Harry groaned. I know, but we have to humor him, Sirius pointed out. I can have grandfather come if you want. Harry shook his head. No, but I think it's about time he's put in his place. I need him and the rest of them to respect me. I will be the Lord Black one day and they need to understand that I am no one's man. They are not my allies and I'm going to show them that, he declared as he entered the bathroom, angry and determined to get his point across. He exited around 15 minutes later and entered his room to don his most business-like robes before checking his reflection. He was grateful the gray shirt he had chosen covered up any marks left by his encounter with Tonks. He would have been reluctant to remove it. Where's Leo? He questioned when he re-entered the living area to find Sirius dressed in a similar fashion. Still asleep, he informed him with a chuckle. He got in at around 1 with a stupid grin on his face. Do you want me to wake him? Harry shook his head. Leave him be, he decided. Shall we get this over with? Sirius nodded and followed Harry as he exited his room. Although the boy never mentioned it, he was much higher up in the family hierarchy than himself, so it was his duty to follow Harry, as strange as it felt to the older man. Open up, Harry growled when they arrived at the gargoyle guarding the office. Surprisingly, the construct complied and sprung aside to allow them entry to the spiral staircase that led to the office. With a gesture for his father to follow, he ascended the staircase and knocked sharply. Come in, Mr. Black, the voice of the headmaster sounded from the other side. Harry entered to be greeted by a significantly larger gathering than he expected. Nonetheless, he took it in his stride as he swept into the room, scrutinizing each person through his silvery eyes. This had better be important, Dumbledore, he warned. I've got better things to be doing than spending my morning in your company. The majority of those gathered seemed displeased with the way he had addressed the man, but he shrugged it off. He cared not for any of them, his brother being the only exception. The judges, as expected, were in attendance, as were the 3 Potters. He had not expected the deputy headmistress nor the potions master, and certainly not the 3 Aurors. The addition of Lucius Malfoy served only to irritate him further. Take a seat, Mr. Black, a middle-aged red-headed Auror wearing a monocle commanded. Harry raised an eyebrow in her direction, his countenance unflinching. I'd much rather stand, he replied coldly. If anyone has any objections, then you could always try to make me, he offered, his eyes sweeping across the group challengingly, his wand only a split second away from being in his hand if needed. The 2 Aurors accompanying the woman looked as though they would oblige but were stopped by Dumbledore. That won't be necessary, he sighed as he looked at Harry disappointedly. There has been enough unpleasantness. And more will come if you don't bloody get the point. You know what happened last night, so why am I here? Harry returned. We are here to discuss the use of the dark magic you used on one of the judges, Black, Crouch answered angrily. Karkaroff should consider himself lucky, Harry shrugged. I don't take kindly to anyone attempting to draw their wand on me, especially a former Death Eater. Something that you would know all about, Crouch. Didn't you condemn your own son for being one? The sound of sharp breaths being taken was the response he received, and the man trembled with rage. That is neither here nor there, Mr. Black, Ludo Bagman broke in. Oh, shut up you bloated broom jockey, Harry sighed, causing Charlie, James Potter and Sirius to snicker. If I wanted to discuss washed-up Quidditch players, then believe me, you would be the first person I look for. Is this level of hostility necessary, Harry? Dumbledore questioned hotly. I believe so, Harry responded flatly. Is the scumbag pressing charges? He asked as he nodded to a very pale Igor Karkaroff. No, Dumbledore replied, and Harry clapped his hands with finality. Excellent, then there is nothing to discuss. He attempted to draw his wand on me and paid a very light price. I would have been within my rights to kill him where he stood, but I refrained from doing so out of respect for the students nearby. But my warning stands and goes for anyone who takes an unhealthy interest in myself or my little brother, he finished firmly. Is there anything else to be discussed? Sirius piped up. I believe that is everything, the red-headed Auror answered curtly. Sirius nodded. It was nice seeing you, Amelia, he said with smile. You too, Sirius, the woman replied with an amused roll of her eyes. Both Harry and his father turned to leave and the younger paused at the door to address the room a final time. The next time I am summoned here had better be to receive a damn good explanation from you, Dumbledore. I certainly have no desire to be in your company, but you will answer the questions I have. I will know if you're lying to me, he warned. The headmaster nodded as the door was slammed shut. Quite a prickly fellow, one of the Aurors commented. You should be grateful you didn't manage to draw your wand, Dawlish, Charlie replied scathingly. He would have made you look a prick, he snorted. Charlie, Lily chastised as James snorted, having no love for his colleague. Charlie shrugged. It's true, he muttered as he stood. I'm going to catch up with him quickly. I'm coming too, James announced. I just want to thank him. I won't say anything else, he assured the boy. Charlie nodded as he exited the room with his parents in tow. He managed to catch up with his older brother a few corridors away and tapped him on the shoulder to get his attention. I just wanted to say thank you, for last night, he clarified. Harry shook his head as he ruffled the boy's hair. It's all right, Charlie, he replied with a chuckle, his posture stiffening as James and Lily appeared. Thank you, Harry, James said sincerely. For being there for him. Lily smiled weakly and Harry gave them a stiff nod before walking away, that particular conversation being one he was not quite ready for. After making his way into their living quarters, he removed his robe and hung it on the back of one of the chairs before sinking into the sofa, frowning as Sirius locked the door and begun casting a series of wards. What are you doing? He questioned. Sirius shook his head and continued his work before sitting down. I cast a Hominum Revelio charm when we went in the office to make sure no one was hiding, just in case things got bad, he explained. To be continued, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.